Chapter 504. Yan Tianzhao humped and said, Ling Han, I'll leave that thing in your hands for now. I'll retrieve it in the future. And the future? Ling Han's killing intent boiled, and he directly charged over. Today you'll die. Haha, are you daydreaming? Yan Tianzhao retorted, but immediately exclaimed in surprise. You've actually reached the 8th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. He humphed again. So what if he was in the 8th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier? There was still an endless distance between him and the flower blossom tier. Xiao, the people who entered the mystery realm appeared one after another. Yukuan Luan by He Shun, and the other older generation of elites on the prodigy roll all advanced into the flower blossom tier. They were well prepared, and finally managed to take the most difficult step with the help of the mystery realm. Once they entered the flower blossom tier, they left their mortal bodies, so every one of them was brimming with confidence, with an indescribable vigor. They too were looking at Ling Han. Previously, in the Jiang clan's martial arts competition to find a spouse, they had all been defeated by Ling Han and Yan Tianzhao. Now that they had advanced into the flower blossom tier, it would be another round of reshuffling. Especially since Ling Han hadn't advanced into the flower blossom tier, so he was completely unqualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them. Small tower, boost me with power, Ling Han said in his mind. Though the boost of power from the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier was the most cost-effective, he only had one thought now, and that was to kill Yan Tianzhao and completely end what he had sown. Hong Ling Han's aura soared in a straight line, and instantly broke through to the flower blossom tier. Then it charged all the way up to the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier. All the flower blossom tier elites looked sideways at Ling Han. What was going on? How could his tier possibly have such a terrifying change in an instant? This was especially so for Yukuan Luan. At first, he had been brimming with confidence, and wanted to battle with Ling Han to wash away the humiliation of him retreating without a fight. Yet, he had suffered such a sharp rebuke, and the size of the shadow in his heart could be imagined. Yan Tianzhao's expression involuntarily became solemn. Ling Han's battle prowess was too strong. He had experienced it before. Under the situation where his cultivation level was higher, the two of them had still fought to a draw. But now, it was Ling Han who had the advantage in terms of cultivation level, and it was not just by a little. This battle would definitely be difficult to fight. Die! Ling Han brandished his sword. Boom! 10 flashes of sword chi shot out. Yan Tianzhao counterattacked. His control over his power had reached the acme of perfection, and he could completely unleash 100% of his power with just 10%. After all, he could be considered a different kind of deity, so how could he be ordinary? However, Ling Han was too extraordinary. As he brandished the demon birth sword, its might was terrifyingly strong. The dazzling sword light completely enveloped him, and added with the complete advantage in power, he was at a disadvantage. Haha, you only forcibly increased your power to the flower blossom tier, and not the true flower blossom tier. Yan Tianzhao's eyes were extremely sharp, and he immediately found Ling Han's weakness. What was the strongest ability of the flower blossom tier? Being able to use the surrounding spiritual chi to strengthen oneself, amplifying 10% of one's attack power to 100%, or even 100%. Ling Han only possessed the power of the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier, but had no way of using the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This was a shortcoming of cultivation level. However, the difference in power between each minor tier and the flower blossom tier was really too great. Thus, the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier was enough to make up for the effect of amplifying the spiritual chi of heaven and earth by 10 or even 100 times, allowing Ling Han to still have the upper hand in terms of power. However, this kind of upper hand was no longer as obvious as the 8th layer against the 1st layer. At most, it was only the 2nd layer against the 1st layer. Yan Tianzhao was unafraid, and began to exchange blows with Ling Han. His control over power was too strong, and very soon he stabilized the situation. However, facing the sharpness of the demon birth sword, he still did not dare to take it head-on, and was still at a disadvantage. This was already enough to make all the flower blossom tier cultivators slap their teeth. The battle prowess of these two people had at least reached 6 stars of the flower blossom tier, suppressing many veteran flower blossom tier cultivators. Ling Han, you can't possibly kill me, so you'd better stop and keep your life. When the time is right, I will come and find you, Yin Tianzhao said with a loud laugh. When the time was right, he naturally meant that he had advanced into the shattering void tier, and was qualified to shatter the void and become a god. When he obtained the coordinates and returned to the great Brahma heaven, he would be able to open the divine treasure trove that the heavenly river king had discovered. There is no future. Today you will definitely die, Ling Han said coldly. He had been accumulating power all this time, and at this moment the mysterious 3000 was already fully prepared. With a stab it turned into 1,000 flashes of sword light. Yin Tianzhao's expression changed. This sword strike was too strong. He did not dare to take it head-on, and immediately turned to leave. Flower blossom tier cultivators could fly, so he naturally soared into the air and said, Ling Han, just you wait. No need to wait. Ling Han sheathed his sword, and made a posture of drawing a bow. There was obviously no bow in his hand, but an arrow appeared out of thin air. It was precisely condensed from the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He then activated the Eye of Truth, probing for Yin Tianzhao's weak point. Xiao, a cold light shot out at a ridiculously fast speed. Ah! Yin Tianzhao screamed. His left rib had already been pierced by an arrow, and green-colored blood splattered everywhere, looking very strange. This left rib was his vital point, and at this moment, it was pierced by a sharp arrow formed from spiritual qi, instantly causing the origin power in his body to leak out like a fountain. His figure twisted and turned and actually slid down from the skies. Ling Han held his sword and chased after him. When Yin Tianzhao fell, he once again unleashed the mysterious 3000. Fear flashed in Yin Tianzhao's eyes. At this moment he truly felt the approach of death. He did not want to die. He had obtained the memories of a god, and he had a 90% chance of becoming a god in the future. Moreover, he still had many tricks that he had not used. If he were to fight to the death with Ling Han, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. But now everything was too late. 1001 sword light pierced over, and it was Ling Han's strongest killing move. However, his vital point had been injured, and he was slipping down from the skies, so there was no way for him to dodge at all. Under his survival instinct, he formed a seal with both hands, and shot out multiple green webs that interweaved in front of him, doing his best to stop Ling Han. Pew 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 pew, the sword lights were like rain, instantly tearing apart the green webs. At least 500 sword lights poured down on Yin Tianzhao's body. Minced flesh flew continuously, and he was forcefully sliced into a skeleton. Tung tung tung, Yin Tianzhao retreated. His intestines and other internal organs continuously slid out from his abdomen, and multiple sword marks also appeared on his head, revealing a deep wound. Everyone shook their heads. Yin Tianzhao's head had already been blasted apart, and he was now struggling at death's door. At most he would definitely die in a few breaths' time. Yin Tianzhao stared at Ling Han in a daze. His eyeballs had already fallen out, and now only 2 eerie black eye sockets were left, making him look exceptionally terrifying. He still could not believe that just because he had underestimated his opponent, or rather, just because he did not want to fight with Ling Han head-on, he would actually be consigned to eternal damnation. When two sides met on a narrow path, the brave would win. He had actually even forgotten this point. Ha 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 ha, Ling Han, if I die, don't think you'll have it easy either. He composed himself and said loudly, this person previously obtained the Zhang clan's key, and opened up the Sagittarius Palace. That is related to a divine treasury. A secret treasure that even gods would be tempted by. Furthermore, he also has a precious tool that can store it. Pooh! Ling Han's sword pierced through, and completely ended his life. However, the seed had already been planted. Ling Han's gaze swept over, and he saw countless people staring at him with fiery gazes, as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Divine Treasury. Chapter 505. Ling Han was fearless and didn't argue because when it came to things like treasures, many people would rather believe it existed. Moreover, when a person was about to die, his words were kind, and Yin Tianzhao's words were extremely destructive. His gaze swept over, and when it landed on Wen Yijian, he immediately waved and said, Junior brother one. Pooh, quite a few people spurted out. Why did Ling Han call Wen Yijian junior brother? The The two seemed to be completely unrelated, right? Wen Yijian was also slightly startled and said, I wonder why Master Ling calls me junior brother? You and I both received the inheritance of the 12 palaces, so of course we're senior brothers. Ling Han laughed loudly. No matter what, he had to drag Wen Yijian down and share some of his firepower. He obviously wasn't afraid of these flower blossom tier warriors now, but it would be difficult if some spiritual infant tier warriors came. Moreover, once the news spread, there might be shattering void tier elites from the middle state that crossed regions to come at all costs. Then, even if he had the Black Tower's protection, could he be a coward for life? Wen Yijian was from the East region, and came to the North region to pick up some benefits, so he obviously had to share some of the pressure. He couldn't be the scapegoat for everything, right? Master Ling really likes to joke. Wen Yijian laughed loudly, looking as if it was beneath him to argue, but in his heart, even if we're senior brothers, I'm still the senior brother. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, Junior brother when received the Scorpio Palace's inheritance, dare to make a heart oath and bet that I'm wrong? A heart oath meant swearing on the heart of martial art. If it was fake, one wouldn't be struck by lightning, but it would severely affect the martial artist's cultivation advancement, so it couldn't be done recklessly. Wen Yijian's eyes had a hint of anger, but his face was extremely calm as he said indifferently, Why should I make a heart oath senseless? Ling Han didn't say anything more. He swept his eyes over everyone and said, Junior brother one and I are both kings of martial arts, and we've both broken through to the flower blossom tier. On top of this flower blossom tier king grade puppet, he summoned the rock spirit. Come and fight. How many people's blood will splatter in the sky and leave their lives here? The corner of Wen Tianjian's mouth trembled. Why did Ling Han represent him again? Did this person have no ears at all? Didn't he hear what he said? He was even more shocked. In Scorpio Palace, he obtained enormous benefits and finally advanced into the flower blossom tier, but at the same time, he obtained a secret art that could conceal his cultivation level. He still appeared to be in the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so how could Ling Han see through him with a single glance? What kind of fucking secret art was this? No matter, take down both of them. The flower blossom tier elites all exchanged opinions. Whether it was the inheritance of the 12 palaces or the divine treasure trove, they were both of great importance. They'd rather kill wrongly than miss out. I won't play with you North Region madmen anymore. Wen Yijian suddenly leaped up. Hong, the flower blossom tier presence spread out without reservation, and a divine ray blossomed with each step, tearing through the air. Want to leave? Immediately, over a dozen attacks shot over. Even if Wen Yijian's battle prowess was impressive, he had just broken through after all, so how could he withstand so many attacks? He was forced to land. Junior brother one, let's fight side by side. Ling Han laughed loudly. Wen Yijian's nose almost crooked in anger. He could have left quietly and made a fortune in silence, but Ling Han actually exposed him. Now that he was in danger, it made him extremely gloomy. Ling Han, how did I offend you? Why do you mess with me like this? He said coldly, not even calling him Grandmaster Ling. Ling Han smiled and said seriously, Junior brother one, we're one family, so we obviously have to help each other out at this time. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Protect your sister. I could have just swaggered away. Wen Yijian gritted his teeth, but the situation before him obviously didn't go his way. Thankfully, those spiritual infant tier cultivators from before had already returned. Otherwise, if those elites had made a move, he could only wait to be captured. Now, he could stake it all and fight his way out of the encirclement. Ling Han, I will definitely settle this score with you. As he swore, he stood together with Ling Han. The two of them, together with the rock spirit, formed a triangle, their backs against each other. Ha, that's in the future, Ling Han said indifferently. Lu Yutong and the others all tactfully didn't go up. If they went up now, not only would they be of no help to Ling Han, they'd instead become a burden, which made them feel uncomfortable. Even though their growth speed was very fast, and they even fought their way into the North Region's prodigy role, they still couldn't help Ling Han out of trouble. Come, come, come. Whoever wants the secret treasure, make your move. Ling Han laughed loudly. However, you guys have to think clearly. I'm still a heaven-grade alchemist, and if you harm a single hair of mine, Be careful that the entire alchemist society doesn't get along with you. The Flower Blossom tier elite's faces twisted, feeling that Ling Han was both courageous and a bit of a scoundrel. Fighting one against many, this was naturally courageous. However, he brought out his identity as a heaven-grade alchemist to threaten them, making it hard for them to avoid having their hands and feet bound when they attacked. Wasn't this extremely scoundrel? This didn't seem like an 18-year-old youngster at all mature and slick. He was practically an old fox. Take him down, try not to hurt him. The Flower Blossom tier elites reached a consensus. A heaven-grade alchemist's weight was too heavy, and it was fine to kill him secretly, but killing Ling Han in public would definitely spread throughout the world. At that time, whoever succeeded would definitely be pushed out as a scapegoat by the sect to appease the anger of the world's alchemists. Oh, I didn't get the secret treasure, but I have to go to die. Who would do this? Thus, everyone hoped that others would accidentally kill off Ling Han, and they definitely wouldn't do it themselves. Go! Over 20 Flower Blossom tier elites attacked together. The momentum was very vast. Ling Han, Wen Yijian, and the Rock Spirit all roared loudly, brandishing their swords and pulling out their fists, all charging forward. Hunyo stomped her feet in anger, but it was a chaotic battle now. Any gust of wind was at the level of the Flower Blossom tier, and it filled the entire battlefield. No matter how fast she was, she couldn't avoid so many attack aftershocks, and if she fought head-on, she would only be injured. Her battle instincts were too terrifying, and she immediately calculated this conclusion, so she didn't rush forward impulsively. Nyo wants to become strong. Nyo wants to become strong. The little girl shouted. Hong, something inside her seemed to awaken, emitting a faint divine might that mortals couldn't feel at all, but it soared to the 9 heavens, even breaking through this world. Ling Han now had power as high as the 8th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, and added with the divine sense of the former heaven tier, he could actually use the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, but the amount was relatively small, so his actual tier was equivalent to the 3rd layer of the Flower Blossom tier. However, added with the various secret arts he grasped, his battle prowess soared to 10 stars. 7 stars. This was mainly because his power was forcefully poured in, or else if he truly advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, then even the 1st layer of the Flower Blossom tier's battle prowess could reach 10 stars. But it was enough for now, because 9 of his opponents just broke through in the mystery realm, such as Yukuan Luan by He Shun, and other veteran prodigy role figures. How many stars of battle prowess could they have after just breaking through? Besides, even older prodigy role figures like Aofeng also broke through not long ago, which was a matter of 1 or 2 years, at most 10 years, but how many layers of the Flower Blossom tier could they reach in 10 years? When he fought the Golden Blood Demonic Ape, weren't there also over 20 Flower Blossom tier warriors, and there were even those at the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, but weren't they still smashed into pieces? Chapter 506. One had to know that Ling Han had Wen Yijian and Rock Spirit by his side. Wen Yijian was very, very strong. When he was still in the spiritual pedestal tier, he easily defeated Yang Junhao, and now that he crossed into the Flower Blossom tier, he similarly displayed an invincible style. He could fight at least 10. The Rock Spirit was even more terrifying, even more kick-ass than the King of Beasts in the same tier because it was a spirit of the 5 elements and had a higher level of life. The 3 people joined hands and actually suppressed over 20 Flower Blossom tier warriors. Awesome, awesome. Once they started fighting, Wen Yijian forgot everything and danced with his sword like a madman, his sword presence terrifying. He freed up his left hand and formed a strange seal. Since you guys want the secret arts of the 12 palaces so much, then I'll let you guys experience. He blasted out with his left hand, and instantly, a pitch-black giant scorpion appeared, scissoring towards everyone with its 2 large claws. At the same time, it waved its stinger and continuously attacked. This scorpion emitted a terrifying aura, and even Ling Han felt a sense of fear. Scorpio Palace's mystical power? The 3 already had the upper hand, and with Wen Yijian's sudden display of might, everyone was instantly suppressed to the point of fleeing like rats. Yang Junhao and the others were all dumbstruck. Were they also considered this generation's geniuses? He was only 18 years old, but his battle prowess could crush a large group of veteran geniuses. With this comparison, did they still have the face to call themselves geniuses? Ling Han probably used medicinal pills to forcefully increase his cultivation level. He's definitely not in the Flower Blossom tier. Yes, that Flower Blossom tier warrior just said that Ling Han's true power is only in the second or third layer of the Flower Blossom tier. But he's truly a freak. His current battle prowess is at least 10 stars, right? Not only him, Wen Yijian is equally terrifying, not the slightest bit inferior to Ling Han. The spectators all discussed, feeling that if spiritual infant tier warriors didn't come out, there really weren't many Flower Blossom tier warriors that could suppress Ling Han and Wen Yijian. These were outstanding geniuses, strong to the point of surpassing the scope that normal people could understand. Aofeng and the other Flower Blossom tier warriors started to be defeated. They actually all brought with them the secret treasures bestowed by spiritual infant tier elites. Some were spiritual talismans and some were decrees, but they had mostly used them up in the previous Mystery Realm explorations, and only a few people occasionally had some in reserve. Forced to do so, they summoned their artifacts one after another. They did not want to bear the crime of murdering a heaven-grade alchemist, but they also did not want to bear the infamy of being defeated by 2 juniors. No matter what, they had to hand it over to these 2 people. Hong, a law decree flew out, immediately burning into ashes in the sky. Then, a square-shaped mountain appeared from the flames. It was completely pitch black, and it gave off boundless power of earth. When Yijian's figure suddenly stopped, almost falling to the ground. The power of the spiritual infant tier was too strong. Even if it was merely an attack sealed within the decree, it was still incredibly terrifying. A mere spiritual infant tier law decree. When Yijian reached out and took out a conch. Since you guys want to play, I'll play with you guys. He blew the conch. Woo! The sound of an ancient horn sounded, shaking heaven and earth. One after another, blue characters flew out from the horn, forming a strange creature. Its upper body was human, but its lower body was a fish's tail. It held a trident in its hand, and suddenly blasted towards the black mountain in the sky. Pung! The black mountain instantly exploded, and pieces of shattered rock flew out, scaring everyone out of their wits. That was a spiritual infant tier attack. And even a corner of a fragment could instantly kill a spiritual pedestal tier elite. Fortunately, under the merman's stab, the black mountain also lost its might. The flying fragments actually didn't have any destructive power, giving everyone a false alarm. This is awesome. Ling Han's eyes shone with a strange light and he said, Junior apprentice brother one, how about lending it to me to play for a few days? Wen Yijian rolled his eyes and hurriedly put away the conch. In your dreams. Ling Han laughed and said, Then junior apprentice brother one, keep up the good work and get rid of them all. Wen Yijian didn't make a sound. Only he knew that he obtained this conch by chance, but could only use it once a month. If he used it again before 30 days were up, he'd have to expend his lifespan to activate it. Once for 10 years, twice for 100 years. Although he advanced to the Flower Blossom tier, he couldn't blow it more than a few times. However, others didn't know, and seeing a spiritual infant tier law decree easily dispelled, what other method could suppress these 2 youngsters? Don't fight, they said one after another. Continuing to fight would only be asking for humiliation, and they'd quickly leave and invite a spiritual infant tier elite to suppress these 2 juniors. You can resist the law decree, but the main body wouldn't be able to do anything, right? Don't fight. Ling Han swept his eyes over everyone. You guys said fight and you guys also said don't fight. Are you guys making fun of me and junior apprentice brother one? Fuck, why did he represent himself again? Wen Yijian ridiculed inwardly, but he was also an extremely proud person. Actually being besieged by these people, he was obviously displeased, and allowed Ling Han to make things difficult for him. What does Master Ling want? Aofeng asked. Ling Han smiled coldly and said, You guys attacked me, a heaven-grade alchemist, for no reason, frightening me. You need to compensate for this. And my friends in the Mystery Realm, you guys bullied them quite a bit, right? You want to leave just like this? Lu Yutong and the others were all moved. So Ling Han knew. Aofeng and the other Flower Blossom tiers were extremely gloomy. They indeed wanted to capture Lu Yutong and the others to threaten Ling Han, but they were stopped by the formation spirit before they even made a move, and now they had to compensate. It's fine if you don't compensate, continue fighting. Ling Han said straightforwardly. Indeed, I can't keep all of you here, but 1 or 2 are fine. Whoever I don't like, and the first one to say no to me, I'll keep him here and cut off his head to serve wine. This threat was too low standard, but it was extremely realistic, making Aofeng and the others unable to say no. How do we compensate? Aofeng asked through clenched teeth. It's probably impossible to make you pompous people apologize, and it's meaningless. Who knows if you're saying sorry in your mouth but not in your heart? Ling Han thought for a moment and said, compensate with origin crystals, 1,000 per person. 1,000 people sighed in relief. 1,000 origin crystals was nothing for Flower Blossom tier warriors. 1,000 3-star origin crystals per person. Ling Han added. Who? Aofeng and the others spluttered. Why didn't you go rob 3-star origin crystals? One had to be at least in the Flower Blossom tier to refine, and normally one could only refine one piece in a month, and you actually asked for 1,000? Have you thought it through? I'll make the first person to refuse stay, Ling Han said with a chuckle. These Flower Blossom tier warriors instantly lost their temper, and they were even more anxious to return and move the spiritual infant tier elites out, not wanting to tangle with Ling Han, so they all threw out their spatial rings. Some people didn't have 1,000 3-star origin crystals, so they used precious materials and spirit herbs as a representation. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 507. Ha 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 ha. The 9th Underworld King laughed loudly. This was the 1,000 corpse sex plan of several thousand years, and the plan was finally completed in his generation because the pond of the underworld was found again. 14-eyed Corpse King was already so terrifying, so if it entered 15-eyed 16-eyed, how powerful would it be? Azure Phoenix Divine Empress transformed back into human form, and the Beast Snake King no longer tangled with the 9th Underworld King, standing side by side with the Sword King in the sky, staring at the Great Corpse King below. This time it was truly troublesome. Dealing with normal corpse soldiers, one could first capture the leader to capture the followers. As long as the corpse soldier's controller was killed, then the corpse soldier would only have instincts left, and such an existence would be too easy to kill. However, the Great Corpse King was different. It possessed its own intelligence, and although it wasn't too advanced yet, as long as it had intelligence, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Come, I'm going to summon a few old friends to attack together, the Beast Snake King said. Azure Phoenix Divine Empress nodded and said, now that the 1,000 Corpse sect has obtained the pond of the underworld again, it can allow corpse soldiers to evolve endlessly. This Corpse King is extremely likely to reach the supreme realm of 18 eyes. 18 eyes, the limit of a Corpse King. If it really reached that level, even a god descending into the mortal world wouldn't be able to do anything to such an existence, and even if it unleashed its full battle prowess, it might still be suppressed. Such a Corpse King could be called a divine corpse. Theoretically, this realm didn't allow immortal-level living beings to appear, but the problem was that Corpse Kings weren't living beings, and the great Tao of heaven and earth treated Corpse Kings like a spirit tool. Gods, of course, weren't allowed to appear in this realm, but divine tools could. For example, the Black Tower, the Heaven Transformation Bowl, and the Vial of Curses. Thus, if an 18-eyed Corpse King truly appeared, then no one in the world could rival it. It was equivalent to a divine tool level in itself, so how could it be killed? Pa! The Great Corpse King's hand tightened, and the 3,000 meters long sword ray instantly turned into endless fragments. It stared at the Sword King awe-inspiringly, and the 14 eyes on its forehead, plus the 2 eye sockets, stared in unison. That was truly chilling and extremely strange. The Sword King's fighting spirit blazed, and he similarly stared at the Great Corpse King. His treasured sword shone, and patterns intertwined. He revived this 10th tier spirit tool, wanting to sublimate it to the extreme for a battle. Ka ka ka, the Great Corpse King's body emitted the sound of bones exploding, and countless bone fragments fell. Its body was shrinking, and on its forehead, another new eye was forming. The effect of the Yellow Springs water was truly terrifying, able to accelerate the evolution of corpse soldiers. However, normal corpse soldiers definitely didn't have such a fast speed. After all, this was only acceleration, and the body itself also had to have the confidence to evolve. The Great Corpse King fused the corpses of tens of thousands of elites, yet possessed such conditions. Added with the Yellow Springs water, it allowed it to complete the evolution from 9 eyes to 15 eyes in one day, which was extremely terrifying. 15 eyes! It really reached 15 eyes. In the sky, the Sword King and the other two elites all revealed solemn expressions. The 15-eyed Corpse King was already infinitely close to the god tier, and even they reckoned that it would be difficult to face it head-on, or else they would be in danger of dying. Fortunately, the Corpse King had also used up the accumulation of several thousand years. Even if it had tons of Yellow Springs water to drink in the future, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice, and it would no longer be able to have such a terrifying evolution speed. Moreover, the 9th Underworld King had previously said that all the Yellow Springs water was to be used by this Corpse King. Obviously, it was impossible for the Yellow Springs water to be provided in a short period of time. Everyone still fighting? The 9th Underworld King said indifferently. Although his tone was still very ordinary, everyone could hear the pride in his words. He indeed had such confidence. The great Corpse King's body shrunk to less than 3 meters, only half a head taller than an ordinary person, but the 15th eye suddenly opened. Instantly, ominous chi surged, as if a death god had crawled out of the Netherworld's underground palace, wanting to bring death to this world. You're only bringing the 1,000 corpse sect towards destruction, the Beast Snake King said indifferently. Do you think that our 5 great sects don't have any hidden resources? It's only 15 eyes. And even 18 eyes aren't impossible to cut off. Then this lord will wait and see. The 9th Underworld King laughed loudly. If there's nothing else, then this lord will be leaving. My grandson is still waiting for me to accompany him for dinner. Hearing his mockery, the Sword King and the others' expressions weren't very good. 9th Underworld, remember the agreement. The third killing formation said, and without waiting for the 9th Underworld King to answer, he already turned and left. 1 step was a mile, and in a few steps he disappeared without a trace. The 9th Underworld King pursed his lips and made a strange sound. After that great Corpse King blanked out, its expression became numb, and it walked towards the 9th Underworld King like a marionette. This battle finally came to an end, ending with the 1,000 corpse sect's overwhelming victory. But was it really so? The great Corpse King suddenly paused in its steps, turning its head in a certain direction. The 9th Underworld King was also startled. What was this situation? Under his control, the Corpse King should have lost its self-awareness until he let it go again. The Sword King and the others also discovered that something was off, and looked in the direction where the great Corpse King was. In the forest, 3 coffins had appeared out of nowhere. Pung pung pung. The great Corpse King instantly changed its path and walked towards the 3 coffins. 3 lives corpse casket. The 9th Underworld King was startled for a while before revealing an expression of surprise and joy. He knew that the sect's most valuable treasure, the 3 lives corpse casket, had also appeared, but he didn't expect to witness it at this time. What's more, he didn't expect that the great Corpse King would be attracted by the 3 lives corpse casket. Among the 1,000 corpse sect's 3 great treasures, the spring water of the underworld could speed up the evolution of corpse soldiers, and the demonic noise saber was an extremely powerful weapon. Any living being killed by the demonic noise saber would be transformed into a corpse soldier. And the 3 lives corpse casket provided an endless supply of corpse chi, which was the source of power for corpse soldiers and 1,000 corpse sect disciples. If the 3 lives corpse casket was paired with the spring water of the underworld, it could speed up a corpse soldier's growth to a shocking degree. No wonder the great Corpse King was attracted. The 3 lives corpse casket was an irresistible temptation for any corpse soldier, just like how beautiful women were to perverts. Not only corpse soldiers, any person who cultivated corpse chi couldn't resist the temptation of the 3 lives corpse casket, and even he wanted to throw himself in. But now, the person who possessed the 3 lives corpse casket was obviously here to rob and take away the great Corpse King along with it. The 15-eyed Corpse King took several thousand years to form its original form, and then rapidly evolved after exhausting the spring water of the underworld, and now it was actually going to be plucked. The 9th Underworld King obviously wouldn't accept it. He rushed towards the 3 lives corpse casket. He not only wanted to take back the great Corpse King, but also wanted to take the 3 lives corpse casket back to the 1,000 corpse sect and gather the 3 treasures. Then it would be difficult for the 1,000 corpse sect not to recover the glory of the ancient times. Hey 9th Underworld King! Where are you going in such a hurry? The Beast Snake King appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Get out of the way. The ninth underworld king finally lost his composure, raising his saber and rebuking. So fierce, if you want to fight, I'll keep you company. The Sword King also raised his sword to block. There was internal strife in the Thousand Corpse sect. Very good, they needed this kind of variable. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 508. Ling Han pushed Zhu Xian'er away and said, "Your injuries haven't healed, go back and rest first." Zhu Xian'er just said something that made her so embarrassed that her whole body heated up, and was currently out of her wits. If Ling Han took the chance to push her, then after experiencing the most intimate contact, she wouldn't have to be reserved in front of Ling Han, but now she didn't even dare to open her eyes, and hurriedly broke into a run. Such an exquisite beauty threw herself into my arms, and I actually didn't go for it. Ling Han lay on the grass, and looked up at the starless sky. Is there something wrong with my brain? I actually thought of that fierce woman at this time. I wouldn't have fallen for that bitch, right? Ling Han suddenly sat up straight, his face twitching. Otherwise, in that kind of situation, what man would refuse? I don't have a fucking wife, so it doesn't matter which woman I'm with. Is it why whether it's Yutong or Sichan I've never thought of touching them? Oh no, it's already been 10,000 years, and I suddenly realize that I've fallen for that fierce woman. How could it be? That woman, aside from being a bit beautiful, a bit stronger, a bit more talented in martial art, a bit more charming, a bit more perfect, doesn't seem to have any good points. Most importantly, she's fierce. Not only did she subdue all 4 of my disciples, she actually went to my place to sweep medicinal pills from time to time, not treating herself as an outsider at all. I've really never seen such a hooligan woman. Huh? Ling Han's expression was strange. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden acted like a mistress at his place. Could it be? Could it be? I'm really an idiot. He shouted at the sky. You're indeed an idiot. Small Tower appeared, and said to him indifferently, I'm just saying it casually. A person like me with peerless intelligence is worlds apart from idiot. Ling Han immediately recovered his sloppy appearance. He didn't want others to know what was on his mind. You can't hide it from me. In the past 10,000 years, your soul was preserved by me, and your memories from those years were all seen through by me. Small Tower was still indifferent. Hey. Is it really okay for you to pry into other people's privacy like this? Ling Han wanted to beat someone up. Do you think I want to? Small Tower asked coldly. But after a pause he continued. It's very obvious that the heavenly phoenix divine maiden is interested in you, but your blockhead doesn't realize it at all. Since Small Tower already knew, Ling Han didn't pretend anymore. He sighed and said, Who asked that fierce woman to be so overbearing? If you like me, then just say it. You're not gentle at all. However, he immediately shook his head. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden was one of the 7 great elites of the heaven tier in his last life. She was a super prodigy second only to the Sword Emperor, and a beauty goddess of war. How could she possibly act like an ordinary woman, delicately trying to please a man? If she really did that, would she still be the heavenly phoenix divine maiden? I really don't understand your gentleness, Ling Han murmured. The heavenly phoenix divine maiden would occasionally run over to his place and steal things. She did not treat herself as an outsider at all. This was actually a very obvious hint. Unfortunately, he had been too arrogant at the time, wanting to advance into the shattering void tier and suppress that fierce woman. If he took a step back, perhaps the heavenly phoenix divine maiden would also put down her airs, and the two of them would already be together. Now 10,000 years had passed. Even that flashy Zhang Yufeng has become an immortal. With the heavenly phoenix divine maiden's talent, she must have also shattered the void and become an immortal. Once she becomes an immortal, not to mention having an unlimited lifespan, living for tens of thousands of years should not be a problem. Ling Han immediately clenched his fists. When I shatter the void and become an immortal, I will definitely find her. You fierce woman, if she dares to marry any man, then I'll really not let you off. The carriage swayed, and after spending 7 days, they returned to the extreme Yang city. Ling Han immediately had Lu Yutong, Li Sichan, and the others go separately to Forget Not and Alchemy King Pavilion to retrieve the origin crystals that they had earned in these few days. These were things that were truly useful. Gold and silver did not matter. Meanwhile, he himself personally made a trip to the North Pill Pavilion to look for Gongyang Tai Sunday. He had to fetch his mother and return to Rain Country to reunite with his father. As for alchemists, they were so focused on concocting alchemical pills that they had even given up on the spots to enter the 12 heaven mystery realms. Though part of the reason was that they could not win even if they wanted to, this group was indeed indifferent to martial art, so there were not many elites among them. For example, among the alchemists of the North Pill Pavilion, there was only one who had reached the spiritual infant tier, and that was Gongyang Tai Sunday. Ling Han believed that Gongyang Tai Sun would definitely revere his title as a heaven-grade alchemist more, and would not think of obtaining the inheritance of the 12 palaces from him. Of course, he would not completely trust a person that he did not know much about. In any case, with the Black Tower, he would be able to safely escape in the worst-case scenario. After arriving at the North Pill Pavilion, he appeared in front of others with his true appearance. "Greetings, Grandmaster Ling." As he walked, all the alchemists bowed respectfully to him. Ling Han too nodded slightly in response. Very soon he arrived at Gongyang Tai Sun's side courtyard. When the latter heard the news, he came out to welcome him at the first instant. "Young Master Han, I am incompetent, and did not handle the matter properly." Gongyang Tai Sun began to apologize the moment he saw Ling Han. An ominous feeling welled up in Ling Han's heart, and he asked with a frown, "What is it?" "The Winter Moon sect is not willing to release him," Gongyang Tai Sun said angrily. There was a heaven-grade alchemist's personal command, and added with the fact that he, an earth-grade mid-level alchemist, had made a trip, he actually did not manage to obtain a single person. Even he was very displeased. Ling Han rubbed his chin. Was the Winter Moon sect trying to use his mother to threaten him? The Winter Moon sect definitely could not know of the relationship between Ling Han and Yu Hongchang, but anyone would find it strange that a heaven-grade alchemist would ask for a criminal of the Winter Moon sect. More importantly, the North region was not the middle state. Here, there was actually no difference between a heaven-grade alchemist and an earth-grade mid-level alchemist. If a spiritual infant tier cultivator really did not give face, what could you do? Could you summon a deity transformation tier cultivator to suppress him? Just like in the middle state, disciples of super sects like Yao Hui Yu actually did not take alchemists seriously at all. I understand. Ling Han nodded. Come, he had to personally make a trip to the Winter Moon sect. Young Master Han, I will accompany you, Gongyang Tai Sun said worriedly. Obviously, he had already heard about the matter of Ling Han obtaining the inheritance of the 12 palaces, and was afraid that the Winter Moon sect would use force. No matter, I have my own countermeasures, Ling Han said with a smile. He left the North Pill Pavilion and returned to his residence. Meanwhile, Lu Yutong and the others also returned one after another, bringing back bad news. These two places had both been destroyed. No one knew who did it, but after closing for the night, when they opened the door the next day, they would discover corpses inside, and the stench of corpses would pervade the air. Who would still go to eat or buy medicine? The Thousand Corpse Sect. A great sect actually used such a low-level technique. It was really very tasteless. Is this considered as making me feel a little uncomfortable? Ling Han mumbled. Thankfully, these two businesses only brought Ling Han a stable income. What could really make him rich was still the auctioning of alchemical pills, so this was not enough to hurt him. Let's not care about this first. Now that I have obtained the inheritance of the 12 palaces, I'm afraid that my background will be dug out bit by bit. Thus, I have to rescue my mother as soon as possible, then bring my father and leave Rain Country. I cannot give others a handle on me. To the Winter Moon Sect. Chapter 509. Ling Han simply closed Forget Not and the Alchemist King Pavilion. Yin Hong came once during this period, and Ling Han promised to come before the end of the year to fulfill his previous promise and participate in some competition on behalf of the North Region Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Then he set off for the Winter Moon Sect. Zhu Xianair didn't return to the Half Moon Sect. Her injuries hadn't healed, and with her beauty, if others knew she was still injured, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be a daring person who would seize the opportunity to snatch her back and hide her as a mistress. Thus, she kept recuperating in the Black Tower and went to the Winter Moon Sect with Ling Han. Ling Han still hired a horse-drawn carriage, while he himself cultivated diligently every day. This trip to the Winter Moon Sect would take a month, and when he arrived, He'd probably just crossed into the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. Inside the Black Tower, everyone was cultivating diligently, especially Hu Niu, who actually started cultivating for the first time, causing Ling Han to exclaim in shock that he had seen a ghost. A month later, the carriage finally arrived at the Winter Moon sect. Ling Han naturally advanced into the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and in the cultivation of the 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art, he also advanced into the level of the spiritual ocean tier. However, the improvement of brute force was continuous, unlike the origin power tier where breaking through a level would cause a sharp increase in power. There was no barrier to brute force, but it had to be accumulated over time and months, and the most important thing was to keep up with nutrition. Only when the physical body became a god would there be a barrier. Ling Han did a bit. The 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art opened 9 divine barriers in the human body. Opening one would allow one to have the power of a true dragon, and opening all 9 would allow the physical body to become a god. Otherwise, even if one had the power of several true dragons, it would still be limited to the mortal realm, at most a mortal with great strength. Just like the spiritual pedestal tier, no matter how strong you weren't a flower blossom. Unfortunately, Ling Han's research on the 2 bone patterns reached a bottleneck, and he couldn't comprehend them in the end. It was probably because his tier wasn't high enough, and he had to cross into the flower blossom tier to comprehend them. Instead, he made great progress on the sword path because the bottleneck of 10 flashes of sword chi was broken. It was as if he returned to the time when he only had 1 flash of sword chi, cultivating 3 flashes of sword chi in a short month. 13 flashes of sword chi. This had already surpassed Yao Huiyu. However, at that time, Yao Huiyu should have broken through to 10 flashes of sword chi not long before he quickly grasped 11 flashes of sword chi. Now, he probably had at least 13 flashes of sword chi. Ling Han believed in his opponent's strength. Besides, Wen Yijian had never used his full strength. That guy's achievements in the way of the sword probably surpassed the limit of 10. He waved the carriage away, and walked alone towards the mountain gate of the Winter Moon sect. It didn't take long for him to arrive at his destination. However, he was stopped by someone. A large sect naturally wouldn't allow people to enter so casually. Ling Han actually had the identity token of Han Lin, but he didn't take it out. He had originally wanted to use this identity to secretly investigate his mother's whereabouts, but since he had now regained the identity of a heaven-grade alchemist, there was no need to go through so much trouble. He could just directly force his mother. "I'm Ling Han. Go get your sect master to come see me," said Ling Han. "Sect leader, get the hell out here." Put together, this instantly made the disciples at the mountain gate dumbfounded. Was this youngster an idiot? He actually ran to the Winter Moon sect to say such words. Was he tired of living? Ling Han had no intention of being entangled here, and directly released the presence of the spiritual pedestal tier, instantly oppressing these people until their faces paled. They hurriedly staggered into the sect and hurriedly went to ask for experts. Someone came to crash the mountain gate. Very soon experts appeared: spiritual ocean tier, spiritual pedestal tier, and of course most were ordinary disciples in the gushing spring tier. Everyone was very curious. The Winter Moon sect was one of the 4 strongest forces in the North region, and someone actually dared to cause trouble. Ling Han. Someone recognized him as a fellow from the 9 nations of the desolate north. People like Bai Yuquan, Zhong Higuang, Chu Shuai, and the others were all geniuses from the 9 nations of the desolate north. In a year, their improvement was obvious, and they all advanced into the spiritual ocean tier. If they returned to the desolate north, they would be existences like the various great clans. They, however, were even more shocked. They heard that Ling Han became a heaven-grade alchemist, which was like a dream to them and extremely inconceivable. They were definitely just 2 people with the same name. Now, this legendary figure of the desolate north appeared in front of them. An 18-year-old youngster still looked slightly immature. So its Master Ling, a spiritual pedestal tier attendant, walked out, clasped his hands at Ling Han and said, "Honored by your presence, may I ask what honorable business you have?" Ling Han glanced at him and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? What right do you have to speak to me? Small characters, step aside and let the big ones come." The spiritual pedestal tier couldn't help but be stifled, revealing an angry expression. A mere 18-year-old youngster. He was polite because he respected him as a heaven-grade alchemist, but never thought that he would be treated so coldly. The Winter Moon sect was one of the strongest sects in the North region. Alchemists were very aloof, but since they came to bully the sect, who needed to be polite? Aloof status was because the position you stood in had to be aloof as well. If you participated in worldly disputes, then what was there to be aloof about? The Winter Moon sect doesn't welcome you, please leave. The spiritual pedestal tier said in displeasure. I already said you don't have the right, why do you like to grumble? Ling Han said in displeasure. How dare you? The spiritual pedestal tier was furious and attacked Ling Han, planning to teach this youngster a lesson and let him know that this was the Winter Moon sect and not the Alchemist Society. A mere spiritual pedestal tier dares to attack a heaven-grade alchemist? Ling Han said coldly, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the spiritual pedestal tier. How could it be so fast? The spiritual pedestal tier was shocked, but before he could react, Ling Han's hand already waved in front of him, and then he didn't know anything else. Die! Hissed, there was a collective gasp all around. That was a spiritual pedestal tier attendant, but he was killed with a single strike. It was too inconceivable. Could it be that Ling Han was in the flower blossom tier? The people of the desolate north were even more shocked. How could Ling Han be so strong? They all came from the desolate north, but after a year it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The spiritual pedestal tier's corpse fell to the ground, stirring up some dust, appearing so unremarkable. Ling Han put away his fist and said indifferently, the one who can speak and make decisions still refuses to come out? Master Ling coming to my Winter Moon sect to kill people, this isn't too good, right? With a cold snort, several people shot out from the mountains, all standing proudly in the sky. I only have one sentence, hand over Yu Hongchang. Ling Han said menacingly. Ha, you killed someone from my Winter Moon sect and still want to kidnap someone. Ao Feng also appeared. Hand over the inheritance of the 12 palaces as your compensation. You really know how to tell jokes. Ling Han raised his right hand and summoned the rock spirit. Eat this whole mountain. The rock spirit wiped away cold sweat. It liked to eat stones, but they were all strange stones with super energy that could increase its own strength. And not just any stone could be swallowed. But since its master had spoken, how could it not obey? The big guy immediately moved. The first unlucky one was the mountain gate, which was smashed with a slap. Then it picked up the shattered pillars and started gnawing on them. Everyone was shocked and angry at the same time. The mountain gate represented the face of a sect. Chapter 510. Ling Han. Many flower blossom tier warriors roared. This youngster was too young, making it hard for them to feel reverence towards a heaven-grade alchemist. Ling Han cracked a smile but pretended not to hear. The massive golem was very gloomy. The stone pillar was truly unpalatable. It repeatedly turned its head towards Ling Han, hoping to get Master's permission to stop chewing on these stones. Alright, you want to see Yu Hongchang, so I'll let you see her, Ao Feng said. He was the descendant of a spiritual infant tier warrior, so his words were obviously more effective than normal flower blossom tier warriors. With a wave of his hand, someone immediately left. Ling Han frowned. Ao Feng's anger wasn't that intense, and there was even a hint of a proud smile in the depths of his eyes. Could it be that they already guessed the relationship between him and Yu Hongchang? This wasn't impossible. After all, a heaven-grade alchemist inexplicably asking for a person he'd never met before. Wasn't this worth pondering? Thinking again about their ages, and the Winter Moon sect just recruited a batch of disciples from Rain Country, could they not find out some information about Ling Han? Now they were deliberately acting just to test him? Ling Han sneered. He obviously didn't run over for a moment of conflict, but also had a trump card. Not long after, 2 spiritual pedestal tier warriors escorted a woman over. That woman was no more than 40 years old and had a melancholy expression on her face, but it didn't hide her beauty. If one looked closely, she looked somewhat similar to Ling Han. This was definitely Yu Hongchang. Ling Han didn't even need to ask. There was a connection from blood that made him certain that this was his birth mother. Master Ling, now that she's here, do you have anything to say? Ao Feng said indifferently, seeming to have everything under control. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back and said, release her. Junior sister Hongchang, don't you think this youngster looks familiar? Ao Feng said to Yu Hongchang. Ever since Yu Hongchang arrived at Ling Han, her gaze was fixated on him. There was disbelief and excitement in her expression, and even her body started trembling. She ignored Aofeng and focused on Ling Han, as though it would never be enough. Grandmaster Ling, I heard that you were born in Rain Country, one of the 9 nations of the desolate north. You came from a small town under the rule of Diyuan City, and your father's name was Ling something? Aofeng had been snubbed, but did not take it to heart, and turned to ask Ling Han. Hearing up to this point, Yu Hongchang's expression became even more agitated, but she immediately recovered her indifference and said, I don't know this youth, bring me back. Junior apprentice Sister Hongchang. You're so cold to the son you've been separated from for 18 years. Aofeng sneered. He had finally tossed out a heavy bomb. When they heard this, the people of the Winter Moon sect were all in an uproar. As it turned out, Ling Han's mother was actually a disciple of the Winter Moon sect. Furthermore, her identity was not ordinary at all. No wonder Ling Han would ask for a person for no reason. Turned out that there was a reason for this. I don't know what nonsense you are spouting. Yu Hongchang's expression was calm. Yet Ling Han revealed a smile and said, Mother, don't hide it. Today, I'm bringing you back to reunite with father. Instantly the whole mountaintop was in an uproar. Guessing was one thing, but being confirmed was another. A dignified heaven-grade alchemist actually had such a deep relationship with the Winter Moon sect. However, the relationship between the two parties was not harmonious at all. When he called her mother, Yu Hongchang's tears instantly flowed out. She resisted the urge to acknowledge her son because she didn't want to give others a handle to use against her, and allow the Winter Moon sect to use her to threaten her son. But she never thought that her son would actually acknowledge her in public. Separated from her biological son for 18 years, and now that she heard him call her mother, her emotions completely went out of control, and she cried bitterly. If not for the fact that she was being held back, she really wanted to pull Ling Han into her arms and kiss him to her heart's content. 18 years, a whole 18 years. Ha 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 ha. Aofeng laughed loudly, but it was extremely cold. He never would have thought that the little evil creature he didn't kill because he was soft-hearted back then would actually become a heaven-grade alchemist, someone that could stand on equal footing with the various sect masters. Now, it was already very difficult to kill Ling Han, especially when Ling Han still carried the inheritance of the 12 palaces, and even related to a divine treasure trove. If the Winter Moon sect directly killed him and snatched the treasure, he believed that all the forces of the North region would attack the Winter Moon sect together in the name of avenging the heaven-grade alchemist. However, there was no problem in keeping Ling Han in the Winter Moon sect. As long as Ling Han himself admitted to staying here, who could meddle in other people's business? And to make Ling Han voluntarily stay was also very simple, and that was Yu Hongchang. Using Yu Hongchang's life as a threat, he wasn't afraid that Ling Han wouldn't listen obediently. But no matter what, Aofeng couldn't feel happy. This little evil creature was a stain on his life. The woman that should have become his wife gave birth to another man's son, and as long as it was Ling Han, he would feel that he was cuckolded. Unfortunately, whether to kill Ling Han or not was already not something he could decide. This was the decision of the Winter Moon sect's higher-ups, and the will of the 9 spiritual infant-tier-old monsters was the embodiment. Master Ling, since you've recognized your kin, you can stay in the sect from now on. Additionally, I will invite your father here, and let your family reunite, Aofeng said menacingly. Would he be so kind as to let the son of his enemy be killed in front of him, and also bring the man that made him cuckolded here, hanging in front of him all day long? If it was used as a threat, one was enough, and killing the other would be enough to serve as a warning to others. Master Ling, since we're so sincere, shouldn't you also show some expression? Aofeng said with a smile. I heard that you obtained many treasures in the 12 heaven mystery realms. Take them all out and let us have a look. Ling Han also smiled, but it was similarly cold. Is there something wrong with your ears? I said, I'm here today to take someone away. If Master Ling wants to leave, please go ahead. Another flower blossom tier elite said. His name was Li Peiyuan, and the Li family also had a great elite of the spiritual infant tier. However, Junior Sister Hongchang is a member of our Winter Moon sect, so she naturally will stay in our sect. Ling Han looked at the dozen or so flower blossom tier elites in front of him and said, If I want to take her away by force? Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed loudly and Aofeng said, Master Ling, your attainments in alchemy are indeed unparalleled, but you're only in the spiritual pedestal tier. Moreover, although you have alchemical pills that can advance a tier, our sect doesn't only have flower blossom tier elites. In reality, Ling Han already used the spiritual pedestal tier Black Tower's power boost, so he couldn't possibly have flower blossom tier battle prowess now, but he obviously wouldn't say this out loud. Fighting and killing, that's something only a boorish man would do. Ling Han said disdainfully, then waved his right hand, and a skeleton immediately appeared at the mountain gate. Hong, a terrifying aura swept out and instantly, including Aofeng and the other flower blossom tier elites, they all fell limply to the ground at the same time. The remains of a divine being, just like how a spiritual infant tier law decree could suppress a spiritual pedestal tier elite. Wouldn't the remains of a divine being be even more awesome? If it weren't for the fact that the divine essence in this divine being's skeleton had been sucked clean, with the vigor of a divine being, it could completely instantly shock everyone into bloody froth. Chapter 511. Ling Han indeed didn't want to tangle with Small Saber King any longer. Small Saber King slaughtered wantonly in a mortal city, making Ling Han detest him, and put him on his must-kill list. Moreover, he had been hunted down several times by the other party. Did they think that Ling Han had no temper? Now that Small Saber King delivered himself to his doorstep, he obviously had to slaughter him. Earlier, he was only toying with Small Saber King. In fact, the instant he saw Small Saber King, Ling Han had already decided to make a move. Battle in the sky. Ling Han rose into the sky. You think I'm afraid of you? Small Saber King also moved, rising into the sky. Two possibly the strongest geniuses of the younger generation, separated by 300 meters, stood proudly in the sky, both exuding a powerful aura, incomparably confident. One was like a sword, the other like a saber. This was a battle of who was stronger between the two great geniuses, as well as a battle of sword path and saber path. Everyone's attention was focused, and even quite a few people walked out from the palace on the mountain peak, raising their heads to watch. Flying was prohibited here. Yao Huiyu appeared, Lang Yitian appeared, Dong Linger appeared, and the well-known figures of the younger generation almost all appeared. Small Saber King could be said to represent the extreme. Who dared to underestimate him here? If Ling Han could defeat him, then his position as the number one of the younger generation could practically be confirmed. Of course, there were still a few freakish freaks that hadn't appeared. For example, the Heaven's Sword sect had a genius of sword path who had been comprehending Dao in the Heaven's Sword pool all along, and the Absolute Saber sect also had Su Xiu Ran. Although his tier wasn't as high as Small Saber King's, his talent was even more freakish, and defeating Small Saber King in a battle at the same tier was as easy as turning over his hand. Moreover, the Thousand Corpse sect actually had super geniuses, but they had never appeared before. They were still in the midst of cultivation, and hadn't reached the time to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. The figures of the older generation were also watching the battle. Even they were very concerned about the outcome of this battle. Are we really not going to interfere? The Sword King has ordered, so let nature take its course. But Small Saber King is a well-known figure of the Absolute Saber sect, and if he really died here, Lord Shattering Heaven Saber would probably explode in fury. Hee, of course there's the Sword King, so what are you afraid of? Also, that brat surnamed Ling is a heaven-grade alchemist, and a heaven-grade alchemist that's not even 20 years old. If he really died here, isn't he afraid that the Alchemist Society would explode? You're thinking too much again. Has the Alchemist Society acknowledged Ling Han's identity? The older generation didn't speak anymore. They all decided not to interfere in this battle. Since both sides agreed that this would be a battle to the death, then after this battle there would definitely be one less prodigy. Ling Han unleashed the Demon Birth Sword and said with a smile, I really don't want to bully you, but thinking of your ugly face, it seems that bullying you a bit isn't bad. Wang, the Demon Birth Sword was activated, and the 4 vein-like patterns shone. As he advanced into the spiritual infant tier, and more importantly, he formed Sword Ray, causing the Demon Birth Sword's power to increase once again. However, compared to the densely packed vein-like patterns on the sword's body, the 4 vein-like patterns were really not worth mentioning. This was natural. Even if a 10th tier spirit tool could only unleash 1% of its power, it would be easy enough to kill a heaven tier elite, what more a deity transformation tier elite. So what if it's a 10th tier spirit tool? Small Saber King snorted coldly. You're still far from the shattering void tier. Moreover, it's not a spirit tool that you nurtured yourself, so it's definitely impossible for it to unleash its full power. I won't lose to you. Whether I lose or not isn't something to brag about, but something to be fought out. Ling Han laughed brightly, and extended his left hand in a crooked gesture. Come, let me teach you what's called a freak, and what's called a genius. Arrogant Small Saber King charged out, and slashed with his long saber. A saber ray over 3 meters long slashed out from the saber's body, as if it could even split heaven and earth into two. Ling Han brandished his sword to block, and similarly, a sword ray blasted out. Pung! The two rays collided, severing each other in half, and at the same time turned into endless shattered light, falling from the sky. The first move was a tie. But everyone was dumbstruck. Small Saber King was in the deity transformation tier, and he himself was a super genius able to challenge those of a higher tier. But even so, he actually only managed to tie with Ling Han's one move. How inconceivable was this? Damn it! Small Saber King clenched his teeth. Actually, his power held the advantage, but Ray's power didn't just depend on power, but was also affected by the amount of chi and the quality of the weapon unleashed. The amount of chi on both sides should be the same, both breaking through to the limit of 30 flashes. Then, Ling Han's Ray being able to tie with him was because of the treasured sword in Small Saber King's hand. A 10th tier spirit tool. Even if its battle prowess couldn't be fully unleashed, its quality was higher than a 9th tier spirit tool. This was something that was unquestionable. Small Saber King was very displeased. He obtained an ancient dynasty's treasury, but actually lost to Ling Han in a contest of treasures. But a 10th tier spirit tool. How many could there be in the whole world? Merely relying on the might of a spirit tool. Small Saber King snorted coldly, and already charged over, slashing at Ling Han. He knew that Ling Han's movement technique was fast, so he fought in close combat, not giving Ling Han the advantage of speed. Close combat? Ling Han sneered. You're seeking your own death. He also cultivated physical arts, and under the tempering of the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, his physique was even more tyrannical. Close combat was his super strong suit. In close combat, how many attacks you could deliver in a short period of time completely depended on your body strength, such as the shaking of your wrist, the brandishing of your arms, and the kicking of your legs, which had absolutely nothing to do with origin power. In long-range combat, you could endlessly eject origin power and turn it into attacks, which was completely different. Ding ding ding, the two of them fought in close combat. Saber and sword continuously collided, releasing endless brilliance. What? Small Saber King was extremely shocked. In close combat, he was actually completely suppressed by Ling Han. What kind of physique did Ling Han have? In the same time of a heartbeat, he could only deliver 10 attacks, but Ling Han could deliver as many as 100 attacks, crushing him by more than 10 streets. Small Saber King hurriedly leaped, wanting to leave. In close combat with Ling Han, he was completely using his own weakness to meet the enemy's strength. He couldn't be any more foolish. It's easy to get close, but if you want to pull apart the distance, is that up to you? Ling Han turned into lightning and chased after Small Saber King. Activating the Thunderclap 9th Heaven, his speed was ridiculously fast. Damn it, this is mine. Small Saber King revealed a crazed expression. This Thunderclap 9th Heaven should be a mystical power that belonged to him. If he learned it, then with his saber technique and speed, who could rival him in the same age level? Moreover, it was accompanied by the power of lightning. Every time they clashed, it would make his whole body tremble, and origin power would run amok in his meridians, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. You'd better go die. I'll burn it for you, Ling Han said with a sneer. No need, I'll come and take it myself. Small Saber King gave tit for tat. Ling Han's long sword struck consecutively, and was just about to kill Small Saber King in one go. But a warning sign suddenly rose up in his heart, and he abruptly reached out to grab behind him. Pa! A transparent arm appeared out of thin air, aiming straight for the back of Ling Han's head. But the fist was caught by the hand that Ling Han had just extended, and couldn't advance an inch further. That diamond puppet. Chapter 512. No, no. Feng Yan shouted loudly. He didn't want to die, and he definitely couldn't die. He had the bloodline of a divine beast, and had the chance to become a shattering void tier elite in the future. Moreover, he hadn't avenged his brother's death, nor the hatred of losing his leg, but he was actually going to die in the hands of his enemy. Unwilling, he was unwilling. Yes, it's this resentment. Ling Han said. Back then you killed and injured people without any scruples. Did you ever think that the people you bullied felt this way? So, do not do to others what you do not want them to do to you. There will always be someone who can deal with you. And you are very unfortunate to have met me. Forget about being a good person in your next life. With your actions in this life, if you still want to be a human in your next life, you'd better be a pig, and be eaten to atone for your sins. Ling Han stomped down, and Feng Yan's head instantly sank into the soil. His limbs twitched for a while and soon drooped down. Naturally, he was completely dead. Ling Han, Ling Han, Ling Han. Shi Heshuan roared at the sky, his hair standing on end. He was truly furious to the extreme. Come at me if you have the guts. This young master will fight you for 300 rounds. Ling Han challenged. How would Shi Heshuan dare to accept the challenge? Running over would only mean being suppressed by the divine remains. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, if you guys don't come over, this young master is going to leave. Moreover, you guys have to think clearly. If you want to chase after this young master, would you be throwing away your life? He walked over, and with a wave of his hand, stored the divine remains into the Black Tower. However, a ruthless divine sense charged straight into his consciousness, almost causing him to spit out blood. He could move freely under the aura of the gods, but touching the remains of the gods was another matter altogether. Ling Han forcefully held himself back, not letting anyone see any clues. If you want to chase after this young master, come at me. He glanced at Aofeng, who had already woken up. Don't you die. Your life has to be left for my father to reap. Otherwise, my father will have regrets. Aofeng only wanted to raise his middle finger at Ling Han, but now his whole body was covered in cold sweat, and he was completely exhausted. How could he raise his hand? Ling Han strode down the mountain. In the sky, there were 9 divine senses locked onto him. 8 of them were filled with killing intent, and only one of them felt a trace of friendliness. That must be the Yu clan elder, speaking of which, the stronger he was, the happier the Yu clan elder would be. After all, he was a descendant of the Yu clan, even though his surname was not Yu. However, the other 8 great warriors of the spiritual infant tier still hadn't made a move, probably because they were wary of the god's remains. Perhaps they were waiting for the moment when Ling Han was careless to suddenly launch a sneak attack and kill him. Additionally, if a heaven-grade alchemist died in the Winter Moon sect, it would be an extremely troublesome matter, so they naturally wanted to wait until they were further away before making their move. Young Master Han, Young Master Han. Yu was seen rushing over. After exiting the Mystery Realm, he had directly returned to the Winter Moon sect, so he had naturally arrived many days earlier than Ling Han. Brother Yu. Ling Han smiled. Young Master Han. Pa. Yu rushed over and grabbed Ling Han's chest, lifting him up. You bastard, you clearly know that I'm your cousin, yet you still made me. Young Master Han, call my aunt out, let my aunt be the judge. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I say cousin, do you still remember that we made a bet? You still owe me something. When did we make such a bet? Yu was at a loss. With a casual toss, Ling Han tossed an identity token to Yu. Han Lin. Yu caught the identity token and finally understood. Han Lin was Ling Han, and when they entered Duan Zhengji's lair, Ling Han had once made a bet with him on whether he could eliminate so many corpse soldiers in a limited time, and the result was obviously that he lost. So this guy had already predicted it. You're too treacherous. Yu rebuked. He finally understood why Han Lin would give him the Restore Spirit pill. He was so generous that he was practically a fool. And after all the answers were revealed, he was too embarrassed to rebuke Ling Han. There was no helping it. Who asked him to be short-handed after taking someone else's gift? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I'll come find you in the future. As for now, you should go back first. I'm afraid that those old geezers in the sky will suddenly make a move and drag you in as well. Can you stop them? Yu Kaiyu asked seriously. No problem. Ling Han was full of confidence. Yu Kaiyu nodded. He had fought alongside Ling Han in the 12 Heaven Mystery Realms, and was also full of confidence in Ling Han. Since Ling Han said there would be no problem, then there would definitely be no problem. All right, remember to come find me in the future, along with my aunt and uncle, he reminded. I know. Why are you acting like an old woman? Ling Han waved his hand to dismiss him. You're the old woman, Yu Kaiyu replied, yet turned around to leave, still waving at Ling Han as he did so. Ling Han also waved, then turned around and strode forward. His spirit was raised to the extreme. As long as he felt the slightest sign of trouble, he would immediately enter the Black Tower. He wasn't afraid of what others thought now. Anyway, the news of the divine treasure trove spread, and even shattering void tier elites might make a move if they saw him, so he really wasn't afraid. Thinking about it, didn't someone open the Sagittarius Palace earlier? But how did the key end up in the hands of the Jiang family? Obviously they were killed. Less than half a day later, he left the Winter Moon sect far away. Presumably, the 8 people following behind him would also make a move. Ling Han smiled, and with a sudden leap, he jumped into a surging river. Pew water splashed in all directions, and he did not resurface again. Instead, he directly entered into the Black Tower. Shio, 9 figures landed together in the sky. Every one of them revealed a surprised expression because they couldn't feel Ling Han's presence anymore. However, an old man revealed a hint of a happy smile amidst his surprise. That was obviously the Yu family's ancestor. How could he possibly disappear? Sure, he roared angrily. This boy should have some special method that can conceal his presence and traces. The Ao family's ancestor speculated, his gaze extremely cold because his descendant Ao Feng, who had the highest chance of advancing into the spiritual infant tier, actually had his spirit base crippled. Split up and chase. The 9 immediately split up. The Yu family's ancestor obviously had other plans. If he encountered Ling Han, not only would he not capture him, he would also think of a way to bring him away. However, they didn't know that the particles that the Black Tower turned into were following the surging river, rushing into the distance at an extremely fast speed. And this river would eventually return to the sea, which was precisely the exit of the desolate north. Ling Han didn't care so much. He entered the Black Tower and reunited with his mother. My child. When it came to Ling Han, Yu Hongchang's tears that had stopped instantly flowed out again, and she hugged Ling Han, unwilling to let go. She had already waited 18 years for this moment, and thought that she would never have the chance to see him again in this lifetime. She never thought that the heavens would treat her well, and she finally saw her son again. Ling Han was also very excited. He finally had parents in this lifetime. Chapter 513. The mother and son talked for a long time. Basically, it was Yu Hongchang who asked him how he survived all these years. Ling Han obviously only reported the good news, and when she found out that her son actually became a heaven-grade alchemist, Yu Hongchang was naturally shocked speechless. No wonder Ao Feng and the others called Ling Han Grandmaster Ling, so her son was actually so promising. After talking for a long time, Ling Han said, Mother, I'll introduce some people to you. He brought Yu Hongchang to see Lu Yutong and the others. Greetings, old mistress. Qin Yi Zhu Wujiao and Guang Yuan all half knelt in salute, while Lu Yutong and the other 2 girls sweetly called her aunt. Hunyo was a bit dazed, biting her finger. Yu Hongchang was instantly so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. These 3 girls were all very beautiful, especially the one called Zhu Xian'er, so beautiful that even she was moved. Her son was really lucky, actually finding such a beautiful wife. The 3 girls obviously tried to curry favor. This was their future mother-in-law, and even if Ling Han wasn't interested in them, as long as they could capture the mother-in-law's heart, wouldn't they be afraid of not becoming the daughters-in-law of the Ling family? Hunter, this is your daughter. When it came to Hunyo, Yu Hongchang couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. How old was her son, and he already had such a big daughter? No way, Nyo is Ling Han's wife, Hunyo said seriously with her hands on her hips. Yu Hongchang was speechless. How old was this girl? And she actually said she wanted to be her son's daughter-in-law. How many years would her son have to wait? And how many years would she have to wait before she could carry a grandson? However, this little girl was really beautiful, as if carved from jade. When she grew up, her beauty probably wouldn't lose to Zhu Xian heirs. The big one was wanted and the little one had to be kept as well. They'd all be members of the Ling family in the future. If Ling Dongxing dared to be so fickle, Yu Hongchang would definitely turn into a lion, but sons were different. The more wives she had, the better. It would be best if all of them had big butts and were good at bearing children, so that she could have a few more grandchildren. At this time, there was no room for Ling Han to interrupt. Yu Hongchang took the absolute initiative, pulling Lu Yutong and the other two girls' hands and chattering incessantly, as if they were already a family. Hu Niu, however, was not used to this kind of atmosphere, and went to eat again. She was not afraid that she would scare her future mother-in-law by eating too much. Can Yi, your path of martial art is not by my side. Ling Han called Can Yi over. If you follow me, you can only become an expert in the future, but you can't become a grandmaster. He paused for a moment before continuing. I hope that you can become a master of the Saber Dao, the Emperor of Sabers. Can Ye's breathing instantly quickened. He never thought that Ling Han actually had such high expectations of him. He didn't act pretentious, half knelt on the ground and said, Young Master Han, I definitely won't disappoint your expectations. Ling Han nodded and said, I will give you enough resources, but at most, I'll only send you to the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. You'll have to walk the following path yourself. However, the path you walk yourself is the martial art that truly belongs to you. I understand. Can Yi nodded. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, You can go to the middle state first. I'll go there next, but I won't be using Ling Han's identity. Can Yi understood that everyone now knew that Ling Han obtained the inheritance of the 12 palaces, and even had a divine treasure trove. If he still ran to the middle state carelessly, he'd be torn into pieces by shattering void tier elites at any moment. I'll still be called Han Lin. Pay attention but don't deliberately ask around, Ling Han continued. Yes. Can Yi kept nodding. Ling Han threw a few spatial rings to Can Yi. They were filled with all kinds of medicinal ingredients and ingredients from the Black Tower. Using several spatial rings to store them, one could imagine how many things there were. Can Yi wasn't polite at all. He kept his gratitude in his heart. In the future, as long as Ling Han needed, he'd be Ling Han's saber that could slash at any enemy. You go. Ling Han released Can Yi from the Black Tower. The raging river obviously couldn't do anything to a spiritual pedestal tier existence. The Black Tower drifted with the waves, and after a dozen or so days, Ling Han finally came out from the Black Tower. At this time, he was already far away from the Winter Moon Sect's territory, and they didn't find Ling Han for a dozen or so days. Those spiritual infant tier elites should have completely lost track of him. However, these people could very well ambush him at the Fallen Moon Gorge, a place one had to pass to enter the desolate north. A spiritual infant tier ambushing a spiritual pedestal tier elite was very funny. But who asked Ling Han to have a god's remains? Even spiritual infant tier elites didn't dare to approach, so they could only ambush him, not daring to let Ling Han summon the god's remains. Ling Han, however, shook his head inwardly. The two gods' remains weren't properly preserved in the first place, and their divine essence was sucked dry. That immortal level pressure was actually constantly receding, and it probably wouldn't be long before they completely turned into mortal bones. However, he didn't take it to heart. Using God's bones to suppress others didn't help his path of martial art at all. If it wasn't to save his mother this time, he actually didn't want to use it. There were too many resources in the Black Tower: king-level beast meat, high-level origin crystals, various medicinal ingredients, and spiritual liquid. Added together, Ling Han's cultivation advanced into the late stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier in a dozen or so days, not far from the flower blossom tier. Brute force finally advanced into the spiritual pedestal tier, but from then on its improvement slowed down. After all, it caught up to Ling Han's tier, and didn't advance at an explosive speed like before. Everyone's improvement was obvious. For example, Yu Hongchang was originally at the 3rd layer of the spiritual ocean tier, and in about half a month's time, she advanced to the 4th layer, which showed how many benefits she obtained in the Black Tower. In another half a month I can break through to the flower blossom tier. Ling Han mumbled. If those old bastards dare to bully me again, I'll use Black Tower's power installation again and directly kill them, making them completely give up. Advancing into the Flower Blossom tier meant that he finally took a real step in martial art, shedding his mortal identity from now on, possessing an extra 200 years of lifespan and the ability to fly with his physical body. Another day later, the magnificent scene of the fallen moon gorge appeared in front of him, like a scar cut by a heavenly saber. It could be called a miracle. He walked over with large strides. He had to make a trip to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall because he once promised Long Yongzhang and the others to observe him concoct the Restore Spirit pill. In the end, he directly had Lu Jitong send the medicinal pill to Rain Country. However, he could still concoct a lot of Earth-grade medicinal pills, so he just concoct another one. Xiao and attacked fast as lightning. Ling Han's instincts were faster than his consciousness, and he directly entered into the Black Tower. This attack was too terrifying, reaching the level of the spiritual infant tier. Not to mention that he had no time to activate the Thunder Battle Armor. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to block a spiritual infant tier's heavy attack. The difference was too great. Hong, a deep pit instantly appeared where he was, and a giant mushroom cloud soared into the sky. That was the destructive power of the spiritual infant tier, too terrifying. This was trying to take his life. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 514. Through the Black Tower, Ling Han observed, and saw a skinny old man appear. His appearance wasn't impressive, but he emitted a cold aura that made one shiver in fear. This was obviously a spiritual infant tier being, but what shocked Ling Han even more was the aura of a dead person on him. Corpse Chi. This old man was from the Thousand Corpse sect. After staying silent for so long, the Thousand Corpse sect finally moved. Not just one, another short and fat old man appeared. He looked like a merchant, his eyes narrowed, but when his eyes opened and closed, they emitted a terrifying hostility. Missed, the skinny old man from before said. That spatial spirit tool is truly extraordinary, actually able to block one of your attacks, the short and fat old man said. Indeed not simple, the skinny old man said. However, if this item could be obtained by our sect, then who would our sect need to fear? Haha, not bad. The short and fat old man also rubbed his palms and laughed loudly. But the problem was, how would they obtain this treasure? They didn't even know where Ling Han was, so how could they kill him? Nine Clouds, you've interacted with that brat. Do you have any weaknesses that can be exploited? The short and fat old man said to the side. Elder Nine Clouds' figure appeared, and he respectfully said, in reply to Elder Tianju, that brat's talent in martial art is astonishing, and his divine sense is sharp. I've tried to make a move on him several times, but always returned without success. Hung, this is the North region and spiritual infant tier is king. I don't believe I can't deal with a junior that hasn't even entered the Flower Blossom tier. Elder Tianju became ruthless, his eyes emitting a shocking cold light. Stand guard, as long as he appears, immediately take his life. The skinny old man also said. They all paused at the same time, and their gazes turned towards the entrance of the valley. They saw 8 old men walking over together. Their footsteps were obviously slow, but in a few steps they appeared in front of them. So it's the brothers of the Winter Moon sect, Elder Tianju said with clasped hands. Hung, who would call someone from your Thousand Corpse sect brother? Sure, Heshuan said coldly. Since it's our turn, why don't you get lost? Get lost. Elder Tianju sneered. Sure, Heshuan, do you know what kind of existence our sect is? Our sect master is a supreme elite of the Shattering Void tier. The 7 sect protectors are all in the Heaven tier. The 33 Law Kings are in the Deity Transformation tier. And there are as many as several hundred spiritual infant tier cultivators like us. Sure, Heshuan and the others were stunned by his words. This force was really too powerful, wasn't it? Spiritual infant tier elites actually numbered in the hundreds, and if placed in the North region, would all the spiritual infant tier elites added together amount to this number? As expected of an ancient great sect, even if it was just a revival, it had already reached such a scale. So what? The Ao family's grand elder rolled his eyes. The strongest cultivator in the North region is only in the spiritual infant tier, and spiritual infant tier cultivators crossing the region wall would have their cultivation and even their life force severed. The ancestral land of the Thousand Corpse sect should be in the middle state, right? You should ask a deity transformation tier elite to come and help me. Our sect will unify the vast lands sooner or later, and if you don't want to become corpse soldiers, you can only look up to our sect. Elder Tianju said proudly. It's just a region wall, do you think the elites of our sect can't break it? Shi Hushuan and the others were all shocked. That's right, where did the region wall come from? At most it was the handiwork of a Shattering Void tier elite, so how could it stop a Shattering Void tier elite? Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. The skinny old man and Elder Tianju shouted at the same time. Bullshit. The Ao family's grand elder snorted angrily. Evil never triumphs over good. If your sect master dares to act rashly, the Middle States Heaven Sword sect and Cloud Phoenix sect will restrain him. Cut the crap, either piss off or die. The expressions of the other 7 spiritual infant tier cultivators were cold as well. They were not really acting in such a righteous manner, but rather that the item on Ling Han was too valuable, and they had no choice but to fight over it. If it was only an inconspicuous, insignificant character, would they have fallen out with the Thousand Corpse sect? The Thousand Corpse sect was indeed a place everyone wanted to beat up, but the two people now weren't rats but big tigers. Fighting them might cause them serious injuries, so who would be willing to rashly start a battle? Elder Tianju and the skinny old man both snorted coldly and howled. The ear-piercing sound lingered in the ears, and 4 coffins slid over from afar. Instantly a terrifying corpse chi pervaded the air, which could be sensed from far away. These two people wanted to ambush Ling Han, so they obviously couldn't bring corpse soldiers, that would be too obvious. Pung 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 pung, 4 corpse soldiers leaped out of the coffins. Their faces were obviously terrifying, but there was actually a faint layer of gold on their bodies, giving them an additional feeling of sacredness, making others click their tongues in wonder. A Tier 1 golden armored corpse was equivalent to a spiritual infant tier existence. There was indeed a reason why the Thousand Corpse sect was feared. Corpse soldiers didn't fear death, ignored pain, and had shockingly high defenses. And the higher the tier of the Thousand Corpse sect's disciples, the more corpse soldiers they could bring. There were obviously only 2 spiritual infant tier cultivators, yet they had the battle prowess of 6 spiritual infant tier cultivators. What about now? Elder Tianju said proudly. Shi Hushuan and the others all frowned. 8 against 6, they still had the upper hand, but the problem was even if they could win, they might have to pay a huge price. Everyone's target is that brat, so why not wait for him to appear and then kill him together? At that time everyone can fight over the treasures together, Shi Hushuan said. It's a deal. The 2 great spiritual infant tier cultivators of the Thousand Corpse sect actually weren't willing to start a battle either. After all, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Once the 2 sides had come to an agreement, they withdrew their hostility and waited silently for Ling Han's appearance. Inside the Black Tower, Ling Han sighed. In the previous attack, the particles that the Black Tower had turned into also moved with the wind and floated very far away. Otherwise, if he threw out the god's remains now, he would definitely be able to suppress these 10 spiritual infant tier warriors to the ground. However, would the aura of immortals be effective on corpse soldiers? Ling Han didn't know. The corpse soldiers were already dead, and were equivalent to puppets. It was unheard of that these things could be suppressed by aura. What to do? Endure until they lost patience and left on their own? Ling Han immediately shook his head. These people might go find Ling Dongxing. He decided to break through to the Flower Blossom tier as soon as possible, and then use the power boost from the Black Tower to beat these bastards up. He was extremely resolute, immediately putting aside all thoughts and focusing on cultivation. He was already in the middle stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, so after only 10 days of cultivation, he reached the peak stage of the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. In his dantian, the spiritual ocean was vast, and the 2 spiritual pedestal rose from the spiritual ocean, extremely tall and majestic. It's best to use a few more months to perfect the tier and break through when there's no more room for improvement, but now there isn't that much time to immediately start breaking through to the Flower Blossom tier, Ling Han said. Hong long long, the bones in his body emitted a crisp sound, like the chanting of the great Tao. Lu Yutong and the others all sat cross-legged nearby, which was greatly beneficial to them. Chapter 5:15. In the world of martial artists, it was very difficult to imagine the existence of an army. Martial artists, after all, were used to fighting alone and fighting alone. Even if there was an occasional group battle, it was a very small scale with only a few people joining hands. No matter how many people there were, they would instead be unable to unleash the battle prowess they should have, because they didn't know how to cooperate at all, and there was no one to command them. When Ling Han and the others received the transfer order, they all felt a bit strange. The students, actually became soldiers, and were going to set off with the army to conquer the Purple Moon Empire. Even the 5 great sects are mobilized. Ling Han was surprised. He was still too young to be able to make the 5 great sects attach such importance to him. But thinking about it, it was normal. Power of the nation was a good thing, and could greatly increase a martial artist's strength. The Rain Emperor back then was a clear proof. The key was whether the power of the nation was strong or not wasn't decided by martial artists, but by the number of citizens in this country. The more citizens there were, the stronger the power of the nation that could be gathered. If the Purple Moon Empire really conquered half of the country, then with the support of the power of the nation, to what extent could Shattering Void Tier martial artists be powerful? Could they reach the level of the 18-eyed Corpse King? Moreover, Deity Transformation Tier and Heaven Tier forces were all defeated by the Purple Moon Empire, so they could only dispatch the power of the Shattering Void Tier. And how many Shattering Void Tier elites were there in this world? Aside from Feng Peyun and a few others, weren't they all in the 5 great sects? But would Feng Peyun and the others listen to the 5 great sects transfer? Of course not. Then tell me, if the 5 great sects didn't personally go to war, who else could they send? The disciples of the Restore Heaven Academy were also conscripted. The reason was to let them gain experience in actual combat, and this actually obtained the approval of the majority. The geniuses of the younger generation spent too much time on cultivation, and actually participated in actual combat very few times. Thus many people were eager to try and were extremely excited. Ling Han contacted the Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing, and decided to participate in the battle passively. In battle, they only sought to protect themselves, and definitely wouldn't hurt anyone. It's best to meet with Ma Duobao. Since he said long ago that he wanted to split open the skies, and directly pointed out that the immortal realm was the source of 10,000 years of turmoil, he must have a greater understanding of the matter of splitting open the skies, definitely more than Zi Shuexian. However, he's now the emperor, so it probably wouldn't be easy to meet him. I'll find a chance to. Ling Han had complete confidence. He had the Black Tower, and even if he faced a Shattering Void Tier elite, he would have the ability to protect himself, allowing him to dare to enter deep into the Purple Moon Empire. With only 2 days of preparation time, all the students set out on their way. After rendezvousing with the armies of the 5 great sects, they set out towards the Purple Moon Empire. In the end, this army was also divided into 3 parts, which faced the 3 main armies of the Purple Moon Empire respectively. Finally, they converged in the capital city, and completely annihilated this fake empire. The students of the Restore Heaven Academy did not split into 3 parts. They followed the main army of the western route, and naturally attacked the Purple Moon Empire from the west. The leader of this army was obviously a Shattering Void Tier elite, but it wasn't a famous figure like Azure Phoenix Divine Empress or the Sword King, but rather an ordinary-looking old man. However, a Shattering Void Tier elite was a Shattering Void Tier elite after all. Just by standing there, his aura was like a mountain, and there was endless divine light twining around him. No one could approach within 30 meters of him, or else he would definitely explode from the shock of that aura. Unless he deliberately suppressed it, even Heaven Tier elites couldn't approach him, or else it would be courting death. Ling Han, on the other hand, was shocked. The 5 great sects indeed had deep foundations, and it seemed like Shattering Void Tier elites could be casually thrown out. However, this was also related to martial arts being silent for 10,000 years, and ushering in a great explosion. Now was a super flourishing age, and the silence of 10,000 years was completely unleashed, so it wasn't strange for experts to be as common as clouds. The main army of the western route was called an army, but actually only had around 10,000 people. 1/3 of them were the disciples of the 5 great sects, and 2/3 were the vassal forces of the 5 great sects, plus close to 2,000 students of the Restore Heaven Academy. However, although the number of people was small, the entire strength of this army was shockingly powerful. The lowest tier was at the Spiritual Pedestal tier, and the majority were at the Flower Blossom tier. There were also quite a few spiritual infant tier elites, and heaven tier elites were counted in the hundreds. At present, there was only one Shattering Void tier elite, but it was believed that one was enough. No one believed that the Purple Moon Empire could have more than a handful of Shattering Void tier elites. Perhaps there was only one. Purple Moon Empire, Thousand Corpse Sect, Azura Demon Emperor, the Third Killing Formation, Sigh, they've all come together. Ling Han mumbled to himself. If the giant silver spider in the desolate north was added, it would be even more chaotic. Who knew what was buried there? But a mere vial of curses made Ling Han realize how terrifying that place was. The 5 great sects might not be able to withstand it. Ling Han had seen that giant silver spider's attack, and that kind of power was really too strong. Compared to the Sword King, Azure Phoenix Divine Empress, and the others, Ling Han still thought that the giant silver spider was stronger. Perhaps only that great corpse king could compare to it in the instant it broke into the 18 eyes. Thinking about it now, it was truly terrifying. Such an existence could actually exist in this world, and shouldn't it be expelled from this realm? After a dozen or so days, they arrived at Mianyang City. The army didn't continue advancing, but instead stopped here. Because a large army from Purple Moon Empire would arrive in a few days, and here the first battle would begin. At this time, the city was peaceful. Not many people knew that war was imminent, and every day was still filled with songs and dances to celebrate peace. In a sense, the 5 great sects were doing quite well. The overall environment of the whole continent was still quite peaceful, and the lives of ordinary people had reached a point where they had enough to eat and wear. It was rare to see people selling their children, but it was usually because they had committed a great crime and implicated their family, or because they were addicted to gambling or lost money doing business. Basically, there was no wave of refugees caused by natural or man-made disasters. However, once the war started, there would definitely be many people who would become destitute and homeless. Ling Han sighed, but immediately steeled his resolve. This kind of peace and tranquility was fake. It was just the 5 great sects raising livestock. Which chicken breeder would mistreat chickens, giving them food and water, and even driving away eagles and weasels when they came. However, this was definitely not because they cherished the chickens but for the sake of future slaughter. Now the whole lower realm was like a gigantic livestock pen, waiting for the day it would be slaughtered. Taking advantage of the fact that the war hadn't started yet, Ling Han and the others wandered in the city. Perhaps in a few days, this city would be engulfed by the flames of war and cease to exist. The overall strength of their army was too strong, and any one of them could flatten this city. The only difference was the amount of time they spent. As they walked, Ling Han suddenly stopped and said, "Come out, don't hide your head and show your tail." Such sharp senses. A slender figure walked out from the darkness. This was a very handsome man, and although he was already middle-aged, it didn't hide his charm. Many young girls would probably bow down to his mature temperament. I am Hu Jianyi, the sect master of Wind Moon Sect. Chapter 5:16. On the spiritual pedestal of the heavenly spirit sea, 5 colored celestial flowers also bloomed, swaying lightly even though there was no wind, emitting an aura that transcended mortals. Ling Han opened his eyes. He finally returned to the flower blossom tier. This was an important juncture, and from a certain perspective, this represented his first step back to the peak. Young Master Han. Everyone was startled and came to greet him. "Honor, did you suffer?" Yu Hongchang pulled on Ling Han's arm and looked him up and down. Previously, seeing Ling Han's pained expression, she couldn't come up and ask, so she kept thinking about it. "No, everything is going smoothly now," Ling Han said with a smile. "Congratulations, young Master Han." Zhu Wujiao and Guang Yuan fell behind. They obviously didn't dare to compete with these female soldiers. They were also very emotional. How long had it been? And an 18-year-old youngster had shockingly become a super elite of the flower blossom tier. In the desolate north, he was an absolutely invincible existence. Ling Han nodded and said, "Wait for me to deal with some trash first, and we'll drink together tonight." After saying that, he stepped out of the black tower. Brat! Elder Tianju and the dark-skinned old man charged over at the same time, and behind them were 4 corpse soldiers, emitting a faint golden luster. However, the 8 spiritual infant tier warriors of the Winter Moon sect chose to sit on the sidelines. Obviously, they were wary of the immortal corpse in Ling Han's hands. Without Ling Han using it, they definitely wouldn't dare to go up. That would be courting death. What a pity, he originally wanted to trick more people. When Elder Tianchu and Elder Tianchu rushed over, Ling Han casually waved his hand, and a set of immortals' remains was summoned by him. Presumably, this old man had been dead for who knew how many years, so he wouldn't mind being tormented like this again. Brother, I'll definitely give you a grand funeral in the future, Ling Han said inwardly. Pa, the two elders of the Thousand Corpse sect immediately fell to the ground. Under the suppression of the immortal aura, they had no power to resist, but the 4 corpse soldiers weren't affected at all. They had no consciousness in the first place, so how could they be suppressed by the immortal aura? For golden armored corpses, that was a spiritual infant tier existence, so how terrifying was it? Ling Han didn't use the power boost from the Black Tower at the first moment, but instead activated the Thunder Battle Armor. Instantly, a flash of lightning spread out, forming a barrier of lightning around his body. He too immediately retreated. He wasn't arrogant enough to fight the 4 spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers head-on. Streams of memories resurfaced in his mind, and Ling Han's feet naturally moved. Demon Fairy Steps. This was a heaven-grade movement technique, and only those who had advanced into the Flower Blossom tier could use it. It did not belong to mortals. In his last life he specialized in the Demon Fairy Step, and even when he was in the Heaven tier he still used it. A sense of familiarity that he hadn't felt for a long time welled up in his heart, and Ling Han couldn't help but feel a surge of heroism. Under the bombardment of 4 great spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers, how agile was a high-level heaven-grade movement technique. The level of the North region's martial art was low. Even the strongest forces like the Winter Moon sect and the Beast Emperor sect only had cultivation techniques that were only at Earth-grade medium level. It was the same for their martial arts techniques, which were at most Earth-grade high level. Could this be compared to a heaven-grade martial arts technique? The greatest characteristic of corpse soldiers was their endurance, unafraid of death and pain, but in battle, they only relied on their instincts from when they were alive. If they could still use the same martial arts techniques as when they were alive, then it would be too unreasonable. How could such an attack possibly do anything to Ling Han, who used the Demon Fairy Steps? Could this be the inheritance that Brat obtained in the 12 palaces? Truly shocking, able to easily move around under the siege of 4 corpse soldiers, and only occasionally being swept by the overflowing power. But that battle armor on his body is enough to block it. Why does this battle armor look like the Thunder Battle Armor? It can't be, right? Isn't the Thunder Battle Armor unrecoverable? Moreover, it's not in the hands of a disciple of our sect, and it's called something Han. Han Lin. Hiss. The 8 spiritual infant tier elites of the Winter Moon sect all gasped at the same time. Didn't Han Lin read it backwards to be Ling Han? Fuck, they were all deceived by Ling Han, having a secret treasure stolen from the Winter Moon sect by this brat. The might of this Thunder Battle Armor on Ling Han's body could even easily block the aftermath of a spiritual infant tier's power. So how valuable was it? We must snatch it back. The 8 people all said, their eyes burning. Under the attacks of 4 corpse soldiers, that brat is unknowingly distancing himself from that terrifying corpse. Great, we just have to wait until he's a bit further away, and then we'll seize the opportunity to make our move. Alright, this time we'll definitely kill him in one blow. The 8 people were all observing, waiting for a chance. Ling Han seemed to be fighting excitedly, completely forgetting that there were still 8 spiritual infant tier elites lying in ambush for him. However, this was also within reason. Now that he was being attacked by 4 spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers, how could he have the leisure to look around? He kept retreating, getting further and further away from that god's corpse. Now, Ao family's grand elder and the others all shot out. Ling Han was now out of the range of the god's corpse's influence, so it was the best time to make a move. Show, 5 people in front and 3 behind, all charging over. I've been waiting for you guys. Ling Han sneered. He had the divine sense of a heaven-tier warrior, so how could he possibly ignore these 8 old things? This was precisely the tactic he'd devised. He originally intended to stay away from that god's corpse, which was why he could lure the 8 old guys out. Hearing this, the hearts of Ao family's grand elder and the others trembled at the same time, and a bad feeling welled up within them. Without reason, this was their instinctive reaction, and being able to reach the spiritual infant tier, they trusted instinctive reactions the most. Thus, they immediately stopped and turned around to retreat. Too late. Ling Han raised his right hand, and another god's corpse was thrown out. Wang, a terrifying aura swept over. The 5 spiritual infant tier elites charging at the front immediately fell to the ground, while the other 3 stumbled, but still escaped from the area affected by the divine aura. After all, they were far away, so they weren't affected too much. Ling Han called it a pity inwardly, but Ao family's grand elder and Shihushuan were both among the 5 that fell, which made him very satisfied. These were the people he had to kill. His feet moved, and the demon birth sword was already unleashed, charging towards Shihushuan. You dare! In the distance, the 3 spiritual infant tier elites stomped their feet anxiously. The Winter Moon sect only had a total of 9 spiritual infant tier elites, and if 5 of them died here, then their strength would drop by half, almost falling out of the 4 strongest forces. Why wouldn't I dare? Ling Han said coldly. With a slash, Shihushuan's head was sliced off, and instantly blood gushed out wildly. A mighty spiritual infant tier elite, the strongest existence in the North region, actually died in such a useless manner. He didn't have time to use any secret techniques, and laid on the ground like a dead dog waiting to be slaughtered. What difference was there between him and a nameless soldier? On Shihushuan's head, his eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 517. Ling Han didn't stop. Behind him were the 4 golden elite corpses' pursuit, and if he allowed them to attack, the thunder battle armor probably couldn't protect him. After all, they were in the spiritual infant tier, so how could they be underestimated? Ao family's ancestor revealed a horrified expression. He didn't want to die, and definitely didn't want to die at the hands of a nobody. Ling Han sneered and said, I'm a heaven-grade alchemist, and it's not enough for you to be cocky if I kill you with my own hands. With a slash, Ao family's ancestor was instantly beheaded, dead. He leaped repeatedly, harvesting all 5 spiritual infant tier elites of the Winter Moon sect, and finally killing the 2 from the Thousand Corpse sect. Under the suppression of the god's corpse, these people didn't even have the strength to beg for mercy, and could only await death, dying extremely sullen. Spiritual infant tier elites were supposed to be invincible in the North region. Even if they couldn't win, they could retreat calmly, and it was difficult for spiritual infant tier elites to kill spiritual infant tier elites. But now they were like wheat that had been easily harvested. With Elder Tianju and Elder Tianju dead, the 4 golden elite corpses immediately lost control. They no longer focused on Ling Han, but were filled with killing intent towards any living being, thirsting to devour flesh and blood. This was corpse soldier's instinct. Ling Han sighed. With the god's corpse, he could easily control the scene, but it was ineffective against these 4 already dead corpse soldiers. He originally didn't have to use Black Tower's power boost, but with only flower blossom tier cultivation, how could he stop these 4 corpse soldiers from wreaking havoc? Spiritual infant tier corpse soldiers had extremely tough physiques, and could only be killed by the combined attacks of many spiritual infant tier elites of the same level. Letting them enter the desolate north would definitely cause great suffering. This karma can't be borne by me, Ling Han said lightly. Small Tower. Hong's small tower immediately activated the Black Tower, instilling boundless power into him, causing his cultivation to soar. First layer of the spiritual infant tier poo, the remaining 3 spiritual infant tier old monsters of the Winter Moon sect's eyes almost popped out. They thought that Ling Han's flower blossom tier cultivation was a state after taking pills, and he himself was only in the spiritual pedestal tier. But now that Ling Han's cultivation had suddenly soared into the spiritual infant tier, they finally knew that Ling Han had actually already advanced into the flower blossom tier. This young man is too scary. Ling Han didn't have the time to pay attention to the 3 of them for now. The 4 corpse soldiers were the ones he had to kill. They were too big of a threat. As the demon birth sword moved, Ling Han used the mysterious 3000. Instantly, 1004 swords flashed, and within Ling Han's dantian, the 10 martial art divine flowers rippled slightly, drawing upon the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase the power of the swords. Hong, the power of the sword technique instantly increased by 100-fold. This was too terrifying. Pooh! 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 The sword light swept past, and a golden armored corpse was directly cut into pieces. A 10th grade spirit weapon, the mysterious 3000, and the addition of 10 celestial flowers resulted in such an astonishing result. Even Metal Elite Zombie was almost instantly killed. The three old monsters of the Winter Moon sect looked at each other, and could all see the incomparable fear on each other's faces. Without another word, they immediately broke into a run and fled. This young man was too strong, so strong that they couldn't muster up the courage to fight. It was better to return to the sect. With the protection of the Great Mountain Protecting Formation, that was at the level of the deity transformation tier. After another 100 or so years, the number of spiritual infant tier warriors would still recover, because the Winter Moon sect had such a foundation. Ling Han didn't pursue them. He only wanted to kill the Ao family's ancestor and Shi Hushuan. Once these two were eliminated, he didn't care whether the others were killed or not. After recovering for a while, he blasted out another mysterious 3000 and killed another corpse soldier. If it were a martial artist with two companions killed, they would run no matter what, but corpse soldiers didn't fear death. They only had the instinct to devour flesh and blood. Since Ling Han was a living creature, not to mention that he was only at the spiritual infant flower blossom tier, even if he was at the shattering void tier, he would still charge forward. In a dozen or so minutes, the 4 Metal Elite corpses were all killed by Ling Han. After Ling Han caught his breath, he stored the 2 immortal level corpses into the Black Tower. Using it once, the might of the immortal level decreased a bit, and next time it was uncertain whether he could still suppress a spiritual infant tier warrior. He summoned everyone from the Black Tower, and they walked towards the fallen moon gorge together. Yu Hongchang couldn't help but be excited. Back then, she and Ling Dongxing were caught up by Ao Feng when they came here, causing her to be separated from her husband and son. In a flash, 18 years had passed. Lu Yutong and Li Xichan hurriedly supported her from left and right, as if treating her as an ordinary old lady in her 70s or 80s, causing Ling Han to shake his head repeatedly. Ling Han cleaned up the battlefield and stored the spatial rings of the 7 great spiritual infant tier warriors into the Black Tower. Most of them were origin crystals, and there were even a few 4-star ones. There were also some cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, but Ling Han wasn't even qualified to open them. At most, they were trash of Earth grade medium level. They entered the fallen moon gorge and arrived at the Hall of Stars. Knowing that a heaven grade alchemist had arrived, all the alchemists came out to receive him on their knees. Even Long Yongzhang and the others were no exception, prostrating on the ground with extreme sincerity. Ling Han helped the 3 old men up one by one and said with a smile, "I've already concocted the Restore Spirit pill. Later, I'll concoct a cauldron of other Earth-grade medium-level medicinal pills. You guys come and observe." "Thank you, Grandmaster Ling." The 3 old men were extremely touched. Originally, Ling Han had advanced into a heaven-grade alchemist, so there was no need for him to care about their feelings, but Ling Han still did so, which made their hearts warm and extremely touched. Ling Han only stayed in the Hall of Stars for a day. After he finished concocting the pill, he set off for Rain Country. He was anxious to reunite with his parents, and more importantly, he wanted to know Ling Dongxing's current situation. In order to hasten his journey, he stored everyone back into the Black Tower, and then used the Demon Fairy Steps to advance towards Dayuan City. Flower Blossom tier warriors could fly physically, so he wouldn't be trapped by any terrain. He only needed to walk in a straight line, and when he encountered high mountains, he would leap over them. When he encountered vast oceans and lakes, he would leap over them. He didn't take the slightest detour. Only 3 days later, he arrived at Dayuan City. Summoning the people in the Black Tower again, Ling Han first went to see the Dayuan King. "Grandmaster Ling." When he saw Ling Han, the Dayuan King hurriedly clasped his hands in greeting. This was a black-grade high-level alchemist, and his status was even higher than his. How could he know that Ling Han was not only a heaven-grade alchemist, but also far surpassed him in terms of martial art, advancing into the Flower Blossom tier? Ling Han naturally wouldn't use his status to suppress him. In reality, the status of a black-grade high-level alchemist was already high enough. If he really said that he was a heaven-grade alchemist, an ultimate warrior of the Flower Blossom tier, the Dayuan King would probably be so shocked that he'd fall to the ground. He laughed loudly and said, "Dayuan King, we haven't seen each other for over a year. How are you? But with Grandmaster's blessing, everything is good, the Dayuan king said with a smile. That was true. The new Rain Emperor was extremely concerned about the Ling family, and even the status of the Dayuan king's house had risen. Ling Han nodded and asked, "Where's my father?" A few days ago, there were a lot of outsiders who came to inquire about Elder Ling's whereabouts. Thus, I acted on my own initiative and moved Elder Ling and the members of the Ling family to a new place, the Dayuan king answered. Very good. Ling Han patted his shoulder and spread his hands on the table. Instantly, a great many bottles of alchemical pills appeared. Dayuan king, I'm in a hurry to see my father. Take these things, I'll be leaving first. Reading on a cell phone was more refreshing. Chapter 518. The Dayuan king naturally expressed his thanks and hurriedly told Ling Han where the Ling family was staying. In his opinion, Ling Han was a black-grade high-level alchemist, so the medicinal pills he gave would definitely not be simple. But when Ling Han left and he picked up the medicinal pills to check, he was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. Oh my god! It was earth-grade at every turn, and every bottle clearly stated the effects and taboos for consumption, causing the Dayuan king to tremble all over. He had hope of stepping into the spiritual pedestal tier. He definitely could. He couldn't help but feel rueful. Taking care of the Ling family was just a small effort to him, but now he had gained such a bountiful harvest in exchange. Grandmaster Ling, a good man. Yet Grandmaster Ling didn't care at all. Earth-grade medicinal pills were too common for him, and he could concoct them easily. After he returned the favor, he immediately went to find his mother and the others, and brought them out of Dayuan City. They headed west and arrived at a remote town. Ling Dongxing and the others all lived here. The closer they got, the more nervous Yu Hongchang became. She kept touching her face and hair, worrying if she had aged and if Ling Dongxing would recognize her at first glance. Her emotions were excited and complicated. After entering the town, they arrived at a large courtyard. The door was closed. Ling Han went up and knocked on the door. After a while, a voice came from inside saying, "Who are you looking for?" "I am Ling Han." Instantly, there was a pu sound from inside. Obviously, that person had fallen over. Then the door opened and a middle-aged man appeared. He called out in pleasant surprise to Ling Han, "Young Master Han, you're back." This was a servant of the Ling family. Previously, the Chung family had almost wiped out the Ling family, but he managed to escape. After that, he still worked for the Ling family, loyal and devoted. Ling Han revealed a smile and said, "I'm back. Where's father?" "Master is entertaining a guest in the living room," the servant said. "What guest?" Ling Han asked casually. "A matchmaker who wants to arrange a marriage for master," the servant said. Yu Hongchang was originally nervous in her heart, but when she heard these words she exploded. She rushed forward and said, "Oh, your master wants to take a concubine?" That servant did not recognize Yu Hongchang, but since she had come together with Ling Han, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He said, "Master has already lost his wife many years ago. As servants, we also hope that master can remarry and have someone to accompany him." "All right, I'll take it." Yu Hongchang's face turned cold, and she strode through the garden towards the living room. The servant tried to stop him. "You're a guest, you can't be so reckless, can you?" Ling Han quickly held him down and said with a smile, "Uncle Fu, you have to pray for your own good fortune." "Young Master Han, what do you mean?" The servant Uncle Fu didn't understand. "That's my mother," Ling Han said with a smile. Uncle Fu was startled at first, and thought strangely young Master Han's mother. Wasn't that Master's wife? But didn't Master's wife die long ago? Could it be that she didn't die? He was shocked. He actually agreed to Master remarrying in front of Master's wife. Wouldn't it be terrible if Master's wife bore a grudge against him in the future? Ling Han laughed loudly, patted his shoulder and said, it's fine, don't worry." "Young Master Han, you can't play tricks on people like this." "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Uncle Fu said with a bitter face. It would be strange if he didn't bear a grudge. Yu Hongchang was obviously not such a person, and Ling Han was only joking with Uncle Fu. Where else could he find such a loyal servant? He, Lu Yutong, and the others did not go in. After a while, a middle-aged woman of about 40 years old ran out. There was a palm print on her face, and judging from the size, it was definitely Yu Hongchang who had done it. This matchmaker probably didn't hold back with her words and angered Yu Hongchang, but she only gave her a slap and didn't break her head, which showed Yu Hongchang's character. There was a faint sound of crying in the hall. Ling Han thought for a while and said, "Let's find a place to stay first. My father and mother probably won't have time to pay attention to us today." "Why?" Hu Niu asked with her head tilted. Ling Han smiled maliciously and said, "They're busy being intimate." Lu Yutong and the other two girls blushed, while Hu Niu wrapped her arms around Ling Han's neck and said coquettishly, "Ling Han, you're also being intimate with Niu." Ling Han instantly retreated in defeat. Indeed, it was only until noon on the second day that Ling Dongxing finally had the time to summon Ling Han. Yu Hongchang, on the other hand, was snuggling up to him, and there was not the slightest bit of the roaring lion from yesterday. When father and son saw each other, they naturally hugged each other tightly and shed some heroic tears. The family talked for a while, and the topic naturally turned to martial art. According to Yu Hongchang's idea, there was no need to seek revenge, and the family lived happily together from now on, which was better than anything else. However, Ling Han and Ling Dongxing were both quick to repay kindness and enmity, so they couldn't possibly let go of the grudge with Ao Feng. Ling Han deliberately crippled Ao Feng's spirit base, leaving it for Ling Dongxing to kill with his own hands. "Father, your spirit base is repaired now, right?" Ling Han asked. "Repaired?" Ling Dongxing was in high spirits. Not only had his spirit base been repaired, he had also reached the threshold of breaking through to Gushing Spring Tier, and his breakthrough would be in the near future. "That's right, the alchemist you invited is still staying here." Oh, Lu Jitong actually still lived here. No wonder he wasn't seen in the North Pill Pavilion. Ling Han nodded and said, "Ao Feng's spirit base was crippled by me, and Ao family's old ancestor was also killed by me. Father, as long as you advance into the Flower Blossom tier, you can personally take revenge." Ling Dongxing was shocked. That was the Grand Elder of the Ao clan, a being in the spiritual infant tier, and he had actually been killed by his son. But how could Ling Han possibly lie to him? He could not help but laugh loudly. His son was really too outstanding, causing him to be incomparably delighted. Ling Han and Ling Dongxing discussed their next plans. The news that Ling Han obtained the location of the divine treasury would soon spread throughout the world, and there would definitely be countless people who wanted to murder him for wealth. And Ling Dongxing and the others would become his weakness. There would definitely be many forces who wanted to capture them to threaten Ling Han. Thus, they planned to move and live incognito for a while. Ling Han also planned to use this time to increase his father's strength and accumulate his cultivation. From the spiritual pedestal tier to the flower blossom tier, he advanced too hastily, and needed to stabilize his foundation to avoid any major problems in the future. Yu Hongchang naturally had no objections. She only wanted her family to reunite, and her request was extremely simple. Move. Ling Han drew everyone into the Black Tower. In this way, they would not be able to find any trace of them. Leaving a letter for the Dayuan Queen, Ling Han stepped on the air and left Rain Country. After a slight hesitation, he chose to head for Fire Country. After traversing the mountains and crossing the Great River, Ling Han appeared in a small town at the border of the Fire Country. This place intersected with the territory of the Wind Country, and this Baoyang town belonged to the ungoverned area. It was extremely poor, and was a place outside of the law. No one would find it strange that some new faces suddenly appeared here. Everyone tended to their own business and wouldn't meddle in other people's business. Ling Han bought a large courtyard and let everyone out. This courtyard was really big, and it even came with a large vegetable garden. If they raised some poultry, they could almost be self-sufficient. Chapter 519. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "Big brother, I'll take you to a place first." "Oh, where?" Feng Peyun said with a smile. "Big brother, don't resist the pull of my divine sense," Ling Han said. He was going to take Feng Peyun into the Black Tower. Splitting open the skies and the matters of the divine realm's 5 sects were of great importance, and could be heard even if the sky was separated. After Feng Peyun was slightly startled, he nodded and allowed Ling Han's divine sense to envelop him. Xiao, the two appeared inside the Black Tower. "Huh." Feng Peyun revealed a look of surprise. Being able to make him a shattering void tier elite surprised, it could be seen how shocking such a thing was. He looked around and said, "What is this place?" "A spatial spirit tool of mine, but what's different is that this spatial spirit tool is not only terrifyingly large, but can also accommodate living things," Ling Han said with a smile. "That's truly a treasure," Feng Puyun said with a nod. Even he hadn't heard of such a treasure. However, he didn't reveal a greedy expression. After all, reaching his height, he already had absolute confidence. For him, this treasure could only make his life a bit more convenient. Of course, this was also because he didn't know the Black Tower's true use. Ling Han said, "Big brother, I also have some important things to tell you. It's of great importance, and only here can guarantee absolute safety." Feng Puyun was surprised. Although he and Ling Han hadn't known each other for a long time, he understood Ling Han's personality very well, knowing that Ling Han definitely wouldn't speak without thinking and deliberately exaggerate. He nodded and said, "In that ancient mine in the desolate north, I encountered that giant silver spider and fought a battle. I wasn't its match." Ling Han had long since guessed that the giant spider should be in existence on the level of an 18-eyed corpse king, but when he truly heard Feng Puyun's confirmation, he still felt intense shock and said, "Is that giant spider really that powerful?" "Extremely powerful," Feng Puyun said solemnly. "It should have reached the pinnacle of the shattering void tier, and whether its physical body or origin power, it couldn't advance any further." "Still hasn't crossed into the god tier?" Ling Han asked. "No," Feng Puyun said with absolute certainty. "Otherwise, it would definitely be expelled from this realm. It's a true living being, and this realm can't accommodate shattering void tier living beings." "Then did Big Brother still sneak into the depths of the ancient mine?" Ling Han asked. Feng Puyun's expression became even more solemn and he said, "When I fought with that giant spider, I deliberately sneaked underground. In the depths of the underground, I discovered a massive mausoleum, and buried there were at least 100 elites not inferior to me." Ling Han was shocked at first, but immediately discovered something amiss and said, "When people die, their Tao disappears. Even if they were existences on the same level as Big Brother when they were alive, after death, ashes to ashes and dust to dust. No matter how powerful their remains were, they couldn't possibly compare to Big Brother." Feng Puyun nodded and said, "The strange part is here. Although these people died, I felt death chi soar into the skies, as if they didn't die, but transformed into some kind of netherworld creature, and every one of them wouldn't be weaker than me. According to my observations, this should be an ancient great sect, at least 100,000 years old." This was the deduction of a shattering void tier elite. Ling Han obviously wouldn't doubt it, and he was even more surprised. Netherworld creature dead spirit corpse soldiers? But that definitely couldn't be corpse soldiers, or else Feng Puyun would directly say corpse soldiers. Standing at his level, how could he not know the existence of the 1,000 corpse sect and corpse soldiers? Obviously there was a difference between the two, which was why Feng Puyun said netherworld creatures and not corpse soldiers. Ling Han had a headache. Over 100 shattering void tier elites. This vast land was becoming more and more lively. "Second brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" Feng Puyun asked. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, "It's about the reason why Big Brother can't break through the void and enter the realm of immortals." Feng Puyun was instantly moved. Ling Han began to talk about the scheme of the 5 sects of the realm of immortals and finally said, "If the elites of our realm ascend to the realm of immortals, there should be a specific place at the intersection of the two realms. The 5 sects of the realm of immortals have laid down a killing array, and entering there would naturally mean certain death. Even the 5 great sects won't directly ascend, but instead enter the realm of immortals through a special passage every 10,000 years." He had learned all this from Zi Shuexian's message. Feng Puyun finally came to a realization. No wonder every time he wanted to break through the void, he would always feel as if a great calamity was about to befall him. So that was why. He couldn't help but smirk coldly and said, "The 5 great sects are really good, deceiving the world generation after generation." Ling Han suddenly realized a problem and said, "For the vast lands, 10,000 years go from decline to prosperity, but if it's the 5 great sects, they should have the means to maintain their prosperity all the time. Then, generation after generation, Where did the shattering void tier elites that appeared go? They couldn't ascend, and that special passage would only open once every 10,000 years, sending a large number of elites and geniuses of the vast lands up together. Could it be that these shattering void tier elites were willing to decay in this realm? Just thinking about it was an impossible thing. Feng Peyun revealed a serious expression and said, I've heard before that there's an extremely mystical substance that can seal living beings, as if they're in hibernation, locking the loss of blood and qi, and there won't be the slightest change for 10,000 years. The two of them walked towards each other. Could it be that the 5 great sex elites were all sealed like this, and left to come out together after 10,000 years? They could first help suppress powerful enemies, and then enter the divine realm together. Then after 10,000 years, how many shattering void tier elites would appear in the 5 great sects? Even if one appeared every 500 years, then 20 would appear in 10,000 years, and the 5 great sects would have 100. Too terrifying. 100 shattering void tier elites. After seeing Nalan Tianhuang's army, Ling Han thought that Ma Duobao would have a great chance of victory, but now that he thought about it, if the 5 great sects all awaken the shattering void tier elites from 10,000 years ago, then their strength would be indescribably powerful. However, this kind of substance should be very precious, right? Is there so much? Ling Han tried his best to think optimistically. Feng Peyun, however, shook his head and said, since the 5 great sects came from the divine realm, they obviously can also obtain replenishment from the divine realm. This kind of substance is rare here, but in the divine realm it might be very common. Ling Han thought for a moment and slowly nodded. If it wasn't so, why would the people of the 5 great sects be willing to descend to the lower realm? Wasn't that equivalent to suicide? However, being able to seal themselves was different. It was equivalent to sleeping for a long time, and waking up to return to the divine realm. Only splitting open the skies, the two of them said. However, splitting open the skies was easier said than done. Putting aside the difficulty of splitting open the skies itself, it had to be done before the 5 great sects of the divine realm launched a large-scale invasion. Otherwise, if a god made a move, even a single attack could cause unpredictable results. Moreover, the 5 great sects foundation could be powerful to the point of making people despair. To establish a unified nation, one obviously had to pass through them first. Let's go find Ma Duobao first. The two of them reached a consensus. Chapter 520. On the 4th day, Hunyo was waiting there. After being glared at by Ling Han, the little girl put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly, pulling Ling Han with her to barbecue. She didn't have a good habit of doing things. A while ago, she said she was going to work hard on cultivation, but a few days later she became lazy again. What was unconvincing was that her cultivation actually improved so quickly. A few days ago, she broke through to the flower blossom tier without a sound, and her battle prowess was immeasurably strong. These days he rested peacefully, forgetting all pressure, and only enjoying the love of his parents and the tenderness of his beauties. Meanwhile, Ling Han made astonishing progress in martial art. The sword qi he grasped astonishingly reached 19 flashes, ushering in a period of great explosion, but 20 flashes was another barrier, and he would probably be stuck for a while. Additionally, he finally grasped 2 bone patterns. One was obtained from the old vicious mongoose, and the other from an unknown beast king. The old vicious mongoose's bone pattern was a kind of support-type martial arts technique, and even Ling Han didn't know if it could be called a martial arts technique. It was only a kind of spirit pattern, but when attached to sword qi, it could greatly increase the sword qi's destructive power. It itself had no offensive ability, and could only be classified as support type. This was very practical, and Ling Han even felt that its effects surpassed that of the other bone pattern. That was a martial arts technique that could shoot out cold ice blades. But Ling Han now grasped the mystical power of annihilating Dragon Star Arrow, so his long-range attack was actually quite powerful. But thinking about it, annihilating Dragon Star Arrow needed a certain amount of time to accumulate power before it could be shot out, and it was a true super long-range attack, while this cold ice blade was a medium short-range attack, so it could actually form a supplement. Anyway, having more skills was never a burden, and every skill might have its own use. Next, he was going to the middle state, so the mysterious 3000 definitely couldn't be used carelessly. Otherwise, if he provoked the old monster of the Heaven's Sword sect, it wouldn't be a joke. Thus he flipped through the skills again and found a sword technique. Desolate Hell Sword. This was something that Ling Han had obtained from an ancient site. It was said that this sword art was inherited from a strange force known as the Ancient Monks. This sword art was divided into 8 moves. Fairy people, fairy demons, and fairy the common people. The first 7 moves were compassionate, leaving one a chance of survival and focusing on defense. Only the last move was incomparably ferocious, as if it was possessed by the devil. Of course, this was a heaven-ranked martial technique. It was also the only sword-type heaven-ranked martial technique that Ling Han had grasped. Thus, although this sword technique was somewhat strange, Ling Han still decided to practice it. When cultivating a heaven-ranked martial technique, one needed to grasp its will. Only then could one comprehend the will of martial art and bring out the full might of the martial technique. Thus, if he wanted to completely grasp the Desolation Hell Sword, then Ling Han had to have a heart that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind when he executed the first 7 moves of the Desolation Hell, whereas when he executed the last move, he transformed into an Azura Devil King from hell and destroyed everything. As he practiced the sword, he also experienced the mental state of the ancestor who created this sword technique, and his understanding of the sword Tao deepened a lot. However, practicing someone else's technique, no matter how strong it is, it's still someone else's technique. Everyone has their own path. Even if it's the same path of a ruler or the path of emotionlessness, it can't be completely the same. Thus, if one wants to be the strongest, one must create their own martial technique. For example, the Rain Emperor created the Son of Heaven fist technique. It may not be the strongest fist technique, but it's the fist technique that best suits the Rain Emperor. As his cultivation level increases, the power of the fist technique will also increase, and in the end it will reach great accomplishment. Only the heights that the Rain Emperor will be able to reach in the future is unknown. Since I'm specialized in the sword in this life, then I'll create a sword technique, a sword Tao that belongs to me, and improve as my cultivation level increases. I've had this idea before, but I've never put it into practice. Now that I've advanced into the Flower Blossom tier, it's time to put it on the agenda. As Ling Han cultivated the Desolation Hell Sword, he deduced the sword Tao and carried on accumulating knowledge. One day, he would accumulate enough knowledge to unleash it, and with a moment of enlightenment, he might have inspiration. Not only him, but the cultivation of Lu Yutong and the others, after experiencing a period of stagnation, began to soar again. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as before, it was still faster than most people. Ling Han naturally took care of Ling Dongxing the most. Only 3 months passed, and Ling Dongxing advanced into the spiritual ocean tier. This speed was frighteningly fast. Blindly pursuing cultivation level wasn't good. It was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow, hurting a martial artist's foundation and affecting their future potential. However, Ling Han had no choice. After all, his father wasn't young anymore, and if he didn't quickly reach the 9th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier and save enough time to charge into the Flower Blossom tier, then Ling Dongxing might only have a mere 100 years of lifespan. In this life he finally had parents, and Ling Han was confident that he would definitely become a god, so he obviously didn't want to spend a short few decades with his parents. Thus, he had to at least let his parents advance into the Flower Blossom tier, so that after he became a god, he would have time to find divine medicine and refine it into a divine pill, allowing his parents to become gods in one step. His relationship with Zhu Xian'er and the other 2 girls also became more and more harmonious. Although they didn't have too intimate contact, their feelings deepened day by day. Zhu Xian'er, on the other hand, didn't dare to let Ling Han hug her anymore because of the broken bones incident. Even if she glanced at Ling Han's lower body, she would blush extremely beautiful. This night, after Ling Han finished cultivating, he also went to bed to rest, and soon emitted thin and long breathing sounds. Even if he advanced into the Flower Blossom tier and left the mortal world, sleep was still the fastest and best way to recover spirit power. Thus, even if he didn't sleep for half a month, he would still be full of energy, but he would still sleep on time every night. However, tonight was a bit unpeaceful. Ling Han suddenly opened his eyes. He discovered that the window moved, and 2 sword-wielding people entered. The moonlight was clear, reflecting a cold light on the swords. Thieves, Ling Han sneered inwardly. They actually stole from him. Were they seeking death? He was just about to make a move but was startled. With his eyesight he could see things clearly even in the dark, so he naturally saw the appearance of these 2 people, And he actually knew these two thieves. He deliberately snorted and sat up on the bed. Shwa shwa, two swords were immediately pressed against his neck, and a female voice was heard. Don't move, or else I'll take your life. Sister, don't scare him. What if this guy is timid and screams instead? Another female voice was heard. This scene was really familiar. You shut up. The elder sister reprimanded. The younger sister snorted, still unconvinced. What she said was very reasonable. Ling Han smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm very bold, I won't scream. The two sisters were startled. They certainly saw bold people, but bold to such an extent was really rare. You're too calm. Don't you know there are two swords pressed against your neck? Hong! At this moment, a loud sound was heard from outside, and a mighty voice rang out. People in the town, get out! Chapter 521. Ling Han sighed and said, Tell me, who did you assassinate this time? You actually failed again, provoking others to come after you instead. How do you know we are assassins? The younger sister asked curiously. Even now you still haven't recognized my voice. Ling Han was speechless. How could this pair of sisters be called assassins? The younger sister hurriedly lit the oil lamp and waved it in front of Ling Han. She could not help but exclaim, pointing at Ling Han, and said, It's you. Why are you here? This pair of assassin sisters were naturally Lu Feng and Lu Ru. Previously they had failed to assassinate Suku Xian, and had left with Yun Shuang. Now that he thought about it, they were indeed from Fire Country, but it was too much of a coincidence that they would meet in such a large country. Ling Han smiled and said, Let's not worry about why I'm here for now. How are you going to settle your matters? We'll have to trouble Major Han to hide us sisters again, Lu Feng said with a smile. This young man was so calm and collected that he did not seem like a teenager at all, giving her a strange sense of security. Che, you don't even know who you've offended. Running to such a remote and desolate place to seek refuge, and you still want to protect us? Lu Ru was still the same, feeling uncomfortable if she did not say a few words. Ling Han pursed his lips and said, Then I'm really sorry. Please leave as you came. Petty, I was just saying, is there a need to take it so seriously? Lu Ru pouted. Honestly, who did you guys offend this time? Ling Han sighed. Lu Ru was instantly full of herself and said, The person we assassinated this time was an important official of Fire Country, Na Jian. What kind of strange name is that? Ling Han hurriedly interrupted. Na Jian, a stinky man, actually chose such a sissy name. Lu Ru seemed to have found a confidant, and her face was full of agreement. That's right, I said that this person's name is not good. Lu Feng helplessly replied. The name doesn't matter. What's important is that Na Jian has suddenly appeared in the recent half a year, and has become the Fire Emperor's most valued person. He has bewitched the Fire Emperor into mining an incomparably evil mine. Every time he returns from mining, the workers would suddenly die the next day. But the Fire Emperor did not stop at all, and continued to gather manpower from all over the kingdom to dig up that mine. Whoever dares to disobey will be killed. Now everyone is in a state of panic and all of them hate that Na Jian to the core. Lu Ru continued. Our Falling Flower Palace has received orders from countless people from all over the kingdom to kill that Na Jian, and rid the empire of a scourge. Tisk, as an assassin you've also developed feelings, Ling Han said with a smile. Don't look down on us. There are 3 kinds of people we don't kill, Lu Ru said proudly. We don't kill children, we don't kill the elderly, and we don't kill those who do good. Ling Han smiled and nodded, saying, What happened after that? You went to assassinate Na Jian, but failed, and were pursued by him for 10,000 kilometers. Lu Ru pouted and said, Can't you think of us a little more grandiose? That we managed to shake off our pursuers after the assassination succeeded? What do you mean by he? Lu Ru placed her hands on her hips, looking very displeased. Hong! A loud sound rang out from outside. It should be the sound of a house collapsing. The voice from before rang out again. When the Imperial Guards are handling matters, they can act first and report later. Anyone who has not arrived at the east gate of the town in 15 minutes' time will be killed without mercy. Ling Han nodded and said, Na Jian is indeed very favored. When he was assassinated, the imperial guards were actually dispatched to pursue the culprit. Hung. But there were 7 high-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators chasing after us. Thankfully, we were quick-witted and escaped quickly, Lu Ru'er said proudly. Young Master Han. Zhu Wuzhou's voice rang out from outside the door. Ling Han thought for a moment then said, "Send those people away. You can teach them a suitable lesson, but there is no need to kill them." Yes. Zhu Wuzhou received his orders and left. He was now in the 3rd layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, and had also refined the heavenly luck stone. His battle prowess had soared to 11 battle stars, and he was definitely one of the strongest in Fire Country. Yet Ling Han sighed. With such a ruckus, the Ling family would have to move again. This pair of sisters really kept creating trouble for him. Hey, that little follower of yours could also deal with those imperial guards outside? Those are all high-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators. Lu Ru'er called out in disbelief. Don't be impatient. Ling Han pressed his hands together and casually asked, "Is Yun Shuang well?" "Very well. She is now a famous entertainer in the imperial city, and everyone would be proud to hear Lady Shuang personally play a song. Who knows how many people want to marry her?" Lu Ru'er said, looking at Ling Han with a slightly mischievous expression, imagining Ling Han's disappointed expression. How could Ling Han possibly care about Yun Shuang? He merely thought of this pair of sisters and asked in passing. After a while, Zhu Wuzhou returned and said at the door, "Young Master Han, the matter has been resolved. Do you have any other instructions?" Ling Han nodded and said, "Go and rest." Yes. Zhu Wuzhou finally left. Lu Ru'er and Lu Ru'er's faces were filled with shock. After a while, Lu Ru'er finally said, Hey, is that subordinate of yours boasting?" Ling Han shrugged and said, "Can you still hear the barking of dogs?" Lu Ru'er was startled at first, and then realized that Ling Han had called those imperial guards dogs. She could not help but giggle, but immediately covered her mouth with her hand and said, "I really can't hear them." Lu Ru'er's face was also filled with shock, and she said, "Young Master Han, those are all high-level spiritual ocean tier cultivators." Ling Han laughed and said, "The trouble has been resolved, so you two can leave now and never see each other again. Nothing good will come out of meeting you two. Pay we're not jinxes." Lu Ru'er's face was filled with displeasure, but she immediately said, "Since your subordinates are so powerful, why don't you lend them to us for a few days and help us kill that Na Jiyan?" Ling Han snorted and said, "You have the nerve to say such things? To be an assassin like you, how embarrassing. Che, this time we're getting rid of a scourge for the people." Lu Ru'er grabbed hold of Ling Han and said, "Forget it, since you're now in Fire Country, and coincidentally bumped into us. This is the arrangement of the heavens, and we need you to help us." Ling Han did not comment, but he could not deny that this matter was really too coincidental. Lu Ru'er and her sister could not have gone anywhere else, and just had to come to the place where he was living in seclusion. He rubbed his chin. If the Fire Emperor continued to act willfully, then no matter where the Ling family moved to, they would still be conscripted by the imperial family to dig for that whatever mine, unless they left Fire Country. However, what kind of mine could cause the Fire Emperor to go crazy to the point of destroying the foundations of his own country? Ling Han asked, "Do you know what kind of mine it is?" "I don't know. I only know that strange ores can be dug out from there every day, and they are all sent to the imperial family." Lu Ru'er shook her head. Ling Han's curiosity was piqued. Chapter 522. For a person like Ling Han, once his curiosity was aroused, he would not be able to restrain himself. He was indeed very curious. Regardless of whether those who entered the mine had cultivated or not, or how high their cultivation level was, as long as they entered, they would definitely die the next day, unless they never came out. What kind of power was that? And what was the use of the ores dug out from the mine that the Fire Emperor would treasure them so much that he would not hesitate to force his people to dig them out for him? He decided to go to the Imperial City. With his current cultivation level of Flower Blossom tier and battle prowess as high as 13 stars, who in the whole of Rain Country could threaten him? Knowing that Ling Han was going to the Imperial City, Lu Feng'er and her sister were naturally overjoyed. But when Ling Han did not bring along the powerful subordinate from yesterday, and only Hu Niu, they were dumbfounded. What are you two going to do? Sightseeing? Young Master Han, should we bring along your subordinate? Lu Feng'er suggested. That's right, that's right. That's the imperial city. There is no lack of powerful warriors of spiritual pedestal tier. And the imperial family has powerful warriors of flower blossom tier who can teach you a lesson. Lu Ru'er said directly. Hung Nyo can fight 10, Hu Nyo said, unconvinced. Lu Ru'er and her sister knew that Hu Nyo was a bit of a monster, but they definitely did not think that this little girl could compare to them, let alone fight against spiritual pedestal tier and flower blossom tier elites. They were trying to persuade Ling Han to bring Zhu Wujiu along. I said there's no need, Ling Han said with a smile, snapped his fingers and said, let's go. Lu Feng'er and her sister had no choice but to set off. They believed that after Ling Han met with a rebuff, he would still come back and bring Zhu Wujiu along. At most it would just be another trip. The four of them set off towards the imperial city. For Ling Han, this was only a small journey, so he did not bring Lu Yutong and the others. He believed that things would be settled in a few days. After a few days they arrived at the imperial city. Ling Han also found out more about the current popular man of the imperial court, Na Zhiyan. This was an extremely mysterious man. He had suddenly appeared half a year ago, and then became the most popular man in front of the Fire Emperor, and was in charge of the excavation of the mine. At first no one took it to heart, but as soon as they started digging they discovered a problem. It turned out that the miners would suddenly die the next day after coming out. After flipping through the historical records, he discovered that this mine had actually had a problem a long time ago, so it had long been sealed. However, because of Na Zhiyan's suggestion, it had been reopened. No one knew what was produced in the mine, only that it was blood-red stones that were continuously sent to the palace. Although a large number of miners would die every few days, causing the officials to protest, the Fire Emperor was stubborn and refused to seal the mines. Instead, he recruited people from all over the country to enter the mines. First it was death row prisoners, then ordinary prisoners. Now, people were sent to the mines after they were caught. If they didn't go in, they would be executed immediately. The people around the imperial capital were in a state of panic, living under terror. This Na Zhiyan, just who is he, and what is his goal? Ling Han could not help but be curious, but he decided to first go to the mines. Let's go. I'll bring you to see your old lover first. Lu Ru'er grabbed onto Ling Han, wanting to bring him to see Yun Shuang. Yun Shuang was born in the Cherishing Flower Pavilion, so she had walked the same path in Fire Country. She had bought a quiet and elegant courtyard in the imperial capital, and would entertain some nobles every day. She would charge a hefty entrance fee, but they could forget about getting intimate with her. She only sold her skills, not her body. However, her status continued to climb, and countless people were willing to pay a hefty price to hear her sing a song. It was just like the old saying, the unobtainable is the best. Now there were quite a number of young masters who wanted to marry this seductive beauty. They fought openly and secretly, all of them being generous. One day they would give her a house, the next she would give her jewelry. Yun Shuang's current wealth was definitely shocking. The four of them arrived at Yun Shuang's courtyard. It was built next to a lake, and the environment was very beautiful. Although Na Zhiyan had caused great panic in Fire Country, to the higher-ups, their peaceful lives had not been disrupted. They continued to indulge in debauchery as they pleased. As a matter of fact, there was already a long queue at the entrance of the courtyard. The Little Frost Cloud courtyard did not accept reservations. If you wanted to hear Yun Shuang sing, you would have to come early to line up. However, Lady Shuang had the habit of sleeping late, and would only open the door in the afternoon to welcome guests, which completely whetted everyone's appetite. Ling Han nodded. If he had handed over Forget Not and Alchemy King Pavilion to Yun Shuang to manage, perhaps their business would have been several times better. What are you guys doing? Line up, do you understand? Seeing Ling Han and the others walk straight towards the entrance, everyone was displeased. Lu Feng'er and her sister ignored them, and when they arrived at the entrance, they took out a black plaque and waved it. The old servant at the entrance immediately let them in, and Ling Han naturally held Hu Nyo's hand and followed them in. This caused a great many people to be displeased, and they were even more suspicious. A young man had entered Lady Shuang's courtyard. A man and a woman all by themselves, what good things could he do? What a beast, even bringing such a young girl. Young Master Han. Not long after Ling Han walked into the courtyard, he saw Yun Shuang hurriedly walk out. She only had a thin layer of clothing draped over her, and her hair was disheveled. Obviously, she was indeed sleeping. When she knew that Ling Han had arrived, she immediately ran out. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Long time no see." Yun Shuang hurriedly nodded. Her beautiful eyes filled with tears of excitement. To her, Ling Han was her savior, and he had helped her selflessly without asking for anything in return, unlike the others who had set their eyes on her beauty. "Let's go." Hunyao shook Ling Han's hand. She was very jealous. Ling Han nodded and said to Yun Shuang, "You're doing well now, take care of yourself in the future." Yun Shuang could not help but be disappointed and said, "Young Master Han won't stay a little longer? I have something to do." Ling Han smiled. He then turned to Lu Feng and Lu Ru and said, "I have my own plans regarding Na Jian. You two obediently go and do what you need to do. Otherwise, if you're being hunted down again, I won't make a move." "Che, you make it sound like you're very powerful." Lu Ru stuck out her tongue. Ling Han naturally would not lower himself to her level, and left with Hunyao. He would explore the mines and then go look for Na Jian. If he needed to be killed, then he would kill, and if he needed to be crippled, then he would cripple. He did not want to waste any more time here. The two of them, one big and one small, walked out, only to see that the people outside immediately glared at them, their expressions extremely unfriendly. "Halt!" A young man jumped out. He was about 23 or 24 years old, and was in the 7th layer of Gushing Spring tier. In the desolate north he was considered a genius. Ling Han sighed. Why did people have to seek trouble? "What is your relationship with Lady Shuang?" The young man asked, his face filled with jealousy. Ling Han was the first man to enter Lady Shuang's side courtyard alone. Although he had only entered for a short while, and it was impossible for anything to have happened, the men outside were still burning with jealousy. "None of your business," Ling Han said in exasperation. "Get lost, don't seek trouble for yourself." "How arrogant." The young man smirked coldly, and drew out the long sword at his waist. With a slight shake, a cold light flashed and he said, "You dare to be rude to a descendant of the Bo clan, kill without mercy." He brazenly drew his sword, and actually used the pretense of righteousness to vent his personal hatred. His sword attacked directly at Ling Han's vitals, obviously intending to take Ling Han's life. Chapter 523. The power of the nation was a double-edged sword. If you governed a country to the point where the people were at peace and prosperity, then the support of the people would result in the power of the nation being a positive energy that could allow your strength to skyrocket. But if you were a tyrant and incited the anger of the people, then the power of the nation would be a negative energy. Not only would it not have any additional effects, it would even decrease. That was why the 5 great sects did not use the power of the nation even though they clearly knew that it was beneficial. That was because when the time came to refine the realm pill, the people would naturally turn their backs on them. This would result in terrifying consequences that would directly affect the quality of the realm pill. "My tanned brother, are you willing to lend me a hand now?" Ma Duobao asked with a smile, somewhat expectant. People who jumped out of the river of fate were too rare, and there were even 2 of them. It seemed as if there was some kind of arrangement in the unseen world. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "I'd better return to the Restore Heaven Academy and strive to have more people break away from the control of the 5 great sections. When the time is right, I'll bring them along to the Purple Moon Empire." "Good." Ma Duobao clapped his hands and laughed loudly, appearing to be very happy. "Then I'll bestow you the title of 9th King." "Don't." Ling Han hurriedly waved his hand. "I'm not interested, and I don't want to worship a big fatty like you. It's better to be a free and unfettered person." The Lunar King smiled tenderly, looked at Ling Han and said, "This king likes this kind of person. You're not allowed to like Nyo's Ling Han." Hunyao was petty and immediately hugged Ling Han, glaring at the Lunar King. "Everyone, for everyone's future, please lend me a hand," Ma Duobao said seriously. Feng Peyun and Ling Han both nodded, while Yi Shuang yawned, appearing to be disinterested and uninterested. Your Majesty, with the 5 great sects' 10,000 years of accumulation, the shattering void tier elites will be counted in the hundreds. Do you have any countermeasures? Ling Han asked. Ma Duobao appeared to be brimming with confidence and said, each of my 8 kings can fight 1 against 10, and I'm not afraid of this. The only 2 things to worry about is when the divine realm will make a move, and the second is those people in the desolate north who cultivate the netherworld's mystic arts. The 1,000 Corpse sect can't be underestimated either, Ling Han said. No matter, without 10,000 years of accumulation, the 1,000 Corpse sect can only be said to be ordinary. Ma Duobao didn't care at all. Come, drink. Everyone drank, no longer talking about splitting open the skies. Ling Han asked Small Tower in his heart. My fate has been changed, did you do something to it? There's no need for me to do anything. You're the fusion of 2 souls, so your destiny has naturally changed, Small Tower said calmly. Moreover, this realm's regulations of heaven and earth are not complete at all. Changing them is as easy as lifting a finger, so there's no need to be surprised. It would be strange if he wasn't surprised. Do you still have many secrets that you haven't told me? Ling Han suddenly asked. Small Tower was silent for a moment and said, when you need to know, I'll naturally tell you. Fuck, this tool spirit was indeed hiding something. Ling Han couldn't do anything about it. Though he was the master of the Black Tower, he still had to obtain the support of Small Tower. Otherwise, he could only stare at it helplessly. This god tool obviously hadn't completely acknowledged him. Strictly speaking, he was only borrowing it now. You're using a tool to bully its master, treason and heresy. Hee. Small Tower gave him face and laughed, but did not pay any more attention to him. Ling Han and Ma Duobao conversed for a very long time. He told the latter all the things that he had learned from Zishuesian, and Ma Duobao was not stingy in sharing with him some crucial information regarding splitting open the skies and the use of power of the nation. Afterwards, the Lunar King also led her troops into battle, speeding up the expansion of the Purple Moon Empire. In the distant history of this empire, there had been a total of 8 powerful kings, and only 4 had been found. The other 4 were buried in some unknown corner underground. Because too much time had passed, just like how Ling Han could not find the Boundless Mountain, it was not an easy thing for Ma Duobao to find his 8 kings. What was even more different was that the 8 kings had been buried for more than 10,000 years. The terrain had changed, and even if the original burial site was found, the people might not be found. Maybe because of an earthquake, they were buried several tens or hundreds of miles underground. Ling Han set out together with the Lunar King, and when he reached the border of the Purple Moon Empire, he turned back and headed towards the Restore Heaven Academy. Yi Shuang fought with Feng Peyun, and Ling Han took the opportunity to slip away. However, this demoness probably wouldn't give up. The 3 kings of the Purple Moon Empire had an irresistible force all the way, and had already conquered almost 1/10 of the Middle States territory. In terms of territory alone, they were fully deserving of being the #1 force. However, in the world of martial arts, whether one was strong or not wasn't determined by territory, but by the number and quality of elites. The 5 great sects' resistance was also getting stronger and stronger, and heavenly astral kings and the others' pace of advancement was already greatly affected. Now, a city and a pond required a lot of time and a price to be taken down, and there was still uncertainty. Maybe the moment 1 foot left, the city wall would change to a different king's flag. In such an atmosphere, Ling Han returned to the Restore Heaven Academy. When they saw Ling Han, everyone pointed at him and whispered. This was a fierce person who killed Small Saber King. However, many people's gazes weren't reverence, but rather gloating. When Ling Han arrived at Li Big Mouth, he knew why. Su Xiaoran came into being. He hadn't arrived at the Restore Heaven Academy yet, but had come here to gain experience and challenge various famous figures. There was no lack of deity transformation tier elites, but they were all beheaded by him with 1 strike, without exception. And this person's cultivation was shockingly only in the spiritual infant tier. Another freak had appeared. In comparison, Small Saber King was indeed far inferior to him. Su Xiaoran had already spread the word that when he arrived at the Restore Heaven Academy, it would be the day of Ling Han's death. Now the disciples of the 5 great sects were all looking forward to Su Xiaoran's arrival to kill Ling Han, so as to restore the prestige of the 5 great sections. Regarding this, Ling Han only smiled faintly. His heart was now open-minded, and what he was thinking about was no longer fighting for supremacy, but looking at the whole world. How could a mere Su Xiu-ran be taken seriously by him? However, this didn't mean that Ling Han would lower his guard. It was just that he was too confident in himself. In a battle of the same tier, how could he lose to anyone? However, at this moment, a shocking piece of news came from the front. Because of the fierce battle between the Purple Moon Empire and the 5 great sects, a piece of heaven and earth was shattered, and the entrance to a historical site appeared. Now, the two armies temporarily stopped fighting, and both dispatched experts to enter the historical site to search for the treasures inside. To be able to make two forces that were as incompatible as fire and water put down their weapons and enter the historical site together to search for treasures, what kind of astonishing treasures would be hidden inside? After the news arrived, the students of the Restore Heaven Academy set out one after another, heading towards the historical site. Something like opportunity had nothing to do with strength, but rather depended on one's luck. Ling Han naturally set out as well. As his tier became higher and higher, his need for natural treasures also became higher and higher. The advancement of the Indestructible Heaven Scroll and 9 Dragons Tyrant Body Art both required the support of massive amounts of natural treasures. Moreover, to refine a real treasured medicine, he also needed even higher grade materials, which was what the Black Tower currently lacked. Chapter 524. The surroundings of the mine were heavily guarded, not to stop people from entering, but to prevent people from escaping. After knowing what this place was, who would take the initiative to enter? Every day, many people would be escorted here to temporarily stay, and when the previous batch of miners died, a new batch would naturally go down. If they didn't go down, they would be beheaded immediately. Under high pressure, even if they could only live for one more day, there were still many people who wanted to gamble on their luck. Perhaps they could be an exception and survive? To prevent the miners temporarily staying here from escaping, a high wall was built here. It was built with thick and heavy rocks, definitely not something an ordinary person could dig through. It was like the Great Wall, as tall as 15 meters, and similarly difficult to jump over. Moreover, there were guards patrolling below the high wall, so escaping was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Of course, this was for ordinary people. Ling Han and Hunyo leaped, and arrived within the high wall. "Who are you people?" the guards inside the wall immediately asked. 7 spears pointed at them at the same time. "Let them in." Bo Wenlin appeared. He stood on the high wall in the distance. As long as Ling Han entered the mine, he would help him along the way. If his enemy wanted to commit suicide, he obviously wouldn't mind giving him a hand. After all, he didn't wear Ling Han, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling, and didn't want to confront Ling Han head-on. "Yes, Lord Bo," the guards hurriedly answered. Their duty was to prevent the miners from escaping. It didn't matter if someone wanted to go in, since they would die the next day after coming out anyway. Ling Han looked around. In front of him was a large open-air mine, with crisscrossing tunnels that continuously dug down unfathomably deep. Even if they dug so deep, there was no water coming out from the bottom. From here, not a single miner could be seen. Obviously, they had all entered the depths of the mine. Wisps of blood-red chi rose from the mine, stopping 3 or 4 miles into the sky, forming a huge red cloud. Hunyo bared her teeth and revealed a fierce expression, appearing quite uneasy. Ling Han didn't dare to be careless and strode towards the mine. When Ling Han's figure disappeared at the edge of the mine, Bo Wenlin smiled coldly. This time Ling Han was dead for sure, unless he stayed in the mine for the rest of his life. But could he not eat and drink? Ling Han entered the mining area. The ground beneath his feet was soft, and scarlet-red soil was not rare. However, this place was ridiculously scarlet, as if it was dyed with blood. In particular, there were streams of red chi that continued to rise, and it was extremely strange. "I have an ominous feeling," Ling Han said. This was a pure intuition. Hunyo nodded firmly. The two of them continued onwards. They could both fly with their physical bodies but did not choose to do so. The soil and rocks here all gave Ling Han a very strange feeling. He picked up some rocks and soil and stored them into the Black Tower, then brought Hunyo with him and entered as well. "Small tower. Is there anything special about being able to produce these things?" Ling Han asked. Small Tower appeared and said, The cursed land. Those who do not have a strong destiny will die very quickly after coming into contact with it. Curse? Ling Han was astounded. He had never heard of this kind of power. Could it be that cursing people to die wasn't just for show? Could really make people die? And destiny, what was this? Cursed resentment is also a kind of power. The evolution of Great Tao is endless and can be manifested in various forms, Small Tower said unhurriedly. Then I'm also cursed now? Ling Han asked. Yes, stepping onto the cursed land, you are naturally cursed. However, your destiny is very strong and you won't die, at least to this extent you won't die. Moreover, this level of curse power, I can easily dispel it, Small Tower said. Then what's a destiny? Ling Han asked again. Small Tower swayed and said, Why do you have so many questions? If you don't understand, ask. This is a good habit, Ling Han said with a smile. Destiny is preordained at birth, and to a great extent it influences your fate, Small Tower said. Your 2 lives, your destiny is exactly the same. So you can fuse 2 souls, and not simply take over another's body. Tell me in detail. Ling Han suddenly became interested. I have no interest in satisfying your curiosity. Small Tower immediately became tsundere. Although the curse power contained in this soil is not much, to be able to reach such a degree by just spilling out, there must be a cursed tool buried in this land, or a person with an extremely special destiny is buried here, forming the power of the curse. Then what about Hu Niu? Will she be affected? Ling Han asked again. This girl's destiny is too special. If I don't use my source power, I won't be able to see through it, Small Tower said calmly. Only then did Ling Han relax, and exited the Black Tower with Hu Niu, continuing onwards. Could it be that what Na Jiyan and the Fire Emperor were after was the cursed tool in this ancient mine? A dead person shouldn't be able to steal it, unless it was the Thousand Corpse sect. The 2 of them stepped on the slightly damp and soft ground, walking all the way down. This place was like a bowl. The further they went, the wider it was and the shallower it was. As they continued to go deeper, they also went deeper and deeper, and their surroundings also became darker and darker. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Han and Hu Niu's eyesight was extraordinary, they would probably be blind even with their eyes open. However, as they went further down, they saw the flickering of torches. It was so dark, so it was naturally impossible for them to be mining. When they saw Ling Han's leisurely appearance, and there was actually a little girl tugging at the corner of his clothes, the miners all revealed expressions of disbelief. They began to doubt their own eyes, wondering if they were hallucinating. Ling Han's gaze swept over them, and saw that these people's faces were completely numb. After entering this place, it was equivalent to being a dead person, so who would still be spirited? Food. When they saw the jerky in Hu Niu's hands, their eyes instantly lit up, and like pedestrians in a desert that saw an oasis, they all pounced over, looking like they wanted to snatch it. Ling Han was amused. These few normal people also wanted to rob him and Hu Niu? Hu Niu was the most protective of her food, and immediately revealed a ferocious look. Dared to snatch her food? Ling Han pulled Hu Niu back, smiled and said, It's not that I can't eat, just answer a few questions for me. He waved his finger, and immediately left a deep mark on a rock, frightening the miners into immediately stopping. What do you want to know? Those people stared at the jerky in Hu Niu's hands, asking while drooling. The situation here, tell me everything you know. Those people all nodded at each other and began to talk. They were sent here 7 days ago, and when they entered the mine, they brought 2 days' worth of food and clean water. If they wanted to obtain more food, they could only mine diligently and use ores to exchange for food. However, the ores here were very rare, so they were all as hungry as wolves, and were only short of cannibalism. Ling Han was puzzled and asked, The people outside actually replenish your food. How do they do it? Chapter 525. The miners came one by one, and Ling Han also gave them food, dispelling their worries, and told him everything he wanted to know. It turned out that leaving the mine pit meant dying the next day, but it didn't mean that staying didn't mean they wouldn't die. Here, some people died suddenly after only 3 or 4 days, while others could live for 10 days to half a month, but without exception they would all die in the end. But as long as people lived, they would struggle at death's door. They still had to fight to fill their stomachs. The guards didn't dare to enter the mine pit, so they could only use food to exchange for the ores they mined. They exchanged at the boundary of the mining area, tossing it to each other, and I'll toss it to you. However, no one dared to hide their food and bring it to the mining area, because it would be snatched clean by others at any moment. They ate it immediately once they got it, not leaving a single bit behind. Although this was a mine pit, there wasn't much of that kind of blood-red ore, so some people had very tough lives. They didn't die from the curse, but died from hunger and thirst. But for those who died here, no one would want to eat their corpses, because the flesh of the dead was black, and there was poison or something. Anyway, whoever ate it would die. Thus, other than some evil acts of cannibalism at the beginning, there were no more incidents later. Not everyone worked hard to mine ores. Some people formed gangs or thought they were strong enough and started to rob others. However, the people here died too quickly, and whatever gang or elite they were, they would soon disappear. When Ling Han heard this, he didn't know what to feel. They are so pitiful, Hunyo said. He didn't expect this little girl to sympathize with others. Ling Han rubbed Hunyo's head and said, Nyo has grown up and knows to care for others. However, they can't steal Nyo's food to eat. Hunyo immediately defended her sovereignty. Ling Han smiled faintly and said to the miners, Did you guys dig any ores? Sell me a piece. He took out a pile of food and clean water. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you too. Buy mine. The miners hurriedly squeezed forward and took out the blood-red stones from their bodies. They were all pitifully small, and the biggest one was only as thick as a little finger. These people were all afraid that Ling Han would not be satisfied, so they all looked at him with hopeful eyes, afraid that he would say no. The food that Ling Han gave them was much more delicious than the food that the guards outside gave them. Ling Han's heart was filled with complicated emotions. It was only some food, yet it actually caused them to be so submissive. He distributed the food to everyone, and put away the ores. He could hold them in one hand and there was very, very little of them. He held the ore in his hand and immediately felt the flower of martial art in his body become extremely greedy. It wanted to devour and absorb these stones. To be exact, it wanted to devour some kind of substance within the stones. Just at this time, 5 large men walked out from the mine. When they saw the food in everyone's hands, they immediately revealed ferocious expressions and shouted, All of you, hand over the food. Brother Yang, there's also a little girl. One of the large men said, pointing at Hunyo. A woman. Brother Yang immediately licked his lips when he mentioned Hunyo. I like this kind of girl the most. Haha, I've been cooped up here for more than 10 days. Today, not only can I have a good meal, I can also have some fun. Ling Han sighed. In this mine, the ugliness of human nature was infinitely magnified. Living a life where there was no tomorrow. Who couldn't release the evil in their hearts? Anyway, I don't have many days to live, so why not do as I please for once? This brother Yang was obviously a typical example. However, this person's fate was really tough. He'd been here for more than 10 days, and his life still hadn't been taken. This was like the old saying, bad people live for 1,000 years. When it came to these 5 people, the miners were all trembling. These 5 people were notorious. It was said that before they came, they were already the tyrants of this area. But they still couldn't die. God was really too blind. They'd already fallen to such a state, but were still bullied by these scum. Little beauty, big brother will take you to have some fun. Brother Yang stared at Hunyo, almost drooling. If the heavens don't accept you, then I will, Ling Han said with a light humph. With a tap of his finger, pew, a hole appeared on Brother Yang's forehead, piercing through the back of his head. Fresh blood spurted out, mixed with white brain matter. Everyone was stunned at first. Then the 4 large men immediately screamed. If they didn't hear it with their own ears, it was really hard to imagine that 4 big men would actually scream like a sissy. They turned and fled, knowing that they'd encountered a tough opponent. All of you stay. Ling Han flicked his finger, and 4 flashes of sword chi shot out. Pu piu, the 4 instantly fell to the ground completely dead. The miners all looked at Ling Han with reverence in their eyes. They were also filled with gratitude. This was because if Ling Han had displayed his strength, they would definitely have answered him honestly. However, Ling Han chose to use food to exchange with them. It was clear that he was treating them like humans, so they were still people. The eyes of these miners burned with a hint of vigor. So they weren't walking corpses waiting for death to descend. In Ling Han's eyes, he had already made up his mind. He would immediately go and communicate with the Fire Emperor and Na Zhiyan so that they would give up on the idea of continuing to mine the mine. Then he would draw all the miners into the Black Tower, purify the curse on them, and let them leave. They were only some ordinary people, so how could they discover the secret of the Black Tower? They would only feel that they had slept, and then everything would return to normal. With his mindset, Ling Han walked back. The martial Dao immortal flower in his body was already reaching its limit, and it had a strong desire to devour these ores. Ling Han tried to refine the smallest of the ores, and a strange power was instantly extracted from the ore. This power entered his dantian, and was then absorbed by the martial Dao immortal flower. The vein-like patterns on the divine flower shone, and a surge of blood qi rose up, growing slightly. The extent was pitifully small, but Ling Han could be sure that the martial art divine flower had indeed grown a little. However, a bloodthirst also rose up in him, and he had the urge to use violence. This was very shocking. One had to know that the growth of the martial art divine flower could not be separated from the understanding of martial art. Without a deeper understanding of martial art, the divine flower would never be able to grow, and the final result would be to give birth to a baby. Ling Han had a complete experience of martial art, so he naturally did not need to comprehend martial art. However, for others, comprehension of martial art was the most important thing after advancing into the flower blossom tier. But these ores could allow cultivators to bypass them. Inconceivable. If there were more of these ores, then wouldn't they be able to easily create flower blossom tier, spiritual infant tier, or even shattering void tier elites? Ling Han immediately sent the remaining ores into the Black Tower, and said, "Small Tower, analyze what these are." Chapter 526. Normal stones with a sliver of source power. Small Tower quickly transmitted its thoughts to him. Normal. Ling Han was surprised. Able to directly increase flower blossom tier martial art cultivation, how could it be normal? If there were countless of these normal stones, it was guaranteed that even a pig could advance to the shattering void tier, and even becoming a god wasn't impossible. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them divine stones, so how could they be normal? Origin power. Ling Han shook his head. Why don't I feel it? It's not origin power but source power, Small Tower explained. Ling Han was startled and said, "Like the chaos source rock source power?" "That's right, but the amount is pitifully small. I don't care to extract it," Small Tower said proudly. "That's right." Ling Han bared his teeth. "You're doing it on purpose, aren't you?" he said. "I don't mind if you give me some, the more the better." He didn't need to comprehend martial art, but his parents did. If there was a large amount of this or Ling Dongxing and Yu Hongchang would be able to smoothly break through to the flower blossom tier. He suddenly understood why the Fire Emperor was willing to pay any price to acquire these ores. It was because these ores would allow the Fire Emperor to make the great leap into the Dragon Gate, even though he didn't have any skills. However, it would be a bit difficult to persuade the Fire Emperor to stop, because this involved crossing a major tier and an additional 200 years of lifespan. Without entering the flower blossom tier, mortals only had a mere 100 years of lifespan, and the Fire Emperor had at least completed half of it. Stopping him from entering the flower blossom tier was equivalent to taking his life, so the Fire Emperor definitely wouldn't listen easily. If he wouldn't listen, then he could only beat him until he submitted. Ling Han thought violently. These ores also contain extremely violent factors. If you absorb too much with your current cultivation, you definitely won't be able to control it. Your personality will change greatly, and you'll become a madman who only knows how to kill, Small Tower replied. Hearing this, Ling Han immediately dispelled the idea of giving his parents some ores, and said, "Even the Black Tower can't eliminate this emotion? Human nature is the hardest thing to fathom, unless I completely wipe away your memories," Small Tower suggested. "Then forget it." Ling Han quickly shook his head. He did not want to erase his parents' memories and become a complete stranger. Moreover, he was very confident that he would be able to send his parents to the flower blossom tier as soon as possible. With an extra 200 years' time, He should be able to enter into the realm of immortals and obtain a divine pill for his parents, allowing them to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Ling Han was still full of confidence in his alchemy talent. Ling Han decided that after dealing with Na Jiyan and the Fire Emperor, he would return to investigate this mine and see what exactly was hidden within it. The two of them quickly left the mine and walked towards the city wall. "Stop!" the guard shouted again. The order they had received was that no one was allowed to leave this place. Bo Wenlin also appeared, a cold smirk at the corner of his lips, and said, "Youngster, you really don't know what's good for you, even daring to enter this mine of death. Now, you only have less than half a day to live." Ling Han smiled faintly. His fate was extremely tough, and unless he stayed in the mines for a few years, he would not be cursed. Moreover, even if he was really cursed, didn't he still have the Black Tower? This divine item had extraordinary abilities in the area of dispelling evil and curses. "Since I only have half a day to live, then I have to make a big fuss," he said, pretending to be crazy. Bo Wenlin instantly looked wary. Previously, he had not made a move because he felt that Ling Han was not to be trifled with. And now, this guy who was not to be trifled with only half a day to live, which was even worse. Who would be willing to risk their lives against someone who was definitely going to die? "Youngster, you are already a dead man, and I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. However, I will follow you and watch you die," he said. Ling Han revealed a mischievous smile and said, "Do you really dare to follow me wherever I go? Haha, there are places in this world that Bo Wenlin, do not dare to go." Bo Wenlin laughed coldly. "Then come." Ling Han smiled and strode forward in the direction of the imperial city. Meanwhile, Bo Wenlin also stopped the guards here. Otherwise, how could these people be a match for Ling Han? Ling Han did not walk quickly, and only entered the imperial city after about half an hour. "Hurry, hurry, we've captured 2 female assassins, and are about to publicly execute them at the eastern gate." He had just entered when he heard passers-by rushing to report the news. They looked very excited and many people followed them. Female assassins, and there were 2 of them. Could they be Lu Feng-er and her sister? Ling Han immediately changed his route, and also walked towards the eastern gate. How did these 2 women reveal their identity and whereabouts, and actually fall into the hands of the imperial family? He slightly quickened his pace, and in only a minute or two, he arrived at the eastern gate. He saw that a high platform had been set up in a public square, and 2 women were currently pressed against the execution rack. Their hair was disheveled, and it was not clear what they looked like. However, with Ling Han's understanding of the 2 women's aura, he was certain that they were the Lu sisters. Were these 2 really made to be assassins? Someone at the side was loudly announcing the 2 women's crimes. They had attempted to assassinate an important official of the imperial court, Na Jiyan, and had offended the authority of the heavens. They were to be executed as a warning to others. To execute these 2 beauties in front of everyone, and with such speed, it must have been because the Fire Emperor had forcefully excavated the mine, causing the people to be furious. Thus, he had intentionally executed these 2 women in such a high-profile manner to suppress the rebellious sentiment in the entire empire, especially in the imperial city. Assassinate Na Jiyan? Tui. Those 2 girls must be good people. The heavens are blind. They actually didn't kill that damn Na Jiyan. Instead, 2 good people died. Shu, lower your voice. Do you want to die? The crowd discussed fervently, expressing their sympathy for the Lu sisters, while hating Na Jiyan to the bone. Ling Han did not immediately make a move to save them. He wanted the 2 women to learn from their mistakes, and not become assassins in the future. They were not cut out for this. Bo Wenlin naturally followed along, and his face was filled with shock. This person who was about to die actually still had the mood to be executed? How thick did he have to be? The time has come. Execute. An executioner walked up the stage. He was bare-chested, and he held a huge machete in his hand. He drank a mouthful of wine, then sprayed it onto the blade of the machete. He raised it up high, and the body of the machete reflected a sorrowful color under the setting sun. The cultivation levels of the Lu sisters had obviously been sealed. To the majority of martial artists, once their cultivation levels were sealed, they would not be able to circulate their origin power to protect their bodies. As such, their defensive capabilities were actually not much higher than that of a normal person. This executioner was a poly-tier martial artist. With one chop of the machete, one of the sisters would definitely be beheaded. Shua the machete chopped down. However, the scene of a severed head falling to the ground and blood splattering did not appear. Instead, a youth suddenly appeared on the stage, using one hand to stop the descending machete. Chapter 527. Thousand Worm. Ling Han frowned, revealing a strong expression of dread. Run, this big guy can't be fought with force. Why? Li Fengyu was indeed a blabbermouth, still maintaining a strong curiosity at this time. Your sister, run. Ling Han opened his large hand of origin power and grabbed everyone apart from Wenren Qian. He broke into a run, circling around and leaving this place. Wenren Qian naturally followed and ran. Even Ling Han and Jia Ming chose to run so she wouldn't try to be brave. That long worm chased swiftly, its hundreds of legs striding in unison, surprisingly orderly. Its speed was also extremely fast, rapidly shortening the distance with Ling Han and the others. You too. Ling Han opened his large hand of origin power again and grabbed Wenren Qian, then used the thunderclap ninth heaven. Blazing white lightning flashed on his body, and his figure instantly accelerated, rapidly pulling apart the distance between him and the long worm. His current speed could rival heaven-tier warriors, and even if he brought along a few people, it was enough to reach the height of the deity transformation tier. In the end, that long worm finally gave up the chase and turned back, arriving at the place of ambush in the beginning. It entered a hole and quickly disappeared. Only then did Ling Han stop in his tracks, and put everyone down. Brother-in-law, why do we have to run? Li Fengyu still couldn't forget this question. Ling Han sighed and said, Thousand Worm never exists alone since one appeared. Then there's another one. Li Fengyu followed up. Ling Han shook his head and said, Then there's another nest. Li Fengyu spurted out and said, There's actually another nest of such disgusting worms. Thousand Worm, a nest of at least 1,000, or else how could it have such a name? That one just now already had the strength of a middle-stage deity transformation tier, and this kind of demonic worm has extremely strong recovery ability, even harder to deal with than a high-stage deity transformation tier. If another nest is provoked, then it'll be fun, Ling Han said, shaking his head. Then let's go. The women's expressions were unsightly. They obviously hated this kind of thing the most. Even Hu Niu for once wasn't fond of fighting, mainly because that thing truly looked disgusting, making her unable to eat it. They bypassed the region, and then continued to chase after the sun. Ung! A beast's roar suddenly came from ahead, shocking the earth and making it tremble. Heaven tier, Ling Han said to the others after a moment's explanation. This place is truly dangerous, everyone said one after another. However, no one retreated. The more dangerous it was, the more astonishing the chance. Without the resolve to face death and come back alive, then what was the point of venturing out and taking risks? They'd just go home and spend their days mediocre. However, no one would deliberately throw away their lives, so they bypassed the place where the beast's roar came from. Previously, a shattering void tier elite entered here, and actually didn't slaughter these vicious creatures in passing. Li Fengyu mumbled. Haha, these vicious creatures sense the presence of a shattering void tier elite. Would they still dare to take a breather? Ling Han said with a smile. Just like how they could only take a detour when they discovered a heaven-tier beast, these beasts could only tuck their tails when they discovered a shattering void tier elite. After another while, a strange grassland appeared in front of them. It was especially green, somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. Li Fengyu was just about to walk forward, but Ling Han reached out and grabbed him, forcibly dragging him back. Brother-in-law, why are you dragging me? He asked, puzzled. Ling Han sighed and said, If you spout any more nonsense, I'll throw you over. Li Fengyu finally became vigilant and said, Is this grassland abnormal? You try. Ling Han laughed loudly and threw him out. Help! Li Fengyu hurriedly cried out, and hurriedly soared into the sky. At this moment, this even darker grassland also suddenly underwent a change. Strands of grass shrunk into the ground, and the earth trembled slightly. Pong, a large hand blasted out, grabbing towards Li Fengyu. What the hell? Li Fengyu exclaimed, and hurriedly turned his palm into a saber, slashing towards that large hand. Although he had a big mouth, his talent really wasn't weak, or else he wouldn't have been able to enter the Restore Heaven Academy. Attacking with full strength, martial intent spread out, and the saber chi blazed densely with vein-like patterns, extremely powerful. Pung pung pung, but when these saber chi hit that large hand, it didn't cause the slightest bit of damage, and didn't even slow it down, continuing to grab towards Li Fengyu. Ling Han snorted and used his fingers as a sword, slashing towards that large hand. Xiao sword ray shocked the skies. That large hand didn't dare to let itself be hit, and instead clenched into a fist, meeting the sword ray head-on. Pung martial intent collided, and sword ray shot out dazzlingly. Li Fengyu hurriedly ran back, shivering in fright. Hong, a colossus broke out of the earth. This was a giant that was 30 meters tall, and its back was covered in dark green grass. Obviously, this giant was lying on the ground earlier, and green grass grew on its body. Damn Rockman, you dare ambush me! Li Fengyu shouted furiously, then turned around to look at Ling Han with a fawning expression. Young Master Han, exterminate it! This was a Rockman, and its aura was terrifying because it was a deity transformation tier existence. Ling Han laughed loudly, summoned the Rockman and said, "Big guy, this is your dish, get rid of it." When the rock spirit saw its own kind, it instantly let out a roar. But it wasn't a roar of joy, but a provocation. Creatures raised by the heavens and the earth like them, the process of growth was a war of mutually devouring each other, and definitely didn't have the pleasant surprise of seeing a fellow townsman. The large rock man also roared, but its roar was much more shocking than the small rock spirits. The roar formed a hurricane, blowing everyone's hair into a mess. The rock spirit instantly shriveled and shrunk behind Ling Han's back, whimpering like a frightened puppy. Earlier, it excitedly wanted to devour the other party, but when the other party showed its might, it suddenly discovered that the other party was much fiercer than it. Ling Han laughed loudly. The rock spirit was becoming more and more human-like. Did this guy still look like a rock spirit now? It was practically a puppy, wagging its tail and begging for pity, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. However, the Black Tower already condensed the first spirit stone, which was refined by the rock spirit. With 2 more, this big guy could advance into the spiritual infant tier. The large rock man stared at Ling Han, or to be precise, the rock spirit behind Ling Han was only blocked by Ling Han. It opened its mouth, and if it had saliva, it would definitely be dripping out by now. For it, the rock spirit was also a feast. It wouldn't say any nonsense, immediately pouncing towards Ling Han. In its eyes, Ling Han was only an ant, and it would crush over without hesitation, then devour the rock spirit, becoming the cornerstone for it to step onto a higher tier. The rock spirit obviously couldn't be this large rock man's opponent, so Ling Han attacked and took on this powerful opponent. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 528. Lord Bo, you're being naughty again, Ling Han said with a laugh. Xiao Hunyo dashed out and threw a punch at Bo Wenlin's lower abdomen. Her battle prowess was astonishing, and she also had the advantage of 2 major tiers. Naturally, she was able to crush Bo Wenlin without any suspense. With a bang, Bo Wenlin was turned into a roasted lobster, his entire body curling up. Ling Han deliberately sighed and said, "Lord Bo, why do you have to do this?" The supervisor's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That was Bo Wenlin. His cultivation level was the same as his, and his strength was on par with his. In the Fire Nation, Bo Wenlin was an absolutely powerful figure, but he was actually knocked down by a single punch from a little girl. This was too ridiculous. If he went up, wouldn't he suffer the same fate? Where did these 2 monsters come from? Ling Han smiled at the supervisor and said, "Are you obedient?" "Yes, I'm very obedient," the supervisor hurriedly said. Hunyo was glaring at him fiercely, making his hair stand on end. Ling Han laughed loudly, and kicked Bo Wenlin to the supervisor's feet and said, "Here, you can take him back to complete your task. Make friends, my ass." The prison officer was extremely furious at first, but after thinking about it carefully, how could there be any reason for old Ninth Bo to collude with a fugitive? Thus, he immediately believed Bo Wenlin's explanation. The other party had absolutely no relationship with Ling Han and the 2 female criminals. Bo Wenlin groaned. Hunyo's punch didn't take his life, but the little girl didn't hold back, hitting him so hard that his organs felt like they were flipped upside down, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Now, he couldn't even speak and only wanted to vomit. Ling Han waved at Bo Wenlin and said, "Lord Bo, aren't you going to follow me to the ends of the earth? Don't be afraid." He strode off. The supervisor didn't dare to stop him, and hurriedly picked up Bo Wenlin and followed behind like a follower, making him feel very sullen. After walking for a while, Bo Wenlin finally recovered and could walk on his own, but with every step, his lower abdomen still ached painfully. He pulled open his clothes and saw that his lower abdomen was bruised, and the center was already black. This girl is so ruthless. Where are they going this time? Na Zhiyan's residence. Not good. The expressions on Bo Wenlin's and the warden's faces changed drastically. It was very easy to imagine that these two female criminals had been convicted for the assassination of Na Zhiyan. Since Ling Han was in cahoots with them, it was very normal for him to harbor thoughts of assassinating Na Zhiyan. Na Zhiyan was the favorite of the current Fire Emperor, and his power and influence were unparalleled. If Ling Han were to kill Na Zhiyan, the two of them as people related to him would definitely be implicated. Quickly go inform the other lords. The two of them exchanged a glance and hurriedly went their separate ways. Ling Han didn't walk very fast, as if he wanted to give them time to inform the others. He took his time, but he still arrived at the place after more than 20 minutes. Na Zhiyan's residence originally belonged to an imperial prince, but this imperial prince was very restless and plotted to seize power. In the end, he was suppressed before he could do anything, and this residence was naturally confiscated. Now it was given to Na Zhiyan, and it was obvious how much the emperor favored him. Shua! A group of soldiers walked out from the main doors, all of them holding sabers, spears, axes and battle-axes, looking very murderous. A person who looked like the leader also walked out with large strides. He wore a silver helmet on his head, and there was a long sword hanging from his waist, making him look very majestic. This person was actually in the spiritual pedestal tier. The great commander of our inner imperial guards, Sikong Zhen. "How dare you, knave? Surrender immediately!" He shouted loudly. Ling Han's eyes swept over him and he said with a smile, "Lord Bo, didn't you say that everything has been arranged for me, and that I only need to enter the residence and kill Na Zhiyan? Why is this different from what we agreed on?" "Little thief, don't pretend to be crazy." Sikong Zhen looked at Ling Han coldly, not daring to act rashly. He had already received a report that the little girl by Ling Han's side had knocked Bo Wenlin down with a single punch. It was incomparably strange, and he had no choice but to be cautious. Ling Han smiled and said, "I am here to have a chat with that Na Zhiyan. There is no need for such a grand spectacle. Go ask that Na Zhiyan to come out. If we can talk things through, then everyone can still happily drink wine tonight. You're just a nobody. Do you think you're fit to meet that lord?" Sikong Zhen said coldly. Ling Han sighed and said, "These words are too hurtful, I don't like to hear it. Hunyo, what do you say? Fight." Hunyo waved her little fist. "We'll use force to subdue others." What a violent little girl. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "You all heard it. We will use force to subdue others. Since that Na Zhiyan is unwilling to come out, then we can only barge in and drag him out for a discussion." Seeing that Ling Han was about to step forward, Sikong Zhen immediately moved to block his way. He directly drew his sword and slashed at Ling Han. He was an elite of the spiritual pedestal tier, and his power was far from what Bo Wenlin and the prison officer could compare with. With a wave of his sword, not only did 4 flashes of sword chi shoot out, there were also flashes of flames dancing in the air, appearing extremely terrifying. Nyo's little iron fist. Hunyo rushed out and Pong with a single punch she sent Sikong Zhen flying. Pooh! Seeing this scene everyone choked. That was Sikong Zhen, a super elite in the 7th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier. In the whole of Fire Country, the number of people who were more powerful than him could be counted on 10 fingers. But now, he was actually sent flying with a single punch from a little girl. Who could believe this? Heavens, was this little girl a monster? What kind of cultivation level did she have to be able to do this? Moreover, this was only the little one. Ling Han had not even made a move yet. Pa 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 pa, applause rang out, and a white-robed man walked out from the manor. This man was tall and slender, and his appearance was so handsome that it was almost bewitching. His head full of black hair was like a spirit snake, actually moving without any wind. He looked at Ling Han, smiled and said, "It is a pleasure to have a friend come from afar. I am Na Jiyan. How should I address this friend?" There was a look of surprise in Ling Han's eyes. This Na Jiyan was actually in the flower blossom tier. Strange, really strange. There was actually no true flower blossom tier cultivator in the 9 nations of the desolate north. The so-called flower blossom tier was only half a step into the flower blossom tier, and one could only enter this tier with the support of the power of the nation, transcending beyond mortals. However, how strong one's battle prowess was, and how much their lifespan had been increased, was a completely different matter. Aside from a domineering figure like the Rain Emperor, Ling Han really did not believe that there was a genius in the 9 nations of the desolate north that could take that step. But this Na Jiyan in front of him was a genuine flower blossom tier cultivator, and definitely did not rely on the support of the power of the nation. With this kind of power, he actually came to the desolate north to become an important official? Ling Han immediately understood. Na Jiyan had to be heading for that mine, painstakingly plotting to incite the Fire Emperor to reopen that deadly ancient mine. He was naturally not doing it for the ores that would make people go crazy. Most likely it was for the curse tool that was sealed underneath. It was more refreshing to read on one's phone. Chapter 529. Na Jiyan, I am really very curious what is buried beneath that mine that would make you, a flower blossom tier cultivator, to not hesitate to become a favored official and offer advice to a spiritual pedestal tier cultivator, Ling Han said. Hiss! Instantly everyone was shocked. Na Jiyan was actually in the flower blossom tier. Impossible, right? Definitely impossible. These words came from the mouth of an 18 or 19-year-old youth, so how could they be convincing? Meanwhile, Na Jiyan smiled and said, "A flower blossom tier cultivator at such a young age like you. This is the first time I've seen one. Not to say that there will never be another like you in the future, but at least you are unprecedented." This time a great many people fell to the ground. Ling Han was also in the flower blossom tier. Weren't these two people flattering each other endlessly? How old was this youth? 20 at most. In the desolate north, people of this age would at most be in the gushing spring tier. Moreover, how difficult was it to cross the barrier of the flower blossom tier? Even if you were given 20 years, you might not be able to succeed, not to mention that this brat had only lived for such a long time. But Bo Wenlin felt a chill in his heart, because he remembered that he had once been stared at by Ling Han to the point that his whole body went limp. This kind of power was definitely terrifyingly strong. What if Ling Han really was in the flower blossom tier? Forget about avenging his son. This might even cause the entire Bo clan to lose. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "Sir, you are really surprised by your lack of experience. There may not be a flower blossom tier cultivator as young as me in this generation, but there might not be one in history. However, there is a gap in our history, and we are completely lacking in understanding of the events of 10,000 years ago." "You are right, sir." Na Jiyan nodded, then changed the topic and said, "However, a flower blossom tier cultivator at such a young age like sir, I believe there is no second person in this world who can compare to you." "Nyo, he's looking down on you," Ling Han said to Hunyo with a smile. Hit! Hunyo's figure flashed, and she had already disappeared from everyone's sight. She appeared in front of Na Jiyan, and her small fist shot out. She never used any martial arts techniques. She only used her fists, claws, and teeth. These 3 skills were enough to travel the world. Na Jiyan instantly gave a muffled humph. He had not expected Hunyo's speed to be so fast. No, he had never thought that such a little girl would actually be a martial artist. Moreover, he had sensed it the moment she made her move. No matter what, this power had to be at the level of the flower blossom tier. If he were to take this punch, he would probably not die, but his lower body would probably explode. It couldn't be helped. Hunyo was too short, so where would her punch land? Though Na Jiyan's appearance was bewitchingly beautiful, he was definitely not an idiot. How could he possibly dare to allow Hunyo to hit that spot? He hurriedly stretched out his hand and formed an ice wall in front of him. On the surface of the ice, Numerous ancient characters flickered. This kind of vein pattern is really rare. Ling Han found it strange. Vein lines were the embodiment of martial arts willpower. Although the majority of people's vein lines were not the same, they could always be traced back to the source. For example, in the vast lands, all cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques were derived from over 100 ancient techniques, and one could find a corresponding similarity between them. However, his opponent's vein-like patterns were extremely unfamiliar. They were definitely derived from a completely different ancient technique. Strange, this person's background was strange, and his intentions were also very strange. Peng Hunyo's fist landed on the layer of ice. Ka. Cracks immediately appeared on the layer of ice, and then shattered into pieces. However, this also bought Na Ziyin enough time to retreat. However, Hunyo continued to attack, forcing Na Ziyin to retreat continuously. Layer after layer of ice walls appeared, and shattered piece by piece. One retreated in a hurry, while the other charged even faster. In the end, it was Hunyo who had the upper hand against Na Ziyin, not giving him the slightest chance to retaliate. Na Ziyin was finally angered. With a cold humph, the strange image of a rising tide appeared behind him. He suddenly opened his mouth and pew. A water arrow actually shot out from his mouth. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the water arrow was also covered with ancient characters. This was not a normal water arrow, but one that was filled with destructive power, enough to pose a threat to Flower Blossom tier elites. Hunyo's figure finally flashed, and then she turned around, dodging this attack. At the same time, this gave Na Ziyin enough time to finally stabilize his footing and turn the tables for the first time. Na Ziyin's face was filled with shock and he said, "How could this be, such a young Flower Blossom tier?" A Flower Blossom tier elite that was not even 20 years old was already enough to shock him so much that his eyeballs almost fell out. What more when Hunyo only looked like she was 5 or 6 years old? Even if she had been able to cultivate since she was in her mother's womb, so what? The others almost fainted. The moment the two of them exchanged blows, the aura of the Flower Blossom tier was completely revealed, causing everyone to feel a sense of reverence from the bottom of their hearts. This was the Flower Blossom tier. In terms of life, they had already transcended mortality. Aside from king tiers of martial arts, this kind of aura was absolutely suppressive to others. This time they had to believe it even if they did not want to. Whether it was Na Ziyin, Ling Han, or even a little girl of 5 or 6 years old, they were all in the Flower Blossom tier. There was no justice, there was really no justice. When did Flower Blossom tier elites become so worthless? 3 of them suddenly appeared, and 2 of them were so young. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "Frog at the bottom of a well. Now you know what it means by there's always someone stronger, right?" Hunyo bared her teeth at Na Ziyin. She had not even used her strongest weapon yet. Na Ziyin's shocked expression was still unsettled, and he asked, "Are you the disciples of the Heaven Sword sect? Or the brilliant disciples of the Cloud Phoenix sect?" "Neither." Ling Han shook his head. "There's no need to guess our origins. I have only come to say one thing, and that is to immediately stop the excavation of the ancient mine. Forgive me for not being able to comply." Na Ziyin similarly shook his head. "Young man, no matter which party you come from, you must not interfere in this matter. This is a warning, or else the only thing that awaits you is death." "Oh, so it's really that exciting." Ling Han laughed loudly. "Then all the more reason for me to play." Na Ziyin's expression was filled with displeasure, and he asked, "What do you think of my abilities?" "Not much. I can suppress you in 3 moves," Ling Han said casually. Na Ziyin was almost angered to death. He forcefully suppressed his anger and said, "Where I come from, there are at least 80,000 if not 100,000 people at my level. There are at least 10 or 20,000 people stronger than me." The faces of those people from Fire Country twitched. What kind of terrifying force was this? Flower Blossom tier elites actually numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It had to be known that in the whole of Fire Country, only the old emperor from 2 generations ago had managed to advance into the Flower Blossom tier by relying on power of the nation. Moreover, the power of the nation could only nurture one Flower Blossom tier elite. Moreover, there were people stronger than the Flower Blossom tier, as many as 10 to 20,000. Too terrifying. What kind of power was that? Ling Han nodded and said, Then I'm really curious, where are you from? This has nothing to do with you. You only need to know that if you become my enemy, you will die without a proper burial, Na Jian said coldly. Niu, do you think we've grown up scared? Ling Han suddenly asked Hu Niu. No, Hu Niu said crisply. What if someone threatens us? Ling Han asked again. Beat him until he submits and use violence to subdue him, Hu Niu said in a very violent manner. Chapter 530. Ling Han turned to Na Jian, smiled and said, Our slogan is to subdue others with violence. If you are not convinced, we will beat you until you are convinced. Na Jian's expression became even colder and he said, Young man, do not be rash. How about this? He had not even finished his sentence when Ling Han had already charged over. Leaping high into the air, he aimed a kick at Na Jian's face. As the saying went, do not hit a person's face in a fight. Not only did Ling Han want to hit his face, he even used his foot to kick him. This was really looking down on him too much. Junior, you are too arrogant, Na Jian said angrily. He raised his hand to block Ling Han's attack. Hong's 7 icicles spread out, and cold air filled the air. In an instant, the temperature dropped by several dozen degrees, and shards of ice continuously formed in the air and fell down. There were ancient patterns on the icicles that moved, forming one character after another, as if the 7 icicles had all become divine weapons. Na Jian smirked coldly. Unless you are an expert in leg techniques, if you use your weakness to attack your opponent's strength, then you will suffer greatly. Pung! This kick landed, and the icicles instantly shattered, turning into shards of ice that danced in the air. Meanwhile, Ling Han's foot was not affected in the slightest, and continued to kick fiercely at Na Jian's face. How could this be? Though Na Jian did not cry out in shock, his face showed such an expression. He was too shocked. Just how much of a gap was there between the two of them for such a one-sided result to appear? Pung! In the nick of time, Ling Han's foot landed fiercely, landing squarely on Na Jian's face. Under the powerful impact, Na Jian instantly fell to the ground. His entire head was stomped into the green stone path, as if he was a headless monster. This was too tragic. A mighty flower blossom tear cultivator was actually abused like this. Pung! Crushed stones flew everywhere. Na Jian shot up, his face ashen. In this tiny little desolate north, he actually suffered such humiliation, practically giving him the urge to commit suicide. Thankfully, the people from his own party had not arrived, or else he would really be too ashamed to face anyone. Xiao Peng! Just as he said one word, he was immediately kicked away by Ling Han, and his head was once again buried into the bluestone road. Sympathy flashed across everyone's faces. Flower blossom tier elites were high above in everyone's hearts, as if they were gods, but now they were in such a miserable state, repeatedly having their heads stepped on by others. They really didn't know what to say. Na Jian broke through the ground a second time, but like before, he only managed to say one sentence before he was stomped back into the ground by Ling Han's foot. 3 times, 5 times, 10 times. After the 10th time, Na Jian finally understood that he was completely not a match for Ling Han. Hence, it was better for him to be more obedient. Not only did he not break out of the ground, but he also did not make a sound. He looked like a scoundrel who wanted to bite him if he wanted to be an ostrich. AI being a flower blossom tier elite to this extent, what a disgrace. But everyone knew that it was because Ling Han was too powerful. In terms of battle prowess, he completely suppressed Na Jian. What could Na Jian do? Fun. Hu Niu clapped at the side, then swept a threatening glance over the crowd and said discontentedly, Why didn't Niu hear any applause? Pa 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 pa. Everyone hurriedly clapped. This little girl was not someone they could afford to offend. Ling Han smiled slightly, squatted on the ground and said, Then, my lord, can we talk peacefully now? Na Jian wanted to cry but had no tears. He had always wanted to resolve this peacefully, but you were so fuck you violent, first letting a little girl go on top and then himself going on top so many times. But faced with these two violent people, how could he dare to protest? He hurriedly slapped the ground, expressing his agreement to talk peacefully. Then talk properly. Don't bury your head so low. I will mistakenly think that you have something against me. Oh right, you wouldn't have something against me, right? Ling Han asked with a smile. Na Zhiyan pulled his head out, hurriedly shook his head and said, I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Wouldn't dare or wouldn't dare? Ling Han asked, smiling. Wouldn't dare and wouldn't dare. Na Zhiyan was smart this time. Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, This is a very good start and I am very satisfied. You'd better let me continue to be satisfied. Otherwise, if I am not satisfied, you will feel terrible. I understand, I understand. Na Zhiyan hurriedly nodded. Tell me about your background first. Ling Han was very curious. Na Zhiyan's martial art inheritance seemed to be very different from the orthodoxies of the world. Na Zhiyan hesitated. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Actually, I can still search your soul. Na Zhiyan's face instantly turned green. If his soul was searched, then his soul would disappear, and he would be as dead could be. Searching one's soul was definitely not a technique that a flower blossom tear cultivator could use, but the problem was which flower blossom tear cultivator would be as young as Ling Han and who knew. Thus he would rather believe it. I come from the sea race, he hurriedly said. Sea race. Ling Han was surprised. In both his last life and this life, he had never heard of the sea race, so where did this force come from? Wait, outside the desolate north was the sea, and the sea race was a race that lived in the sea? Na Zhiyan nodded, and without waiting for Ling Han to ask, he began to explain. Actually, most of the regions of the world are the sea. I come from the North Sea, and there are also the East Sea, the West Sea, the South Sea, and the Central Sea. No wonder Na Zhiyan had said that there were 100,000 flower blossom tear cultivators there, and 10 to 20,000 stronger than flower blossom tear cultivators. The 100,000 flower blossom tear cultivators you speak of, do you mean the entire sea, or only your North Sea? Ling Han asked. We are from the North Sea, Na Zhiyan answered honestly. Ling Han's expression changed slightly. Though he had not been to the Middle State and the other 3 regions, he roughly estimated that there were only 100,000 flower blossom tear cultivators in 1 state and 4 regions of the world, and the North region had the least, perhaps not even 10,000. But just the North Sea alone had 100,000 flower blossom tear cultivators. If the power of the 5 sea regions was equal, then how powerful would the sea race be? Among your sea race, which sea region is the strongest? He asked. Naturally, the Central Sea. That is the place where the Sea Emperor stands guard. A place that all the sea race yearns to go to, Na Zhiyan said, filled with longing. Tell me more specifically about the level of your North Sea's martial art, Ling Han continued to ask. Since Na Zhiyan had already spoken, he had no intention of hiding anything. He said, Our North Sea is naturally led by the North Sea royal clan, and beneath them are many general clans. Seeing Ling Han glare at him, he hurriedly added, The general clan has at least an elite of the deity transformation tier standing guard, while the royal clan has at least an elite of the heaven tier. It is said that a few kings have even advanced into the shattering void tier, and are the strongest beings in the world. Shattering void tier. Ling Han could not help but feel rueful. How important it was to be born in a good era. In his last life, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sparse, and the environment for martial art was harsh. Even freaks like the Sword Emperor could only be trapped in the heaven tier. And with his talent in alchemy, if it was in the current era, he could definitely use alchemy to advance into the shattering void tier, or even become a god. The current him definitely did not have the right to stand against an elite of the shattering void tier. Chapter 531. Pong. The earth split open, and a gigantic demonic beast drilled out. It was shaped like a lion, 30 meters long and 15 meters tall, and its whole body was covered with black scales, making it look like a pangolin. However, its tail was completely different. It was long and the tip was like a corn cob. It exuded a faint fragrance, like an exceptional precious medicine. And what was familiar to everyone was that why did that tail look so much like that spiritual medicine? Ling Han's expression changed drastically. Previously, that wasn't a precious medicine at all, but rather a bait that this demonic beast had released. It deliberately let its tail change slowly, like a precious medicine that was slowly maturing. Its purpose was to gather the largest number of prey, so that it could catch them all in one go. This could also explain why those shattering void tier elites didn't pay attention to this precious medicine when they passed by earlier, because they didn't notice it at all. This was a powerful existence of the shattering void tier, and here it was invincible. The 7 great heaven tier elites all stopped fighting, and when they saw this scene they naturally reacted. However, being targeted by a shattering void tier elite and turned into prey, how could they escape? Ung! This demonic beast let out a loud roar. Hong! The sound waves were like a tsunami. Pung pung pung! Everything within a radius of a few miles nearby was shattered. The 7 great heaven tier elites were obviously the first to bear the brunt. All of them were shaken to the point that their skin broke and their bones cracked, and they barely had a breath left. Fortunately, it was precisely because the 7 great heaven tier elites started fighting that the others retreated far away to avoid the brunt of the attack, so they were spared from this disaster. Even so, everyone's arms were either severed or legs were severed, just that they weren't shaken into pieces. The might of the shattering void tier was incomparably powerful, and a single attack could slash down stars. Fortunately, Ling Han and the others retreated even further, and were practically unaffected. However, they were still pressured by the shattering void tier's aura to the point that their faces turned pale, and even breathing was difficult. Everyone's expression changed. How could they block this? A shattering void tier demonic beast targeted them, and wanted to treat them as prey. Run! Everyone almost instantly scattered and fled in all directions. That demonic beast also moved. It first inhaled, and swallowed all 7 heaven tier elites into its mouth. With a few crunching sounds, it swallowed them into its stomach, and then began a massacre. Although everyone fled in all directions, how fast was the shattering void tier's speed? When it finished eating all the prey in the east, south, and west directions, the furthest those who fled towards the north had only escaped over 100 miles. This was obviously Ling Han and his party. The Rain Emperor and Mu Rongqing were also among them, and there were also super geniuses like Yao Huiyu and Jiao Ming. They all coincidentally chose the path they had come from, because if they fled in this direction, it was the most likely that they would encounter reinforcements. Ling Han sighed inwardly. Wanting to compete in speed with shattering void tier elites was a dream. Perhaps he could only use the Black Tower to save those he cared about. At most, he would temporarily not let some people out. The gold-seeking rat was so scared that it pretended to be dead again. It laid down its tail standing straight, but Hunyo grabbed it and said with a smile, "The large rat is dead, so let's eat it, okay?" Once these words were spoken, the gold-seeking rat naturally became lively again, squeaking strangely, meaning why did this little girl always want to eat babies? The rabbit felt the same way and said as it ran, "Now you also know Uncle Rabbit's hardships, right? Less nonsense, hurry and run for your life," Ling Han said. What kind of buffoons were by his side? Even in such a situation they still didn't act properly. This was obviously also because the rabbit and Hunyo's speed was too fast. Although they couldn't be faster than a shattering void tier elite, in this kind of fleeing situation, you only needed to run faster than others, and at least be guaranteed to survive to the end. Jejij, such a mighty demonic lion. Just right to be this king's mount. At this moment a delicate laughter was heard, and a woman dressed in a long purple dress suddenly appeared. No one knew how she appeared, as if she was born here. This woman was as beautiful as a peach. She stood in the sky, a light breeze blowing her long dress, and her bare feet were like jade, adding a bit of elegance to her. What was shocking was that there were multiple divine rays dancing around her, as if a goddess had descended to the mortal world. That demonic beast abruptly stopped, and stared at this woman full of vigilance, flames spewing from its nostrils as if it was filled with fear towards her. Being able to make a shattering void tier demonic beast feel fear. Needless to say, this woman was definitely also a shattering void tier existence. People like Yao Huiyu and Jiao Ming were both proud disciples of the 5 great sects, so they'd naturally seen their own sects, as well as other sects shattering void tier elites, but none of them matched up to this woman in front of them. It was really strange. This was a shattering void tier elite, and definitely couldn't appear out of thin air. Ling Han, however, breathed a sigh of relief. This woman was the Lunar King. "Little kitty, be obedient and be this king's mount." The Lunar King made her move, and attacked that demonic lion. Their great battle shook everyone to the point of hurriedly fleeing. If they were directly hit by the aftermath of each attack, it would be enough to kill them 100 times. In the distance there was a team of 100 people quickly approaching. Like an army, Their formation was so orderly that it made one speechless. 10 people in a row, forming a neat and tidy square formation. Everyone's expression was solemn, and they held a long spear in their hands, emitting an iron-blooded aura. Everyone's cultivation was in the deity transformation tier, which was very shocking. Deity transformation tier warriors could be called elites no matter where they were. But this team of 100 people seemed to be someone's personal army. In the front row, there was even someone carrying a battle flag that had a slender white hand holding up a crescent moon. They stopped in front of the battle group, far closer than Ling Han and the others to the battle range of the Lunar King and the demonic lion. When the battle waves swept over, they all struck with their spears, and the power of 100 people could actually miraculously fuse together, possessing the battle prowess of the heaven tier, completely dispelling the aftermath. Everyone was dumbfounded. 100 deity transformation tier warriors could compare to heaven tier warriors. This was like a dream. Ling Han, however, understood in his heart that this should be the Lunar King's personal army. Only the Purple Moon Empire, a powerful force that was buried who knew how many years ago, could master this kind of miraculous formation, gathering the power of everyone as one. The Lunar King was really too powerful. Her slender white hands were comparable to divine materials, and with a slap, the demonic lion was continuously flipped over. No matter what kind of terrifying attack the demonic lion launched, she very casually received it, appearing relaxed and happy. On her body, Ling Han sensed an aura similar to that of the Sword King and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. She was definitely powerful, a king among kings. In less than the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the demonic lion was captured by the Lunar King. It lay on the ground with its tongue hanging out, struggling with all its might to get up, but was completely helpless. The Lunar King half reclined and half sat on the demonic lion's back in a graceful yet sexy posture. She waved at Ling Han and said, "Little handsome brother, come and massage this king's legs." She stretched out her perfectly straight long legs, and under her long skirt was actually a snow-white and smooth thigh, stirring one's heart and soul. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 532. The formation was ever-changing, and some of them focused on confusion, trapping people to death. Some were killing arrays, and once one entered the array, one would encounter endless killing intent. On the other hand, there were some formations that focused on defense, like an iron bucket. Great mountain protection arrays usually focused on defense, and this one in the Fire Country's Imperial Palace was exactly like that. Although it was a level 6 array, it would be very difficult for even a spiritual infant tier cultivator to forcibly break through. That was because once a gap was opened, it would very quickly close up. Unless one's power was strong enough to blast open a huge gap, only then would one be able to pass through easily. That would require at least the power of the middle stage of the spiritual infant tier. Ling Han's battle prowess was very awesome, but he was still unable to break through the limits of the spiritual infant tier. Thus, he could not possibly barge into this great formation by force, but this was a completely different matter from deciphering the formation. With the Eye of Truth, this formation had no secrets to speak of in front of him. The simplest way to break it is to destroy a few of the formation eyes inside. However, the formation eyes are in the formation, so this is contradictory, unless someone cooperates from the inside. However, there is a slightly more troublesome way to crack it, and that is to attack a few weak points at the same time to create a temporary gap. Ling Han murmured as the phenomena of the sun, moon and stars surged in his eyes. I'll use the annihilating dragon star arrow to attack those 7 points at the same time. I believe I'll be able to open up a huge gap. He took a deep breath, opened his hands and made a bow. Suddenly, 7 spots of light appeared and turned into 7 arrowheads. Then the arrowheads, which were intertwined with white light, also appeared. They were densely burning with characters, which also did not belong to the current cultivation system. They emitted an ancient and terrifying aura. The combination of the Eye of Truth and the annihilating dragon star arrow was simply a perfect match. Inexplicably, everyone in the palace felt an endless chill, as if they would suffer a terrible mishap in the next second. Ling Han released the 5 fingers of his right hand, and 7 light arrows immediately shot toward the formation. As soon as they were shot, the 7 light arrows flew in 7 different directions. They were so fast that no one could catch the trajectory of the light arrows. This kind of speed was simply killing whoever it hit, because under normal circumstances, who would constantly use their elemental energy to protect themselves? Wang wang wang. The arrow arrived, but it did not directly hit the imperial palace. A curtain suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking the arrow. However, this curtain of light seemed to be made of porcelain. Countless cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly shattered. Ling Han revealed a sliver of a smile. Under his eye of truth, this great formation immediately became so weak that it could not withstand a single blow, and was directly destroyed by his 7 arrows. Of course, this was also because of the power of the annihilating dragon star arrow. Otherwise, even if they found the flaw, they might not be able to break through it. After all, this flaw was only a relatively weak point. It was not something that could be blasted apart by any attack. However, the eye of the formation was not destroyed. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged in and began to rebuild the formation. Let's go. Ling Han did not have the time to practice his archery here, and immediately brought Hunyo with him into the imperial city. At this time, even if the formation was activated again, it would be useless. Ling Han had already entered into the formation, and if he wanted to break the formation, it would be countless times easier. He just had to destroy the formation's eye. What? He actually broke through the formation and entered. Impossible, even spiritual infant-tier warriors might not be able to break through this formation. Everyone cried out in shock. This was truly unbelievable. Ling Han was only in the flower blossom tier. So how could he instantly break through the imperial city's defensive formation? Could it be that this guy's battle prowess was even more terrifying than spiritual infant-tier warriors? What could they do? Even the protective formation was helpless, so who could stop Ling Han? Little friend, if you have anything to say, just say it to this old man. I believe no matter how big the matter, this old man can make the decision. At this time, an old man appeared. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, so old that he looked like he could close his eyes at any time. There was actually a flame burning on top of his head. This was not a real flame, but the fire of martial art. What did the appearance of the fire of martial art mean? Forcibly boosting one's vitality, burning one's life and the will of martial art as the price, allowing oneself to reach the best state in the later stages of one's life. This was something that could not be helped. When martial artists entered old age, their blood and chi would weaken, and their battle prowess would not be what it was in the past. Only by burning the fire of martial art could one battle to the extreme. However, in this way, regardless of victory or defeat, one's vitality would be greatly damaged, and the originally little remaining lifespan would fall even further. It was possible that one would directly die after the battle. Old Emperor. Everyone knelt down, extremely reverent. This was the Emperor of Fire Country 2 generations ago, and also the only Flower Blossom tier warrior of Fire Country. He was forcibly raised by power of the nation, and only in Fire Country did he possess the lifespan of a Flower Blossom tier warrior. Otherwise, once he left with his close to 300 years of life, he would definitely immediately decay. In the desolate north, Flower Blossom tier warriors were the divine tools that guarded the country and defended against foreign invaders. Ling Han was too powerful, breaking through the formation with one move, forcing the old emperor to show himself. This was indeed the most dangerous time for Fire Country. I only have one request, and that is to stop excavating that ancient mine forever, Ling Han said. The old emperor revealed a hesitant expression. That ancient mine could give spiritual pedestal tier warriors the hope of breaking through. The real hope of breaking through. What did this mean? Fire Country would have more than one Flower Blossom tier warrior. Then Fire Country could possibly sweep over the other 8 countries and unify the desolate north. More territory and more population would bring about a stronger power of the nation. Then, Fire Country would also be able to produce more powerful Flower Blossom tier elites. Even if the ancient mine was emptied, the power of the nation wouldn't be emptied, and the foundation of Fire Country would be passed down through the ages. This was too important, so the old emperor was naturally hesitant. All right, this old man agrees. Only an instant later, the old emperor nodded in agreement. If he couldn't even pass this hurdle before him, how could he talk about the future? Ling Han said indifferently, I hope you're not doing it half-heartedly or else. He drew out the demon birth sword, and with a slash 19 flashes of sword chi shot out. Each flash of sword chi was filled with ancient characters, This was the bone pattern he obtained from the old vicious mongoose, which could increase one's attack power, and could practically be considered a mystical power. He slashed towards the sky, and a terrifying scene appeared. It was as if the sky was being torn apart, and a black void actually appeared. It was too terrifying. The might of this strike was so strong that it was impossible to fathom. Everyone trembled. 19 flashes of sword chi. Was this guy really human? 10 flashes of chi made him a top-notch king tier, so what kind of concept was 19 flashes? In the flower blossom tier, he was definitely invincible. This time, the old emperor completely dispelled his naive idea of pretending to agree to Ling Han's request, stalling for time, and waiting for 8 or 10 flower blossom tier warriors to appear in the future to fight against Ling Han. Not to mention 8 or 10, even 80 or 100 would be a gift. I wouldn't dare. He lowered his stance to an extremely low level. Ling Han nodded, turned around and left. He wanted to properly interrogate Na Zhiyan. Chapter 533. When Ling Han arrived at the city gates, he entered the Black Tower with Hun Yo and began to interrogate Na Zhiyan again. He wanted to know more about the sea race. Inside the Black Tower, Na Zhiyan naturally had even less of a chance to resist. Whatever Ling Han asked, he would answer honestly, not daring to hide anything in the slightest. The general that Na Zhiyan obeyed was called Xian Kongyun, and the Xian clan was also an extremely powerful existence among the general clans of the North Sea. This Xian Kongyun was an important member of the Xian clan, and was in the deity transformation tier. According to the information that Na Zhiyan had privately gathered, this Xian Kongyun was very ambitious. Why did Xian Kongyun not send anyone else but only Na Zhiyan? Firstly, Na Zhiyan had a special ability. Sea beasts were naturally good at bewitching, and could subdue their enemies without even fighting. In fact, they could even bewitch their enemies without them realizing it. For example, the Fire Emperor should know the consequences of forcefully opening the ancient mine. It could possibly shake the foundation of a nation, and ruin the power of the nation. However, he still stubbornly persisted, dreaming of breaking through to the flower blossom tier. On one hand, this was indeed a great temptation, and on the other hand, it had a great deal to do with Na Zhiyan's bewitchment. Secondly, Xian Kongyun obviously did not want to alarm others, even the members of the Xian clan. Regarding the ancient mine and the mysterious curse tool, he should have learned about it from some ancient text, and wanted to keep it for himself. This could be ascertained from the fact that he only sent Na Zhiyan. Even if it was just one person, it would be relatively easy for him to silence them. Ling Han was even more curious. A treasure that could cause an elite of the deity transformation tier to spend so much effort to obtain it had to be shockingly valuable. He could be sure that the bottle was definitely the cursed tool that Small Tower spoke of, but what was its use? It was simple. He would know once he dug it out. Ling Han's fate was extremely tough, and added with the existence of the Black Tower, he did not need to worry about the problem of being cursed, and could completely do as he pleased in the ancient mine. Furthermore, he still had one more thing to do, and that was to bring the miners into the Black Tower to wash away the power of the curse. He arrived at the ancient mine, and by then, Imperial guards had already arrived, bringing with them the orders of the Fire Emperor. From this day onwards, the ancient mine would be immediately closed, and everything would be left to Ling Han's arrangements. Ling Han had all the miners gather in the upper area. Then, he unleashed the aura of the flower blossom tier to knock them out, and then drew them into the Black Tower. When he had drawn everyone into the Black Tower, he left the ancient mine and tossed them out. As for when they would wake up and how they would react, Ling Han could not be bothered. Young Master Han, you really can't make an enemy of Lord Kongyun. Na Zhiyan was on the verge of tears. I have to report the progress to Lord Kongyun every 10 days, and tomorrow is the day to report. Lord Kongyun is already rather dissatisfied with the current progress. If we continue to delay, it is hard to guarantee that Lord Kongyun will not come personally. At that time we will be in deep trouble. An elite of the deity transformation tier could kill a spiritual infant tier cultivator with a single thought. No matter how freakish Ling Han was, he couldn't possibly stand against them. So fast? Ling Han frowned. If a deity transformation tier elite really came, how could he resist for so many days? The two immortal corpses had already lost too much of their immortal level pressure. Now, they would probably only be able to suppress flower blossom tear cultivators, which was meaningless to him. Did he still need help to deal with flower blossom tear cultivators? Young Master Han, for the sake of our lives, don't bother with this matter. You can't anyway, Najian advised. Moreover, he had a guess. Even Xian Kongyun, who was in the deity transformation tier, was so heavy, so the effect of that bottle was definitely above the deity transformation tier. That would naturally be terrible. If the news really leaked out, perhaps even the royal family would make a move. Ling Han shook his head. This ancient mine definitely couldn't be excavated anymore. And the threat of a deity transformation tier cultivator couldn't be ignored. How about this? He could get his hands on that cursed tool, and let that deity transformation tier cultivator chase after him. In any case, he was going to the middle state. The boundaries were a natural barrier, and a deity transformation tier cultivator's power would be greatly weakened if he went there. Moreover, in the middle state, deity transformation tier cultivators really couldn't be considered a very powerful existence. It was decided then. Ling Han was going to activate that cursed tool in the first place, and now he was naturally even more anxious. He returned to the ancient mine, and went deep into the depths, searching together with Hu Niu. The ancient mine was a very special place. Cursed qi that was like threads of blood rose up, preventing divine sense from spreading out, causing Ling Han to be unable to detect things that were too far away. However, because he knew that it was very likely that the bottle was the source of the cursed qi, Ling Han also had a solution, and that was to head towards the place where the cursed qi was the strongest. When he found the place, he would continue to dig downwards. In terms of digging, he was definitely more efficient than 10,000 miners put together. What kind of power did flower blossom tier cultivators have? Regardless of whether it was rock or soil underneath, they would all be broken open. Furthermore, there was no need to waste any effort to move the soil that was dug out. Instead, they could all be tossed into the Black Tower. The space inside was ridiculously large, and who knew how many mountains, rivers, and seas could be stored in it? The effect was naturally astonishingly high. After only a little less than half a day, the qi that rose up from below was as red as blood. With just a touch, their skin turned blood red, and a strong violent impulse arose in their hearts, wanting to kill all living things. This had a great effect. In just a short while, both Ling Han and Hu Niu felt the pressure, and hurriedly entered the Black Tower to take a breather. This isn't the power of a curse, but a great elite might have died here. He had a violent nature, and has been affecting this place for a long time, Small Tower said. Ling Han frowned and said, "What you mean is that there is not only a cursed tool here, but also the corpse of a great elite might be buried here. Perhaps that person was killed by the cursed tool," Small Tower speculated. After staying in the Black Tower for a long time, the terrifying violent impulse in their bodies finally disappeared. The two of them once again exited the Black Tower, and continued to dig downwards. Hu Niu was obviously an expert, and her little claws were extremely sharp. Such strong resentment. After digging for another 10 minutes or so, Ling Han was suddenly shocked, feeling as if something had drilled into his body. It was strange and made him feel an indescribable threat. Was this the power of a curse? It wouldn't immediately take someone's life, but it would imperceptibly affect them, and finally cause them to die suddenly. "A bottle," Hu Niu said, pointing at the ground. Ling Han nodded, and a bottle's mouth was revealed there. He hurriedly continued to dig, and soon this bottle was completely revealed. It was only a foot tall, very slender, and made of jade. Even if it had been buried in the ground for many years, it wouldn't be damaged in the slightest. There were many patterns on the bottle's body, which should be some kind of martial art intent, in the direction of a curse. He wanted to pick up the jade bottle, but when he tried, he actually couldn't pick it up. It's grown roots. He exerted a bit more force, and the jade bottle was finally picked up. However, a blood-colored fountain also gushed out, and an incredibly terrifying aura spread out. Even if Ling Han had the divine sense of the heaven tier, he still trembled as if a great calamity was about to befall him. "Let's go." He put away the jade bottle, hurriedly grabbed Hu Niu, and flew upwards. Chapter 534. Hong, the blood-colored fountain grew fiercer and fiercer. At first, it was only a fountain pillar as thick as an arm, but it soon became as thick as a person and as thick as a well. Finally, it seemed to become a heavenly spring, the blood waves surging as if to drown the whole world. Ling Han flew upwards with all his might. Below him, the water level was rising rapidly, almost catching up to his feet. Zzz, under the terrifying corrosive power, his shoes began to disintegrate. Then his socks and his feet also became extremely itchy. Layers of skin fell off as if his flesh and blood were about to melt, leaving only a skeleton. This was too terrifying. It was just some mist that evaporated, and the corrosive power had reached such a degree. If he was swallowed by the blood waves, could he still survive? One had to know that he cultivated the indestructible Heaven Scroll, and his body was like precious metal of the same level. If it was another flower blossom tear cultivator, he would probably have turned into a pool of blood by now. Ling Han hurriedly stored Hunyo into the Black Tower, and desperately flew upwards. Could it be that this place was originally a great formation, and the jade bottle was the eye of the formation, the core? Now that he took away the eye of the formation, the great formation stopped operating, and the thing suppressed inside immediately ran out. Then didn't he cause a great disaster? Thankfully, everyone here was moved away, or else the original miners here would have been drowned by the blood sea. Pong Ling Han soared into the sky, and he was already above the ancient mine. A pillar of blood soared into the sky, reaching at least 30 meters high before it began to fall. A large amount of blood surged, and in an instant the entire ancient mine became a lake. As far as the eye could see, it was a field of blood red. Ling Han stood at the side of the lake and held his breath. This bloody water carried a strong fishy smell, as if it had just experienced a massacre. This smell was especially stimulating, making him feel as if he was about to transform into a demon, desiring to slaughter the entire world. Was this really a pool of blood? If it was, then how many people had died? Ling Han couldn't help but feel numb. He was very clear about how huge the ancient mine was, but he didn't know how big the space sealed under the jade bottle was. But just to fill the area of the ancient mine, the blood of 10 million people wasn't enough. You guessed wrong. At most, there is only the blood of a dozen or so people here, Small Tower suddenly said. How is this possible? Ling Han immediately cried out. If there were only a dozen people, then how big would they be? Would they be as big as a mountain? The higher a martial artist's strength is, the more blood and chi they will have. A little bit of blood can turn into an ocean. What's so strange about that? Small Tower countered. This blood only comes from a dozen or so different sources, and at most it comes from a dozen or so people. Ling Han wanted to say something, but he was startled. He saw a white light in the middle of the blood lake. Following that, a white corpse floated up to the surface of the lake. It was a man, and he was definitely handsome when he was alive. At this moment, he was dressed in white, and there was a wound on his chest. His heart had directly exploded. Another corpse appeared. It was a bald man wearing earthy yellow clothes. There were 9 holes on his head, and a string of beads hung in front of his chest. He was dressed very strangely. He was also the same. There was a hole in his chest, and his heart had been exploded. Is this the legendary ancient monk? Ling Han had heard of the ancient monk's attire before. They forbade meat and slaughter, and had strict rules and precepts. The third corpse appeared. This was an incredibly beautiful woman wearing a long red dress. In this place, the long dress and the blood were one, and it was impossible to tell the difference between the dress and the blood. It was not that her heart had been exploded, but rather that there was a bloody hole on her jade-white forehead, which had caused her to die. She was truly an enchanting beauty. Anyone who saw her would sigh in pity. Then there was the fourth corpse. Ling Han counted. There were a total of 12 corpses. They seemed to have been suppressed underground before, and now they were released all at once. Ling Han had a deep understanding of how terrifying the corrosiveness of this blood was, but these corpses had actually not been corroded even after being buried for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Instead, they looked as if they had been alive. Just what cultivation level had they been at back then? Were Heaven Tier elites this strong? Ling Han was uncertain. He now only had a sliver of divine sense of the Heaven Tier, and could only make guesses about existences of the same cultivation level back then, and was unable to obtain an accurate answer. Perhaps these people were even existences of the Shattering Void Tier. The problem was, although these people died from being struck in different vital spots, there was one similarity, and that was that they were all killed by someone's fist. Being punched in the heart and being punched in the head, it was as if they were facing a supreme god, and could only be killed in an instant. The blood of the 12 peerless experts turned into a lake of blood. What? Ling Han revealed a look of shock. A mountain-like silver spider actually appeared on the surface of the lake. Each of its feet was like a heavenly spear, and the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, making him feel as if he was made of porcelain, and now, under the impact, multiple cracks appeared. This was not an illusion. Ling Han lowered his head, and felt that cracks had already appeared on his hands, and beads of blood were gushing out. Moreover, there were more and more of them, forming a straight line that continuously fell down. Too terrifying. Just standing there from afar, it made him almost collapse. Heaven-tier elites couldn't reach such a level, and this heaven and earth only allowed the extreme power of the shattering void tier. So this silver spider had to be a shattering void tier existence. This large silver spider only glanced at Ling Han, but there was no color in its eyes at all. It was high and mighty like an invincible creature. It indeed didn't need to look down on Ling Han, because the two of them weren't on the same level at all. Just like when Ling Han met a normal person, did he need to show his superiority by looking down on the latter? With just this one glance, Ling Han discovered that his body was about to explode, and his soul was similarly about to explode. Perhaps Ling Han had to return to the heaven tier to be able to resist such an aura, but it was merely an aura. Just at this moment, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the lake of blood, and the water level immediately began to drop at a rapid pace. In just a few breaths' time, the blood-colored lake water had completely disappeared, and those 12 corpses naturally disappeared along with it. The large silver spider moved its 8 giant legs, and its figure rapidly shrank, turning into a streak of light. With a xiao, it leaped into the mine and was no longer seen. This ancient mine, what exactly was going on? Ling Han frowned deeply. In the beginning, he only thought that there was a cursed tool buried underneath, or a great elite that affected this land. However, he had obtained a cursed tool, yet 12 incomparably powerful corpses from when they were alive had appeared, and there was even a large silver spider that he suspected was still alive. He couldn't even be sure that it was only a phantom image from millions and millions of years ago, or if it really existed. It was so strong that it couldn't be approached at all, so it was naturally impossible to fathom. Chapter 535. Everyone joined forces to battle the tentacle monster. Ling Han was obviously the main force. Aside from him, no one else could withstand this beast's whip. After he blocked the tentacle monster's attack, Wuxia and the others took the opportunity to show their might, slashing at this beast to collect its flesh and blood. However, this monster's defense was astonishing, and sabers and swords were completely useless against it. It was extremely slippery, as if it was covered in a layer of oil. Moreover, it was extremely elastic, and similarly had the effect of neutralizing power. There were only 2 people that could pose a threat to it, Ling Han and Wuxia. Ling Han had the demon birth sword, which was extremely sharp, while Wuxia had sharp claws that could forcibly tear open the tentacle monster's skin, tearing off a large chunk of flesh with one move. Her violence level was terrifying. The gold-seeking rat shrunk into Zhu Xian'er's embrace and covered its eyes with its 2 little claws, no longer daring to. This little girl was too savage and kept on thinking about its flesh, scaring it to death just thinking about it. The tentacle monster was furious and waved more tentacles, launching an attack at Ling Han and Zhu Xian'er. However, there were only 8 tentacles in total, and as they waved, they stirred up the sea, rolling up a tsunami that was several dozen meters tall. This beast was truly enormous. Just the tentacles that were exposed above the sea were over 300 meters long, and the part in the water was definitely even larger, easily stirring up a furious tide. Ling Han originally wanted to charge into the sea and behead this tentacle monster's main body, but once he entered the sea, he discovered something was off. The pressure in the water was astonishingly great, squeezing his bones to the point of clanking. If he went deep into the sea, his entire body would be squeezed to pieces. After fighting for half a day, the tentacle monster still retreated in defeat, leaving behind a long tentacle. This was severed by Ling Han and Wuxia's combined attack. One slashed with a sword, and one tore with a claw, forcibly leaving behind the opponent's enormous tentacle. If it weren't for that, that big monster might not have retreated. Ling Han stored this tentacle into the Black Tower, causing Wenren Qianqian, Li Fengyu, and Yuan Chenghe to be speechless. How big was this guy's spatial spirit tool, to be able to store such a large tentacle inside? There's grilled fish to eat. Hunyo smiled happily. They advanced. This place obviously wasn't suitable for grilling fish, so they'd have to wait until they reached dry land before fixing it up. However, on the second day, they immediately encountered the tentacle monster's attack again, and it actually grew back the tentacle that was severed yesterday. It was obvious that the tentacle was a bit shorter, and the color was more tender. If it weren't so, Ling Han and the others would definitely think that it was another tentacle monster. The result of the battle was that the tentacle monster once again contributed a tentacle, which Ling Han stored into his bag. However, on the third day it came again and then left behind another tentacle. Everyone was speechless. Did you come to hunt? Or to deliver gifts? On the fourth day, this tentacle monster came as promised. This time, Ling Han and the others had already formulated a battle strategy in advance. After Ling Han heavily wounded the tentacle monster with the annihilating dragon star arrow, the rock spirit and Hunyo would work together to grab a tentacle and forcibly pull it up from the bottom of the sea. It was definitely a colossal creature, with a tentacle that was over 500 meters long, and then its body. To everyone's surprise, they originally thought that this was a super large octopus, but who would have thought that this big guy's body actually shrunk into a clamshell? This clamshell was naturally astonishingly large, and its 300-meter-long body was like a palace at the bottom of the sea. The battlefield moved into the air, and this tentacle monster's battle prowess was greatly reduced. It was ganged up on by everyone, and in the end all 8 tentacles were chopped off with no time to grow back. Then the clamshell was also broken, and it was blasted into pieces. Huh! Everyone cried out in surprise, seeing that there was actually a gigantic pearl inside the clamshell. Even if they were very far away, they could still feel the spiritual qi emitted from the pearl, making people feel at ease as if they could comprehend the truth of martial arts. Such a large pearl needs at least 1,000 years to nurture, right? Li Fengyu guessed. Wenren Qianqian shook her head and said, definitely more than that. I've seen 1,000-year-old pearls, and they were only fist-sized. This one is about the size of a millstone. Ling Han also nodded. He'd once obtained some 1,000-year-old pearls in his last life. Grinding them into powder and adding them into ingredients could greatly increase the effects of forming a pill. They were about the size of a fist, far from this one. The longer a creature lives, the rarer it is. This giant clam has lived for who knows how many years, possibly several thousand or 10,000 years. He said, according to my conjecture, this giant clam was captured by this tentacle monster, and even its shell was occupied by it, slowly digesting the pearl's power. The reason why it could grow new limbs so quickly is firstly because of its own characteristics, and secondly because of the benefits provided by this pearl. Zhu Xianer was astonished and said, in other words, this pearl is originally even larger. Should be so. Ling Han nodded. Rich, such a large pearl, how many origin crystals can it sell for? Li Fengyu's eyes were full of stars. Such a treasure. You actually want to use it to exchange for origin crystals? Yuan Chenghe sneered. Short-sighted. The gold-seeking rat was instantly displeased. How did baby offend you? It stared at Yuan Chenghe and ground its teeth, really wanting to bite someone. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, we should still thank this beast. Not only did it give us a large amount of beast meat, it also has a 10,000-year-old treasured pearl. I think in the entire vast lands this is unique. Clams that could live for 10,000 years were few in the first place, and normally they only had a lifespan of a few hundred years. To raise a 10,000-year-old treasured pearl, not only did it have to live long, it also had to have good luck and not be injured by any living creature in between. In the end, this old clam also didn't escape its fate of being eaten. The tentacle monster's tentacles were all-pervasive and could bore into the old clam's closed shell, sucking the old clam's flesh and blood clean. It definitely met its nemesis. Ling Han put away the pearl. This pearl was too precious, and if it was broken and divided, then at least half of the essence within would be lost. That was something only an idiot would do. He put away the pearl and gave Li Fengyu, his sister, and 1 ren some spiritual liquid as compensation. Everyone was happy. After all, killing the tentacle monster was mainly Ling Han and Hunyo's credit. Yuan Chang he also didn't get anything, but he wasn't dissatisfied. This was because Ling Han treated him as one of his own, and giving him something would be treating him as an outsider. His mentality also changed from being unconvinced and resisting at the beginning to being sincerely convinced now, mainly because he realized the gap between him and Ling Han. However, at this moment 3 people were seen flying over from afar, their target clear. 2 old men and 1 young man. The 2 old men were in the deity transformation tier, while the young man was in the flower blossom tier, impressively walking in front, appearing somewhat unusual. Martial arts was the place that paid the most attention to seniority. Hand over that precious pearl and you guys can get lost, the young man ordered. When his gaze swept over Zhu Xian, his eyes involuntarily shone, and he pointed over saying, "She stays." All right, I'll sell it to you. Hunyo immediately clapped her hands in agreement. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 536. You want to refuse? Ling Han asked with a smile. Without waiting for the other party to reply, he directly plucked out a handful of the other party's hair, then picked up a strand and threw it into a jade bottle. I'll just call it the bottle of curses, he thought to himself. Then he said, think carefully. You shouldn't be so threatening. Na Zhiyan wanted to cry but had no tears. The previous 2 times he had been cursed had left him with lingering fear, especially the second time. He had directly lost his will to live, and now that he thought about it, it was really too terrifying. Obviously, Ling Han only needed to obtain one thing from him to be able to cast the curse. Now that he had a large amount of hair that Ling Han had taken, who knew how many times he would die? Moreover, who said that there were only 2 kinds of curses? Abdominal pain and the desire to die. It is my honor not to work for young Master Han, Na Zhiyan immediately said, his expression full of righteousness. Ling Han patted his shoulder and said, not bad, this is what I wanted to hear. One should be more open and loyal. Yes, young Master Han is right, Na Zhiyan said seriously. Ling Han knocked him out with a single slap, then brought him out of the Black Tower. Though he had the control of the cursed tool, Ling Han still decided to keep the secret of the Black Tower as much as possible so that others would not know about it. After bringing Na Zhiyan back to the Imperial City, Ling Han finally woke him up with a slap and said, go. Oh right, don't think that you won't be affected just because you've run far away. 3 days later, I'll let you have another good time. Young Master Han, I believe you. There's no need to try. Na Zhiyan hurriedly waved his hands. How can I do that? If I don't try, how can I prove my sincerity? Ling Han said unhappily. Fine, was there a difference in sincerity and threats? Na Zhiyan could only leave obediently. He had to complete this task. Only then would he have a chance of survival. As long as Xian Kongming died, then naturally no one would know what he had done. Cursing someone to death. Haha, who would believe that there was such a thing? Just like how he had wanted to commit suicide before. Even if he really died, who would believe that he had actually been murdered? However, he was still slightly doubtful. Would that thing really be able to curse him after being separated by a great distance? This was something he had to confirm. Otherwise, even if he managed to deceive Xian Kongming and failed to curse him to death, he would still be dead. In the next 3 days, he traveled with all his might, wanting to get as far away from Ling Han as possible. He wanted to test if that treasure could really kill someone from thousands of miles away. He quickly entered the sea instead of flying in the sky. As soon as he entered the sea, his legs miraculously disappeared and turned into a long fishtail. With a flick of his tail, his speed instantly soared as he swam towards the depths of the sea. He was much faster than when he was flying on land. The sea race was indeed suited to living in the sea. Only in the sea could they maximize their combat strength. The bottom of the sea was very dark, but for flower blossom tier cultivators it was nothing. Along the way he saw familiar sights. Various sea races appeared one after another. Though flower blossom tier cultivators could not be considered ultimate elites of the sea race, they could still be considered as elites. Thus, as he traveled, a considerable number of sea races paid their respects to him. Some young girls of the sea race even threw flirtatious glances at him. This sea monster was famous for his beauty and charm. so he naturally attracted the attention of countless young girls. However, just as that lord was feeling very pleased with himself, an incredibly strange scene appeared. That lord actually fell to the bottom of the sea, and with his head touching the bottom he spat out bubbles as he said, "I am a stinky bug, just let me die." It really made people's eyeballs drop to the ground. It worked. All of a sudden, Na Zhiyan did not know what he was feeling. However, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was that he had to complete the task that Ling Han had given him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Ling Han temporarily did not think about the matter between Na Zhiyan and Xian Kongming. In any case, if Na Zhiyan could bring back something that belonged to Xian Kongming, then he would curse him to death. If that did not work, then he would immediately go to the middle state and let this guy chase after him. He returned home and went out for a few days, so he naturally had to have a good reunion with his family. If he could successfully resolve the matter with the sea race, then there would be no need for the Ling family to move. Otherwise, it would be better for them to move. Lu Yutong and the other two girls were all very affectionate, but Zhu Xian'er's injuries had already healed for a few days, so there was no reason to delay any longer. Thus, she took her leave first and sent the medicine to the Half-Moon sect. Then, she directly went to the extreme Yang city to wait for Ling Han. After staying for a few days, he went to the Imperial City again because he had an appointment with Na Zhiyan for 10 days. However, after staying in the Imperial City for a day, Na Zhiyan returned. He handed over a bag and said, "Young Master Han, I only obtained 3 broken scales from Lord Kongming." He was afraid that Ling Han would not be satisfied, so he hurriedly added, "Lord Kongming is an ancient water-splitting beast, and the scales he sheds are treasured tools used to make armor. It is very difficult to obtain." Ling Han smiled and said, "It's fine. As long as it's the scales shed from his body, it's fine." He knocked Na Zhiyan unconscious and stored him in the Black Tower. Then he took out the vial of curses, crushed some of the broken scales, and stuffed them into the vial, directly activating the curse of death. Immediately a flower bloomed. This meant that the curse had been successfully cast. Otherwise, if the opponent's level was too high and his fate was too strong, resulting in the curse not taking effect, then this flower would not have bloomed. A mighty elite of the deity transformation tier was cursed to death from 10,000 miles away just like that. Ling Han's heart trembled. There were all sorts of strange and bizarre techniques in this world. Perhaps there were other powers in this world that could similarly kill someone from 10,000 miles away. However, this kind of technique would definitely have its limits. Actually, as long as one was careful, it could be avoided. Since the curse had been successfully cast, Ling Han returned home, planning to stay for another 2 months before leaving for the extreme Yang city to meet up with Ying Hong and Zhu Xian'er and head to the middle state together. However, the peaceful days only lasted for half a month. On this day, a tide suddenly rose on the sea, and then there was great chaos. Although the Ling family lived in seclusion, there were always people going out. Soon they found that there were more and more refugees in the town in recent days. After asking about the situation, he learned that an army had suddenly appeared on the sea, sweeping through everything in its path and advancing toward the royal capital. Marine Corps Ling Han was astonished. Could it be that Xian Kongming hadn't died? However, wasn't this guy usually very low-key? Why had he suddenly come with such great fanfare? He brought Hunyo with him, and hurried towards the imperial city. When he arrived, the army had yet to arrive, so he headed towards the ocean. After traveling for another day, the army on the ocean finally came into view. They didn't look too different from the human army, but they were all infantrymen. There were only about 1,000 of them. The soldiers in the front carried flags and wore scale armors. Their weapons were mainly spears and axes. In addition, many of them had webbing between their fingers. It was the same for their feet. They didn't wear shoes, so it could be clearly seen. Merfolk. Chapter 537. There were only over 1,000 soldiers in the army, but they were all at least in the spiritual pedestal tier, and there was only one carriage in the army. It was a carriage pulled by 2 seahorses, and the walls of the carriage were painted with ancient patterns. There were also many holes that had been pierced by weapons, but this did not affect the grandeur of the carriage, and instead made it look even more ancient and dignified. When Ling Han looked over, his mind suddenly went blank. All he saw was a huge hand appearing out of thin air, grabbing towards him. This giant hand was incomparably terrifying. It was as if even if the sky collapsed, it could withstand it with just a gentle lift. But upon closer inspection, it was actually a woman's hand. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, almost perfect. Too strong. Ling Han did not have a second thought, and directly brought Hunyo into the Black Tower. His heart thumped madly. Although it was only for an instant, it was the most dangerous moment he had ever been in this life. If he was just a little bit late, he would definitely be caught by that large hand, and definitely wouldn't be able to enter the Black Tower again. High-level Heaven Tier. Even Shattering Void Tier. Ling Han shook his head. His opponent's strength was unfathomably powerful, and he himself only had a sliver of Heaven Tier divine sense. Perhaps he could see through the cultivation of ordinary Heaven Tier martial artists, but high-level Heaven Tier martial artists were like a dense fog. Moreover, the Sea race had Shattering Void Tier elites. One thing was certain, and that was that the expert in the carriage was definitely not Xian Kong Ming. He was only in the deity transformation realm. Huh. A sound of surprise came from within the carriage. "My lord, what's wrong?" One of the Oceanid warriors immediately asked. "A very interesting flea," said the person in the carriage. Her voice was charming and seemed to possess boundless charm. The eyes of that Sea race warrior wandered about, as if he wanted to find the flea that the princess had mentioned. However, how could he possibly discover the Black Tower? Naturally, his efforts were futile. He teleported away. The person in the carriage said, but then she murmured softly, "Did he really teleport away? I don't think I sensed any spatial fluctuations, but if he didn't teleport, how could he suddenly disappear?" As the wheels rolled, the army continued to advance toward the imperial capital. Only when this army completely disappeared did Ling Han and Hunyo appear from the Black Tower. "Scared Nyo to death, that woman is so annoying," Hunyo said, patting her chest. Ling Han nodded. This was a mighty figure of the Sea race, and he was unbelievably strong. Could it be that Na Jiyan had given himself away? Otherwise, after he had cursed Xian Kongming to death, all of this should have come to an end. Why would an army of the Sea race suddenly appear? And why would an inconceivably powerful woman appear? Suspected to be a high-level Heaven Tier or even a Shattering Void Tier ultimate elite. Running amok in a place like the North region, who could stop her? Ling Han dragged Na Jiyan out and recounted what had just happened. Then he asked, "Who is that woman? Also, who else did you tell about this matter?" Na Jiyan was on the verge of tears. How would he dare to reveal such a secret to anyone? If the Sea race knew that he had participated in the matter of cursing Xian Kongming to death, he would definitely be chopped into 8 pieces. He said in a trembling voice, that person should be the 7th princess of the royal clan, Lady Helian Sun Shui. "What's her cultivation level?" Ling Han asked. "It is said to be at the sky human stage." Na Jiyan thought for a moment, then said with certainty, "Should be at the Heaven Tier." The 7th princess is the most outstanding genius of the Helian royal clan, but has yet to advance into the Shattering Void Tier. Ling Han had heard him say that there were 3 great royal clans in the North Sea, Helian, Xianyu and Wunren. They all had ultimate elites of the Shattering Void Tier overseeing them, and were equivalent to a great sect in the Middle State. Whether Helian Sun Shui was in the Shattering Void Tier or not, even if she was only in the Heaven Tier, she would still be able to sweep through the North region. Moreover, Ling Han felt that she was far stronger than he had been in his last life. As for whether she could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sword Emperor and the others, that was hard to judge, because he had not even seen her once. Thinking about it, she should have gone for the Vial of Curses. Otherwise, the timing would not be so coincidental. But since Na Jiyan had not leaked the secret, how did she know about this? Could it be that Xian Kongming had leaked the secret before his death? Ling Han thought for a moment, then once again knocked Na Jiyan unconscious and threw him into the Black Tower. Then he too headed towards the Imperial City. He took a detour and overtook the army of the Sea race, arriving at the Imperial City ahead of time. To be honest, the advance of this army was really not very fast. But no matter how slow it was, after another 2 days, the Sea race still arrived outside the Imperial City. Everyone in Fire Country acted as if they were facing a great enemy. On the city walls, everyone drew their swords and knocked their arrows. A great battle was about to break out at any moment. However, in front of an army where even the weakest was in the spiritual pedestal tier, they really could not withstand a single blow. This could not be considered an army, and could only be considered Hellion Sun Shue's guards. After all, there were too few of them. I don't care who obtained that thing, immediately hand it over. Otherwise, 3 days later, I will cause a furious wave that will drown the whole desolate north. Hellion Sun Shue's pleasant yet cold voice was heard from within the carriage. She released a sliver of her aura, and instantly the world seemed to lose its color. Pa 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 pa, the weapons in everyone's hands fell to the ground. Aside from those who had the aptitude of a king among martial artists, everyone else knelt on the ground. Everyone was shocked. They had not even fought and it was already like this. The opponent's strength was practically hair-raising. What to do? They had absolutely no idea what that thing the opponent spoke of was, so how could they hand it over? Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. A few days ago, someone charged into the imperial palace and was forced to sign a treaty, which was extremely humiliating. Now, someone charged into the imperial city and threatened them. Yet, they did not have the slightest bit of temper. Although the woman in the carriage did not show her face, no one dared to doubt her words. She only let out a little bit of her aura, and everyone knew that this was definitely not a joke. She had this kind of strength and at the same time would do so. Ling Han frowned. Now, he was completely sure that what she wanted was the vial of curses. After a slight hesitation, he let Hunyou enter the Black Tower first, and then ascended the city walls. "Me lord! Me lord! Me lord!" When it was Ling Han's turn, everyone knelt down one after another as if they had met their savior. Ling Han laughed and said, "Don't count on me. Now, even 10,000 of me added together would not be a match for a single finger of hers." Hearing Ling Han say so, everyone looked disappointed. Even Ling Han was not a match for her, so what could they do? Ling Han looked into the distance and said loudly, "We can talk, but if you make a move against me again, I will immediately leave, and I guarantee that you will never find me again." Impudence! How dare you speak to my master like this? The warriors of the sea race all shouted. In their hearts, Hellion Sun Shui was a godlike existence, and could not tolerate the slightest bit of blasphemy. A mere human actually wanted to have a talk with their master? Wishful thinking. Yet a voice was heard from within the carriage and said, "Then let's talk." Obviously, after having Ling Han slip away once, Hellion Sun Shui at least acknowledged Ling Han's ability to escape. Otherwise, she would have directly captured him for interrogation, and he would not even have the right to talk. Chapter 538. Ling Han smiled slightly. He knew that the other party would definitely be willing to talk. "I have a few questions to consult your highness," he said loudly. "Oh, then answer one of my questions first. Otherwise, there's no need to talk," Hellion Xuanxue said indifferently. "Is that bottle in your hands?" As expected. Ling Han did not deny it and said, "Yes, it's indeed in my hands." There was a moment of silence in the carriage. He did not know if Hellion Xuanxue was too excited, and was trying to control her emotions. After a while he heard her say, "All right, what do you want to know?" "How does your highness know about this bottle?" Ling Han asked. "Some things should not be known by too many people. Let's talk somewhere else," Hellion Xuanxue said. Ling Han nodded and said, "All right, follow me. Don't get too close. Otherwise, if I'm frightened, I might never appear again." Hellion Xuanxue snorted coldly, appearing very displeased. Ling Han walked in front while the sea race followed behind, and the direction that Ling Han took was naturally towards that mine. If impressively Sun Shui really wanted to make a move, he would bring the sea race into the mine and kill them with a trap. The speed of the sea race on land was not fast. Fortunately, the mine was not far from the imperial city. Thus, in less than half an hour they also arrived at the place. "Stop!" Hellion Xuanxue stopped the carriage from afar, and said loudly, "Human, this is the ancient mine." He could not hide it from her. Ling Han stopped and turned around and said, "That's right." A figure walked out of the carriage, but her entire body was wrapped in rays of purple divine light, and her appearance could not be seen at all. Even height, male or female, could not be distinguished. One could only vaguely see that she wore emerald green clothes, and her hair was extremely long. "All of you wait here," she ordered. "Yes, your highness." Everyone obeyed. Helian Xuanxue took a step and approached Ling Han. She had enough confidence that as long as the distance was close enough, she could directly take down Ling Han. She would not give him any chance to use the teleportation talisman to escape. Close enough, Ling Han said with a smile. In fact, with his divine sense, he could let the other party come a little closer, but there was no need to let the other party know his limits and trump cards. Helian Xuanxue couldn't help but sigh in her heart. If she attacked from this distance, she only had a 30% chance of success. Your Highness, you can speak now, Ling Han said. Helian Xuanxue snorted lightly. A mere flower blossom tier cultivator acted as if he was on equal footing with her, making her feel really displeased. But for the sake of that bottle, she still endured her rage and said, Actually, it was I who intentionally leaked this information to Xian Kongming. Ling Han was astonished. Xian Kongming was just a chess piece. Using a cursed weapon to kill someone, there were no traces to follow. No matter how bizarre the death was, it was still a normal death. This was because the murderer did not need to do it himself, so how could he give himself away? But using a cursed weapon proved one thing. Either the opponent's strength was too strong, and they couldn't take it head-on. Secondly, perhaps the other party's status was too special, so he couldn't make a move on them openly. What kind of situation did Helian Xuanxue belong to? So, after Xian Kongming died mysteriously, you immediately guessed that he was killed by a cursed weapon, so you brought people to attack, Ling Han guessed. That's right. After a long time, you obviously ran, and how could I still find you? Helian Xuanxue said. Ling Han was curious and said, You're at least a high-level heaven-tier being. You want a cursed weapon, could it be that you want to kill a shattering void-tier cultivator? If it could really curse a shattering void-tier cultivator to death, then what level would the jade bottle be? Divine tool. You don't need to worry about that. Helian Xuanxue snorted and said, This kind of treasure tool is not something you can possess. Give it to me and I can guarantee your safety, and I can compensate you with a spirit tool. Oh, what spirit tool is it that precious? Ling Han unleashed the demon birth sword. Very obviously, Helian Xuanxue's figure stiffened slightly. She definitely saw the grade of the demon birth sword. A 10th tier spirit tool. What could she take out to move Ling Han? She really underestimated this human. His wealth was a bit shocking. She paused and then said, I am determined to get that bottle, so I advise you to hand it over. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the world, I will find you. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, Really? Are you sure that wherever I go, you will also go? Helian Xuanxue snorted coldly, and was about to boast but immediately reacted and said towards the front, Is this what you're relying on to hide in the ancient mine? Naive. She said coldly. Since the cursed weapon has been taken out, the cursed chi here will begin to drop. And who is this North Sea's royal family? My fate is determined by the heavens, so how could I be harmed by these cursed chi? Quite at Sundra, but unfortunately, she had no idea what changes had occurred here. And the cursed chi was nothing at all. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, Then come and chase me. Maybe if you catch up to me, I'll let you eat. He broke into a run and entered the ancient mine. Helian Xuanxue didn't know what he meant, but thinking that it couldn't be anything good, she immediately snorted coldly and chased after him. Ling Han didn't care and attacked wildly. He wanted to lure out the 12 ancient corpses below, or the blood lake would do, and the silver divine spider was even more ideal. In short, as long as he could suppress Helian Xuanxue, it would be fine. And after this battle, would there still be sea race that dared to come? Refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Helian Xuanxue snorted coldly, and struck out with her palm. Origin power turned into a beautiful large hand, pressing down towards Ling Han. Before the palm force arrived, the terrifying pressure had already cracked the skin all over Ling Han's body, and blood sprayed wildly. One had to know that he had the body of iron sheet, and his body was as hard as rare metals of the same level, but his skin was cracked by the pressure. If he really took a palm, would he still be alive? What a strong bitch! Ling Han exclaimed, and threw out the 2 god corpses with both hands. He didn't intend to take them back. This place should be good for burying the 2 god corpses. The 12 ancient corpses definitely had great origins, and wouldn't be weaker than these 2 god corpses. Helian Xuanxue stopped. She arrived in front of the two god corpses, and a look of surprise appeared on her beautiful face that outsiders couldn't see. "These are god corpses," she murmured softly, and the look of disbelief became even more intense. Ling Han actually had two god corpses on him. This human was truly strange. However, the divinity essence of the two god corpses had already been completely lost, and this was the mortal realm with its own rules. God-level elites weren't stronger than shattering void tier elites, and he wanted to scare her with two god corpses? Naive. With a casual wave, she separated the two god corpses. Since the divinity essence had already been completely lost, it had lost any value, and she didn't bother to put it away. "You can't run," Helion Sun Shui said coldly. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Who said I ran?" He already arrived at the place where the vial of curses was placed, and shot out a punch. The terrifying origin power, added with his body's brute force, formed an extremely terrifying destructive power. Pung! A pillar of blood soared into the sky. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 539. The test was very simple. One didn't have to fight this puppet. One only had to place one's palm on a stone tablet. If a light flashed, one would be qualified to enter the artifact pavilion. It sounded so simple, but there were pitifully few people who could make the stone tablet light up. Other than the powerful figures of the older generation, there were only Yao Huiyu, Su Xiuran, Donglinger, and a few others in the younger generation. "Just put your hand on the stone tablet." There was a newcomer who asked curiously. "Of course not. You have to meditate on all of your martial skills and cultivation techniques in your sea of consciousness. The stone tablet will magnify the power of these secret techniques to the limit and evaluate your ultimate battle prowess." An old antique said, "This is the martial Dao stone, a legendary treasure. Even if you're only in the flower blossom tier, it's possible to surpass the shattering void tier, because this evaluates the battle prowess of the pinnacle tier, or in other words puts everyone's tier on the same level, and then compares their battle prowess. Such a ranking should be said to be a ranking of potential. It's possible that you'll be far from reaching such a level in the future, or it's also possible that you'll have a fortuitous encounter and might surpass in the future." That old antique said, "Not really. There are 100 names on the stone tablet, and if your pinnacle tier battle prowess can surpass any one of them, you can be ranked among them. The stronger your battle prowess is in the future, the higher your ranking will be." However, although this mystery realm has opened for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years, this martial Dao stone is very likely to record all the geniuses of the past million years, or even millions of years. To be able to leave one's name on it, even if it's only the last place, is a super genius that's hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. Hearing that old antique's words, everyone was a bit excited. If they could leave their name on the stone tablet, wouldn't that shock the ancients and surpass the contemporaries? However, the difficulty was too high. A few people had already entered the tool pavilion, but none of them left their name on the stone tablet. Ling Han walked over. The person who ranked first on the stone tablet was actually called first. Who knew where he got his courage from? Did he think no one had ever done it before, and no one would be able to do it in the future? The second place was much more modest, and his name was Origin. The third place was called for Directions, the fourth was Shadow, the fifth was Moon, the sixth was Gu, the seventh was Bai, the eighth was Ming Dao, the ninth was Donkey Riding Old Man, and the 10th was Nine Paths. Ling Han went down, and every name was extremely unfamiliar. But when he came to the 99th place, a familiar name finally jumped into his eyes: Lunar King. His heart trembled. Had this just been left behind by the Lunar King, or had it been several 100,000 years ago? If it was the latter, could the Purple Moon Empire and this ancient dynasty be related? For a moment, Ling Han was lost in thought, and only came back to his senses after Zhu Xian'er called him a few times. "Let's go and give it a try." They pushed through the crowd, wanting to push forward. Some people were easy to talk to, and they themselves had already tried and failed, so what if they gave it to others? However, some people had bad tempers and were even more jealous. They couldn't enter themselves, so they didn't want others to enter. Towards such people, there was naturally no need to be polite. Ling Han directly attacked. Xiao xiao xiao, the dog blocking the way was swung out like a scarecrow. Wang, the stone tablet ahead glowed, which meant that someone had passed the test and could enter the tool pavilion. That's Wenren Qian Qian. As expected of a daughter blessed by the heavens. They all say that her strength is second only to Donglinger, and it's indeed true. Che, do you know what light appeared when Donglinger passed? I don't know. Let me tell you, the martial arts stone can only emit light of 3 colors. One is red, one is green, and one is purple. Among them, purple light represents the weakest battle prowess, and red light is the strongest. Just now Wenren Qian Qian triggered purple light. But Donglinger triggered red light. With that said, everyone nodded. They were both daughters blessed by the heavens, but Wenren Qian Qian was still a long distance away from Dongling. Brother Ling. When it came to Ling Han, Wenren Qian Qian couldn't help but pause. She didn't immediately enter the tool pavilion. Anyway, it wouldn't matter if she waited a little longer. She wanted to see Ling Han's extreme battle prowess with her own eyes. Although this didn't mean that Ling Han could really reach such heights in the future, it could still be used as a reference. Ling Han nodded, which was considered a greeting. Jiaming is here. Everyone dispersed. This was a fiend who killed without any scruples, but he was the most valued disciple of the Earth Dragon sect's next generation. Who would dare to harm him? Jiaming strode over, a terrifying aura rising all over his body as he turned into multiple large snakes. Ling Han couldn't help but frown. Jiaming's cultivation showed a shocking leap, and he actually reached the deity transformation tier. He once said that there was a fateful encounter for him in the ocean, and it was indeed true. In a short few days he broke through to the deity transformation tier. In the younger generation, only Sushio Ran managed to do so. However, wasn't the Earth Dragon an earthworm? Why did the majority of the people of the Earth Dragon sect manifest the shadow of large snakes? Although they were all long and wriggling things, there was still a huge difference between snakes and earthworms, right? Jiaming walked like a dragon or a tiger, and it was as if there was an ancient savage beast hidden within his body, extremely terrifying. As the earth rumbled, he walked in front of the martial arts stone, and first gave Ling Han a murderous look, then reached out and pressed towards the martial arts stone. Wang, the martial arts stone immediately shone purple light. However, Jiaming didn't let go of his hand, and continued to press. The light emitted by the martial arts stone changed color, becoming green. This meant that Jiaming's extreme battle prowess had increased, which was very normal. Pressing one's hand on it required one to develop one's own secret technique in the sea of consciousness. After the martial arts stone accepted it, it would continue to deduce, judge the extreme battle prowess and then display it. Thus, the highest battle prowess couldn't be surpassed, but one could conceal one's strength. My battle prowess will break through the ages. Jiaming shouted loudly, and his whole body surged with blood qi, forming a terrifying pressure. Hong, the people nearby all fell to the ground, actually unable to withstand his impact. Ling Han's expression was solemn. His strength and Jiaming's were originally about the same, and now that the latter impressively stepped into the deity transformation tier, Ling Han was definitely inferior in terms of physical arts alone. If the latter's battle prowess soared straight to the heaven tier, then Ling Han would really be in trouble. It turned red. Heavens! Everyone hugged their heads and exclaimed. As expected, he was a heaven-bestowed genius, making the martial arts stone show red, sharing the limelight with Donglinger and Sushio Ran. Ah! Jiaming roared again, blue veins throbbing on his forehead, and the shadow of a large snake appeared behind him hissing. Wang, the martial arts stone showed black light. The 100 names from before all disappeared, and 2 words appeared on the stone tablet. Leave name. Jiaming's strength had reached the level of being on par with ancient geniuses, and could at least be ranked in the top 100. Chapter 540. With a single strike from the giant silver spider, Helian Sun Shui actually lost her memories? This was very possible, because her divine sense suffered a shattering void tear attack. Amnesia was a very normal thing. The problem was this temporary amnesia or permanent amnesia? If it was temporary, then how long would the amnesia last? A few days, a few months, or a few years? Ling Han was astonished. He discovered that he couldn't sense any origin power fluctuations from her body. Could it be that after she lost her memories she couldn't even circulate origin power? That was also possible. Ling Han couldn't be sure, but since this sea race princess couldn't circulate origin power, then what threat was there? One had to know that martial artists could overturn mountains and seas because they cultivated origin power. Without origin power, martial artists' power wouldn't be much higher than normal people's, and their defense wouldn't be much higher. If you made a flower blossom tier warrior not circulate origin power to defend, and then had a normal soldier attack with 10,000 arrows, it was guaranteed that he'd be shot into a hornet's nest. However, Hellion Sun Shui still had a spirit tool that could automatically awaken, so it was practically impossible to kill her. Ling Han sighed. He actually couldn't do anything to a woman who couldn't fight back. Now he could only hope that this sea race princess lost her memories long enough for him to grow to a level where he wouldn't be afraid of her. Hellion Sun Shui stared blankly at Ling Han. There was hope in her eyes, as if she was hoping that Ling Han could tell her who she was. In her sea blue eyes there was a lovely and moving expression. Ling Han felt that this woman was a bit cute now. Previously she was so arrogant, but now she was like a pitiful puppy. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "I'm Ling Han and you're Hellion Sun Shui. Do you have any impression of this name?" Hellion Sun Shui. Hellion Sun Shui. The sea race princess kept shaking her head, almost biting a finger in her mouth. After a long while, she revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. "I'm Hellion Sun Shui." Ling Han retreated in defeat. This woman still had the attribute of being stupid and cute? Where are we? Why are we here? What is my relationship with you? Hellion Sun Shui asked in one breath. Like a curious baby. Ling Han thought about it and said, "This is the Fire Nation. As for you, I picked you up. I don't know who you really are. As for this place, let's just stroll around. Once we're done, we can go our separate ways. Goodbye." He turned around and was about to leave. He really did not want to stay by the side of a high-level heaven-tier warrior. Who knew when this woman would recover her memories, and if she suddenly attacked him at that time, he would be done for. His heart could not soften but he had just taken a step when he felt his legs tighten. He had actually been hugged by Hellion Sun Shui. The woman was like a shrew, sitting on the ground without a care for her image, her hands hugging one of his legs. More importantly, this woman was terrifyingly strong. Ling Han actually couldn't break free. How is that possible? Wasn't she unable to use her elemental energy? How could she still have such powerful strength? Could it be? Ling Han immediately came to a realization. This woman was the same as him, and had also cultivated body arts. Now she was using pure physical strength, so he reckoned that she had at least reached the spiritual infant tier, which was why Ling Han felt as if he had been locked by godly gold, unable to move at all. Let go, he said. No. Hellion Sun Shui said very resolutely. As expected, she didn't let go. On the contrary, she tightened her grip. Fuck. Ling Han's leg bones instantly made ka sounds. He formed body of iron sheet, and his physique was as tough as rare metals of the same tier. But the problem was, could 6th-tier rare metals block at least 7th-tier brute force? If this continued, it was extremely possible that his leg bones would be forcibly broken. Ling Han hurriedly surrendered and said, All right, I'll let you continue to follow, okay? Hellion Sun Shui lost her memories, but her intelligence didn't seem to decrease because of this. She raised her head and looked at Ling Han with a doubtful gaze and said, Really, you didn't lie to me? Whoever lies to you is a sea demon, Ling Han said randomly. Hellion Sun Shui was of the sea race, and didn't have any conflict with the sea demon's words. She let go of her hand, then climbed up, but immediately grabbed onto one of Ling Han's hands, as if still afraid he'd slip away. Ling Han bared his teeth. If this sea race princess recovered her memories and found out that she'd once held hands with him, who knew if she'd flown into a rage out of humiliation and cut him into hundreds or thousands of pieces. Hai Nyo, remember you took the initiative to hold my hand, don't act shamelessly in the future, he said seriously. Oh. Hellion Sun Shui lost her memories, so it naturally didn't matter. No, you have to make an oath. Ling Han wanted to put a band-tightening curse on her as much as possible. This way, if she recovered her memories in the future, he could also speak nonsense to anger her, winning a chance for him to escape. What oath? Hellion Sun Shui asked, a bit dumbfounded. Just say that it was you who took the initiative to hold my hand. If you make a false accusation, the Sea Emperor is a big idiot, Ling Han said. Hellion Sun Shui obviously didn't doubt him, and raised her fair and slender right hand to make an oath. A thought flashed through Ling Han's mind. Could he make use of the vial of curses? Although her current appearance was a bit silly and adorable, he only had to think about her previous appearance to know that this woman was definitely a decisive killer. Once she recovered her memories, she'd become a fish on Ling Han's chopping board. He wanted to pull her hair, but the pendant immediately lit up, blocking his hand. Ling Han was helpless and said, "Pluck it out and send it to me." Helian Sun Shui bit her teeth and fingers. After a while she shook her head and said, "No. Why not?" Ling Han was surprised. Could it be that she'd started to recover her memories? "I seem to remember Mother saying that I can't just give things on a man," Helian Sun Shui said seriously. This Ling Han thought and said, "Then there's no problem with the woman. He could let Hunyou out." "No." Helian Sun Shui shook her head stubbornly. Ling Han was speechless. Why, he couldn't even deceive a silly and cute woman who'd lost her memories. What a failure. AI. He sighed and walked away. Helian Sun Shui hurriedly followed, one hand grabbing onto the corner of Ling Han's clothes, like a little wife who'd been wronged. Ling Han walked to the position of the Sea Race Army and saw that it was a bloody scene. Everyone had exploded and died, and there wasn't a complete corpse here. It was all shattered bones and flesh, and the ground was covered with blood. Ah! Helian Sun Shui revealed a look of fear, and couldn't help but throw herself into Ling Han's arms, hugging him tightly. Ka, Ling Han's ribs instantly cracked. "Fuck, be gentler. With you strangling me like this, I'll be the same as the people on the ground, bursting from your hug." Moreover, her small chest really didn't have any layers. He didn't feel two lumps of flesh pressing against his chest at all. "If you don't let me go, I am going to die," Ling Han said, panting. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 541. Helian Sun Shui finally let go, but hid herself behind Ling Han, clutching tightly to the corner of his clothes. Ling Han could clearly feel her trembling. Such a domineering woman actually had such a soft side. Would amnesia change a person's personality greatly, or would it expose the side hidden in the bottom of her heart? Ling Han didn't know and didn't care. The biggest problem now was how to throw away such a burden. She was practically a ticking time bomb, and when she recovered her memory it would explode. Just thinking about it made him unable to sleep. "Hainyo, try and see how fast you can run," Ling Han said. He'd already brought Helian Sun Shui far away from the mine, lest she got emotional again and strangled him into a corpse. "Oh." Helian Sun Shui nodded, then asked curiously, "Why do you call me Hainyo?" "I'm happy." Ling Han glared at her. Helian Sun Shui instantly teared up, curling her lips in grievance and said, "Why are you so fierce to me?" Ling Han instantly bared his teeth. "Cry all you want, but why did you have to strangle his neck with one hand? Didn't she know this would kill him?" However, he didn't dare to throw away such a ticking time bomb. Otherwise, if she went berserk, even the physical power of the spiritual infant tier would be extremely terrifying. Moreover, this was only his guess. What if the other party's body technique had also reached the heaven tier? "I won't be fierce to you, all right?" Ling Han sighed. Facing Helian Sun Shui in her complete state, he didn't lose at all and even tricked her. If she didn't have a powerful spirit tool on her, she'd already be tricked to death. But now her origin power couldn't be channeled, and her intelligence became very gratifyingly high, but she actually suppressed Ling Han instead. This made Ling Han unable to understand. Why was it like this? Helian Sun Shui let go with an expression that said, "If you dare be fierce to me, I'll continue strangling you," looking very much like a little wife. Ling Han broke out in a cold sweat. He had already had so much physical contact with her. After this woman regained her memory, she would definitely fly into a rage out of humiliation. Moreover, he had almost measured the size of her flat chest. "Then let's go." His legs exerted force and his entire body instantly shot into the sky. Helian Shunshui hurriedly followed suit, but she was faster than Ling Han, and also jumped higher, immediately surpassing Ling Han. At first, she was shocked that she could jump so high, but she immediately became excited and let out a clear and melodious laugh. Ling Han sighed. If only she could always be like this. He could just leave the fighting and killing to the men. A thought flashed through his mind. Could he use this period of time to instill in Helian Xuanxue some notions of peace and beauty? Even though he had lost his memories, this experience would become part of his memories in the future, and it would definitely affect him. To train with one's own hands very evil, but I like it. Even though the two of them did not use any movement techniques, just the brute force of their bodies was frighteningly shocking, and the advantage of brute force was that it could last for a long time, just like demonic beasts, unlike martial artists who were limited by the size of their Dantian spiritual ocean, and would become a cripple once their origin power was used up. Thus, the two of them sprinted for more than an hour, and had already arrived at the small town where the Ling family resided, but neither of them was out of breath. Ling Han was a little anxious. Bringing this girl home was risky, and he hoped that she would not go on a killing spree. But in order to instill the notions of peace and happiness in this girl, he had to let this girl experience love and care. They entered the Ling family, and when the servants saw Ling Han, they all bowed respectfully, but they were not as uneasy as the servants of other families, and were instead filled with a sense of intimacy. Afterwards, Ling Dongxing and Yu Hongchang ran out as well. Their son had left for another few days, and it made them feel as if several years had passed. Yu Hongchang was astounded. Her son was truly capable. In just a few days he had actually lured back a beautiful wife. Wasn't that so? The big girl had a bashful and timid appearance, grabbing onto the corner of her son's clothes and clinging to him. TSK, truly beautiful. And she also had a pair of blue eyes that were different from normal people's. Her figure was really good, especially her thighs, which were really slender, and her little butt was perked up high, showing astonishing elasticity. Only her breasts were a little small. No matter, even if they gave birth, it was not necessary for them to drink her milk. Yu Hongchang had already thought of things that would happen a long time later, and a smile immediately blossomed on her face. She walked over and said, "Miss, what is your name?" She completely ignored her son. "My name is Helian Xuanxue," the Sea Race princess said. "Miss, come." Yu Hongchang took Helian Xuanxue's hand and left. Naturally, she was going to teach her mother-in-law the mental technique, and how to control her son. Ling Dongxing patted Ling Han's shoulder sympathetically, and the father and son looked at each other speechless. Ling Han let Hunyou out. When the little girl saw Helian Xuanxue, a fierce look instantly appeared on her face. This woman gave her a strong sense of oppression, giving her the urge to bite off the other's neck. "Come, let's eat," Ling Han said, smiling. Hunyou immediately put on a smile, and eagerly followed. The matter of the sea race obviously couldn't end just like that. After all, the death of a princess would cause a huge uproar. However, the battle of the mind could be felt even by those far away in the imperial city, and if the sea race wanted to investigate, it definitely wouldn't end well for them. With that giant silver spider keeping watch, the desolate north probably had nothing to worry about. What worried Ling Han was instead that ancient mine. What was buried underneath? Just 12 ancient corpses and a spider as big as a mountain. He didn't believe it. But with the giant silver spider, could he go deeper? If he wanted to know what was buried underneath the ancient mine, he needed to be stronger, at least recovering the cultivation of the heaven tier and relying on the Black Tower to have the power to explore. The safest way was obviously to enter the Shattering Void tier, and he could barge in from the front. He planned to stay at home for a dozen or so days, and then set out for the middle state. Lu Yutong and Li Xichen both decided to stay at the Ling family and wait for Ling Han to return. Firstly, they already had sufficient cultivation resources, and secondly, to protect the Ling family, Li Xichen still had to concoct spirit pills for Ling Dongxing and his wife. Under Ling Han's guidance, Li Xichen improved very quickly in alchemy. Now, she was only limited by her tier, or else she would already be able to leap into black-grade high-level alchemist. Their strategy was to save the country in a roundabout way. As long as they served their parents-in-law well, how could they be afraid that Ling Han wouldn't acknowledge them? Guang Yuan and Zhu Wujiu were also left behind by Ling Han to protect the Ling family. Their talent in martial art was limited, and if they wanted to break through to the Flower Blossom tier, they would need at least a dozen or so years of accumulation. They wouldn't be of much help if they followed Ling Han, so it was better for them to stay at the Ling family and cultivate properly. Thus, a dozen or so days later, Ling Han brought along Hunyou and Helian Xuanxue, and set out for the extreme Yang city. This Hainyo really couldn't be shaken off. Even though Yu Hongchang had already tricked her into calling her mother, she was like a newly born little bird. The first person she saw was Ling Han, and she was determined to follow Ling Han. Chapter 542. Bringing the two girls, one big and one small, Ling Han headed to the extreme Yang city. Hu Niu and Helian Sun Shui were natural enemies. The two fought for food and also fought to stick to Ling Han. Hu Niu finally met her match, because Helian Sun Shui's appetite was no weaker than hers. Moreover, she was born with great strength, and could always occupy an advantageous position. Ling Han interrogated Na Zhiyin again, and learned that the Helian royal family had true dragon bloodline. The royal family of the Central Sea had the purest true dragon bloodline, and every generation Sea Emperor was revered by the Four Seas, fully deserving of the title of king. The royal family of the Four Seas were not simple either. They also had true dragon bloodline, but were slightly inferior in terms of purity. No wonder. Ling Han nodded. He cultivated the 9 dragons tyrant body art, and after mastery, he could possess the power of 9 true dragons. Why did he compare it with true dragons? Because true dragons were divine beasts with the strongest physical strength. Helian Sun Shui had true dragon bloodline, and even if it wasn't pure, her physical strength was definitely terrifying. Hu Niu was a freak, but the difference in tier was too great, so it was normal that she couldn't win. After all, Ling Han cultivated the 9 dragons tyrant body art, so there was nothing he could do. Helian Sun Shui was like a blank piece of paper that could be written at will. Ling Han tried his best to let her accept happy things. Even if she played around with Hu Niu, it was a kind of fun, and not a fight to the death between enemies. In comparison, Hu Niu was more like an adult, never crying or making a fuss. However, Helian Sun Shui cried and made a fuss. She obviously had terrifying brute strength, but would often widen her eyes in grievance, looking like she was about to cry. She was addicted to acting cute. They passed through the Fallen Moon Gorge and entered the North region. With their speed, they obviously didn't need a few months to reach the extreme Yang city. In only 10 days, they returned to this ancient city. Previously, they had been on their way, and although they passed through many cities, they didn't enter them. Thus, after entering the city, Helian Sun Shui immediately became excited, walking here, stopping there. Take the cotton candy. Take the sugar man. Take the childhood sweetheart. Ling Han could only continue to pay for her from behind. This Hai Niu was a little crazy, laughing happily as she ate. Childish, Hu Niu said disdainfully, but forgot that she was also holding a candy figurine in her hand, and was currently licking it happily. Hey, where did this chick come from? She's so pretty. Helian Sun Shui was like a fairy, beautiful and full of exotic charm. Naturally, she was especially eye-catching, and very quickly she was targeted by others. He was a spoiled brat who was staring lecherously at Helian Sun Shui's beautiful face, his saliva almost flowing out. However, when his gaze shifted downwards, wanting to look at Helian Sun Shui's mound of nostalgia, he was stunned, and hurriedly shifted his gaze downwards again. Too bad, flat chest. Helian Shunshui tilted her head and looked at him. She asked in confusion, "Why are you blocking my way?" The second-generation ancestor chuckled and said, "Little girl, come back with me. Let's have some fun." He was obviously used to being unbridled. He waved his hand and said, "Bring her back for me." "Yes, young master." For strong servants immediately pounced out from behind him, all of them like wolves and tigers. Helian Sun Shui screamed in fright and hurriedly fled back to Ling Han's side. With her speed, not many people could catch up. Moreover, so what if they caught up? If she rammed into him with brute force, Ling Han's bones would probably be broken. She obviously had terrifying strength, but purposely pretended to be weak, not afraid of being struck by lightning. Ling Han ridiculed inwardly and said to Helian Sun Shui, "Trash like this is called taking advantage of power to bully others. Hai Niu, don't you think this kind of person is hateful?" Helian Sun Shui hurriedly nodded, patted her chest and said with lingering fear, "Damn it, scared me to death. So, we can't be this kind of person, right?" Ling Han guided patiently. "Right, we can't be this kind of person." Helian Sun Shui nodded. "However, we can't be bullied by this kind of trash. Remember, we can't take the initiative to provoke others, that's not right. But if others provoke us, we can't be lenient. When it's time to fight back, we have to fight back. We're not punching bags, right?" Ling Han said again. This speech was too long, and Helian Sun Shui was a little confused, but she still nodded habitually and said, Right. Who the fuck do you think you are, daring to meddle in this young master's business? The second-generation ancestor was dissatisfied. Did these two people treat him as if he didn't exist, and actually started chatting condescendingly? He waved his hand and said, Cripple this man, then bring the woman back to the manor. Yes, young master. The 4 servants pounced over again. Ling Han flicked his finger, and a stream of energy turned into 4 wisps, hitting the foreheads of the 4 servants respectively. Immediately, poof, 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 a bloody hole appeared on the foreheads of the 4 people, and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. You're so daring, even daring to touch a member of my Zhang clan. The second-generation ancestor shouted angrily, raising his eyebrows in shock and fear. Who knows you? Ling Han flicked his finger again, and this second-generation ancestor followed in the footsteps of the 4 servants. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and he fell to the ground. The passers-by in the surroundings all retreated. This was a serious matter. That was the young master of the Zhang clan. Yet he died here. The Zhang clan would definitely be furious, and at that time whoever was present would be unlucky. They had to run quickly. Ling Han, however, didn't take it to heart. There were pitifully few people in the north region that could make him feel apprehensive. Moreover, didn't he have the princess of the sea race with shocking brute force by his side? When necessary, he could let her train a bit. Let's go. He continued to walk towards the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, while Helian Sun Shui and Hu Niu each held his hand on his left and right. Before entering the city, Ling Han had already changed his appearance, making himself look like a young man of about 25 or 26 years old. This made Helian Sun Shui very surprised, but she saw through him with one look. Obviously, though she temporarily forgot how to circulate her origin power, her eyesight hadn't faded, and was still extremely shocking. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion was at the center of the extreme Yang city. Even though they walked and played all the way, after more than an hour, they still arrived in front of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Halt! A group of people caught up. They should be the people of the Zhang clan. Knowing that one of their clansmen was killed on the streets, they naturally immediately came to seek revenge. Ling Han obviously wouldn't pay them any attention, and directly entered the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Meanwhile, Hu Niu turned around and made a face at those people behind her. Damn it! The people of the Zhang clan all roared angrily. The 2 strongest parties in the extreme Yang city were the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society. Who dared to cause trouble in these 2 places? They could only wait outside. Would they be afraid that Ling Han would hide inside and not come out? Ling Han and his group entered the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Immediately, a beautiful female attendant came up to greet them, and said in a clear and melodious voice, Guests, what would you like to buy? Hu Niu was very displeased, and with her hands on her hips she said, And Niu. Ling Han laughed and said, Send a message to Ing Hong, and say that the person who keeps his promise has come. Reading on a cell phone was more refreshing. Chapter 543. In Ling Han's heart, there was a continuous stream of comprehension, causing him to be unable to contain his joy. He was definitely an extremely intelligent person. The fact that he could become the Alchemy Emperor in his last life was proof of this. Moreover, this was on the basis that he did not have the guidance of anyone else, yet he was still able to obtain such achievements in alchemy. Wasn't this shocking? Now, he applied this kind of comprehension ability to martial arts, and wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial arts. Inside his body there was an earth-shattering change happening. It could be hard and soft at the same time, combining both hard and soft. This was something that could be said with a flip of the tongue, but it was really difficult to achieve. Because everyone was already used to their current state, but it was very difficult to break a habit. Moreover, to make one's body stretch like the blood-sucking origin gold and possess flexibility, this was a kind of qualitative change. Break one's ego and reshape one's ego. In his dantian, the tiny figure of the spiritual infant sat on guard, solemn and dignified, forming one mysterious seal after another. The indestructible heaven scroll had long since been branded on the seal, and now the spiritual infant was developing the secret technique, coordinating from the inside to promote Ling Han's transformation. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Han stretched out the index finger of his right hand, grabbed it with his left hand, and gave a sudden tug. If it had been in the past, under his strong tug, his right arm would definitely have stretched out along with it. But now a strange thing happened. His finger actually became thinner and thinner, and the tugging force was reduced by more than half. However, after the index finger was stretched to a length of 1 foot, it could not be stretched any further. This was the limit. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of Ling Han's lips. He had succeeded, he had finally succeeded. Although it was still far from reaching the level of the blood-sucking origin gold, it was still an improvement, a very big improvement. Again, Ling Han was no longer just sitting down. He was continuously waving his arms and kicking his legs. At first it was very normal, but slowly the distance between his punches and kicks was actually getting further and further. That was his body stretching. Ling Han's eyes lit up. This was not as simple as dispersing the force, but rather it could give rise to a completely different battle style. Others would think that one punch could only travel this far before being able to spit out origin power, but in truth one could actually punch out a distance that was several times or dozens of times that, so it was naturally impossible to defend against. Moreover, if his fists and feet could stretch out endlessly, then wouldn't any battle become a close-quarters battle? One had to know that he had cultivated body arts, so his physique was comparable to rare metal that was 1 tier higher, and his brute force was also very terrifying. With these two added together, who could fight him in close quarters? However, Ling Han immediately discovered his limitations. Without being affected by external forces, the distance he could extend his body was really limited. This was like a spring. In theory it could be stretched very, very long, but it would definitely be under the influence of an external force. Moreover, when the external force disappeared, it would return to its original state, unless it was torn. Ling Han's original state was the most stable, so no matter how he changed, his body would instinctively and diligently return to this state. What a pity! Ling Han shook his head inwardly. If his body could change like the blood-sucking origin gold under his control, then he would be able to develop a completely different battle style, killing everyone until they were dumbfounded. He couldn't ask for too much. Ling Han smiled. Now he had already achieved a small success. He went to battle that formation sword again. Ling Han exited the Black Tower. Thankfully, the formation sword did not awaken by itself and attack him on its own. Otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Come, let's battle again. He laughed loudly, and took the initiative to charge over. Xiao, 7 flashes of sword light shot out from the formation sword, slashing towards him. Ling Han snorted, and his body continued to charge forward. He did not even use the demon fairy step, allowing the 7 flashes of sword light to hit him. Now he wanted to use this sword to hone the soft side of the indestructible heaven scroll. Pew pew in this way, the 7 flashes of sword light naturally slashed him head-on. The clothes on his chest were instantly torn open, and as the sword light slashed downwards, Ling Han's chest was actually stretched backwards by 3 meters, 2 meters, 15 meters. And at this time, the power of the 7 flashes of sword light was finally exhausted. Ling Han's chest bounced back, and his face was slightly pale. It was one thing to practice by himself, but to play so hard right from the start, he was somewhat unable to bear it. 3 of my bones are still broken, and my internal organs are also slightly injured, he said inwardly. After all, this was a strike from the formation sword, which could be cut even after returning to the deity transformation tier, but he took it head-on, so how could he possibly not pay a price? But what made Ling Han happy was that this time, he didn't retreat in the slightest. He turned his body into countless particles, and the impact of the sword light was all dispersed by his upper body, so the lower half of his body naturally didn't move. Could be done. He surged with strong confidence that he could definitely subdue this treasured sword. Again, the indestructible heaven scroll circulated within his body. The body of Diamond was known to be indestructible, and even if he was heavily injured, it could automatically heal. In merely a short while, his broken bones were already reconnected, as if he had never been injured. He continued to attack, but after all, human strength was limited. After suffering too many slashes from the sword light, he had no choice but to retreat in the end, or else he would really be cut in two. Yet the smile at the corners of Ling Han's lips grew wider and wider. His comprehension in the aspect of gentleness was becoming deeper and deeper. Every attack was an improvement, and the injuries he suffered were also becoming lighter and lighter. He learned to use more particles in his body to disperse the force he had to endure. In fact, it wasn't as simple as pulling himself up, but he could also expand to the left and right. Previously, he had only turned himself into a spring, but now he was like a ball of dough, and not only could he expand in one direction, but he could also expand in any direction. Thus, when his chest was once again struck by the sword light, his whole chest could be seen to expand like water, turning into a sheet of paper. It was incredibly thin, yet it was able to disperse at least 90% of the attack it had received in this way. At this time, the tough side of the sword also showed its power. A mere 10% of the sword's power wanted to injure his physique? His body bounced back and returned to its original state. Ling Han's face was slightly pale. This time he really wasn't injured, but the state he had been in previously wasn't his normal form, and would cause him a great deal of pressure. The transformed form couldn't be maintained for too long, or else it would also collapse. He thought so, and then laughed in spite of himself. If he could endlessly pull himself up, then wouldn't he be able to easily receive even the attacks of shattering void tier elites? There was a limit to one's strength, and this was in line with the Tao of Heaven. He shook his head, his gaze once again fixed on the formation sword, and said with a smile, "Within 3 moves, I'll definitely subdue you." Xiao, the thunderclap 9th heaven was unleashed, and he charged out again. Pung 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 pung, sword light blazed like fire, slashing madly at him. Ling Han was unafraid. Every part of his body swelled up, dispelling the attacks he received. He didn't retreat even half a step, and instead stretched out his right hand, forcibly extending a distance of 3 meters. After receiving 3 rounds of sword light attacks in a row, his hand finally grabbed onto the sword hilt. Hong! A terrifying killing intent instantly rushed into Ling Han's consciousness. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 544. What major event? Ling Han asked. A heaven-grade alchemist obtained the inheritance of the 12 palaces, and knows the whereabouts of a divine treasure trove. Is this considered a major event? In Hong asked in response. Ling Han laughed coldly and said, "This joke is really not funny at all. Then tell me about a major event that happened in the Middle State," In Hong said seriously. Over a month ago, a mystery realm opened in the Middle State, and many people obtained benefits. There were also many newcomers that had never been heard of that suddenly appeared, and amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. "Oh, what mystery realm?" Ling Han asked casually. As for geniuses and whatnot, he didn't take them to heart. In a battle of the same cultivation level, he was confident that he wouldn't lose to anyone. "Heaven Arena," In Hong said. "What mystery realm is that?" Ling Han had never heard of it. The heavens will select a large group of people to enter the mystery realm, and they'll be divided into 18 groups. They'll pass through layers upon layers of difficulties, and the teams that ultimately advance will engage in a battle to the death. The surviving side will obtain an astonishing reward, and it's even possible for your cultivation to directly increase by 2 or 3 major realms, In Hong said. Ling Han was astounded. That was impressive, directly increasing by 2 or 3 major realms, but he immediately shook his head. A true genius wouldn't achieve it in one go, because cultivation needed to be tempered. After all, those who achieved it too quickly wouldn't have a stable foundation. Even if it still didn't affect the advancement of cultivation, they might not be considered an expert in the same cultivation level. Some people should have taken out some good things from the mystery realm. This time, going to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion's headquarters, there will definitely be people taking out treasures that they don't need to auction, In Hong continued. Only then did Ling Han reveal an interested expression and nodded. Then it's indeed worth going. I heard that some newcomers have very strong momentum this time. I'm really worried that they'll be poached away by the other region's branches. At that time in the martial art competition we won't have the upper hand, In Hong said worriedly. Oh, you're even stronger than Xian'er? Ling Han was a little surprised. After Zhu Xian'er had recovered from the injury to her divine sense, her strength had advanced rapidly. Firstly, it was because of the rebound, and secondly, Ling Han had given her many alchemical pills, as well as natural treasures like great beast meat and spiritual liquid. It was impossible for her cultivation level to not advance quickly. Yin Hong nodded with a serious expression and said, "Very, very strong. They're all in the flower blossom tier, and 2 of them have even advanced into the high level of the flower blossom tier, and are qualified to challenge the second sword in the world and other king tier geniuses." To be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yao Hui only then did Ling Han put on a cautious expression. In a battle of the same cultivation level, he had the confidence to win against Yao Hui, but if there was a difference of 4 to 5 cultivation levels between them, then it would be hard to say. After all, not only was Yao Hui a super genius, he was also from a great ancient sect, and had many powerful techniques. Although they had fought once before, Ling Han had first relied on the thunder battle armor, and secondly, Yao Hui had limited himself to 3 moves. In the end, Yao Hui had gone all out on the 3rd move, but it just so happened to be the mysterious 3000, which was why Ling Han had broken through. Therefore, that battle was definitely not a demonstration of Yao Hui's true abilities. "Who are those new people?" Ling Han asked. "Xiaoyu Ren Ji Wenshan Fei Hong, Wu Huayuan Lang Wu Xian." Yin Hong counted with her fingers, really knowing them like the back of her hand. Ling Han frowned and said, "These are all in the flower blossom tier." "All? Not even 30 years old?" "None." Ling Han was shocked. The new people of this generation were really strong. In his last life, probably only he and the Sword Emperor broke through to the flower blossom tier before the age of 30, which was pitifully few. But in this life, countless geniuses appeared as if they had been overturned. No, it wasn't that the geniuses of this generation were stronger, but rather that the environment of martial art in this life was too good. Various mystery realms opened, allowing people to rapidly increase their cultivation level, and the change in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth allowed more natural treasures to appear, causing the entire martial art to develop at an accelerated pace. On such a foundation, there were naturally more geniuses, and they were also stronger. He couldn't help but reveal a smile. Being able to exchange blows with countless geniuses was naturally extremely beneficial in sharpening his battle prowess. Moreover, there was really no meaning in always trampling on random people. "I really want to battle with these people," Ling Han said unhurriedly. "Ha! I'm sure that some of those people will definitely be recruited by other regions to participate in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion's competition this time. So you have a chance," Yin Hong said. Ling Han laughed mischievously and said, "I only agreed to participate in the alchemy competition. If you want me to participate in the martial art competition, fine, but add more money." Hey, you're the one who said you want to find them to fight. I'm just creating an opportunity for you." Yin Hong rolled her eyes. "I've never seen someone like you, biting the hand that feeds you, and only thinking about money." Ling Han shook his head and said, "As expected of a businesswoman. It's obviously a matter of taking advantage, but you make it sound like it's a loss. Fine, up to you. If you want me to fight, then show me your sincerity." Yin Hong gritted her teeth and said, 100,000 2-star origin crystals? Is your sincerity enough? 2-star origin crystals? I don't accept that kind of trash, Ling Han said disdainfully. He'd already broken through to the flower blossom tier, and 2-star origin crystals were practically useless to him. 1,000 3-star origin crystals. Yin Hong slammed the table as if a piece of flesh was cut off, her face full of pain. "Nyo, do I look like a beggar to you?" Ling Han turned to ask Hu Nyo. No. Hu Nyo was obviously on the same side as him. "Xian what do you think?" he asked Zhu Xian. "Of course not, Brother Han." Zhu Xian immediately said sweetly. Ling Han turned to Helian Sun Shui, and before he could ask, this princess of the sea race said, "Ling Han isn't a beggar." Fine, she knew how to answer first. Her intelligence had improved considerably. Ling Han turned around and said, Everyone says I don't look like a beggar, but why do you use a beggar's method to dismiss me? Aren't you looking down on me?" Yin Hong wanted to punch someone who used 1,000 3-star origin crystals to dismiss a beggar. She was the daughter of the pavilion branchmaster of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, so she was naturally born to do business. She immediately said shamelessly, "Just 1,000, no more, I only have one life. Why don't you sleep with me? With my status, sleeping with you once would cost at least 1,000 3-star origin crystals, and if you sleep with me a few more times, you'd have to pay me back." Ling Han instantly retreated in defeat. Encountering this kind of female pervert, he really felt helpless, like he was facing a hedgehog. He sighed and said, "You're such a pervert, does your family know? I have big breasts, so what if I act like a pervert?" Yin Hong said very arrogantly, "If the heavens aren't satisfied, then send down a bolt of lightning to subdue me." Hong! Her words had just fallen when a loud noise was immediately heard, like the rumble of thunder. Both horses were so shocked that they raised their hooves in panic, causing the carriage to sway for a while. Yin Hong's pretty face couldn't help but turn pale. Gods were watching, she wouldn't jinx it, and the gods really heard her, right? "That's not right, someone's fighting." Ling Han immediately dashed out. Chapter 545. Ling Han dashed out of the carriage and saw that in the sky not far away, there were two people fighting fiercely. Flying physically, they were at least in the flower blossom tier. Being far away, Ling Han obviously couldn't sense the two's aura and couldn't distinguish their tier, but with his eyesight, he could clearly see their appearance with a glance. They both looked to be in their 20s, extremely young. This wasn't just looking young but really being young. Majestic blood chi soared into the sky, showing their shocking vitality. The two exchanged another blow. One used a saber and the other used a sword. With a swing, 19 flashes of saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed as if they were going to cut open the heaven and earth. Extremely terrifying. Ling Han was shocked. He only grasped 19 flashes of sword chi, and the two in the sky didn't lose to him. This was too ridiculous, encountering young elites of this level on the road. However, his blood soon boiled and his fighting spirit soared, wanting to go up and fight. Hong hong hong. In the sky, the two young elites displayed all their moves. The will of martial arts spread, easily knocking out a spiritual pedestal tier warrior. Flower blossom tier cultivators bloomed the martial art divine flower, which could draw upon the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to increase their attacks. Thus, their destructive power was extremely terrifying. Even if they fought in the sky, the shockwaves from the falling battle could easily slice off mountains, as if the end of the world had arrived. Pong! A mountain peak fell, and just so happened to be smashing towards the top of Ling Han's head. With a slash of his sword, it was split apart, and the mountain peak fell from both sides. Pong pong! Under the terrifying impact, the ground instantly began to shake like a carpet. Ling Han instantly found a reason to fight. So he also flew into the sky and shouted, "Hey, those two brats dare to use rocks to smash me sword." He swung his sword, attacking the two at the same time. The two were fighting fiercely, completely not thinking that there was no third party intervening, and couldn't help but be angry. However, Ling Han's sword was also ridiculously powerful, and they had no choice but to parry. They temporarily gave up attacking each other and parried towards Ling Han. Pung! With the two great geniuses joining forces, their battle prowess was simply too terrifying. Even a monster like Ling Han was forced to retreat. However, Ling Han's fighting spirit was blazing. These two people were both in the 7th layer of the flower blossom tier, which was a whole 5 tiers higher than him, who was in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier. However, there was not much difference in their battle prowess. This kind of opponent was too rare. How could he be willing to give up? He had finally found a reason to intervene, so there was no way he would leave just like that. He let out a long roar and activated the demon fairy step. The desolate hellsword was unsheathed, and this was the last move. It was as if he had transformed into an Asura who had fallen into hell, and his killing intent was burning the sky. The two of them were both angry and shocked. They were fighting to their heart's content, but they were unexpectedly interrupted. "I'll kill this brat first. Then we'll settle the score." Alright. The two of them reached an agreement and joined forces to attack Ling Han. One wielded a sword, drawing forth endless flames, while the other wielded a saber, scattering tens of thousands of rays of golden light, incomparably swift and fierce. Either one of these two great geniuses could practically sweep through the flower blossom tier, and now that the two of them joined forces, it was truly too terrifying. Even someone as strong as Ling Han was suppressed, but this made Ling Han even more excited. Using the demon fairy step, the desolate hellsword didn't change into a defensive stance at all, only a swift and fierce attack after attack. The two of them originally had the intention to kill Ling Han quickly and then fight to their heart's content, but as they fought, their fighting spirit was also aroused. Not only did they go all out, their alliance also collapsed, turning into a three-way battle royale. They were all geniuses and were confident that they were invincible among their peers, so they disdained to join forces with others to defeat another worthy opponent. In the sky the fierce battle raged. Rain of fire and golden light fell one after another, as if the world was going to be destroyed. Zhu Xian'er opened a defensive shield. Although she was only in the 7th layer of the spiritual pedestal tier, it was more than enough to block the aftermath of the battle between Flower Blossom tier warriors. Hunyo became excited and continuously bared her teeth, seeming to want to join the battle. Meanwhile, Helian Sun Shue's face was full of panic as she said, "Could Ling Han have been wounded? Haha, he deserves to be wounded. Who told him to charge up himself?" Yin Hong said, taking pleasure in his misfortune. "You're a bad person." Helian Sun Shue pouted. "I have big breasts, so I can be a bad person." Yin Hong stood in front of Helian Sun Shue with her hands on her hips, and even deliberately stuck out her chest, making Helian Sun Shue feel embarrassed. How could this woman be so perverted? Ha 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 ha. In the sky, the three of them laughed loudly and stopped fighting at the same time. "Delightful. Delightful," the sword wielder said. "I'm Fei Hong, dare I ask how I should address brother?" So he was Fei Hong, a super genius that had recently risen up. He'd heard Yin Hong mention him just now. No wonder, how could there be so many geniuses in the world, encountering them as they walked. "I'm Han Lin," Ling Han said with a smile and said to the saber wielder, "And this is Lang Wu Xian," this person said somewhat coolly, appearing very cold. But just by looking at his appearance in battle, one would know that when this person was hot-blooded, he was quite scary. Brother Han's name? I've actually never heard of it." Fei Hong revealed a surprised expression. A genius like Brother Han should be famous throughout the world. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "That's why I'm going to the middle state, to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Fei Hong laughed as well, while Lang Wu Xian was expressionless like a wooden man. "He shouldn't be called Wu Xian but Wu Xiao. You two should be from the middle state, right? Why have you come here?" Ling Han asked. "I arranged to fight with this guy and fought for half a month. Unknowingly we fought here," Fei Hong said with a smile. Fighting from the middle state to the north region, these two really knew how to toss things around. "Come drink." Ling Han was in high spirits, and called the two onto the carriage. He took out the ingredients from the Black Tower, as well as the medicinal wine refined from the various spirit herbs that grew in the Black Tower. This was not only strong but also very nutritious. Ordinary wine was practically unnoticeable to cultivators, but this medicinal wine was completely different. It was definitely strong enough. After a single cup, Fei Hong's spirits immediately soared, and Lang Wu Xian couldn't help but stretch his wooden face, as if it had gained life. They drank and counted the heroes of the world. "Brother Han, so you're participating in the tournament of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion on behalf of us? Then you have to be careful. I heard that Xianyuan Ziguang will also represent the South region in the tournament." After a few cups of wine, Fei Hong and Ling Han already had their arms around each other's shoulders, calling each other brother. "Is he very strong?" Ling Han asked. He didn't say that he was actually participating in the competition of alchemy. Of course, if he felt like it, he would also consider the competition of martial art. "Very strong." Lang Wu Xian suddenly opened his mouth and evaluated solemnly. "I am no match for him." Ling Han was surprised. Although Lang Wu Xian basically didn't say much, this kind of person would either not say anything, or whatever he said would definitely hit the nail on the head. Even he admitted that he was no match for Xianyuan Ziguang, which showed that this person was indeed very strong. Chapter 546. Previously, in the chaotic battle between the three of them, there was practically no difference in their battle prowess. Of course, Ling Han did not use ultimate moves like the mysterious 3000, but he believed that the two of them must have held back. There were some secret techniques that would only be used in a life-and-death situation. However, Lang Wu Xian admitted that he was no match for Xianyuan Ziguang, which meant that the latter was not only stronger, but also stronger by a large margin, which was why even a proud person like Lang Wu Xian admitted that he was no match for him. "That guy is indeed very powerful," Fei Hong said with a nod. "However, he has the advantage in cultivation level, and is already in the 9th layer of the Flower Blossom tier. If we battle at the same cultivation level, I'm confident that I won't lose to him. No, even if we battle at the same cultivation level, we're no match for him. Lang Wuxian shook his head. You've never fought him before, Fei Hong said, unconvinced. Lang Wuxian said with absolute certainty, unless we can break through our limits again, a mere increase of a few minor tiers would not be able to make up for the gap in battle prowess between us. On the other hand, Han Lin has a chance to battle Xinyuan Ziguang when your cultivation levels are the same. Otherwise, he will still lose. This time, Fei Hong was convinced and said, Brother Han is only in the second layer of the flower blossom tier, yet is able to fight us to a draw. Indeed, his battle prowess is superior. This also makes me realize that I cannot be complacent. I thought that I had already polished my battle prowess sufficiently, but I never thought that there would always be someone better than me. Brother Han is even more freakish. Could Xinyuan Ziguang be from some ancient great sect? How could he be so powerful? Ling Han was slightly incredulous. His background is mysterious, and no one knows his true origins. However, I've fought with him before, and his bloodline is very powerful, enough to increase his battle prowess by 3 stars. Lang Wuxian said with absolute certainty. 3 stars don't say 3 stars, but for prodigies like them, they had almost increased their battle prowess to the limit. Being able to increase battle prowess by 3 stars on top of their limit was naturally enough to turn the tables. Lang Wuxian paused, then said, if he does not use the power of his bloodline, his battle prowess should be similar to mine at the same cultivation level, but with the addition of the power of his bloodline, his battle prowess would be even stronger. Ling Han nodded. There were truly too many capable people in this world. He absolutely could not be complacent. If he remained stagnant, it would be equivalent to constantly regressing. Brother Han, we'll meet again in the central state. After Fei Hong and Lang Wuxian drank to their heart's content, they bid farewell to Ling Han one after another. The battle with you today has put a lot of pressure on us. We need to find a dangerous place and have a good bloody battle. If we don't die, our battle prowess will increase by a lot. Then we'll find Brother Han to spar with. All right. Ling Han readily agreed. Geniuses were not as glorious as they seemed. Which one of them did not exchange their life for it? The 2 of them flew off, but each took a different direction. Presumably, only spiritual infant tier beings would be able to make them fight a bloody battle. If they didn't provoke demonic beasts of this level, then they would encounter human experts, squeezing out their own potential as they fled to increase their cultivation and battle prowess. Sigh. Yin Hong immediately sighed. At first, I thought we had a great chance in the martial arts competition, but I never thought that so many freaks would suddenly appear. I'm so angry, can't you guys appear a year later? Ling Han laughed loudly and said, I'll recommend you an expert. I guarantee that whatever Xinyuan Ziguang will be swept away. Oh, you can't be saying it's you, right? Yin Hong looked at him with a face full of suspicion. I've already said it, it's only 1,000 3-star origin crystals as an appearance fee. If you want more, I can only pay with my body. Get lost. Ling Han rolled his eyes. The expert I'm talking about is her. He pointed at Helian Sun Shui. Pooh. Yin Hong instantly spat out a mouthful of water. What kind of joke was this? Helian Sun Shui was also timid, and hid her body behind Ling Han's back. Her 2 slender hands grabbed onto the corners of Ling Han's clothes, looking like she was really afraid that she would be sold off by Ling Han. Ling Han sighed. This was the expert that was the best at posturing in the world. After another few days, they arrived at the famous region wall. This was a transparent wall that towered into the clouds. Everyone guessed that it was formed by a formation, but no one could find the location of the formation's eye, so it was only a guess. The region wall separated the middle state and the 4 great regions, as if dividing a continent into 5 grids, and also made the martial art level of each region completely different. The region wall had no effect on normal people, but the higher one's strength, the greater the effect. If a spiritual infant tier warrior passed through, not only would his tier temporarily drop, even his life force would be considerably shaved off. So, if one wanted to roam the world, it had to be done as soon as possible. Flower Blossom tier warriors were the best. They didn't have to fear being injured when passing through the region wall, and their strength was enough to protect themselves. This region wall towered into the clouds, as if it had no end. What's at the end of the sky? Ling Han asked. At the end of the sky, the legendary divine realm, Ing Hong answered. Ling Han shook his head. In his last life, he flew endlessly towards the sky, but soon encountered terrifying astral winds that even heaven-tier warriors couldn't withstand, so he could only helplessly give up the idea of what was at the end of the sky. One day, I'll definitely cut open this piece of sky and pierce through, he said heroically. Shattering void-tier warriors shattered the void to become gods, and they broke through this kind of end of the sky? Wang. Suddenly, the color of the sky changed, becoming extremely dark all of a sudden. Then it condensed into a black cloud with terrifying lightning flickering within. Thunder tribulation. Impossible. How could flower blossom tier warriors attract thunder tribulation? Apart from alchemy tribulation, it was said that only breaking through to the shattering void tier would attract thunder tribulation. In the black cloud, a single eye strangely appeared. It was as huge as a mountain, staring at where Ling Han and the others were. Ling Han was certain that he could. This eye was staring at him, and even if he had a sliver of the divine sense of the heaven tier, at this moment, he still had the urge to escape into the black tower. That pressure was too terrifying, making his soul feel as if it was about to explode. However, he didn't want to escape. This eye didn't have any killing intent, only extreme disdain, as if it was mocking him. Eye of Heavenly Tao. Ling Han was overwhelmed with shock. He had read from ancient records that if a mortal said anything disgraceful or did anything that could affect the balance of heaven and earth, the Eye of Heavenly Tao would appear and give a warning, or even kill. Of course, it wasn't that just anyone cursing would cause the Eye of Heavenly Tao to appear, but that person could indeed affect the balance of heaven and earth in the future, which would cause the Eye of Heavenly Tao to appear. Perhaps it would even make a move and directly erase the unfavorable factor that would affect its existence. Could it be that he said he would cut open this piece of sky, and that scared the heaven and earth? Moreover, he could possibly do it in the future? It really was worthy of him. Ugly freak. Get lost, Nyo doesn't like you. Nyo jumped onto the roof of the carriage and put her hands on her hips, looking fierce. The Eye of Heavenly Tao looked at Nyo, and it obviously revealed a hint of fear. Suddenly, black clouds rolled and enveloped the eyeball, then quickly disappeared. When the black clouds dispersed, the Eye of Heavenly Tao actually disappeared as well. Fuck, it was really scolded away by Nyo. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 547. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "Come, this time you can only die with a grievance." His eyes also revealed killing intent. Having been repeatedly provoked by Jia Ming, his killing intent was also stirred. As long as he could kill, he would definitely not be lenient. Jia Ming snorted. He knew that merely relying on the suppression of a major tier wouldn't be enough to kill Ling Han. He roared in a low voice and a strange sound came from his throat. All the veins on his body bulged as if something terrifying was about to drill out of his body. Ling Han didn't dare to underestimate him. Jia Ming's battle prowess had obtained the approval of the Stone of Martial Arts, suppressing the prodigies of all ages and ranking 51st. Although this wasn't his current peak battle prowess, he still couldn't be careless. Underestimating any prodigy could very possibly plant the seed of the hatred of annihilation in him. For styles of demon snake. Jia Ming shouted loudly and charged towards Ling Han. His fist shot out, aiming straight for Ling Han's lower abdomen. Ling Han raised his hand to block the attack. His palm slashed onto Jia Ming's wrist, but Jia Ming's wrist was like a ball of flour. It actually spun around and struck towards Ling Han's chest, the sharp blade in his hand emitting a cold light. Ling Han was astounded. Could it be that this guy had soft bones? How could he deform his hand like that? This wasn't just comprehending the soft side but some kind of secret technique. It was like a snake. Yes, it was the bones of a snake. Ling Han's body abruptly bent backwards, blocking the swing of the curved blade. It was practically impossible for a normal origin power martial artist to perform such an action. Only a body cultivator could make the body react so quickly. Moreover, it was as if Ling Han had been chopped in half by a saber. The degree of bending of his upper body was even more unimaginable. Jia Ming swung his fist again. This time his arm had transformed into a large snake. The snake's head opened and bit towards Ling Han. The black snake's head was vivid and lifelike, and its venomous fangs could be clearly seen. This punch was really too fast, so fast that Ling Han didn't even have time to dodge. Pooh! This punch instantly pierced through Ling Han. Jia Ming frowned. He did not manage to hit Ling Han with this attack. Ling Han transformed into a flash of lightning and escaped 10 meters away. He once again appeared and said with a smile, "I almost got hit. Not bad, this move is not bad. One move after another, it does have some skill." He had already cultivated the thunderclap 9th heaven to the level of small accomplishment, so his speed was obviously fast. More than a little skill. It's more than enough to kill you. Jia Ming raised his battle prowess and charged towards Ling Han. He was indeed tyrannical. He was a genius of the Earth Dragon sect, had left his name on the martial arts stone, and was also a major tier higher than Ling Han. Whether it was power or battle prowess, he had the upper hand. If it wasn't for Ling Han's powerful recovery ability and the thunderclap 9th heaven to avoid damage, he would definitely have been heavily injured by his opponent long ago. Even so, Ling Han was becoming more and more passive. In 10 moves, he could only return 1 or 2 moves. Today is the day you die. Jia Ming gave a long shout. He wanted to kill Ling Han in a single blow. You say it better than you sing, Ling Han said calmly. He was only testing to what extent his physique's defense could reach, and this was also not a reflection of his full battle prowess. I'll write these words on your tombstone, and let the world know that there's such an arrogant idiot who's still so stubborn even when death is at hand. Jia Ming laughed loudly, and the curved saber shone with a cold light. This was extremely terrifying, and could pose a great threat to Ling Han's defense. After all, it was a high-level spirit tool, and added with Jia Ming's even stronger power, it could even tear apart 8th-tier rare metal. Ling Han no longer passively took a beating. He drew out the Revere Life Sword, raised it in his hand, and pointed it at Jia Ming and said, "My sword will slash you." Jia Ming looked at this sword, and could not help but reveal a moved expression. He blurted out, "Formation patterns." This was obviously a sword, but it was actually covered in formation patterns. Strange, too strange, exceeding his imagination. You can die by this sword, so you can have no regrets. Ling Han brandished his sword and charged out. Previously, without a sword in hand, he was unable to maximize the power of Sword Ray, but it was different now. The Revere Life Sword was made from some godly metal, and added with the murderous aura formed from the formation patterns. The Sword Ray that was unleashed naturally had stronger destructive power. Shua Sword Ray swept out, as if it could destroy the heavens and the earth, extremely terrifying. "Hung! I'm in the deity transformation tier, do you think I'd be afraid of you?" Jia Ming snorted coldly, and brandished his fist, turning Ray into chi, which condensed into multiple large black snakes that pounced towards Ling Han to bite. Pooh pew pew, the formation patterns on the Revere Life Sword shone. There were only 7 of them, but even so it was still extremely terrifying, twisting those large snakes into pieces. Jia Ming's expression was livid. He knew that this sword was very powerful, but he had never thought that it would reach such a level. The destructive power could only be described as terrifying. How could there be such a treasured tool? What Ling Han brandished was not as simple as an exceptional weapon, but also a formation. An exceptional killing formation. How could anyone break through this? Jia Ming howled and finally unleashed his ultimate move. The large snake's shadow behind him disappeared, and turned into a real earth dragon. This kind of action caused him incomparable pain. His face was covered with blue veins, as if they were about to burst. After he gave a loud roar, the earth dragon's shadow behind him finally stabilized, emitting an ancient and desolate air. At the beginning of the world, an earth dragon emerged from the crack between heaven and earth, ancient and mysterious. The earth dragon raised its head. It did not have any facial features, and only had a mouthpiece. Its whole body was dark red in color, and one could clearly see its limbs. It was as if it could even ooze greasy bodily fluids, giving off an extremely disgusting feeling. "Die!" Jia Ming pointed at Ling Han, and that earth dragon immediately pounced towards Ling Han. So fast. This was not a physical body, and could not be measured with common sense. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Ling Han, and ruthlessly bit down. However, because it was not a physical body, it was naturally impossible for it to cause any substantial damage. Its whole body surged past, as if a shadow had streaked past. Yet Jia Ming laughed loudly and said, "Ling Han, you are already a dead man." His face was a bit pale, yet he wore a carefree smile. This was his true trump card, which drew upon the power of his bloodline. Moreover, because his ancestral blood was not yet dense to the extreme, using such a powerful move was very strenuous for him, and would even cause a certain degree of backlash. But it was all right. Although this earth dragon was a shadow, and could not possibly cause any damage to a physical body, it specialized in hurting one's spirit. Ling Han's spirit should have been swallowed by the earth dragon. Even if it had not completely disappeared, there would at most be a shred of it left, so how much strength would he have left to battle? He gave a long roar and charged towards Ling Han. This time he was going to completely kill Ling Han. With a burst of brute force, he shot out like an angry arrow, and instantly arrived in front of Ling Han. The curved saber in his hand slashed towards Ling Han's neck. The toughness of the physique was cultivated through cultivation, but the softness of the physique needed to be controlled. Was Ling Han's current state still okay? Die. A cold smile hung at the corners of his lips. He could finally kill this great thorn in his side. Chapter 548. The youngster finally revealed a look of surprise and walked towards Ling Han seriously, saying, "You can actually block one of my moves. Not bad, not bad. Who are you to have the right to let me know your name?" "Are you retarded?" Ling Han said coldly. This youngster really thought he was the king of the world, and everything revolved around him. "How dare you?" The youngster was furious and struck out with another palm. Instantly, a total of 23 fierce fire tigers appeared, pouncing towards Ling Han. Each fire tiger was extremely terrifying, capable of suppressing a normal 9th-layer flower blossom tier cultivator. These 23 appearing together was absolutely terrifying. 22 flashes of chi. Ling Han couldn't help but be surprised. He only grasped 19 flashes of sword chi, and his attainments in fist arts were obviously even more lacking. However, he only snorted coldly and still struck out with his fist, striking out 17 silver dragon elephants. Pong 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 pong, the dragon elephants and fire tigers collided and tore at each other. It was obvious that the fire tigers had the upper hand, and only 13 of them were able to match the 17 dragon elephants. The remaining 10 fire tigers continued to charge towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the demon fairy step and dodged this attack. His eyes flashed with a strong fighting spirit and he shouted, "Take another punch from me." He punched out again, and this time he incorporated an ancient bone pattern. The intent of martial art instantly became indescribably resplendent, and the power of the 17 dragon elephants skyrocketed several times, counterattacking towards the youngster. Somewhat interesting. The youngster struck out with a palm, and it was still 23 fire tigers that pounced. Pung! This time the 17 dragon elephants were actually able to match 17 fire tigers. But there were still 6 fire tigers that continued to pounce towards Ling Han. It couldn't be helped. This youngster's comprehension of martial art was deeper than Ling Han's, at least in the field of chi. Added with the fact that the youngster's cultivation was higher, he definitely had the upper hand, which was something that couldn't be helped. Most importantly, the youngster was also a genius, and a super genius at that. Ling Han gave a long howl and used the demon fairy step to cut in front of the youngster, wanting to engage in close combat. He had formed the body of Iron Sheet, and added with the fact that the 9 Dragons Tyrant body art had also advanced into the Flower Blossom tier. In terms of close combat, he was definitely the strongest in the Flower Blossom tier. Unless the other party was also as monstrous and cultivated some kind of supreme physical skill, not only would his physical strength be terrifying, but his physique would also be incomparably strong. Relying on the wonders of the demon fairy step, he successfully cut in front of the young man and blasted a punch in front of him. "Where do you get your confidence to fight me in close combat?" sneered the youth. He sent a palm at Ling Han, his speed ridiculously fast. Generally speaking, martial artists would avoid close combat, because everyone only cultivated elemental energy, and did not have a strong physique. In a split second you could spit out 10 or even 20 rays of elemental energy from your palms, but without enough energy to support it, could you wave your hands 10 or 20 times in a split second? If there was enough distance between them, Then a martial artist would only need to flip his hand and wave his sword to injure someone from afar. Can you run faster with a leap? Or can I come faster with a raise of my hand? But in close combat, raising one's hand and flipping one's palm became a relatively extravagant thing. There was a saying that a whip was too long to reach, but if a whip was too long, it would similarly be inflexible when used. However, this youngster was actually extremely skilled in close combat. This palm strike was very experienced, showing all his skill. This proved that the other party definitely had a strong physique. Ling Han's fighting spirit rose, and with a long howl, he began a fierce battle with the other party. Pung, 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 they both fought short and fast, without any fancy moves, only displaying the will of martial art. One after another, vein-like patterns shone brightly, continuously being shattered and reformed. In this battle, the two of them actually fought to a draw. Ling Han's physique was undoubtedly stronger, tempered by the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, and after cultivating the Nine Dragons' tyrant body art, his physical strength was similarly terrifying. The other party's physique was inferior to Ling Han's, and his brute force was also inferior, but the stronger origin power made up for this shortcoming. I've really underestimated you, the youngster said coldly, killing intent circulating in his eyes. Pung! A terrifying force burst forth from his body, turning into thousands of fire blades that bombarded towards Ling Han. Even if Ling Han had cultivated the body of iron sheet, and his physique was comparable to rare metals of the same level, he still felt somewhat apprehensive, and couldn't help but retreat, pulling apart the distance between them. Ha 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 ha, within 10 moves, I'll make you bow down. The youngster laughed loudly and pushed out palm after palm, as if he was a supreme being that could split open the heavens and split the earth, his battle prowess instantly increasing by a large margin. Unless the level of brute force surpassed the level of origin power, then definitely pulling apart the distance was the way to go, but this kind of person with super brute force basically didn't exist in the vast lands. The other party was very smart, and although he was arrogant, he wasn't stupid at all. Although he previously expressed his disdain towards Ling Han, he completely didn't tangle with Ling Han in close combat, which wasn't his strongest area. Those that cultivated origin power obviously had to pull apart the distance, and use martial arts to their heart's content. Ling Han was suppressed, but it wasn't that he didn't have the ability to turn the tables. What he was most proficient in was sword techniques, but the demon birth sword hadn't been unleashed, and the mysterious 3000 hadn't been unleashed. These were his trump cards. Moreover, this was the middle state, and who knew if the mysterious 3000 would be recognized, and what if the old monster of the Heaven Sword sect was provoked? Stop! A cold snort sounded, and a displeased voice came from the palace above. Where do you think this is that you can be so impudent? This shout was full of authority, and Ling Han and the youngster immediately stopped at the same time. Arrogance needed the occasion, or else it wouldn't be arrogance but idiocy. The person who shouted was at least in the deity transformation tier, and no matter how freakish Ling Han and the youngster were, they would definitely be suppressed in minutes upon encountering such an existence. Whoever didn't listen was asking for a beating, and Ling Han and the youngster obviously didn't want to be beaten. That youngster was still arrogant, and glanced disdainfully at Ling Han, no longer paying attention, and turned to Helian Sun Shui saying, I'm Xinyuan Ziguang, I fucked you, be my woman. So he was Xinyuan Ziguang. No wonder he was so strong. Helian Sun Shui hurriedly hid behind Ling Han, then stuck out her pretty face and stuck out her tongue at Xinyuan Ziguang, feeling that this person was really inexplicable and annoying. Meanwhile, Ling Han looked at Xinyuan Ziguang with a sympathetic gaze. This guy thought so highly of himself, but didn't know that this adorably silly woman was a heaven-tier existence. Although she's lost her memory now, she'll recover one day, and when that time comes you'll be in trouble. Seeing this, Xinyuan Ziguang's gaze toward Ling Han couldn't help but carry a strong murderous intent. The woman he fucked was actually so intimate with another man, and he couldn't stand it. He definitely had to kill this man, or else he wouldn't be able to erase the knot in his heart. Leave this place and you'll be a dead man, he said, pointing at Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, Fine, wait for me here for the rest of your life. Xinyuan Ziguang choked. He didn't expect Ling Han to be so shameless. He snorted and said, I'll wait for you. Chapter 549. Xinyuan Ziguang turned to leave, But before he could take more than a few steps, he heard Ling Han whisper, "Idiot." He couldn't help but turn around with a cold glint in his eyes and said sternly, "What did you say?" "Oh, I said you're an idiot. I didn't think you actually had self-awareness and knew I was calling you," Ling Han said with a smile. Xianyuan Ziguang was instantly furious, his killing intent boiling as it rose from the top of his head and turned into flames. There were visions of true dragons and phoenixes, white tigers and black tigers surging, showing this young man's terrifying strength. He was really strong, perhaps not inferior to Sword Emperor and Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. "As long as you leave this place, I'll definitely take your head," he said coldly, filled with determination. "Then idiot, just wait. When I'm in a good mood, I'll take your life," Ling Han said lazily. As a heaven-tier elite in his previous life, no matter how strong the youngsters of this generation were, they couldn't truly be viewed as opponents by him. In his mind, the people he had to surpass were Sword Emperor, Setting Sun Saber Emperor, and the others who had already entered the realm of gods. Xianyuan Ziguang didn't argue with Ling Han anymore. It was meaningless and only a waste of time. He snorted, waved his sleeves and strode off. This time Ling Han didn't mutter anymore. He pondered whether to pick up some of Xianyuan Ziguang's hair and put it in the vial of curses. However, once one reached the flower blossom tier, they'd already left the mortal world. Their hair wouldn't fall, and the growth of their nails could be controlled. Only beasts would continue to grow, because they walked the path of body cultivators. Thus, it was actually quite difficult to get the hair of a flower blossom tier cultivator. Whatever, he was only in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and as long as his tier went up a few more levels, killing him wouldn't be a difficult matter. "Let's go, I'll first arrange a place for you guys to stay," Yinhong said with a smile on her face. When Ling Han and Xianyuan Ziguang clashed, she was obviously secretly pleased. This way, the possibility of Ling Han helping her with all his strength was higher. "Is it really good for you to gloat so much?" Ling Han teased. "If I want to, what can you do about it?" Yinhong puffed out her chest. "Boorish," Ling Han said disdainfully. The 5 of them entered the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Yinhong showed her identity and was invited into the huge building complex behind the main hall. However, the North region was the place where the level of martial art was the weakest. Naturally, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion's branch in the North region also had the lowest status. Yinhong's momentum here was obviously weaker. "Humph. Just wait until I get first place in the competition. What else do you have to say then?" she said angrily. "Big brother Han, that Xianyuan Ziguang's strength is indeed extraordinary, you can't be careless," Zhu Xian'er said softly to Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't be afraid of anyone, but I won't underestimate any genius either. Honestly speaking, his current strength is indeed above mine, but he's dreaming if he wants to kill me." On this point he was completely confident. He really had too many trump cards. "Oh right, I want to ask you something," Ling Han said to Yinhong. "Do you know of Boundless Mountain?" "What mountain?" Yinhong asked blankly. "Boundless Mountain. Che, I've only lived in the Middle State for a few years, and the Middle State is so big, so how would I know where Boundless Mountain is?" "Wait, I'll find someone to ask for you." Yinhong left hurriedly, but not long after she came back hurriedly and said, "Damn brat, are you messing with me? I've asked many people, and no one has ever heard of such a mountain." Ling Han frowned. After 10,000 years it was actually very normal for the names of places to change, but here came the problem. The Middle State was so big, so how could he possibly visit all the mountains? "Hey, I'm talking to you, are you messing with me?" Yinhong asked very fiercely. "Watch your words, be careful or you won't be able to get married in the future," Ling Han warned. "Pei, I have big breasts, it's easy to get married," Yinhong sneered. "You guys stay here first. Oh right, try not to get into conflict with Xianyuan Ziguang. Sai, the South region actually invited such a monster, so we won't be able to get many points in the martial arts competition." Ling Han laughed and said, "I have a way." "What way?" "You think of a way to get a strand of Xianyuan Ziguang's hair, and I'll make a straw doll to curse him, guaranteeing that his strength will be greatly reduced, and he won't be able to defeat Xian'er," Ling Han said with a smile. "Che." Yinhong rolled her eyes. This brat was messing with her again. "I'm leaving, you guys rest. However, take it easy." After all, there's only a month until the competition, don't break your bodies. Get lost. After Yin Hong left, the three girls each found their own rooms and put down their luggage. Though they didn't have much luggage, they had the Black Tower, and each of them had a spatial ring. Ling Han, on the other hand, continued to ponder about the matters of infinite boundless mountain. In his last life, he'd heard of the boundless mountain, but hadn't been there, and only knew that it was somewhere in the middle state. Since that was the case, he could first find the approximate location and then slowly search. In the past, it was searching for a needle in a haystack, but now it was fishing for a needle in a lake. Though it was still very slow, it was much better than blindly strolling around the entire middle state. The guest rooms of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion were quite high class, and there was even a map of the middle state in the room, but it wasn't very accurate, and only some large regions were marked. Many small cities and mountain ranges didn't even have names. Ling Han tried hard to recall and compare, and finally used his finger to forcefully tap on the map. It's here, Flying Flower County. The middle state was too big, so it was divided into 36 counties, and Flying Flower County was one of them. However, though the area was shrunk 36 times, Flying Flower County was still incredibly large, at least larger than the desolate north. It was difficult to find a specific mountain here. Hopefully, there aren't many mountains in Flying Flower County, Ling Han thought. It was impossible to compare carefully on this map, so Ling Han called over a servant, telling him to purchase a map of Flying Flower County. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion claimed to be able to buy anything, so one could basically buy anything without leaving their residence, as long as one had money. Before long, the servant returned, saying that there were 3 grades of maps. Ordinary maps could be purchased with money, mid-grade maps required 1-star essence crystals, and high-grade maps required 2-star essence crystals, and as many as 10 of them at that. As Ling Han secretly cursed the Spirit Treasures Pavilion for being black-hearted, he still gave the servant 10 pieces of 2-star essence crystals and told him to hurry and buy them. After another while, the map was delivered. Selling a map for 10 essence crystals and a 2-star one at that, there naturally had to be something valuable about it. First of all, the materials used for this map were very precious. It was drawn on the body of a clear dragon-scaled turtle, using a complete turtle shell. The clear dragon-scaled turtle wasn't a high-grade demonic beast, but its shell had a special ability, and that was that it could expand and contract at will. It could expand to a maximum of 100 meters, and could shrink to the size of a palm at the smallest. Because of this, the clear dragon-scaled turtle was hunted in large numbers, and the number of this kind of demonic beast was pitifully low. Ling Han walked into the courtyard, raised his hand, and the small turtle shell in his hand immediately enlarged, showing the mountains and rivers. Chapter 550. Shuexian left a message at the most dangerous moment, saying that she had left all the secrets in the Boundless Mountains Clear Harmony Palace Hall. He was very curious what she meant when she said that these tens of thousands of years were all lies. This definitely wasn't her going crazy. Something that could make a shattering void tier cultivator become enemies with her own clansmen, even sacrificing herself to pass on the secrets, could possibly be shockingly related. Since he had come to the middle state, finding the secrets left behind by Shuexian naturally became a top priority. The tortoise shell was enlarged to 100 meters in size, and weighed several tens of thousands of kilograms, but Ling Han's physical strength was too terrifying. He could easily lift it with one hand, and didn't need to use origin power at all. He looked at the map and tried hard to compare it with his memory, eliminating impossible mountains and rivers. There are still as many as 21. Ling Han shook his head. He could only eliminate so many, and there were still 21 mountain ranges that matched the description in his memory. After all, he had never been there before, and being able to narrow down the scope to this extent was already not bad. Should I go now, or wait until after the tournament? Ling Han pondered. Finding the Clear Harmony Palace Hall is definitely not something that can be done in a day or two. Since I promised to help with the tournament, I obviously can't go back on my word. Fine, I'll go after the tournament. However, will I stay in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion for this month? Right, Yin Hong said that recently many people came out from the ancient site, and it's very likely that they have treasures that they don't need, and will sell them at the auction. Then when will the auction start? What a coincidence, there would be one tonight. And it was a once-a-month large-scale auction. And after another month, there would be the once-a-year super auction. It would be very grand and there would be many treasures. It was said that sometimes even deity transformation tier and heaven tier elites would appear. However, the once-a-month large-scale auction required an invitation to enter. So Ling Han found Yin Hong and asked her to help him get an invitation. Thinking about it, though Yin Hong's position in the Middle State Spirit Treasures Pavilion was not high, getting an invitation should not be a problem. However, things did not go as expected. Yin Hong actually returned empty-handed. How infuriating! Yin Hong's face was full of anger as soon as she entered the room. Yin Chi, that bitch actually dared to block me. She didn't even give me an invitation and kept talking nonsense with me. Ling Han frowned and said, I can't get it. Yin Hong sat to one side in displeasure and said helplessly, that bitch is holding me back. She won't give it to me. Does she have a grudge against you? Ling Han asked. You can say that. Yin Hong thought about it. She's just jealous that my breasts are bigger than hers. Ling Han naturally wouldn't believe it. She is my third uncle's daughter, and my third uncle doesn't have a good relationship with my father. She told the truth. Ling Han nodded. Family grudges. I'll think of another way to get you an invitation, Yin Hong said again. Ling Han shook his head and said, I'll think of a way myself. What can you do now? Yin Hong did not believe him. Ling Han cracked a smile and said, Don't forget my true identity. Yin Hong was shocked and said, No way, are you sure you want to take such a risk? This isn't called taking a risk, but rather reducing the risk. Ling Han smiled. He decided to appear with his original identity. Was a heaven-grade alchemist not qualified to participate in the auction? And no matter what good things he bought at the auction, everyone would only stare at Ling Han, and not Han Lin. Because once the auction ended, Ling Han would disappear, and be replaced by Han Lin. TSK safe. Making up his mind, Ling Han also became leisurely. When it was dinner time, he took out the ingredients from the Black Tower to share with the girls, which naturally made everyone eat to their heart's content. Especially Hellion Sun Shui and Yin Hong. They hadn't eaten much, and fought over the food without caring about their image as virtuous ladies. Moreover, they weren't virtuous ladies. One lost her memory, and the other kept saying, I'll sleep with you all day long. Where would they have any restraint? Give me this every day, and I'll even throw myself at you, the female pervert said. Ling Han obviously pretended not to hear. He left the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, quietly removing the disguise on his face, returning to his original appearance, and then strode towards the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. This pavilion is not open at night, and only receives special guests. He had just walked up the stairs when he was blocked by someone. Ling Han directly revealed his identity and said, I am Ling Han, a heaven-grade alchemist. Does this count as a special guest? What? That person was obviously stunned by the words heaven-grade alchemist. After a slight hesitation, he hurriedly said, Please wait a moment, esteemed guest. Allow this lowly one to immediately report. He hurriedly ran up like a wisp of smoke. There were obviously other people responsible for maintaining order here. At this time, the auction was about to begin, and many people passed by one after another. There were middle-aged men with majestic gait, and there were also unfathomable old men, as well as youths full of vigor and heroic bearing. They naturally all had invitations and were accepted one by one. Some people saw Ling Han waiting at the bottom of the stairs, and instantly looked disdainful. This beggar wanted to enter without an invitation? Where did this beggar come from? Hey brat, kneel down and call me grandpa, and I'll bring you in to see how it goes. There would always be people with cheap mouths, not taking Ling Han's flower blossom tier cultivation seriously. In the Middle State, flower blossom tier cultivators really weren't that strong. Ling Han's gaze turned cold and he said, Such a cheap mouth, aren't you afraid of causing trouble for your family? This was a profligate young man in his 20s. He was only in the spiritual ocean tier, yet he had the arrogance of I'm ranked third in the world. Damn brat, do you know who I am? The profligate young man said proudly. My surname is Sunday. Oh grandson. Ling Han nodded. Fuck. The profligate young man instantly jumped up in anger. This youngster was too mean. Young master's son, don't be angry. He's just a brat from the countryside. Moreover, this is the Spirit Treasure's pavilion, so it's not convenient to fight. Someone immediately tried to mediate. It was the profligate young man's scoundrel friend. The profligate young man snorted, flicked his sleeves and said, "Consider yourself lucky or else I'll chop you into pieces." Ling Han shook his head. This kind of trash was better to be killed with a single finger. He, a heaven-grade alchemist, was already targeted by countless people anyway, so he wasn't afraid of one or two more. The 5 dragons and 2 phoenixes are here. Really? This aura is really too shocking. It was at this moment that there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Everyone looked towards the back and saw a group of 7 people striding over. There were a total of 5 men and 2 women, and every one of them was only 24 or 25 years old. However, every one of them had the bearing of dragons and phoenixes among men, and every one of them was in the flower blossom tier. As expected of the middle state, there were actually so many flower blossom tier cultivators below the age of 30. And this was only Million Treasures City, not ancient sects like the Heaven Sword sect and the Cloud Phoenix sect. It was really unknown how strong of a genius they had. The 5 dragons and 2 phoenixes were the 7 most outstanding people in the younger generation of Million Treasure City, and they were all disciples of the city's great clans. If it weren't for that, without sufficient cultivation resources, no matter how much of a genius you were, you wouldn't be able to advance into the flower blossom tier before the age of 30 by yourself. These 7 people walked proudly, and every one of them exuded an aura of invincible confidence. A dragon saw Ling Han, and could not help but look surprised. "I never thought that there would actually be such a young flower blossom tier cultivator. Haha, brat, become my follower." Chapter 551. Third Elder. What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Kill him, and the mystical power will be ours. Zhou Yucheng hooted from the side. That's true. Zhou Deyuan nodded and strode towards Ling Han. The aura of the deity transformation tier spread out. This was not only a deterrent to Ling Han, but also a deterrent to the others. His meaning was that this brat was his cup of tea, and they had better think twice before making a move. Ling Han looked at the 2 members of the Zhou clan, and his killing intent involuntarily boiled. Previously, because of Zhou Deyuan's attack, he had missed the opportunity to use the earth overturning seal. If it were not for the fact that he still had one more chance, even if he tore Zhou Deyuan's body into 1,000 pieces, so what? Previously, he had not bothered to settle the score with them, and now that they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, what need was there for Ling Han to be polite? He smiled calmly and said, "As the saying goes, the bird that sticks out gets shot." The others did not move, and only you 2 idiots jumped out. If this is not seeking death, then what is? Insolence. In front of the 3rd elder, how dare you be so arrogant? Zhou Yucheng pointed at him. If it were not for the fact that his cultivation level was inferior, he really wanted to charge over and tear Ling Han to shreds. Zhou Deyuan's gaze was also dark. He stretched out his right hand, and multiple patterns intertwined, forming a brilliant light. He gave a cold humph and grabbed out at Ling Han. Origin power condensed, and turned into an even larger palm. It descended from the skies and slapped down towards Ling Han. It was incomparably swift and fierce, and its purpose was to take Ling Han's life. Ling Han stood still, and waited until the large palm slapped down. Only then did he move. A flash of sword rays slashed out, and this large palm was sliced into 2, its brilliance completely dissipating. Zhou Deyuan could not help but humph. Using his left hand to support his right hand, he saw that there was shockingly a wound on his right palm, and fresh blood was flowing out. The blood dripped onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The blood of a martial artist in the deity transformation tier was definitely a precious medicine. If it came across an unscrupulous alchemist, it could even be plucked and used as medicine. Zhou Deyuan hurriedly used his origin power to stop the loss of blood, but he shockingly discovered that there was a terrifying sword intent circulating in the wound. The moment his origin power surged over, it was shattered, and actually sealed the wound innumerable times. Blood was still flowing. How could this be possible? How could this brat's battle prowess be so strong? One sword strike was enough to wound him so severely. Zhou Deyuan could not believe it. Amir Jr. in the spiritual infant tier had been slashed by him previously, and he had already lowered his head and admitted defeat, not even daring to show his anger. If Ling Han was really so strong, then what the hell was he supposed to endure? Third Elder. Zhou Yuchang called out a bit shakily. In his mind, the 4 grand elders of the clan should all be existences that could sweep through the world, so how could they possibly suffer a loss at the hands of a brat? Zhou Deyuan was the source of his arrogance, and also the source of his confidence. Now that the 3rd elder had actually been wounded by a single sword strike from Ling Han, it instantly made him want to retreat. He was afraid that there would be a chance. Old dog, you insist on seeking death, so I can only fulfill your wish. Ling Han did not draw out the Revere Life Sword or the Demon Birth Sword. Just now, he had merely waved his fingers together, but had used the mystical power of the Thunderclap 9th Heaven. It was precisely this mystical power that wreaked havoc in the other's wound, not allowing the other's wound to heal easily. I'm going to kill you, Zhou Deyuan roared. He drew out his saber, and brandished it in a slash towards Ling Han. Xiao, a flash of saber light slashed out. It was as long as a few dozen meters, and it turned into a furious dragon. Ling Han also drew his sword. After all, the other was in existence in the peak stage of the deity transformation tier. That previous strike could be said to have hit the other's carelessness, but it was indeed not to be underestimated. What he drew out was the Demon Birth Sword. To deal with someone like Zhou Deyuan, the Demon Birth Sword was enough. If the Demon Birth Sword still had a tool spirit, it would definitely feel very wronged. I'm also a dignified level 10 spirit tool, yet I'm actually going to be reduced to killing someone in the deity transformation tier? Shua, a sword ray shot out, but it was only about 3 meters long. The power of ray was determined by its length and thickness. The longer and thicker it was, the more terrifying its destructive power would be. Thus, when the ray that Ling Han shot out was only 3 meters long, Zhou Deyuan's heart immediately calmed down, and Zhou Yucheng's confidence also recovered. He actually doubted his own ancestor. He really thought too highly of that brat. Pooh! Sword ray and saber ray collided. Pooh! Saber ray actually split into 2 right down the middle. The 2 halves of saber ray still swept over according to their original trajectory, but they separately streaked past Ling Han's left and right sides. They didn't even need to give way. However, sword ray was like a peerless divine weapon, and continued to sweep towards Zhou Deyuan. Zhou Deyuan was greatly shocked, and hurriedly leaped up to dodge. His face was filled with shock. How could this be? In terms of quality, his saber ray was actually so much inferior to Ling Han's sword ray, and in a direct confrontation, it was completely destroyed by Ling Han's sword ray. It was really like a broken wooden sword coming into contact with a real sword. It would be destroyed upon contact. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. Indeed, the thicker and longer sword ray was, the better it would be, and its destructive power would be greater. However, just like sword chi, sword ray also depended on 2 other factors: the martial artist's comprehension and the grade of the weapon used. That sword, Zhou Deyuan absolutely did not believe that Ling Han's comprehension of the way of the sword far surpassed his grasp of the way of the saber. Then, there was only one explanation. The grade of the spirit tool in Ling Han's hands was too high, causing the sword ray that was shot out to be incomparably swift and fierce. In terms of quality, not only did it make up for the gap of a major tier, it was also able to turn the tables and crush him. Haha, this is also mine. He made up his mind, and thought that Ling Han had relied on the advantage of the spirit tool, and not because of his own strength, although spirit tools were also a part of one's strength. He once again charged out and used his movement technique. He wanted to use a dazzling speed to make Ling Han brandish his sword for nothing, and then he would kill Ling Han with another strike, and seize that treasured sword and mystical power. Ling Han stood still, as if he couldn't catch sight of his figure at all. Zhou Deyuan couldn't help but be overjoyed. In a flash, he had already appeared behind Ling Han, and suddenly slashed out with his saber, slashing towards Ling Han's neck. Die die! Shua, the saber slashed out. Zhou Deyuan was delighted at first, but then he was greatly shocked. There was actually no trace of Ling Han in front of him. Instantly, a strong sense of unease welled up in his heart. Sure enough, a voice rang out behind him saying, "What, looking for me?" He was so shocked that even his anus tightened, and cold sweat instantly poured down his entire body like a waterfall. He hurriedly turned around and brandished his saber in a slash. Shwa, the saber flashed, piercingly cold and eerie. However, it missed again. Could it be? Just when Zhou De Yuan's heart and liver were about to split apart, a voice rang out behind him again. I'm not going to play with you anymore. No. Zhou De Yuan was just about to shout, "Pew!" He felt a chill on his back. He then felt the tip of a sword pierce through his chest, and his heart had already been pierced through. He was both furious and shocked. He was actually being played by Ling Han like a cat toying with a mouse, but a cold smirk appeared at the corners of his lips. You're too weak. A deity transformation tier cultivator. How could he possibly die so easily when he has reached such a high level? His life force was too strong, so what if his heart exploded? He could use origin power to condense it, and then take a life-saving precious medicine, and he would still be able to live. But your sword pierced through my body, and I brandished my saber again. How are you going to dodge? Zhou De Yuan wanted to turn around and brandish his saber, but the origin power he immediately unleashed was like floodwater that had opened the floodgates. It actually poured out like a fountain, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't condense it. He didn't even have the strength to hold the saber. The treasured saber fell, and the tip of the saber smashed down, actually forcibly slicing off half of his right foot. What was the difference between a deity transformation tier cultivator, who had lost the protection of origin power, and a body refining tier cultivator? Chapter 552. The 5 dragons all had powerful backgrounds. If they were asked to fight the Spirit Treasures Pavilion head-on, they definitely wouldn't dare, but if it was just beating up a person at the main gate or on the steps, they believed that the Spirit Treasures Pavilion wouldn't hold on to this point and not let them off. They were still confident that they had this bit of face. The 5 dragons all stared at Ling Han, their eyes sinister. This young man's impertinence made them very displeased. Ling Han clasped his hands behind his back, smiled and said, "If you want to fight, then you'd better think carefully. Later, you'll have to kneel before me and beg for mercy, depending on my mood." Ha 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 ha. The 5 dragons all laughed coldly. Did this young man completely not know how the word death was written? The bystanders also laughed loudly. They'd seen many arrogant people, but it was the first time they'd seen Ling Han being so unconfident and arrogant. Reckless. Jia Zhang attacked. They were the mighty 5 dragons, so they naturally disdained to join forces. However, being able to be listed as one of the 5 dragons, his strength was naturally extraordinary. As he stretched out his hand, vein-like patterns intertwined, forming a golden divine light. It was as if it wasn't a human's arm, but a golden divine dragon's claw. Ling Han seemed to be struck dumb, completely unresponsive. Everyone shook their heads. He was so awesome, so what other powerful strength did he have? It turned out that he was actually so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. The dragon's claw struck, and a terrifying pressure shook. Even the skin of a low-level flower blossom tier cultivator would be torn apart. Ling Han finally attacked. No, he attacked with his foot, kicking towards Jia Zhang's front. The timing of this kick could be said to be perfect, and it just happened to avoid Jia Zhang's attack. Moreover, if Jia Zhang paid more attention to Ling Han, he definitely wouldn't attack at close range. At least he wouldn't be so rash in his first attack. However, he was careless, thinking that it would be a piece of cake, and this kick directly delivered itself to his face. How could a hand be as long as a foot? Thus, before Jia Zhang's attack could reach Ling Han, he would first be kicked solidly by this kick. Jia Zhang gave a muffled humph, and hurriedly tilted his head, barely dodging this kick. After all, he was one of the 5 dragons, a well-known figure among the younger generation, so he wasn't that weak. He hurriedly retreated, feeling a burning pain on his face. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand to touch his face. To his surprise, he discovered that his hand was stained with blood. He dodged Ling Han's kick, but the strong wind that blew past him was like a blade. He had not formed body of iron sheet, so how could he possibly feel good after being brushed by the aftermath of a flower blossom tier martial artist's attack? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Jia Zhang, one of the 5 dragons, had actually suffered a loss from a single strike. Although it was just a scratch and would not affect his battle prowess, among those of the same age level, how many people could injure Jia Zhang? Even if Jia Zhang was careless, Ling Han's strength had to be strong enough. I've really underestimated you. Jiazhong wiped away the bloodstains on his face. His eyes were slightly red. He was truly angry now. However, Ling Han said, "I'm not weaker than you. I only have this little bit of strength." Damn, too arrogant. Not only was Jiazhong furious, the other 4 dragons could not tolerate it either. They were the 5 dragons, and Jiazhong being belittled was equivalent to them being dragged down as well. Naturally, they were displeased and dissatisfied. "Again," Jiazhong said coldly. This time, he would learn his lesson, and would no longer engage in close-quarters combat with Ling Han. A martial artist had cultivated qi, and this was the most powerful weapon. How could he possibly unleash the full might of qi if he was in close-quarters combat? Grandmaster Ling. It was at this moment that a shout was heard from the top of the stairs. Tung tung tung. A short and round fatty ran down from above. This person was really too fat, so fat that he did not even reach his legs. Thus, everyone looked like a meatball rolling down from the stage. This was undoubtedly very funny, but no one could laugh because this was a heavyweight figure of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. His figure was heavyweight, and his identity was similarly heavyweight. 7th Pavilion Master Yin Shuiyang. The Spirit Treasures Pavilion of the Middle State had a total of 9 Pavilion Masters. These were truly powerful figures that could stand on equal footing with the leaders and grand elders of ancient sections. These 9 Pavilion Masters were all elites of the Heaven Tier. It was said that there were Shattering Void Tier elites overseeing the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, but no one had ever seen one. A dignified elite of the Heaven Tier actually personally appeared to welcome a Grandmaster Ling. Then what kind of existence would this Grandmaster Ling be? Earth-grade high-level alchemist? No, Earth-grade high-level alchemists probably did not have such qualifications. They had to be heaven-grade alchemists, but the problem was that there were not only 2 heaven-grade alchemists in this world, and neither of them had the surname Ling, alright? Wait, there was indeed a heaven-grade alchemist with the surname Ling, but he came from the North region, and it was said that he even obtained the inheritance of the 12 palaces, and knew the whereabouts of a divine treasure trove. This heaven-grade alchemist had also come. Where was he? Everyone craned their necks to look around. Naturally, none of them thought of Ling Han. He was too young, so how could such a youngster possibly be some grandmaster? The meatball rolled down, and the people along the way hurriedly moved out of the way. However, this meatball rolled too quickly, and some people could not dodge in time and were instantly sent flying, dancing in the air like scarecrows. But Yin Shuiyang did not have the slightest intention of stopping. This was the Heaven Tier. They could be so willful. The 5 dragons were all shocked, and hurriedly moved to the side of the road. They did not have the slightest qualification to challenge a Heaven Tier elite. Not to mention them, even if the person with the highest status in their clan came, when they saw Yin Shuiyang they could only obediently listen. Thus, if they were to be sent flying, then they could only blame it on their bad luck. But Ling Han did not dodge or evade. Who did this brat really think he was? If he was killed by a Heaven Tier elite, he would definitely die in vain. Who asked him to be so blind? The meatball speed was too fast, and in an instant it had already closed in on Ling Han. Everyone shook their heads. Obviously, Ling Han was also going to be sent flying. But at this moment the meatball Yin Shuiyang suddenly braked and stopped in front of Ling Han. A smile appeared on his round face, and because he was too fat, his neck could not be reached at all. It was as if a large ball was on top of a small ball, extremely comical. No one dared to laugh. To laugh at a Heaven Tier elite's appearance in front of his face, that was truly seeking death. Ling Han, however, laughed loudly. With each laugh everyone's lips twitched, feeling a chill rise from the bottom of their hearts. Later, Yin Shuiyang better not fly into a rage. If a Heaven Tier elite flew into a rage, then blood would flow like a river. Unexpectedly, Yin Shuiyang also laughed along with him, and he seemed to be quite happy. Master Ling has graced us with your presence. Please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Yin Shuiyang bowed. Everyone felt a strong sense of dizziness. A dignified Heaven Tier elite actually bowed to a mere flower blossom tier. Were their eyes blurred? And Master Ling, this guy was Ling Han. The 5 dragons' expressions immediately became extremely ugly. Chapter 553. Oh, this youngster was actually a heaven-grade alchemist. What kind of joke was this? However, a mighty Heaven Tier elite wouldn't deliberately put on such a show just to tease them juniors. Then they really thought too highly of themselves. Everyone couldn't help but think of what Ling Han said before. Later, even if Jia Zhang and the others knelt before him and kowtowed in apology, Ling Han might not even pay attention. At that time it sounded like a wild boast, but now everyone believed it without a doubt. Heaven-grade alchemist, what kind of awesome existence was that even heaven-tier elites had to kneel down to greet? The importance of their identity and status was evident. A mere flower blossom tier junior really wasn't even fit to carry their shoes. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "You're too polite, how should I address you?" How big of a shot was this guy, and even Yin Shuiyang came out to greet him, yet he didn't even know who he was. This was an act. Ha 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 ha, Yin Shuiyang. I'm the 7th Pavilion Master of Spirit Treasures Pavilion. If Grandmaster Ling doesn't mind, you can call me Little Yang, Yin Shuiyang said with a smile. Everyone instantly felt a chill run down their spine. With this guy's physique, who could call him Little Yang? However, how many people in this world had the right to call him Little Yang? Aside from a few supreme shattering void tier beings, there were probably only a few high-level heaven tier elites. 7th Pavilion Master. Ling Han also felt a chill run down his spine, and couldn't call him Little Yang no matter what. Grandmaster Ling wants to participate in today's auction? Yin Shuiyang asked. Exactly. Ling Han nodded. Please, please. Yin Shuiyang hurriedly made a gesture of invitation. Ling Han walked forward and instantly made everyone, especially Jia Zhang and that profligate young master, feel relieved. However, Ling Han stopped again and said to Yin Shuiyang, 7th Pavilion Master, if I settle a score with a few people, would it appear as the strong bullying the weak? Yin Shuiyang's expression immediately darkened, and he said, Oh, could it be that someone offended Grandmaster Ling? One wants to call him Grandpa, another wants me to be his follower, and a few of them want to beat me up, said Ling Han with a smile. Hearing him say so, Jia Zhang, Wu Long, and that profligate young master were about to cry. How could they have known before that Ling Han was a heaven-grade alchemist? Otherwise, even if they were given 10,000 guts, they would not dare to say such words. Who is it? Yin Shuiyang's gaze swept over, and a frightening pressure instantly swept over him. At this moment, he was no longer an amiable fatty, but an elite of the heaven tier who could make heaven and earth tremble with a stomp of his foot. Everyone felt their souls trembling, and they couldn't muster up any will to resist. Ling Han nodded to himself. This fatty's cultivation base was likely at level 4 or 5 of the sky human stage. Ling Han himself was incapable of sensing it. At any rate, he only possessed a strand of the divine sense of a sky human stage cultivator. Jia Zhang and the other 4, as well as that profligate young master, all stood up trembling and knelt on the ground saying, We beg for Grandmaster Ling's forgiveness. Ling Han, however, acted as if he hadn't seen them, and started to talk with Yin Shuiyang without any substance, obviously giving Jia Zhang, Wu Long, and that profligate young master the cold shoulder. Indeed, they all knelt down, but whether or not they accepted their apologies depended on Ling Han's mood. The 5 dragons looked at each other, hardened their hearts, and started to slap their own faces. When the profligate young master saw this, he hurriedly kowtowed as if pounding onions, really afraid that Yin Shuiyang would kill them all in a fit of rage. Grandmaster Ling, the auction is about to begin, why don't you go inside and take a seat? Yin Shuiyang said. He didn't want so many people to gather at the entrance of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. After all, it wasn't a good influence. Ling Han only smiled at Jia Zhang, Wu Long, and that profligate young master, walked up the stairs and entered the main hall. Jia Zhang, Wu Long, and that profligate young master broke out in a cold sweat. Although Ling Han didn't blame them, offending a heaven-grade alchemist wouldn't end up so easily. Under Yin Shuiyang's lead, Ling Han came to a private room, which was also the most luxurious private room in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. At present, only Ling Han received such an honor on this floor. Normally, this kind of top-class private room would only be used for special auctions that would be held once every decade or so. It was specially reserved for shattering void tier elites and existences with similar statuses, such as heaven-grade alchemists. Towards this kind of empty reputation, Ling Han was already very indifferent. He wasn't startled by the honor and sat down in the private room. As expected, the auction only took a short while before it began. After Yin Shuiyang accompanied Ling Han for a while, he bid farewell and left, and very generously gave Ling Han an overdraft limit of 100,000 3-star origin crystals. In reality, a heaven-grade alchemist's net worth would be more than this amount, so why was the limit set by the other party so low? It was simple. Perhaps shattering void-tier elites wouldn't care about the inheritance of the 12 palaces, but the divine treasure trove was too important. If he was targeted by a shattering void-tier elite, then Ling Han would definitely be doomed. Thus, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion naturally wouldn't invest too much on this unstable point. To be able to give a limit of 100,000 3-star origin crystals, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion was actually very, very generous. Ling Han sat. One item after another was auctioned off, but there were also some that weren't sold. As expected of the once-a-month large-scale auction, there were many items of all kinds, but Ling Han didn't bat an eye at any of them. On the other hand, there was an auction like this once a month, so there couldn't be too many precious items. Perhaps, after another month, there would be shocking treasures taken out in the end-of-year super auction. Ha ha ha! A sudden burst of laughter sounded in the auction hall. Ling Han was originally sleepy, but after hearing such a loud commotion, he couldn't help but go over, only to see that the auctioneer was actually holding a brick. Ling Han also wanted to laugh, but then he thought that the Spirit Treasures Pavilion wouldn't go overboard and use a brick to fool people, so he went over carefully. This actually wasn't a brick, but its shape was very similar. However, if he looked closely, he would discover that the edges were irregular, as if it had originally belonged to another gigantic stone, and now it had been knocked off. One side of the brick was flat, but the other side actually had half a word, or perhaps just a few remnant strokes, but he couldn't tell what exactly it was. This brick has been carefully examined by several great appraisers of our pavilion, but they couldn't analyze its specific structure or use. They can only confirm that this was once on a stone tablet, and has at least 100,000 years of history. Additionally, this stone is very hard, and it was obtained from some ancient site. The auctioneer introduced. He seemed to be unable to find the merits of this brick, and could only brag as much as he could. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but still could not see anything special about this brick. Only those few words on it made him feel as if something had come alive in his heart. Somewhat interesting. The starting price is 10 origin crystals, the auctioneer said. Obviously, he didn't have much hope for this item. 20, 50, 100. Although he temporarily didn't know what use this brick had, in at least 100,000 years of history, there were still many people who were willing to take it back and collect it. 1,000. Ling Han opened his mouth. If the quality of the origin crystal was not specified, then it was only 1 star. To Ling Han, a 1-star origin crystal was really not a big deal. 2,000. Someone made a bid, and it actually sounded somewhat familiar. Chapter 554. Mu Fei Yao. Ling Han suddenly remembered. The people of the Cold Spear Association, which he suspected had been founded by his disciple, had once fought to the death with an old man for the sake of an alchemy furnace that he had once used, spending money like flowing water. He had not thought that she would also come, and on this brick at that. Wait, she wouldn't be purposefully bickering with him, right? The Cold Spear Association supported the Ling Han of 10,000 years ago, and was naturally filled with malice towards the Ling Han who had appeared now, thinking that he was also called Ling Han and was also an alchemist, which was a blasphemy to the Ling Han of 10,000 years ago. So now that she recognized his voice, it was not impossible that she was purposefully bickering with him. Heaven-grade alchemists could cover for the majority of the time, but they were not omnipotent. For example, towards the Cold Spear Association, they worshipped the Ling Han of 10,000 years ago to death, so naturally they would mercilessly look down on the current him. More importantly, the Cold Spear Association seemed to be very rich. 3,000. Ling Han increased the price. 5,000. Mu Fei Yao followed up without hesitation. Granny, didn't he spank her butt to her satisfaction before? Why was she opposing him now? 10,000. Ling Han increased the price as well. 20,000. Mu Fei Yao increased the price even more delightedly. In a short while, this broken brick was actually pushed up to the price of 100,000. One had to know that the starting price of this thing was only 10 origin crystals. As expected, even if it was only a piece, as long as there were 2 people who liked it, it could still be sold at a price of gold. Ling Han was not afraid. 1-star and 2-star origin crystals were no longer of much use to him. They were meant to be spent in the first place, and 3-star origin crystals were meant to be saved to increase his cultivation. Thus, as long as it was within this range, he did not mind squandering money like it was dirt. As a heaven-grade alchemist, he really did not care about money at all. She continued bidding, and only when the price reached 1,000,000 origin crystals did Mu Feiyao finally stop, only smirking coldly. This woman was definitely doing this on purpose. Though Ling Han did not care about money, he was still very displeased that the price was pushed up by someone and he had to spend an extra 1,000,000 origin crystals. In the future, if this woman knew his true identity, the expression on her face would be very funny. He thought maliciously in his heart. When the time came, he would make her kneel and call him Grandmaster. Very soon, the people from the Spirit Treasures Pavilion brought the brick over. With Ling Han's status, he could have put the bill on their tab first, but since he had money in his hands, he didn't want to take advantage of them, so he directly paid with origin crystals. He picked up this brick and examined it closely. This thing was definitely made of stone, but it was really very sturdy. Not only was Ling Han unable to break it, even if he took out the demon birth sword to hack at it, it was useless. He couldn't even leave a mark on it. He wondered what the effect would be if he let Hunyo bite him. With a thought, Ling Han stored the brick into the black tower, and asked through his divine sense, "Small tower, what material is this? Do you think I'm a know-it-all?" Small tower immediately said proudly, "I've lost all of my previous life's memories, so how would I know what this rock that doesn't contain a shred of origin energy is?" Still so proud after losing your memories, Ling Han ridiculed in his heart. Pong, 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 the rock spirit ran over impatiently, staring at the brick with its mouth wide open. If it could drool, it would definitely have formed a river by now. Master, eat, eat. It sent its divine sense to Ling Han. Alright, I'll give it to you. However, this thing is very hard, so don't break your teeth. Ling Han said indifferently. Although he bought it with 1,000,000 origin crystals, he was never stingy when it came to his own people, though the rock spirit could hardly be called a human. The rock spirit was overjoyed, and hurriedly pounced to bite. With a kacha it bit down and actually cracked open the head with brute force. This was because it used too much force and the brick was too hard. The result was that the brick didn't shatter, but its head was shattered. Fortunately, it could split into many pieces and turn into many small stone people. Moreover, for a rock spirit, the human form was just a form. The head and chest were not vital points at all. They were no different from arms and legs. Thus, countless pieces of rubble immediately flew back, once again gathering on its head and restoring itself. The rock spirit still didn't give up, and started to bite again, but without exception, it couldn't chew through this brick at all. If it used too much force, it would break itself. And after a few times, its recovery speed became slower and slower. Ling Han was a bit worried that it would really torment itself and die here in order to become stronger, so he hurriedly put away the brick and said, "You can't refine this rock at all now. When you become stronger in the future, I'll give it to you to eat." The rock spirit knelt on the ground with a paw, its arms continuously pounding the ground, causing the ground to tremble as if it was crying bitterly. Ling Han couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. He didn't think that this large rock would be quite human-like, even showing a depressed expression. However, the rock spirit specialized in refining strange rocks, and after it fused with the rocks in the divine temple of the 12 heaven mystery realms, its cultivation increased greatly. It was now in the 7th layer of the flower blossom tier, yet it couldn't even refine a tiny bit of the brick, which showed how high this brick was. He took out the brick again and observed the few strokes on it. Although he couldn't make out what kind of characters it was, it exuded an air of grandeur, a kind of heaviness that had passed through the ages. He played with it casually, thinking that this thing would be good for smashing people since it was hard enough. The auction continued and a few ancient martial arts techniques appeared, obtained from ancient sites. To Ling Han's surprise, there were 2 ancient sites that were actually from the era of his last life, but now became antiques that were being fought over. He couldn't help but feel rueful. He dreamt for 10,000 years, and when he woke up everything was the same, but the people had changed. Looking at the whole world, there was no one he was familiar with anymore. He had to reach the shattering void tier as soon as possible, then shatter this void and become a god, then compete with Sword Emperor and the others. An heavenly phoenix divine maiden. She liked him but didn't tell him, playing some flirtatious game. He definitely had to spank her butt. The auction ended successfully. Because there was still a month until the super auction at the end of the year, the auction items this time weren't all that precious, and the good things would be left for that time. Ling Han knew that the news of his appearance had definitely spread throughout Million Treasures City. At this moment, there might already be heaven-tier elites lying in ambush in the dark, wanting to capture him quietly and force him to reveal the inheritance of the 12 palaces as well as the information regarding the divine treasury. It couldn't be helped. Although he was a heaven-grade alchemist, who told him to rise too quickly and not form his own force. Otherwise, if he had over a dozen heaven-tier elites following him, then apart from shattering void-tier elites, which force would dare provoke him? He exited the private room, and after arriving in a corner, he directly entered into the Black Tower. He changed his appearance, and when he appeared again, he openly blended into the crowd and swaggered out of the auction house. Then, he calmly returned to his residence, and actually, not a single person became suspicious of him. Who would have thought that he would be hiding in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion? It's called Darkness Under the Lamp. Chapter 555. Multitasking wasn't a difficult thing for martial artists, but to unleash 2 high-level secret techniques to their fullest potential would be difficult. Ling Han first began to deduce the earth-overturning seal, so that it could be unleashed with a single hand. The difficulty wasn't in the technique. In truth, mystical powers didn't have techniques, or at least that was the case for the 4 mystical powers that Ling Han had learned. Mystical powers mostly taught you how to circulate origin power and conform to a certain specific pattern, but as for how to unleash it, it was completely up to you. For example, if the earth-overturning seal was unleashed, then both hands would be covered with special vein-like patterns. Its power lay in these vein-like patterns, which possessed an incomparably terrifying destructive power. The annihilating dragon star arrow was the same, concentrating the vein-like patterns on the arrow's body to shoot out a destructive arrow. Thus, this archery technique didn't even need a real bow and arrow. Using one's body as the bow and origin power as the arrow, one could unleash an extremely powerful destructive power. What Ling Han needed to do was to combine the vein-like patterns that were originally distributed on both hands onto one hand. He painstakingly deduced, and time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed, and he finally revealed a smile. His left hand opened, and the vein-like patterns were densely woven. What was strange was that the demonic patterns actually resonated and combined with the earth-overturning seal. Although the two are completely different, why do I discover that there are similarities? Ling Han felt that it was strange. This is the power of regulations. Small Tower appeared. Regulations. Ling Han mumbled. Small Tower had said long ago that the demonic patterns were formed from the regulations of a realm. He only knew that they were very powerful, but he didn't know why. He said, "Come, explain in detail." "I have no such obligation." Small Tower was very proud. However, the so-called mystical powers can all touch the edge of the power of regulations, so you should properly cultivate these mystical powers. It will be of great benefit to you. Even if it didn't say it, he knew. Ling Han was very gloomy. This damned proud tower didn't treat him as its master at all. There would come a day when he would stuff it into a latrine pit and make it reflect on itself properly. He exited the Black Tower, but saw that the great army that the Flame King had originally stationed had already disappeared, and a flag representing the Purple Moon Empire was planted on top of the city walls not far away. Obviously, the Flame King had already taken down this city and continued his pace of expansion. Ling Han released everyone from the Black Tower and headed towards the city. He wanted to scout out the situation. As it turned out, the Lunar King brought another great army over half a month ago and joined forces with the Flame King. The two great elites launched a fierce attack and completely defeated the forces guarding the city, forcing the allied forces of the 5 great sects to retreat once again. Recruiting. On the streets, a soldier was currently shouting loudly, "Join our Purple Moon Army, and you'll have the chance to learn high-grade martial arts techniques and cultivation techniques. Those who pass by and want to become friends with the elites, you mustn't miss this opportunity." Ling Han couldn't help but want to laugh. Ma Duobao wasn't reliable, and the soldiers under his command weren't very reliable either. This recruitment slogan really made one unable to help but laugh. However, using cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques as an enticement, it just so happened to be really attractive. Many people were stuck in a certain cultivation level. It wasn't because they didn't have enough talent, nor was it because they didn't have enough resources, but because they lacked a higher level cultivation technique. This cultivation technique of mine can only be cultivated up to the deity transformation tier, so how am I supposed to cross into the heaven tier? Although there were indeed spiritual medicines in this world that could allow a martial artist to reach the heavens in a single step, the amount was really pitifully small, and one would need to have nature-defying luck to obtain them. However, the luck of the majority of people was very ordinary, and high-grade cultivation techniques were viewed as treasures by the various great forces. If one wasn't a true disciple or a core clansman, they couldn't cultivate at all, and it was very difficult to obtain a high-grade cultivation technique. That was why so many people went to ancient sites to explore. Wasn't it for the sake of breaking through the shackles in the future? Now, the Purple Moon Empire used cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques to recruit soldiers, which naturally attracted people. Ling Han also wanted to know the real situation of the Purple Moon Empire, so he said, "Come, let's go and enlist in the army." They walked over and Ling Han said, "Little brother, if we enlist, we'll be able to learn high-grade cultivation techniques." "Of course, as long as you're able to achieve military merits," the soldier said. "Oh, how so?" A considerable number of people had gathered in the surroundings. The soldier cleared his throat and said loudly, "I've already explained how to obtain cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques many times, but every time there would be new friends coming over, so I'll still continue to explain. Those who haven't heard of it before, please listen carefully. In our Purple Moon Army, there are a total of 5 levels of official titles, which are King, General, Colonel, Captain, and Soldier. As long as you can enlist, you'll be the lowest rank soldier. Soldiers can learn any 6th layer cultivation technique, which will allow you to steadily advance into the flower blossom tier." "Hiss!" everyone exclaimed in shock. It was the first time that most people here had heard of this, so they naturally couldn't help but be shocked. Even if this was the middle state, where martial arts were the most prosperous, flower blossom tier cultivators would be able to transcend mortality and possess an additional 200 years of lifespan. Anywhere they went, they would be able to be called an elite, and they would be able to be put in an important position no matter which force they entered. But it was precisely because of this that level 6 cultivation techniques were not easy to obtain. Who knew how many people were stuck at the spiritual pedestal tier? Firstly, they didn't have enough talent and resources, and secondly, they didn't have a cultivation technique, so how could they transcend mortality? Most importantly, advancing into the flower blossom tier would give them an additional 200 years of lifespan. This surpassed any kind of longevity spirit medicine, so who wouldn't want to? That soldier snickered and said, "However, it's not that easy to become a soldier. One has to at least be in the spiritual ocean tier. And after becoming a soldier, after every battle or completing a mission, military merits would be calculated. Once the military merits have reached a certain level, one would be able to be promoted from soldier to captain, and for a captain, one would be able to obtain a complete level 7 cultivation technique and an earth-grade martial arts technique. Similarly, accumulating military merits would allow one to continue to be promoted, becoming a colonel, general, or king. If one becomes a king, all secret techniques can be chosen, and even mystical powers can be cultivated." Mystical powers, everyone was so shocked that their scalps went numb. Although the majority of them didn't know what mystical powers were, with the word divine in it, how could it not be awesome? I'll sign up, I'll sign up." Everyone raised their hands. The soldier chuckled and handed out a piece of paper to everyone. The word conscription was written on the paper. He said, "Take this paper to the training camp in the north of the city and take the test for new recruits. Only if you pass will you be able to enlist. Moreover, you'll only be reserve soldiers. You'll have to complete your training before you can officially become soldiers. Otherwise, you'll only be sending yourselves to your deaths on the battlefield. You should know that our Purple Moon Army has always been famous for its low casualties." Everyone dispersed in an uproar. Although they weren't supreme elites, they were still potential elites of the spiritual ocean tier or spiritual pedestal tier. Could it be that they couldn't even become ordinary soldiers? Ling Han also asked for 2 conscription orders. He kept one for himself, and handed the other to Zhu Xian. He said, "Let's go play as well. Forget about Hu Niu." She would listen obediently. They set out towards the north of the city. After exiting the city, there was a mountain peak not too far away. At the foot of the mountain was a military camp. The flag of the Purple Moon Empire was raised, and a large group of people surrounded the entrance. Chapter 556. Pu Linghan instantly spat out a mouthful of wine. If Fatima said he wanted to establish some force and sweep through the whole vast lands, then Linghan wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. Such ambitious people were innumerable in history, and it wouldn't be strange if there was another Ma Duobao now. However, this Ma Duobao shouldn't have such powerful strength, right? Although Linghan couldn't see through him, his cultivation couldn't possibly reach the shattering void tier no matter how he thought about it. Splitting open the skies. There were gods all around, and although this god wouldn't punish evil, if the balance of heaven and earth was destroyed, it would transform into the Eye of Heavenly Tao and appear, or even directly erase such an existence. Linghan said something similar before, and ended up provoking the Eye of Heavenly Tao, but Hu Niu scared it away. Thus he didn't dare to speak carelessly now. Some things should be known in his heart, and it was better not to speak carelessly before he had enough strength. "Fatty, you're really ambitious," Linghan said ruefully. "But allow me to ask, what's the meaning of this?" Ma Duobao grinned and said, "Shattering void tier, breaking open the void. So only one person can become a god. Tan brother, don't you think it'd be better to simply split open this sky and let everyone enter the realm of gods, letting everyone be like dragons?" Linghan choked. This was a shocking ambition. Splitting open the sky and let everyone enter the realm of gods. "Is that possible?" he asked. "Never tried. How would you know if it's possible?" Ma Duobao said indifferently. Unexpectedly, this damn fatty actually had such ambition and the domineering desire to help the world, wanting to bring everyone into the realm of gods. Linghan asked himself if he'd ever thought of this problem. Since ancient times, becoming a god had always been a personal matter. How could it be possible for even chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven? But thinking again, if it really could split open the sky and split open the earth, then he could really bring the people around him to ascend to the realm of gods. As long as he was strong enough, Linghan pondered. It seemed that it was very difficult for gods to descend to the lower realm, or else the legends of gods wouldn't be heard all the time in the vast lands. He obtained Zi Shuexian's memory stone, and saw and heard with his own eyes that gods would be suppressed and rejected if they entered the lower realm. Clearly, breaking through the world was very difficult. "Fatty, let me give you a toast." Linghan raised his glass. Regardless of whether he was willing to join or not, just Ma Duobao's ambition was worthy of his respect. Ma Duobao gladly clinked cups with him, and the two of them downed the fine wine in one gulp. Black brothers. "Alright, my name is Linghan. Just call me by my name." "Alright, my tan brother." Ma Duobao readily accepted his advice, but he did not even think of changing his words. Have you ever thought about why there was a gap in history 10,000 years ago? Linghan could not help but feel shocked. He thought of Zi Shuexian and then thought of his last life. At that time he didn't have any suspicions at all. But now that he thought about it, there was a gap in the history of his past life about 9,000 years ago. Many inheritances of martial art were annihilated in history, including the Tao of Alchemy. It was even worse for the Tao of Erase. It was almost wiped out. If one were to calculate it, the era in which he lived was destroyed by a great disaster. In fact, it happened to be 1,000 years later, which was another 10,000 years. Every 10,000 years, there would be a great disaster in the vast lands. Also, Zi Shuexian left a message saying that 10,000 years was a huge lie, meaning, was it related to the great disaster every 10,000 years? He pondered for a moment and then said, "Does Brother Ma know?" "I do know, but walls have ears, so I can't say it out loud," Ma Duobao said seriously. Walls, where were the walls and where were the ears? Linghan did not understand, and only looked at Ma Duobao. Ma Duobao raised a finger and pointed at the sky. "Eye of Heavenly Tao," Linghan said in surprise. Ma Duobao shook his head and raised his hand again. Linghan was stunned for a moment, and then instantly came to a realization. The Eye of Heavenly Tao was the guardian of this realm high above. Then what about the realm of immortals? Why was the realm of immortals monitoring this realm? Moreover, the enemies that Zi Shuexian encountered were her clansmen in the realm of immortals. Those people mentioned the topic of the extinction of the human race, and seemed to be the main culprit of the great disaster 10,000 years ago. What made Ling Han confused was that it wasn't easy for the realm of immortals to destroy the lower realm. Even if immortals would be suppressed in the lower realm, wouldn't it be fine if a few more came? After all, there were only so many Shattering Void tier elites in the vast lands, but how many immortals were there in the realm of immortals? Tan brother, 10,000 years is a cycle. In another 100 years or maybe only a few decades, another great disaster will descend. If we don't think of something, then the tragedy of 10,000 years ago will repeat itself, Ma Duobao said. It can't be. Zhu Xianer had been listening quietly all along, but finally couldn't help but exclaim. This topic was too shocking. On the other hand, Helian Sun Shui and Hunyo didn't care at all. One of them lost her memories, and the other was a child, completely without the concept of world destruction. Ling Han asked, "Does Brother Ma know the source of all this?" "I can't say." Ma Duobao shook his head and pointed at the sky. Ling Han was surprised and said, "Could it be that announcing it aloud would lead to a great disaster? If the whole world were ignorant people, then it would obviously be easy to rule," Ma Duobao said with a smile. "So, even smart people have to pretend to be ignorant. Tan brother, your talent is shocking, and you'll definitely become a great person in the future. But you have to remember that the strong will break. There are too many elites in the world, and before you have enough power to protect yourself, you must remember to conceal your strength and bide your time." Ling Han nodded and said, "Thanks for the reminder. Then, Tan brother, are you interested in joining me in a righteous cause?" Ma Duobao asked. My current strength is still too weak. Let's talk about it when I reach the heaven tier." Ling Han refused. He obviously wouldn't disregard everything and step onto the pirate ship just because the other described a grand plan and outlined a great ambition for him. Ma Duobao didn't try to persuade him anymore, and only patted Ling Han's shoulder and said, "Tan brother, I believe you'll definitely make the right choice. Oh right, it's not peaceful these days, so you better stay in the city. Also, take this spirit talisman and use it at the most dangerous time. It can save your life." He threw a spirit talisman at Ling Han, and without waiting for Ling Han to ask any further, he'd already floated away. Ling Han and Zhu Xianer were still savoring his last words. What did they mean? Damn fatty, Nyo's meat. Hunyo screamed. Ma Duobao could leave, but he actually took all the roasted meat on the barbecue rack. How could she not feel heartache? Ling Han comforted her, and took out the meat to roast again. He and Zhu Xianer looked at each other, both a bit worried. Ma Duobao's words revealed shocking news, and that was that the great disaster that almost destroyed the vast lands 10,000 years ago might happen again. Also, that fatty said don't go out of the city these days. It's not peaceful outside. What does that mean? Ling Han rubbed his chin, feeling that damn fatty was really unreliable, only saying half a sentence for everything, and making him guess on his own. Zhu Xianer was also baffled. Only Hunyo and Helian Sun Shui were carefree, happily roasting meat on the side, craving it very much. Chapter 557. A night passed, and Ling Han and the three girls returned to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion. Although Xianyuan Ziguang said he would kill him when he came out, he obviously wasn't so free to keep an eye on him all day, or else a great battle would be unavoidable. At noon, Yinhong ran over in a hurry. "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Pa, I'm a virtuous lady. How can you describe me as being in a hurry?" Yinhong said with dissatisfaction. "A virtuous lady who talks about me all day. This is the first time I've seen one," Ling Han said with a smile. "Then you've seen it," Yinhong said unabashedly. "Oh right, there's something important for you." "What is it?" Ling Han asked casually. "In the past few days no one has entered the city," Yinhong said. "That counts as something important? Why not? Do you know what kind of place Million Treasure City is? How many people go in and out every day? Millions, but only people go out now and no one comes in. The entire city is much more desolate. Go to the Great Hall outside, and see how many fewer guests there are," Yinhong said in one breath. Ling Han suddenly remembered that Ma Duobao said yesterday that it wasn't peaceful outside recently, And it was best to stay in Million Treasure City. Could it be that damn fatty knew the reason, and so intentionally warned him? Do you know why? Ing Hong shook her head and said, I sent out a few groups to scout out the situation, but they didn't return either. She paused and said, maybe Million Treasure City has already been targeted by some force, and they set up an ambush on the main road. One can only leave but not enter. Ling Han knocked on the table and said, what force would do this and what benefit would it bring them? The Spirit Treasures Pavilion did business, and the Alchemist Society concocted pills. The two working together could allow medicinal pills to circulate throughout the continent, which was beneficial to martial artists. Who would destroy it? Even if ancient sects like the Heaven Sword sect and the Cloud Phoenix sect had their own alchemists, there was no need to do such a thing, right? That's why we have to investigate, Ing Hong said. Ling Han glared at her and said, you're thinking about me? Don't you want to know who did it? Ing Hong said, even if the sky collapses, there will naturally be someone tall enough to hold it up. I'm merely in the flower blossom tier, so what does it have to do with me? Ling Han said indifferently. However, Ing Hong did not smile anymore. She said, the situation this time is really a little unusual. The communication stones in the city can no longer be used to contact the outside world. Now, people can only leave but not enter. Million Treasure City seems to have become an isolated city, completely unaware of what's happening in the outside world. Aren't there experts of the Heaven tier? Just let them go, Ling Han said. Some people speculate that this might be a huge conspiracy. Even if a Heaven tier elite appeared, they might also be targeted. Million Treasure City's protective formation is the best, and as long as there's enough origin crystals to support it, even shattering void tier elites can't break in, Ing Hong said. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, so Heaven tier warriors are afraid of death, so Flower Blossom tier warriors are sent to die. That's not true. Although Flower Blossom tier warriors are weak, elites wouldn't care, so maybe it's not dangerous. Ing Hong revealed a worried expression. The main thing is that Million Treasure City has become blind and deaf, completely unaware of what they're going to face next. They have to ask for help from the outside world. Ling Han sighed. Why couldn't it be peaceful wherever he went? Does this count as me being dragged down by you? He said with a smile. Haha, now that you've boarded this old lady's pirate ship, just obediently accept your fate. Ing Hong laughed wildly in cooperation. However, this really wasn't any good news. A few days later, the situation became more and more unfavorable, because when one raised their head, they could see that the entire sky had disappeared, and what replaced it was a black fog that shrouded the sky. This time, everyone felt that something was wrong, and the atmosphere in the city instantly became anxious and uneasy. Ling Han took out the spirit talisman that Ma Duobao gave him, and couldn't help but think that this damn fatty should have long known that such a situation would happen, which was why he told him not to leave the city in the near future. Obviously, this wasn't the end. There would be even more dangerous things that would happen. This spirit talisman could save his life. Ling Han smiled. Ma Duobao obviously didn't know that he possessed the Black Tower, and this was his strongest life-saving trump card. However, this spirit talisman couldn't be wasted, because the thing that Ma Duobao took out definitely wasn't simple. This should be an instant teleportation talisman, he speculated. In any case, he was a Heaven tier elite in his previous life, so he could guess a little from the patterns on the spirit talisman. An instant teleportation talisman. Although I deceived many people and made them think that I possessed an instant teleportation talisman and not the Black Tower, I never thought that I really obtained one. Even in my previous life, I couldn't make this thing. Apparently, it had to be a shattering void tier elite who understood the secrets of the void to be able to refine it. Ma Duobao, truly a treasure trove. Did this guy obtain an ancient treasure trove? His wealth is truly shocking. This guy's strength is unfathomable, and I don't know where he ran off to now. Ling Han decided to leave the city. Sitting and waiting for death wasn't his style, though he had the Black Tower and could turn danger into safety no matter how desperate the situation was. Moreover, he was also very curious. This was Heaven Treasure City, and there were Heaven tier elites keeping watch, but someone actually dared to have designs on it. How powerful was this force? He had the three girls enter the Black Tower. Otherwise, if something happened in Million Treasure City after he left, it would be too late for regret. However, the problem was that only Zhu Xian'er was willing to listen obediently, and Helian Sun Shui couldn't be stored in the Black Tower, or else Ling Han wouldn't have to worry. Meanwhile, Hu Niu refused to enter the Black Tower, pestering him to be with her. It couldn't be helped, they'd go together. Anyways, Hu Niu could enter the Black Tower at the most dangerous time, and Helian Sun Shui was a heaven-tier elite, so in a life-and-death situation, she might erupt with instincts and recover terrifying strength. The city's Great Formation was already activated to defend against unknown dangers, but it was a small matter to go out because now everyone hoped that someone would go out to investigate, and they were just worrying that no one would volunteer. The three successfully left the city, and a black fog filled the air ahead, affecting their vision. Ling Han activated the Eye of Truth, but it was useless. The fog was thick, and even the Eye of Truth couldn't see through it. It probably wasn't that the Eye of Truth wasn't powerful enough, but that Ling Han's tier was a bit low, affecting the effect of the Eye of Truth. Be careful, Ling Han said, and simply let Zhu Xian'er out. Taking people into the Black Tower was only a matter of thought anyway. The four of them walked forward. Soon the black fog surrounded them, and their visibility was reduced again. They could barely see things 3 meters away. Ling Han was slightly better, but he had only reached a height of 6 meters. What formation is this? Zhu Xian'er asked. Among the 3 girls, only she was more reliable. Helian Sun Shui's intelligence was touching, and Hu Niu was a child. Ling Han's expression was solemn as he said, "If I didn't guess wrong, this is the 4th killing formation." Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 558. 4th killing formation. Zhu Xian'er asked in surprise. Legend has it that there is a spirit in heaven and earth that formed 10 natural killing arrays. Ling Han explained. The 10 great killing formations are all extremely terrifying. The 2nd killing formation to the 10th killing formation can even kill Shattering Void tier elites. Then what about the 1st killing formation? Zhu Xian'er couldn't help but ask. The 1st killing formation? Ling Han paused. It's also known as the God-slaying formation. Could it even kill gods? Zhu Xian'er exclaimed in shock. That's right. Ling Han nodded. The 1st killing formation can even obliterate deities. It's the 1st killing formation in the world. However, the formation Dao has been lost. Who was the one who set up such a killing formation? The 4th killing formation could even kill high-level Shattering Void tier elites, and there were actually people who could set it up these days. Putting aside whether there was such a formation master, just the materials used to set up the formation were extremely extravagant. Then aren't we in extreme danger? Zhu Xian'er asked. Ling Han nodded and said, I don't know what faction it is to actually use the 4th killing formation to besiege Million Treasure City. Are they trying to turn the entire city into a land of death? However, Million Treasure City is the center of wealth in the Central Plains, and its value lies in the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society. What benefits would they gain if everyone died? It could be explained if they occupied some treasured land, but Million Treasure City was definitely not some holy land for cultivation. There were no natural treasures either, so was there a need to activate the 4th killing formation? How strange. Ling Han shook his head and said, It's impossible for us to break through this formation. Even if a Shattering Void tier elite came, they'd have to be at least in the 9th layer of the Shattering Void tier to be qualified to force their way through. Otherwise, even a dozen of them would have to kneel. Zhu Xian'er naturally agreed. No one knew how many Shattering Void tier elites there were in the vast lands, but at most there would be a dozen or so. Even if all of them came, they might not be able to break through this killing formation. They slowly retreated, afraid that the killing formation would react and kill them on the spot. Fortunately, although the 4th killing formation could kill Shattering Void tier elites, it didn't seem to care much about minor characters like them. The formation didn't move and didn't react. On the other hand, it was also because they did not go too deep. Otherwise, a killing array was a killing array after all. They would not have missed a small fish just because the net was too big. They left the area of the formation, and Wanbao City appeared in front of them again. In reality, this was the core of the entire killing array. However, because the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had also activated the array to defend against it, it had become a relatively safe area. Han Lin snorted coldly, and a majestic and domineering figure appeared in front of them. Xinyuan Ziguang. He stared at Ling Han. killing intent swirling around him. This was not the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and it was even outside of Million Treasures City. No one could stop him from killing. Ling Han waved his hand and said, "You guys go into the city first. I'll deal with this guy. Be careful." Zhu Xian'er was as gentle as water. "Beat him up." Hu Niu waved her little fists. "Beat him up." Helian Sun Shui kept leaning towards Hu Niu, because under Lu Yutong and Li Xichan's brainwashing, she obviously wouldn't trust Zhu Xian'er, so she could only imitate Hu Niu. The 3 girls, 2 adults and 1 child returned to the city, while Ling Han confronted Xinyuan Ziguang. Ling Han didn't dare to have any contempt. If it was a battle of the same tier, he had the confidence not to lose to anyone. However, not only was Xinyuan Ziguang's tier much higher than his, but his battle prowess was also extremely outstanding. In reality, he was in a weaker position. Xinyuan Ziguang didn't waste words, and directly shot out a palm from afar. Hong, a sea of fire spread out, sweeping wildly towards Ling Han. Ling Han used the demon fairy step and charged towards the opponent. His tier was much lower than the opponent's, and it would be foolish to pull away and exchange blows with the opponent. In battle, one obviously had to display one's strengths. Using one's weakness to meet the opponent's strength was really too unwise. Dream on. Xinyuan Ziguang sneered. He also used his movement technique, pulling away from Ling Han while launching powerful attacks, taking the complete initiative. His talent in martial art really wasn't below Ling Han's, and even surpassed it in some aspects. At least 22 flashes of qi at present, he was number 1 among the younger generation. Under the amplification of the spirit qi of heaven and earth, it was as if 23 of him were attacking Ling Han together, truly shocking. Ling Han dealt with it calmly. He had many trump cards: 2 demon birth sword, thunder battle armor, body of iron sheet. Which one of them couldn't turn the tide of battle? He also sneered and said, "Since you don't dare to fight in close combat, try this move." His figure retreated continuously, instantly pulling away a distance of 30 meters from Xinyuan Ziguang. Previously, he had been trying to close the distance between them, and this sudden retreat was naturally out of Xinyuan Ziguang's expectations, causing the opponent to pause slightly. He didn't counterattack immediately, fearing that this was a trap. Once he advanced, Ling Han also leaped forward. My cultivation is higher than yours, and my origin power is denser than yours. With distance, you're even less of a match for me, Xinyuan Ziguang said proudly, and with a palm strike 23 fire tigers appeared, pouncing towards Ling Han. It was merely 30 meters. This bit of distance couldn't exhaust his origin power at all. Ling Han laughed loudly and said, "You think too highly of yourself." He made a drawing motion and instantly a speck of light appeared, immediately turning into the shape of an arrow. It shot towards Xinyuan Ziguang. Annihilating Dragon Star Arrow. As fast as flowing light. Xinyuan Ziguang was greatly shocked, and hurriedly activated his origin power to protect himself. This arrow shot into his chest. Fortunately, his origin power shield activated in time, blocking this arrow. Even so, it still made him groan, so uncomfortable that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In terms of power, he was obviously above Ling Han, but Ling Han concentrated his power on a single point, while he had to set up defenses all over his body. This naturally couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. It couldn't be helped. This arrow was too fast, and he had absolutely no idea where it would shoot at him. Left with no choice, he could only defend himself. Ling Han calmly retreated, shaking off the 23 fire tigers, and said with a smile, "Only a sosa." Xinyuan Ziguang's face was filled with sullen anger. No matter tier or battle prowess, he should be able to firmly suppress Ling Han, but he suffered a small loss under this one strike, making him feel that his pride had been wounded. For a godlike man like him, it had always been only him who defied tier to defeat other geniuses. How could he be defied by someone else? He was furious, and flames appeared on top of his head, turning into ancient mystical beasts such as true dragons and true phoenixes, displaying an extremely special bloodline. "You're dead for sure," he declared coldly. Ling Han laughed and said, "You really know how to boast. Who didn't know how to format?" Hong. Just at this moment, the black fog actually surged, and faintly visible were actually sabers, swords, axes and battle axes, densely interwoven with terrifying vein-like patterns, surging with a shocking cold light. Ling Han's expression changed, and he immediately ran towards the city. Xianyuan Ziguang was furious. Seeing that he had shown his might, this brat actually gave up the battle. He was just about to scold him, but when he saw this transformed black fog, he instantly felt a chill in his heart. Similarly, he exerted force in his legs and ran towards the city gates. The fourth killing formation had been activated. Chapter 559. This move was very despicable but very effective. Hellion Sun Shui obviously wouldn't perish together with her opponent, and her figure immediately flashed, avoiding the range of the stone tablet's descent. When the seventh elder of the Yu family saw that this move was effective, he couldn't help but cackle strangely, driving the stone tablet to charge towards Hellion Sun Shui. He obviously knew that with Hellion Sun Shui's speed, he couldn't possibly kill her, but he could drive her away. What he wanted was Ling Han's life. Hellion Sun Shui seemed to have great misgivings, unwilling to clash head-on with the seventh elder of the Yu family. Otherwise, with the toughness of her physique, which was even above Ling Han's, she was completely qualified to clash head-on against this kind of gravity-type spirit tool. This made Ling Han click his tongue in wonder, unable to understand. Could it be that the amnesia from back then still had an effect on Hellion Sun Shui now, making her hands and feet bound when she fought? The seventh elder of the Yu family attacked continuously, and Hellion Sun Shui retreated continuously, instantly reversing the situation. Honored one, this old man will not lower himself to your level. You leave now, and this old man will act as if nothing happened, the seventh elder of the Yu family said. He indeed didn't want to form a death feud with such an elite. Hellion Sun Shui only snorted coldly, and lightly clapped her hands, yet a wave of origin power swept up. Patterns flashed, and the power was extremely terrifying. Humph! Then this old man can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. The seventh elder of the Yu family sneered. He suddenly turned around, and fixed his gaze on Ling Han. First, I'll kill you, a junior. This was the goal of his trip. This person had the 10,000-year-old treasured pearl, and he definitely had to obtain it. Of course, killing Ling Han to avenge the descendants of the Yu family was also one of the reasons, but compared to the 10,000-year-old treasured pearl, this was merely something he did in passing. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "Freak, this lord will take care of you." He threw out the heaven transformation bowl. Wang, the treasured bowl shone, and the patterns on it came alive, emitting a resplendent light. Hong long long, that stone tablet actually flew towards the heaven transformation bowl at high speed, and in this process the stone tablet was also endlessly shrinking. What? The seventh elder of the Yu family was greatly shocked. He felt that he was losing connection with this spirit tool. With a loud shout, he charged towards Ling Han. He had obtained this spirit tool in an ancient tomb, and it had helped him kill a few elites of the same cultivation level. It was his greatest trump card and he definitely couldn't lose it. And this stone bowl that Ling Han drew out could actually affect and absorb the stone tablet. This caused him to be greatly shocked, but also greatly delighted. If he could snatch this bowl, then wouldn't he have gained another treasure? His face was filled with greed, and his right hand stretched out, grabbing towards Ling Han. Hung! A cold snort of disdain suddenly sounded out behind him. Oh no! He hurriedly said inwardly, but before he could finish his thought, he felt a pain in his chest, and his whole person was once again sent flying. He saw Hellion Sun Shui's figure become smaller and smaller in his eyes. As expected, he was sent flying again. This time he wasn't so lucky. Hellion Sun Shui chased after him and began to violently beat him up. Without the protection of a spirit tool, how could he be a match for Hellion Sun Shui, the ruler of the sea race? She cultivated both origin power and physical arts, and added with the secret techniques of the sea race. Her battle prowess was definitely terrifying. In a short while, the seventh elder of the Yu clan was defeated, and could only flee. Heaven tier was heaven tier after all. He burned his life force source and his speed was actually ridiculously fast, reaching a level comparable to Hellion Sun Shui's. However, this kind of consumption was irreversible. What was consumed was his lifespan, at least losing a few dozen years of his lifespan. However, compared to being killed on the spot by Hellion Sun Shui, losing a few dozen years of his lifespan naturally didn't matter. If Hellion Sun Shui wanted to chase, it was fine. She could also similarly burn her life force source, and she would definitely be able to catch up. However, she obviously wasn't willing, and only chased for 2 steps before stopping, turning around to look for Ling Han. "My lord, thank you very much for your help. The Purple Moon Empire will definitely have a gift of thanks, but if you want to harm Ling Han, you'll have to pass through me first." Xiao Yongnian stood horizontally in front of Helian Sun Shui. This was the belief of the Purple Moon Empire. As the boss, he had to protect the underlings, or else how would the underlings risk their lives for you? Helian Sun Shui reached out with a wave of her hand, and Xiao Yongnian was pushed to the side by her. She stopped in front of Ling Han, her gaze flickering as if she was hesitating about something. "Hainyo, if there's anything, we can sit down and slowly talk about it. There's nothing that can't be discussed," Ling Han said with a smile. He had already put away the stone tablet. The rock spirit was about to break through to the deity transformation tier. And if it could refine this stone tablet, heaven tier wouldn't be far away. Only then could it be considered a hired thug. Helian Sun Shui reached out and picked Ling Han up. "Xiao," she turned around and left. Silly Nyo. Hu Nyo jumped out and hurriedly chased after her. She could care less about anything, but she definitely wouldn't allow anyone to snatch Ling Han away. "Little girl, wait for Uncle Rabbit." Rabbit hurriedly chased after her. Zhu Xian'er wasn't slow either, but her cultivation was the weakest, so she could only fall behind. Xiao Yongnian struggled to get up, but felt a pain in his chest. How could he catch his breath in one go? Instantly he sat down on the ground. None of the new soldiers dared to chase after her. That was a heaven tier elite, and if they chased after her, wouldn't they just be sending themselves to die? She didn't go on a killing spree, and that was already a mercy beyond the law. "Don't think your life is too long." Return to camp. Xiao Yongnian also knew that it was unrealistic to let these new soldiers chase after him. The only plan now was to report the news. Although it was only a new soldier, the Purple Moon Empire definitely wouldn't allow anyone to bully one of their own. An elite would definitely rush over, perhaps a general or even a king. "Xiao," Helian Sun Shui grabbed onto Ling Han and advanced continuously. Her speed was astonishing, and even if she was holding onto Ling Han, she didn't slow down much. After walking for a very long time, she finally stopped and threw him onto the ground. Ling Han didn't hide inside the Black Tower. If Helian Sun Shui wanted to kill him, she wouldn't have brought him along and fled. He dusted off his butt, stood up and said, "Your temper has grown again." Helian Sun Shui glared fiercely at him, and suddenly struck out violently. Pung pung pung, it was a beating. Similarly, although her attacks were heavy, none of them were killing moves. Thus, Ling Han only used all his strength to protect his handsome face. As for the rest, just beat her. He just felt it was strange that this Hainyo was becoming more and more abnormal. After Helian Sun Shui beat him enough, she finally stopped. She took off her cloak, and there was actually a baby wrapped on her back. At the moment, the baby was sleeping soundly, and even stuck out a finger in his mouth, sucking on it, looking very cute. No wonder she didn't forcefully clash with that stone tablet earlier. It should be because she was worried that she would hurt the baby. Otherwise, with her strength and temper, so what if she took it head-on? Could this be her son? Helian Sun Shui held the baby for a while, then handed him over to Ling Han and said, "Take good care of him. If he loses even a strand of hair, I'll kill you. Kill you 10,000 times." Ling Han subconsciously took it, then scratched his head and said, "I don't seem to have the habit of raising other people's children." Had this Hainyo's head been smack silly again? She actually wanted him to raise a child? "This is your son," Helian Sun Shui said angrily. Chapter 560. Could it be that Spirit Treasures Pavilion and Alchemist Society joined hands to plot against us? Someone with persecutory delusions exclaimed. Yin Shuiyang sneered and said, "To kill trash like you, would there be a need to go through such a big circle? This lord can crush you 10,000 times with a stretch of his hand." This was indeed very reasonable, causing many agitated people to calm down. The key was that Spirit Treasures Pavilion and Alchemist Society had no reason to do so. Spirit Treasures Pavilion's 8 pavilion masters, as well as Alchemist Society's 2 heaven-grade alchemists and heaven-tier elites. Did they go to some ancient site together? Ling Han suddenly asked. Yin Shuiyang once again glanced at Ling Han, revealing a look of surprise. Although this young man had interrupted twice, appearing to be very unruly, every question he asked was on point. He nodded and said, "That's right. The pavilion received news that the ancient tomb of the ancient alchemy emperor, Ling Han, has been discovered, and within it are the treasures collected by this alchemy emperor in his lifetime." Everyone was in an uproar. 10,000 years ago, Ling Han was a legend. Not only was he amazing in alchemy, but he also stood at the top of the world in martial art. His wealth was shocking, and just thinking about it made people envious. Now that his ancient tomb was discovered, who could resist not making a move? Ling Han's expression was strange. Ghost, in the previous life, he was directly turned into ashes by the Black Tower in the process of exploring. Where was there an ancient tomb to bury him? This was clearly a trap. After luring out the elites of Million Treasure City, they took the chance to besiege the city. But to concoct such a big conspiracy just to kill them, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, even if there were still Yin Shuiyang and the other Heaven-tier warriors, but to set up the fourth killing formation just to kill a few Heaven-tier warriors, this was clearly not worth it. No, there must be a bigger plot, but he just didn't think of it. Now this is just a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. I hope the pavilion masters and the two masters can return safely. Yin Shuiyang sighed. He obviously also thought of it. Things were too coincidental, and there must be a trap. Since the enemy hiding in the dark had deliberately set up such a big trap, it was unlikely that reinforcements would arrive in a short period of time. We can only rely on ourselves now. Yin Shuiyang cupped his fists and said, "Brothers and sisters, please be generous and help Little Yang protect Million Treasure City. Million Treasure City is also our home. We will do our best." A voice drifted out from the city. It was incomparably old, but it was also filled with power. It caused many people's legs to tremble, and they couldn't even stand steadily. "Little Yang, when it's time to act, we will definitely not stand idly by." She was an old lady, but her voice was as tough as steel. Many people who heard her had tears of blood flowing out of their eyes. They were simply unable to endure such pressure. "N." The third voice sounded, but it was only a simple reply. These were the few Heaven-tier forces in the city. Of course, this was also due to the special nature of Million Treasure City. Otherwise, not every city in the central province would have a Heaven-tier powerhouse. Yin Shuiyang couldn't help but feel relieved. There were pitifully few Shattering Void-tier elites in the whole world, and Heaven-tier elites were enough to be considered extraordinary. Now that there were 4 great Heaven-tier elites joining hands, it obviously made him full of confidence. Besides, the mysterious enemy used the fourth killing formation to besiege. Didn't this mean that the other party didn't have Shattering Void-tier power? Otherwise, even if there were 4 Heaven-tier elites here, how could they block it? With that in mind, he naturally felt a little more confident. In Ling Han's eyes, however, he shook his head. This hidden force definitely had Shattering Void-tier elites, or else how could they be so daring? Besides, if there wasn't Shattering Void-tier power, how could they set up the fourth killing formation? The other party's Shattering Void-tier elite probably went to restrain the Spirit Treasures Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master, making him unable to rush back in time. All in all, the current Million Treasure City was indeed in imminent danger. Hong Long Long, the fourth killing formation operated continuously. Black swords, black sabers, black spears, and all kinds of weapons appeared one after another, blasting at the Great City Guarding Formation. The Great City Guarding Formation only condensed into a shield to block, simple but effective. The first day passed in everyone's panic, and on the second day, when everyone raised their heads, they were all dumbstruck. Yesterday, the fourth killing formation only sent out 1 weapon to attack the Great City Guarding Formation, but today there were 2 which caused double the destructive power, and naturally caused double the consumption of origin crystals. The only reassuring thing was that the Great City Guarding Formation could still hold on. Originally, the condensed shield could withstand 10 hits before shattering, but now it shattered in 5 hits, and as long as it didn't shatter in 1 hit, then they didn't have to worry about the city gates breaking open and the killing formation arriving. Everyone's expression was very solemn. Yesterday there was 1 attack, today it was 2, so would it become 3 tomorrow? And the day after that it would be 4? If it kept increasing like this, the Great City Guarding Formation would always have a limit. As expected of the fourth killing formation, Ling Han also looked cautious. If he didn't have the Black Tower, then since he couldn't save the others anyway, He would directly tear apart the instant teleportation talisman and run, but now he had the ability to save everyone in the city. If he still chose to only protect himself, there would be a threshold in his heart that he couldn't cross. Saving people was as easy as lifting a finger for him, but this would expose the secret that he possessed the Black Tower. And at that time, how many people would target him? Wait, my real body is already targeted by countless people anyway. Even if it's exposed that I still possess a spatial spirit tool that can accommodate living things, so what? Ling Han thought the other way around. A spatial spirit tool that could accommodate living things and the Black Tower were two different things. He'd make people who were taken into the Black Tower lose consciousness, and they wouldn't know where he went in this period of time. Alright, if it's a time of danger, I'll appear with my original appearance, bring everyone into the Black Tower, and then leave with the instant teleportation talisman. Ling Han made up his mind. With this clear thought, his mood instantly became cheerful. On the third day, what everyone was worried about happened. The fourth killing formation simultaneously developed 3 weapons, which all blasted at Million Treasure City. This time, the shield condensed by the Great City Guarding Formation was blasted apart in 3 hits. The atmosphere in the city was oppressive, and order began to go out of control. That night, several vicious incidents occurred. There were robberies, murders, and ravages of women. Under the doomsday-like repression, the beastly nature in many people's hearts was released. If they were going to die, why not die after doing whatever they wanted? The city became more and more chaotic, and more people joined in this kind of revelry. At first, it was just ordinary people, and later, the weaker martial artists also joined the ranks of the villains, making the disaster even more terrifying. If this continued, without the fourth killing formation breaking through the city, Million Treasure City would already be courting its own destruction. The powerful forces in the city joined hands to enforce the law, killing many villains, and this chaotic situation was finally under control. Fortunately, on the 5th day, the fourth formation didn't produce 5 more weapons. Instead, it was fixed on 4. Everyone felt slightly at ease. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 561. Even if it was only 4 weapons moving at the same time, it was still very terrifying. The shield formed by the Great Guarding Formation could only withstand 2 hits before shattering loudly. The daily consumption of origin crystals became an astronomical figure. Even if the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society were rich, they could only last for over a month with such consumption. After a month, what to do? Time arrived on the 10th day. Someone appeared. In the eastern city. When the news spread, everyone swarmed to the eastern part of the city. They climbed up the city wall and saw 10 young men and women standing outside the city. Behind them, there was a stooped old man with white eyebrows and beard. Who are you people? Why did you trap us here? What do you want to do? Everyone shouted. These 11 people didn't look like they barged in by mistake. Yin Shuiyang also came to the city wall. He looked at the old man below with a solemn expression. Unfathomable. This person was definitely in the heaven tier, and his tier wouldn't be lower than his. The 11 people on the other side were cold and had no intention of answering, appearing very arrogant. May I ask how we've offended you to activate such a killing formation and trap us? Yin Shuiyang asked. This was an elite of the heaven tier. The old man on the other side said, in Million Treasure City, there's an item that my sect is determined to get, but we don't know where it is. When looking for it, it would inevitably alarm people, so we simply surrounded this place and killed everyone. Naturally, no one would be a hindrance. There was actually such a reason. Because they were afraid that others might be a hindrance, they laid down a killing formation and slaughtered a city of people. Was there such a deranged person? After everyone heard, they instantly broke out in curses. But some people thought, for such a force to not hesitate to activate the fourth killing formation and besiege an important place like Million Treasure City, then how precious must that item in Million Treasure City be? This force doing so was equivalent to becoming enemies with the entire vast lands. It wasn't like the 8 pavilion masters of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, and the 2 heaven-grade alchemists of the Alchemist Society would never return. After they found out, would they leave it at that? In terms of size, the combination of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and the Alchemist Society should be the most powerful existence in the vast lands, right? To offend such a force so easily, it was enough to prove how precious that thing was. Oh, what is it? Why don't we help you find it and you can remove the fourth killing formation? Yin Shuiyang smiled. Although he was a great expert, the blood of a merchant flowed in his veins, so he was naturally used to haggling. There's no need to go through so much trouble. We still want to collect it ourselves. Furthermore, our sect is very fond of this place. In the future we plan to turn this place into our sect's birthplace, said the white-browed old man. Oh, may I ask what your esteemed self's name is? And what is your esteemed sect's name? Yin Shuiyang asked. The white-browed old man revealed a frightening smile and said, My surname is Bai and my name is Yuan. As for my sect, you should have heard of it. Oh, then why don't you say it so that everyone can admire you? Yin Shuiyang asked. There's no need to say anything. Do it yourself. Bai Yuan sneered. He waved his right hand and with a rumble a strange sound rang out. The 7 coffins suddenly slid out of the black mist as if they had grown legs. They slid all the way to his feet before stopping. 1,000 Corpse Sect. Instantly, a few people exclaimed at the same time. Gagaga. Our sect will borrow this million treasure city to announce to the world that the 1,000 Corpse Sect has returned. Bai Yuan laughed loudly. Hearing his arrogant laughter, the people on top of the city walls didn't speak, feeling the atmosphere extremely oppressive. The 1,000 Corpse Sect came back so brazenly, wanting to destroy the entire million treasure city, and these people would be used as a sacrifice. Ling Han also shook his head inwardly. If the 1,000 Corpse Sect chose Million Treasure City as the location of their sect's revival, then this fourth killing formation would probably never be removed. In the future, it would be the 1,000 Corpse Sect's Great Mountain Protecting Formation. These 10 Great Killing Formations all had one similarity. The killing formations formed by heaven and earth didn't need origin crystals to maintain. As long as the formation was set up, the power of heaven and earth would naturally pour in, forming a terrifying killing tribulation. Used as a great mountain protecting formation, it would truly be the best in the world. Don't say that you won't have a chance to live. Bai Yuan cackled. These 10 people are the 10 personal disciples of this sect's sect master, and now they're here to choose followers. As long as you're chosen by the 10 young masters, you can live. These 10 young men and women were all proud, but surprisingly, they obviously didn't have the fluctuation of corpse chi on them, unlike Bai Yuan, who had a stooped figure and was surrounded by death chi. A green-robed youngster said, In the same age level, whoever can block 10 moves from me is qualified to be my follower. Haha, 7th junior apprentice brother, you actually want someone to block 10 moves from you? Have you been slacking off recently? Has your cultivation regressed? Laughed a violet-robed youth. Whoever can block 5 moves from me can become my follower. He obviously thought that he was stronger, and there weren't many who could block 5 moves from him. These youngsters were indeed very strong. All of them were in the flower blossom tier, and a few were even in the high stage of the flower blossom tier, not weaker than Xianyuan Ziguang. Hung street rats dare to be so arrogant. Let me try you guys. Jia Zhang already leaped down the city gates and said proudly, I don't want to be your follower. I'm just not pleasing to the eye, and want to find someone to slaughter. Who will die? Good. On top of the city walls, many people instantly cheered. This 1,000 Corpse Sect trapped them with a killing formation, and not only wanted their lives but also humiliated them like this. This obviously made many people's blood boil, and they only wanted a vigorous battle. However, some people had other ideas. The current situation was obviously that the 1,000 Corpse Sect had the advantage, and a fine bird chose a tree to nest in. Merely in the second layer of the flower blossom tier, who will go? The 10 disciples of the 1,000 Corpse Sect asked each other, and finally turned to a youngster who just reached 20. 17th junior brother, your tier is the lowest, so I'll leave this to you. The youngster was a bit bashful, and walked out amidst the crowd's jostling, standing face to face with Jia Zhang. Die! Jia Zhang immediately attacked. He stretched out his right hand and turned it into a golden dragon claw, pressing towards the youngster. Hong, the dragon claw grew with the wind, turning into a terrifying existence that was as long as 9 meters. Patterns glowed, drawing in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to gather, enlarging once again, reaching the level of 300 meters. Hong, the dragon claw pressed down as if a true dragon was drawn out, wanting to suppress the mortal world. You barely have some ability. The youngster nodded and moved to face the dragon claw. Once he made his move, the special characteristics of the Thousand Corpse sect were immediately displayed. A black-colored evil chi swirled, turning into a terrifying skull that opened its huge mouth and bit towards the dragon claw. Hong! Chapter 562. The two fought fiercely, and for a moment, it was hard to determine who was superior. On top of the city wall, everyone was excited. This Thousand Corpse sect boasted to the skies, but the result was nothing more than this. One had to know that although Jia Zhang was one of the 5 dragons in terms of seniority, he definitely couldn't enter the top 100 in the young generation of the middle state. Only Xinyuan Ziguang, Yao Huiyu, and the others represented the limit of the young geniuses of this generation. The Thousand Corpse sect was an ancient great sect, but the disciples they nurtured were only SOSO. Come on, too many years had passed and this sect had declined. If not for the 4th killing formation, they definitely wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Ling Han shook his head and said, Jia Zhang lost. His voice wasn't low, and many people on the side heard it, and couldn't help but be annoyed. Hey, whose side are you on? Why are you hoping for Jia Zhang to lose? You can't be a spy of the Thousand Corpse sect, right? I'm suspicious. These people all stared at Ling Han with unfriendly gazes. Zhu Xian'er was smart, and immediately understood Ling Han's meaning and said, that person is a disciple of the Thousand Corpse sect, and the true battle prowess of the Thousand Corpse sect is corpse soldiers. Hearing Zhu Xian'er's explanation, everyone instantly understood. Yes, why was the Thousand Corpse sect notorious, spurned by the world, and even exterminated several tens of thousands of years ago? It was because they refined corpse soldiers. Where would corpse soldiers come from? The martial artists they killed, or the corpses of elites stolen from the graveyard? Without corpse soldiers, the Thousand Corpse sect was a second-rate sect, but with corpse soldiers, the Thousand Corpse sect could compare to powerful forces like the Heaven Sword sect and the Cloud Phoenix sect, or even surpass them. Now that youngster only relied on his own battle prowess to fight Jia Zhang, so what would be the outcome after he drew out his corpse soldiers? Ling Han saying that Jia Zhang lost was definitely not nonsense, nor was he standing on the Thousand Corpse sect's side. He was speaking the truth and there were facts to rely on. However, Jia Zhang, the person involved, didn't react at all. He was still fighting fiercely with that youngster, and the two just happened to be evenly matched, so he fought to his heart's content. Being suppressed in the city for 10 days made him extremely displeased, and he needed a great battle to vent. 17th Junior Brother, why isn't it done yet? Too slow. That's right, when will this fight end? The 9 youngsters of the Thousand Corpse sect all shouted. The young man revealed a cruel smile and said, since senior brothers and sisters are getting impatient, then this little brother will quickly end this battle. He let out a long whistle, and an ear-piercing sound came from the distance. 4 coffins simultaneously slid over. Everyone in the Thousand Corpse sect raised corpses, and the stronger one was, the more corpse soldiers they could raise. For example, he was in the Flower Blossom tier, so he could raise at most 6 corpse soldiers, but this requirement was too high. 4 was already his limit, and a normal Flower Blossom tier disciple could only raise 1 or 2. Corpse soldiers needed to divide their divine sense to control. The more divine sense they divided, the greater the impact on their body. Therefore, unless they were exceptionally talented, it was better to focus on quality before quantity for corpse soldiers. Come out! The young man shouted, and 4 corpse soldiers immediately leapt out of the coffin. Each of them had rotted to the point where only their skeletons remained, but their bones had been refined to a bright silver color, as if they had been forged from metal. A 3rd-tier silver-armored corpse was equivalent to the Flower Blossom tier. The young man stared at Jia Zhang and said, you're too weak, not qualified to be C2 Yao's follower. Bullshit. Jia Zhang was furious. Although he didn't want to be the young man's follower at all, he couldn't stand the young man's scornful attitude. He let out a long whistle, and a mirror appeared in his hand. Aged gold mirror. He shouted loudly and waved the mirror. Instantly, a golden light surged and shone towards C2 Yao. C2 Yao faced it coldly, without any intention of dodging or parrying. However, a corpse soldier stepped forward bravely, blocking that golden light. With a sizzling sound, a hole immediately appeared on the corpse soldier's ribs, and gas came out. So powerful. Although the corpse soldier's physique couldn't compare to rare metal of the same tier, it was still considerably tough, but it was actually pierced through with a single strike, which showed how terrifying this spirit tool was. Si Tu Yao, however, didn't care at all. He pointed at Jia Zhang and said, "Kill him." Instantly, four corpse soldiers pounced towards Jia Zhang like wolves and tigers. The Thousand Corpse sect was feared and hated by various great forces in ancient times, and there was indeed a reason for this. Not only because of their vile behavior, but also because of their strength. In terms of individual battle prowess, Si Tu Yao and Jia Zhang were only evenly matched, but once the corpse soldiers appeared, the battle prowess of both sides was on a completely different level. The four corpse soldiers were all in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and were refined in various ways. Their physiques were tough, and they didn't fear death or pain. They were completely human-shaped weapons. Which flower blossom tier cultivator wouldn't be scared upon seeing them? Although Jia Zhang unleashed that aged gold mirror and his battle prowess soared by a large margin, facing four corpse soldiers in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, he was truly stretched thin and couldn't deal with them at all. Weak, truly too weak. The 10 disciples of the Thousand Corpse sect all shook their heads, appearing to be beneath contempt. On top of the city wall, everyone was silent. Jia Zhang really wasn't weak. He was only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, but his own battle prowess reached 7 stars, and after unleashing the aged gold mirror, his battle prowess directly soared to 10 stars. However, his opponents were too strong and there were too many of them. The four corpse soldiers all had battle prowess in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, and they didn't fear death or pain. Their defenses were tough, so how could he play? Soon he was in imminent danger, and would definitely be killed in less than 10 moves. Enough, Yin Shuiyang said in a low voice. Bai Yuan laughed and said, "This is a spar between the younger generation. Why should the older generation interfere?" This lord said, "Stop." Yin Shuiyang roared, and the sound waves turned into waves that rolled in all directions. This was the angry shout of a heaven-tier cultivator. If hit by this sound wave, it was guaranteed that even flower blossom tier cultivators would immediately faint from the shock. "Damn fatty, you're meddling too much." Bai Yuan attacked and a deathly fog waved out, blocking Yin Shuiyang's sound waves. "Ah!" Jia Zhang let out a miserable cry. Four corpse soldiers grabbed his head and hands, and with a single tear, he was torn to pieces. He didn't have the body of iron sheet, so with his limbs grabbed and torn, he naturally died completely. 17th junior brother, why did you dismember him? Isn't it better to leave a complete corpse to be refined into a corpse soldier? Someone said with a laugh. Si Tu Yao laughed and said, "He's only in the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier, so refining a corpse soldier has limited strength. Besides, dismembered corpses can also be refined into corpse soldiers, but it would take a bit more effort. Who else wants to fight?" He looked at the people on the city wall with a disdainful expression. Truly arrogant. However, Jia Zhang's strength was already quite good, yet he was still quickly defeated by this person's hands. This guy certainly had the capital to be arrogant. At least, people with the same battle prowess as Jia Zhang didn't have the qualifications to challenge him anymore, or else it would just be courting death. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 563. Before returning, Ling Han purposely went to see the Rain Emperor to tell him about this matter, and also obtained the Rain Emperor's approval. The Rain Emperor wrote a letter for him to deliver to Qi Chongyu on his behalf, so that the latter could cooperate with Ling Han. When it came to splitting open the skies, Ling Han would not care about Qi Chongyu's feelings. Whether he was willing or not, he would have to abdicate the throne. Ling Han set out on his journey alone, while the others began to pack up. They were going to move again. In the future, when Ling Han ascended to the throne, his family would naturally have to live in the imperial palace. The desolate north was pitifully small in Ling Han's eyes now. He transformed into lightning, his speed astonishingly fast. In less than half a day's time, he had arrived at the Rain Country. He did not hold back, and directly barged into the imperial palace. "How dare you? You actually dare to barge into the imperial palace? Die!" Ling Han did not bother to hide his tracks, and just walked casually. Immediately, he attracted the attention of the guards, who all moved to attack him. Pa 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 pa, but these people had just raised their weapons when they all fell to the ground, their faces pale and their bodies twitching continuously. Ling Han had only released a little bit of his aura, but he was now at the peak stage of the spiritual infant tier, so was this little bit of aura not awesome enough? Previously, Feng Yan had almost swept through the imperial city with a spiritual infant tier law decree. What more when Ling Han had personally come? So who knew how many times stronger he was? As he walked, the crowd also fell to the ground. They were completely unable to resist Ling Han's aura, and could only prostrate themselves on the ground and tremble in fear. Sir, this is the Imperial Palace of Rain Country. An old man appeared. His cultivation level was in the spiritual pedestal tier, and he actually managed to resist Ling Han's aura. Obviously, this was a king tier of martial arts. Otherwise, he would have long since surrendered without a fight. Ling Han broke into a smile and said, "I'm here to see Qi Chongyu." "How dare you?" The spiritual pedestal tier cultivator was enraged, and pointed a finger at him. "You actually dare to directly address His Imperial Majesty by name, how disgraceful." Ling Han said, "Are you stalling for time, waiting for that old Rain Emperor to appear?" He sensed for a moment and said, "I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The old Rain Emperor should have gone mad. Not to mention coming out of seclusion to fight. I'm afraid he won't be able to last more than 3 days." "Bullshit!" The spiritual pedestal tier cultivator shouted. "Don't even think about shaking the army's morale. The old emperor is protected by the fate of the nation, and his divine arts are unparalleled. How could you deceive him with just a few words?" "Is that so?" Ling Han smiled. After sensing for a moment again, his origin power condensed into a large hand, and grabbed towards a certain place. Pung, a heavy sound was heard, and then there was a hubbub of voices. "Not good. His Imperial Majesty has been captured. The formation is completely unable to withstand a single blow. A large hand has directly broken through the formation, and captured His Imperial Majesty. Where's the old emperor? Quick, summon the old emperor." The imperial palace was in a state of chaos. The soldiers, eunuchs, and palace maids were all shouting in confusion. Pong, the imperial palace above Ling Han's head shattered, and a large hand of lightning also retracted, holding a young man dressed in a dragon robe. Who else could it be but the former 7th imperial prince, Qi Chongyu, and the current Rain Emperor? That spiritual pedestal tier cultivator was so shocked that he almost spouted bile. What kind of ability was this? He had not moved at all, yet he had captured His Imperial Majesty, and had even broken through a formation. That was a flower blossom tier great formation, and even if a flower blossom tier cultivator personally came, they would need to blast it for a while before they could break through it, and this amount of time would be enough for the old emperor to rush over to face the enemy. But now it was completely unable to withstand a single blow. How strong had this person become? Ling, Grandmaster Ling. When Qi Chongyu saw Ling Han's appearance, his heart instantly calmed, and his panic disappeared. Ling Han put Qi Chongyu down, smiled and said, "It's really not easy to see you now." "Haha, Grandmaster Ling must be joking." Qi Chongyu laughed loudly. Having sat on the imperial throne for a few years, he naturally possessed the magnanimity of an emperor. At least this superficial act was done very well, appearing calm and unruffled. However, just by looking at his legs that were still trembling, one could tell that he had really been quite frightened just now. "Let's not talk about this for now. The old Rain Emperor's situation is not looking good," Ling Han said. Qi Chongyu was shocked. He was also very uneasy because a period of time had passed since he had been captured, yet the old Rain Emperor still showed no reaction. This was definitely not right. Ling Han's figure floated and he had already disappeared. However, with a flash of lightning he very quickly returned. In his hand was an emaciated old man who was about to turn into a tree trunk. Though his whole body was very tall, his current weight did not exceed 25 kilograms at most. "Grand Elder." Qi Chongyu immediately took a step forward. "Old Emperor." That spiritual pedestal tier cultivator also exclaimed in shock. If it were not for the fact that he had seen him many times before, he really would not be able to believe that this was the old emperor. Fine, fine, fine. You've lucked out." Ling Han smiled and shook his head. He drew out a ginseng that was as thick as a child's arm. The ginseng was covered with purple-veined patterns that were filled with the truth of the great Tao. This was dragon blood tyrant ginseng, and it just so happened to be ripe. He had harvested a large batch in one go, but he had never thought that the first person to taste it would actually be the old Rain Emperor. The latter's lifespan had already dried up, and he had eaten too many spirit medicines that could prolong his life. Even if he was given a ton of 1,000-year-old ginseng, it would be of no help. Thus, if he wanted to continue living, then the only way was to increase his cultivation level and steal his lifespan from the heavens. With the support of the power of the nation, though the old Rain Emperor had the power of the flower blossom tear, he was not a true flower blossom tear cultivator, after all. His lifespan would at most increase by 100 to 150 years. If he really managed to break through to the flower blossom tier, then living for another 50 years would definitely not be a problem. A stalk of dragon blood tyrant ginseng was only used to exchange for 50 years of a flower blossom tier cultivator's lifespan. No matter who knew about this, they would definitely denounce him as a wastrel, right? But Ling Han did not care. I have plenty of spirit medicines. Bite me. He immediately opened the cauldron to concoct alchemical pills. However, the dragon blood tyrant ginseng was a natural spirit medicine in the first place, and could be directly consumed. However, the old Rain Emperor's cultivation level was too low, and if he directly consumed it, not to mention breaking through to the flower blossom tier, his body would definitely explode and he would die. Thus, Ling Han first had to deal with it and make the medicinal effects a bit milder so that a low-level cultivator like the old Rain Emperor could consume it. In less than half a day's time, Ling Han had successfully concocted the alchemical pill. He pinched open the old Rain Emperor's mouth and forced the alchemical pill inside. Then, he shot out a flash of origin power and sent the alchemical pill into the old Rain Emperor's stomach. The effect was almost instantaneous. This was the dragon blood tyrant ginseng. Though it was not the first generation, the ginseng king that had bathed in the blood of a true dragon, but its descendant who knew how many years ago, it was still viewed as a precious treasure by heaven-tier cultivators, as it could help them break through to the shattering void tier. Now, he was only breaking through to the flower blossom tier, so how difficult could it be? The old Rain Emperor immediately opened his eyes. After glancing at Ling Han, he hurriedly charged into the skies. He was about to break through and could possibly cause great destruction, so he naturally could not stay in the imperial palace any longer. He had relied on power of the nation to advance into the flower blossom tier, and had bloomed a fake divine flower, so he was naturally very familiar with the flower blossom tier. Thus, his celestial seed had actually long since been a seed, though it was unable to bloom into a real divine flower. Now, with the medicinal effects of the dragon blood tyrant ginseng, the celestial seed instantly sprouted, and very quickly grew, blooming in full bloom. Flower blossom tier, ha ha ha. The old Rain Emperor laughed loudly. It was as if his body had been nourished, and actually became sturdy at a speed visible to the naked eye. His muscles bulged, and the withered hair on his head regained its luster. He landed on the ground, clasped his hands in Ling Han's direction and said, "Thank you, young friend, for your help." How could he not be happy? He was now a real flower blossom tier, and added with the help of power of the nation, his maximum battle prowess could possibly reach the peak stage of the flower blossom tier. Ling Han smiled faintly and said, "What I'm going to say next will probably make you stab me with a sword." Chapter 564. 4 corpse soldiers charged together, blasting towards Pang Xiangming. All of them exuded a strong evil aura, like demons crawling out of hell. In a sense it was indeed so. Corpse soldiers and corpse chi were of the same origin, and now that these 4 corpse soldiers absorbed Si Tuyao's natal corpse chi, their power instantly skyrocketed. Meanwhile, Si Tuyao looked a bit dispirited, obviously greatly exhausted. "Just a few skeletons, what can they do to me?" Pang Xiangming sneered, and the moon-shaped mark on his forehead shone brightly. His hands danced, and the 4 corpse soldiers were imprisoned again. "Break!" he shouted, and with a chi la, the 2 corpse soldiers' hands and feet were torn off. Such strong power. One had to know that after corpse soldiers were tempered, their bodies were extremely tough, constantly approaching the height of rare metals of the same tier. And how close one could get depended on the degree of tempering and the materials added. The corpses of elites were only higher-level raw materials, And if one wanted to refine a corpse soldier, a powerful corpse soldier, one naturally had to pay a great price. Si Tuyao's 4 corpse soldiers definitely couldn't be considered the best among Flower Blossom tier warriors, but it wasn't easy to refine them into 3rd-tier silver-armored corpses, yet 2 of them were instantly destroyed by Pang Xiangming, which was enough to prove Pang Xiangming's extraordinariness. Damn it! Si Tuyao roared, and the 4 corpse soldiers pounced again. Corpse soldiers didn't feel pain anyway, and losing a limb would only slightly affect their battle prowess. He himself joined the battle, attacking Pang Xiangming together. Pang Xiangming should win, right? Zhu Xianer asked Ling Han. Ling Han nodded and said, if Si Tuyao doesn't have any other trump cards, then Pang Xiangming's victory is assured. He'd made several judgments which already convinced many people, and they all settled down. Although almost no one here knew Pang Xiangming, now that everyone was in the same boat, they all hoped that Pang Xiangming could win. Some people simply wanted to fight for their honor, while others thought that after Pang Xiangming won, there would be 10 places to leave the city, so could they get one over? Originally, everyone was united and willing to fight to the death for the sake of survival. But when a chance of survival appeared in front of them, it caused many people's thoughts to change. As expected, Pang Xiangming was even better. After a few dozen moves, he defeated the 4 corpse soldiers and gave Si Tuyao a heavy palm strike, but he didn't kill him. After a black corpse aura swirled, Si Tuyao retreated into the crowd and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His expression was extremely weak. Haha, 17th junior brother, you're not fated to be my follower. A black-robed young man laughed heartily. He strode out and said, I am Bian Hao, the 14th disciple under the sect master. Pang Xiangming looked coldly at the black-robed young man and said, move aside, he still owes me 3 kowtows. Youngster, don't tell me you don't want those 10 spots to leave? Bai Yuan interrupted. No. Pang Xiangming refused without hesitation. Damn, are you stupid? Many people on the city wall immediately cried out in their hearts. You don't want to give it to me? Fuck, where did this idiot come from? He's actually willing to die here just to fight for his honor, what a moron. Ling Han, however, clapped his hands and revealed a smile. This Pang Xiangming had quite a personality and was worth saving. He watched coldly from the sidelines. Some people he planned to save, while others were only fit to turn into mud here. Hee, since you're willing to give up these 10 spots, it's up to you. Bai Yuan laughed. However, if you win you have to kowtow. That's just your wishful thinking, he didn't agree. So deceitful. But thinking about it carefully, it was true that the bet of 3 kowtows was only Pang Xiangming's one-sided statement. Si Tuyao didn't agree. Wishful thinking wouldn't work, right? Otherwise, with so many beauties in the world, wouldn't he be able to take any one of them home? Pang Xiangming revealed an angry expression, but didn't flare up. Instead, he pointed coldly at Feng Hao and said, then I'll kill you. Kill me? You don't have the right? Bian Hao laughed loudly. He had the cultivation of the 4th layer of the Flower Blossom tier, a level higher than Si Tuyao, but the 1,000 corpse sect relied on corpse soldiers. How many corpse soldiers he had and how strong they were was the key. Sounds of friction were heard as 4 coffins slid over at the same time. Pung 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 pung, 4 corpse soldiers jumped out, obviously 3rd-tier silver-armored corpses. Unless they had 3 lives corpse caskets, they couldn't control corpse soldiers that surpassed their own tier. This showed how terrifying 3 lives corpse caskets were. Pang Xiangming obviously wouldn't be afraid, charging towards Bian Hao. However, the 4 corpse soldiers immediately met him, waving their skeletal hands and stirring up a terrifying gale. Obviously, these 4 corpse soldiers were stronger. They probably reached 13 stars of battle prowess, Ling Han said with a nod. So powerful! Zhu Xianer exclaimed. After a martial artist died, there was only a corpse left. Even if it was refined, it was already quite impressive to be able to display battle prowess that matched one's tier, and to surpass 1-star level. This corpse was too extraordinary when it was alive, so it had to be refined at a great cost. No matter what, Bian Hao's 4 corpse soldiers were really strong, gradually suppressing Pang Xiangming, making him unable to attack Bian Hao again. Pung! Blood actually flashed out of Pang Xiangming's waist. Bian Hao held a dagger in his hand, and blood was still dripping from the dagger. He licked his tongue, revealing a bloodthirsty malevolence. Just now, it was his successful sneak attack that gave Pang Xiangming a blow. However, under such circumstances it couldn't be considered a sneak attack. The 1,000 corpse sex people and corpses were one, and it could only be said that the 4 corpse soldiers gave Pang Xiangming too much pressure, creating an opportunity for Bianhao to strike. Ha 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 ha. Bianhao laughed loudly. You've already been poisoned by my corpse, and only by submitting to me can you be saved. Otherwise you'll slowly be corroded by corpse qi, turning into a corpse soldier that only knows bloodthirst. Humph. Pang Xiangming ignored him and directly flew back to the city wall. He sat down, took out a pill bottle from his spatial ring, poured out a few soybean-sized medicinal pills, and consumed them, starting to circulate to expel the corpse qi. Ignorant. Bianhao sneered and said towards the city gate. Who else is unconvinced and wants to fight me? He was merely the 14th disciple of the 1,000 corpse sect master, so how could he be so arrogant? Everyone's gazes turned to Xinyuan Ziguang. This youngster's divine might was domineering, and had the momentum to surpass Yao Huiyu and other long-established geniuses. His cultivation of the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier was also the best of the young generation. If he went up, he'd definitely win. Xinyuan Ziguang revealed a proud expression. He originally didn't want to go down so soon. A genius like him obviously had to fight at the last moment to dazzle everyone. But now, Million Treasures City obviously didn't have a stronger youngster. If he didn't go up, the other side's challenge would probably be over. He smiled faintly at Helian Sun Shui and said, "This battle, I'll fight for you." Chapter 565. Shit, he didn't forget to pick up girls even when he was out. However, a few young ladies from famous sects nearby were so excited that their eyes shone, and they all clasped their hands on their chests, desperately calling out Xinyuan Ziguang's name as if they wanted to pounce on him. Idiot. Ling Han shook his head. Idiot. Helian Sun Shui imitated him and stuck out her tongue. After all, she had to add her own characteristics. Next time you see this idiot, just beat him up, Ling Han egged. But I'm afraid my hand will hurt, Helian Sun Shui said weakly. Ling Han thought for a moment, took out the brick, stuffed it into her hand and said, "Then use this to hit him." Helian Sun Shui was instantly delighted and said, "Okay." She held the brick and even tested the strength of the swing, looking eager to try. Xinyuan Ziguang got snubbed, and his expression couldn't help but darken. No matter in martial art or love, he'd always been successful, but now he couldn't completely suppress Ling Han in martial art, and didn't conquer Helian Sun Shui in love, which made him very displeased. Humph, wait until he swept away these 1,000 corpse sect dregs in one endless glory. Xinyuan Ziguang leaped down, looked at Bianhao proudly and said, "If you can block one of my moves, I'll spare your life." So arrogant. One had to know that Bianhao had 4 corpse soldiers, and reached 13 stars of the Flower Blossom Tier's battle prowess, yet he still couldn't block one of Xinyuan Ziguang's moves. Bianhao was obviously furious. He was the 1,000 corpse sect master's personal disciple, and his eyes were on top of his head, but now he was actually looked down upon like this. How could he endure it? He was about to attack, but felt a weight on his shoulder, and was already pressed down by someone. It was Bai Yuan. "Venerable Bai, please let me fight," he said. Bai Yuan shook his head and said, "You're not his match, let the third go." What? 1,000 corpse sect's disciples all exclaimed. Although they didn't all come today, the third, which was the 1,000 corpse sect master's third disciple, Zhu Tiangu, was the strongest in their group. "I'm going to play my strongest card." Is he really that strong? Zhu Tiangu had been pretending to sleep the whole time, and finally opened his eyes at this time. He stared at Xinyuan Ziguang for a while, his face revealing a hint of belligerence, and said, "This person is a decent opponent. I don't have absolute confidence in winning." Bianhao and the others were shocked once again. Even third senior brother said so. Was Xinyuan Ziguang really that strong? Second senior brother should be able to win easily, and there's no need to even mention eldest senior brother. His innate talent is exceptional, and even if all of us were added together, we still wouldn't be able to beat him. Zhu Tiangu smiled. Bianhao and the others nodded in unison. They believed Zhu Tiangu's words without a doubt. One must know that all of them were geniuses as well, but they worshipped that eldest senior brother so much. They wondered just how strong that person was. Zhu Tiange walked out with large strides. His figure was not very tall, but he was very sturdy. At first glance, he looked a bit like a woodcutter in the mountains. "Where are your corpse soldiers?" Xinyuan Ziguang asked. "When it's time to use it, it will naturally appear," Zhu Tiange said lightly. Xinyuan Ziguang sneered and said, "If you don't use corpse soldiers, you'll be instantly killed by me." "Haha, then I can only blame myself for being inferior." Zhu Tiange laughed loudly. When experts fought, they fought with wits first. Obviously, Xinyuan Ziguang didn't dare to underestimate Zhu Tiange, or else he wouldn't have needed to use words to provoke him, and would have directly attacked. Xinyuan Ziguang put one hand behind his back and said, "Since you don't use corpse soldiers, I'll let you use one hand." This madman! Zhu Tiange revealed a hint of anger. The other wanted to use one hand to force out his corpse soldiers. How confident was he? He snorted, opened his mouth and reached in with one hand, actually drawing out a black-colored long sword. What the hell was this? Everyone on top of the city wall was shocked. "You're so you poor that you don't even have a spatial ring, actually hiding a sword in your body." Ling Han, however, revealed a hint of astonishment and mumbled, "In the legends, nurturing a tool with one's body is actually true? What's nurturing a tool with one's body?" Zhu Xian'er asked. She and Ling Han both disguised themselves, so she obviously didn't call herself Xian'er or Ling Han as Big Brother Han or Young Master Han. Nurturing a spirit tool in the body, constantly nurturing the spirit tool with one's own qi and blood, can make the spirit tool stronger, even nurturing a tool spirit. Ling Han said, but immediately shook his head and said, "No matter what kind of spirit tool it is, from the moment it is formed, it exists for battle. It is a very dangerous object, and if it is nurtured in the body, it is very likely that it will kill itself first." Nurturing a tool with one's body was a risk, but if one could endure it, then the tool nurtured would naturally be very powerful. On top of the city wall, everyone listened to Ling Han's explanation and nodded repeatedly. Some people even secretly guessed Ling Han's identity. He clearly looked only 24 or 25 years old, so how did he know so many secrets? His background probably wasn't simple. Xinyuan Ziguang revealed a hint of curiosity and said, "Nurturing a tool with one's body? It's really the first time I've seen it. Let me experience it." Zhu Tiange grasped the sword in his hand, and his lazy expression was instantly swept clean, emitting a fanatical battle intent. He shouted loudly, "As you wish." He suddenly exerted force through his legs, and swiftly shot towards Xinyuan Ziguang. The black sword danced like blood, and 17 flashes of sword qi formed, but like whips, they twined towards Xinyuan Ziguang. "Interesting," Xinyuan Ziguang murmured. Xinyuan Ziguang murmured, one hand still behind his back, while the other hand flicked lightly, and a fire tiger appeared, biting towards the sword qi. "What a joke! You want to dissolve my black fiend sword like this?" Zhu Tiange sneered. "Is it not possible?" Xinyuan Ziguang said proudly. That fire tiger suddenly expanded, turning into a size of 30 meters, emitting a terrifying baleful aura, condensing qi into ray. Bai Yuan's gaze tightened. This youngster is really amazing, almost condensing into ray, but he's deliberately suppressing it, obviously wanting to cultivate more qi. Such great courage. Ray crushed qi in terms of quality. Back then, after Rain Emperor formed Fist Ray, he could battle a 9th layer Flower Blossom tier demonic ape with cultivation at the first layer of the Flower Blossom tier. It could be seen how powerful Ray's power was. This could cause a fundamental increase in a martial artist's battle prowess. But Xinyuan Ziguang was able to condense Ray and forcibly suppress it. Firstly, it could be seen how powerful his martial art talent was, and secondly, it could be seen that he was ambitious, not content with 22 flashes of qi. In some aspects, geniuses were all the same. They all existed to attack the limits. This fire tiger wasn't just one flash of qi, but was condensed from 22 flashes of qi. However, it was different from Ray, which was integrated as one, and was more like a combination. Ling Han couldn't help but nod. He could use other people's knowledge to improve himself, and Xinyuan Ziguang's train of thought was very good, simulating qi into Ray. In this way, he could continue cultivating qi and also increase qi's power. It was truly a remarkable pioneering feat. Chapter 566. Xianyuan Ziguang and Zhu Tiangu started a fierce battle. Both of them held back. One only used a single hand, and the other didn't even use a corpse soldier. Obviously, if Xianyuan Ziguang if he was forced to use his hands first, then he would be at a disadvantage. On the other hand, if he could force out Zhu Tianji's corpse soldier with a single hand, then he would have a certain advantage. Of course, this advantage wasn't great, because the 1,000 corpse sex battle prowess mainly relied on corpse soldiers. If Xianyuan Ziguang could only display 30% of his battle prowess with a single hand, then Zhu Tiangu could at most display 20% of his battle prowess without using corpse soldiers. Sure enough, in less than a dozen rounds, Zhu Tiangu was forced to summon the corpse soldier. 5. The limit of the flower blossom tier was to control 6 corpses, and he had reached 5. Even if it was just one more, when one was close to the limit, this bit of advantage could be infinitely magnified. 5 corpse soldiers were definitely stronger than 4, and not just by a little bit. Xianyuan Ziguang obviously didn't dare to be careless anymore. Both his hands moved simultaneously, starting a battle with Zhu Tiangu and the 5 corpse soldiers. Victory and defeat couldn't be decided in a short while, which was enough to show how terrifying the two youngsters were. The older generation is no match for them. Youngsters these days are really scary. Sure enough, it's the time when martial art is flourishing. Talented youths are emerging one after another. Unless one is a genius of an era, one is not qualified to compete with these youths. On top of the city wall, quite a few people exclaimed in surprise, sighing at the strength of Xianyuan Ziguang and Zhu Tiangu. However, young people as powerful as them should be rare, right? Yes, in the Central Plains only Yao Huiyi Meng Daiwu, and a few others can reach such heights. Definitely not more than 10. A very senior person made a very certain conclusion, and everyone nodded their heads in agreement. When Ling Han heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Hu Niu, go down and show me some moves." "All right, let them witness Niu's power." Hu Niu leaped down from the city gates, her hands on her hips, and said, "Who wants to fight Niu?" After the members of the 1,000 corpse sect looked at each other, they all laughed loudly. This was only a little girl of 6 or 7 years old, and they could kill her with a single finger. If they really made a move against this little girl, that would be too embarrassing. They all ignored her, and for a moment, they actually overlooked the fact that Hu Niu had jumped down from the top of the city walls, and had not walked out. Bai Yuan, however, revealed a surprised expression because he actually couldn't see through Hu Niu's cultivation level. If the other party was really just an ordinary little girl, then how could she have possibly jumped down from such a high city gate? These youngsters were careless, but he was not. He had eaten more salt than these youngsters had eaten rice. Being careful and prudent was the only secret that had allowed him to live until now and reach the heaven tier. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be careless in his old age. He thought for a moment and said, "Bianhao, go fight her." "Venerable White, Bianhao felt wronged. Why did he have to go? She was just a little girl, and it was already very shameful for him to take a step forward. "Don't be careless," Bai Yuan warned. Bianhao finally revealed a surprised expression. Hearing Venerable White's tone, it seemed that this little girl was not simple. He finally put away the reluctance in his heart, walked out with large strides and said, "Little girl, you want to fight with me?" "Not fight, beat." Hu Niu crossed her arms in front of her chest, and said in a sweet voice, causing many people on top of the city walls to laugh. This little girl was like a sculpture carved from jade, truly making people feel tender affection for her. And some people with special fetishes even drooled. Ha 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 ha. Sitayao and the others laughed loudly, making Bianhao feel a bit embarrassed. "I'll fight with one hand," Bianhao said. "Thank you." Hu Niu obediently bowed. After hanging around with Ling Han for a long time, she also learned to be black-bellied and sinister. Bianhao was just about to nod when he saw a blur before his eyes, and a small figure already appeared in front of him. Pong, he felt a pain on his face, and his body instantly lost control, sitting down on the ground. Everyone looked at Hu Niu in shock. This little girl had the appearance of a little princess that made people feel tender affection for her. But in an instant, she exploded with terrifying speed and knocked Bianhao over with one punch, as if she were a completely different person. How was this a little princess? She was clearly a little demon. Hee hee. Hunyeo smiled, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth, and said to Bianhao, "What's wrong, are you not feeling well?" Bianhao really wanted to die at this moment, realizing that Bai Yuan's warning wasn't without reason. The little girl was indeed fierce, and her battle prowess couldn't be measured with common sense. He leaped up, and with a long howl, the 4 corpse soldiers instantly arrived together, blasting towards Hunyeo. Ayaya, didn't you have to fight with one hand? Hunyeo's figure was agile, and she cried out as she ran. Under the siege of the 4 corpse soldiers, it was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard, and it was unknown how relaxed she was. Moreover, the little girl wasn't to be trifled with. Her small hand turned into a palm, grabbing towards the corpse soldiers. So what if the corpse soldiers were tempered in every possible way? When Hunyeo was only in the spiritual pedestal tier, her claws could tear apart the destructive power of 2 stars of the flower blossom tier, and now that she advanced into the flower blossom tier, the power of her claws was obviously even more terrifying. With a chi, the corpse soldier's skeleton that was only slightly weaker than rare metal of the same tier was instantly torn apart, and in 2 or 3 moves, Hunyeo tore it into pieces. Pooh, everyone spluttered. This little girl was too strong, too freakish. How could she be strong to this extent? Was she weaker than Xianyuan Ziguang? Among the prodigies of the middle state, another person has to be added. The veteran from before said ruefully. Huh? Didn't you say that there are no more than 10 prodigies of the middle state? The veteran was slapped in the face and instantly flushed red. Just now, he said that prodigies like Xianyuan Ziguang and Zhu Tiange couldn't be found in the whole middle state, but now, a random little girl that came out was strong to such a nature-defying degree. After the 4 corpse soldiers were easily dealt with by Hunyeo, Bianhao could only helplessly admit defeat. He couldn't even win with corpse soldiers, not to mention without corpse soldiers' help. Hunyeo laughed loudly and said, "Who else? Nyo wants to fight 1 against 10. The 1,000 corpse sect's side couldn't help but fall into silence. Although Bianhao's strength could only rank 8th or 9th among their 10 disciples, Hunyeo was too relaxed just now, so to suppress this little girl, Zhu Tiange probably had to be dispatched. The problem was Zhu Tiange was still fighting fiercely with Xianyuan Ziguang, so he had to wait. Bai Yuan could only say, "Consider it your 9 consecutive wins, the 10th match, wait for old third to fight this one, then fight with you." You want Nyo to wait? Then I won't play. Hunyeo stomped her feet in dissatisfaction and returned. On top of the city walls, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Hunyeo. And some of the older generation even wanted to take this little girl as a disciple. This little girl was already so strong now, so when she grew up, how terrifying would she become? In the future, among the elites of the world, there would definitely be a place for her. Chapter 567. It wasn't easy to cultivate the thunderclap 9th heaven. Thinking back, Ling Han had been struck by lightning for a few days in order to cultivate the body of lightning to the small success stage. And to improve the body of lightning, one had to continue being struck by lightning, absorbing the essence from the lightning and gradually improving. This was extremely slow. From the time Ling Han cultivated to the small success stage until now, the steps he took were pitifully small. It couldn't be helped. Although the lightning strikes were extremely terrifying, for the body of lightning, the lightning essence contained within was extremely little. To be able to reach the large success stage within 50 years, Ling Han already considered it extremely fast. It was indeed fast. The large success stage of the body of lightning corresponded to the Shattering Void tier, and how many Shattering Void tier cultivators could cultivate it within 50 years? In the past, that was simply unrealistic. Even the deity transformation tier might not be able to achieve it. And only now, with the blossoming of the age of martial arts, speeding up the formation of elites, reaching the Shattering Void tier in 50 years was truly possible. But the benefits brought to Ling Han by a single flower of lightning surpassed the sum of the lightning strikes he'd received previously. How shocking was this? Hunyeo, you're definitely my lucky general, Ling Han said spontaneously. Hunyeo was happy and said proudly, Nyo is Ling Han's lucky general. The two continued forward, but to Ling Han's disappointment, they didn't encounter another flower of lightning for a long time. They walked for close to the time it took for an incense stick to burn before finally arriving at the second flower of lightning. Hunyeo moved again, plucking the strange flower. Ling Han wasn't in a hurry to refine it, and instead stored it in the Black Tower. Now, he was more interested in the valley itself. What gave birth to this river of lightning? After walking for a while, long, the sound of tidal waves crashing could be heard. But it wasn't from the river of lightning. Ling Han was shocked. He turned his eyes to the other side, and shockingly saw that another river had appeared. But what surged in this river wasn't real water, nor was it lightning but flames. It was hard to imagine that the flames were surging like a river, and they even made loud noises as they slapped. If this was lava, then it would be easy to understand, but it wasn't. It was pure flames, and there were patterns flickering in the flames. What was shocking was that Ling Han also discovered the patterns of the lightning attribute within. Previously, there were also flame patterns in the river of lightning. Could it be? Ling Han had a guess in his mind. This river of lightning and river of fire had once intersected, which was why they affected each other. He continued forward, and after a while, as expected, the two rivers intersected. However, out of Ling Han's expectations, it wasn't that the two rivers intersected, but merged together. There was only one river left. Lightning and flames surged in the river at the same time, yet they were clearly separated. The well water didn't interfere with the river water, and one white and one red appeared so dazzling. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. No wonder the two rivers affected each other. It turned out that they came from the same source. Although they still separated later on, it was inevitable that they would still affect each other to some extent. He was even more curious about what was at the end of this river, and why could it produce such a marvelous scene. However, it became more and more difficult to follow the river. Because the lightning and flames intersected, the power produced was even more terrifying. Even if they didn't actively attack, the lightning unceasingly shook and shattered the nearby space, while the flames turned this valley into a real furnace that could burn everything. Niu doesn't like this place. Even Niu began to complain. She wasn't afraid of lightning but obviously wasn't immune to flames. Beads of sweat appeared on her small face. Ling Han was speechless. Only beads of sweat appeared, but he was already sweating like a stream. We'll continue forward. If we really can't take it anymore, we'll retreat, Ling Han said. Although he was very curious about this place, he wouldn't risk losing his life here. After all, his cultivation level was still low, and he could completely wait until he reached the Heaven tier or the Shattering Void tier before coming back. But just when they were about to give up, this river of lightning and fire came to an end. They arrived at the bottom of the valley, and in front of them was a mountain wall. The river of lightning and fire surged out from underneath the mountain wall. And on the mountain wall there was a cave. It was pitch black and it was unknown where it led to. At this place, whether it was the power of lightning or flames, they all dropped to their lowest point. Although it was still very fierce, it was at least within the range of what they could endure. Ling Han looked at that cave, and had a sliver of hesitation. The cave could possibly hide the secret of this valley, but it could also contain endless dangers. Should he continue forward? He only hesitated slightly, and then decided to advance bravely. He still had an instant teleportation talisman, as well as the Black Tower, and even the power boost could temporarily allow him to possess the battle prowess of the Shattering Void tier. What existence in this vast lands could instantly kill him? Go. He held Niu's hand and walked into the cave. If the situation turned bad, he would immediately put Niu into the Black Tower. The cave was very dark, really dark. So dark that even when Ling Han opened the Eye of Truth, he couldn't see anything. He raised his right hand and transformed origin power into flames, but he clearly felt the rising flames, yet didn't see the slightest bit of fire. It was as if he was blind. However, if he turned around and looked outside the cave, he could clearly feel that surging river of lightning and fire. Ling Han couldn't help but be shocked. What was going on with this cave? Previously, in the purple fog, only his eyesight and divine sense were affected, but at least they could still be used. But now it was as if he was really blind. Not only could his eyes not see, even his divine sense couldn't sense anything. If it weren't for the fact that he was still holding Niu's hand, he definitely wouldn't be able to sense that there was another person beside him. Right, he had also lost his sense of hearing. Strange, too strange. A great sense of alarm rose in his heart, but Ling Han still took another step and continued forward. The more it was so, the more his curiosity grew. and he wanted to know the reason. Small tower, do you know what this place is? He used his divine sense to communicate with the Black Tower. There's a sliver of source power. Small tower revealed a sliver of caution. If you find it for me to swallow, I can repair 100 millionth of it. Fuck. Ling Han really wanted to curse. This place was so terrifying. And the river of lightning and fire surged, exuding the brilliance of the shattering void tear. Just thinking about it, he knew that the source was extraordinary. However, he could only repair 1/1000th of the Black Tower. Then, if he had the chance to live, would he be able to see the Black Tower light up again? Be careful, Small Tower warned. If there is life here, then it would be too easy to kill you. Nonsense. Ling Han couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it, and simply continued to advance. This was a stretch of pure darkness. He couldn't see, hear, or smell anything, and even his sense of touch was disappearing. He was clearly holding Hunyo's small hand, yet he found that this sense of touch was becoming weaker and weaker, as if he had become a walking corpse. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. What kind of lousy place was this? It was too strange. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Ling Han finally couldn't sense anything. He didn't even know if he was still walking in this cave. Having lost his 5 senses, what difference was there between him and a walking corpse? He told himself that he was searching, but he completely didn't know where he was going. Had he bumped into a wall? Because he had no sense of touch, even if he kept banging into the mountain wall, he wouldn't be able to sense anything. Forced to do so, he entered the Black Tower. Chapter 568. The old man from before was slapped in the face again. This girl that looked a bit stupid was clearly more terrifying than the little girl from before. Her battle prowess was too shocking, crushing 4 corpse soldiers with a single swing. Middle States prodigy, there's going to be another newcomer, he said ruefully. There shouldn't be another such freak, right? Someone interrupted. Definitely not. The old man said with absolute certainty. 2 such geniuses appearing all at once today was already a great miracle. Again and again, how could there be a third? Hellion Sun Shui was still in shock. Looking at the 4 skeletons that she smashed apart, she couldn't help but pat her flat chest and said curiously, "So I'm this powerful." Han Guyun was now in a dilemma. The strongest in the 1,000 corpse sect was obviously corpse soldiers, but 4 corpse soldiers were smashed into dregs at the same time. Wasn't she courting death if she went up? However, the opponent didn't look like an expert at all, and only had shocking brute force. If she retreated without a fight, wouldn't it be too embarrassing? Ninth step down, Bai Yuan said. He was a heaven-tier elite and had sharp eyes, so he could obviously tell that although Hellion Sun Shui lacked battle experience, her strength was too strong. She only needed to move based on instinct to defeat her opponent, because her level had already surpassed the Flower Blossom tier. Such an opponent, even the third would be useless, so the eldest or the second had to come. For the next few battles we all admitted defeat. Girl, you're pretty good, interested in joining our sect? Bai Yuan started to poach. This muddle-headed and cute girl seemed easy to trick. No way. Hellion Sun Shui hurriedly shook her head, showing a pitiful expression to Ling Han as she looked at the city top. She wanted to go back, but it was too high. Ling Han guided patiently and said, "Jump up yourself, you can do it." Hellion Sun Shui kept shaking her head and said, "It's too high, I can't jump up." She had no confidence at all. "How would you know if you don't try?" Ling Han said with a smile. Hellion Sun Shui pouted, and could only do her best to jump. She instantly soared into the sky, not only leaping over the city wall, but also far beyond it, turning into a small black dot. After a while, pong, a ball of light suddenly exploded in the sky. Not good. She ran into the city's defensive formation. Although the main purpose of the formation is to protect, if you actively collide with it, it will still trigger the formation's impact. I'm afraid that even those in the divine transformation realm will be killed. It's over. Bam! Right at this moment, a silhouette landed heavily on the city wall. Under the powerful impact, a section of the city wall actually collapsed. A cloud of smoke and dust filled the air, and a silhouette walked out shakily. Who else could it be but Hellion Xuanxue? Everyone's faces involuntarily twitched again. This woman had actually crashed into the defensive array. Just how terrifying was her physique to be able to make her act as if nothing had happened. Ouch, 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 ouch. Hellion Sun Shui groaned as she held her head, but there was not a single injury on her body, causing everyone to be speechless. Ling Han also clenched his teeth. No wonder, even though this woman lost her memories and couldn't circulate her origin power, he was still completely suppressed by her. This wasn't a coincidence, but rather this woman's body cultivation had also reached an extremely terrifying level. Hellion Sun Shui was like a wrong child, walking to Ling Han's side and pulling on the corner of his clothes, looking like she was about to cry, causing everyone to be speechless. Even if she wanted to cry, it should be for the 1,000 corpse sect below, and more so for the defensive formation in the sky, okay? Ling Han looked down and said to Bai Yuan, "Now we have 190 spots." "Right." Bai Yuan nodded, but his expression was a bit difficult. He didn't expect this at all. He originally wanted to temper these 10 youngsters to prevent them from being too proud and arrogant, but now this blow seemed to be a bit too big. Xianyuan Ziguang was fine, at least being matched by Zhu Tiangu, but the appearance of Hu Niu and Hellion Sun Shui was practically trampling on their confidence. One was a little girl only 6 or 7 years old, and the other had a freakish physical strength. In a battle of the same age, they were practically invincible. Now the 1,000 corpse sect urgently needed to win to boost their morale, and also boost the confidence of these 9 youngsters. Ling Han leaped down from the top of the city wall and said, "Then I'll be your opponent and earn a few more spots to leave the city." Where did this youngster get his confidence from? Bai Yuan sneered. Xianyuan Ziguang was in the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier, rarely seen at this age, and he even formed 22 flashes of qi, possessing terrifying strength. He couldn't see through Hu Niu and Hellion Sun Shui, so someone he couldn't see through obviously wasn't simple. But Ling Han? The 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier was clear at a glance. Even if this brat could surpass 10 stars to battle, he would only have 12 stars of battle prowess, and almost half of the people here could crush him. Good, this brat could boost their morale. Bai Yuan nodded and said, "4th you go." The 4th, Tian Xiaoning, ranked 2nd in strength among the 10. He himself was an expert in the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier, and the number of corpse soldiers he could control was similarly as many as 5, not much inferior to Zhu Tiangu. Letting Tian Xiaoning go straight up was to obtain an overwhelming victory to boost morale. Tian Xiaoning walked out with large strides. He was close to 30 years old, tall but naturally bald. His forehead was glossy and he didn't even have eyebrows. His entire face gave people an extremely strange feeling. When Ling Han saw, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Cultivating to the point of balding, you're indeed extraordinary." The corner of Tian Xiaoning's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he said, "You're shooting your mouth off like this, ridiculing randomly. This is inviting a great disaster for your own life." "Oh, you want my life?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Just based on what you said just now, you should die," Tian Xiaoning said coldly. "You really don't have a sense of humor. Did you spoil your brain from cultivating?" Ling Han said with a smile. "Impudent." Tian Xiaoning struck out with a palm towards Ling Han, and the black corpse qi turned into a skull, biting towards Ling Han. Ling Han casually flicked a finger, and this skull instantly exploded. He smiled faintly and said, "Better summon the corpse soldiers, your bit of strength really isn't enough." Pooh. Quite a few people already spurted out blood. Although they only exchanged one move, and neither side used their full strength, Tian Xiaoning was at the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier. To be able to easily dissolve his attack, Ling Han's strength couldn't be underestimated. Tian Xiaoning looked coldly at Ling Han, and after a while he said, "Since you insist on being abused, then I'll fulfill your wish." He gave a long howl and instantly, a rumbling sound rang out. 5 coffins slid over and 5 corpse soldiers jumped out. "There's actually 5 corpse soldiers," an old antique exclaimed. "The difference of 1 corpse, but the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. This time that youngster is in danger." Chapter 569. Ling Han crooked his finger and said, "Come. I'll grant your wish." Tian Xiaoning gave a long howl, controlling the 5 corpse soldiers to attack Ling Han. And when the 5 corpse soldiers pounced at Ling Han, covering his figure, everyone shook their heads. This young man was obviously dead for sure. This wasn't the first person to die today, and it wouldn't be the last, so everyone didn't take it to heart. Who would care about an unknown person? However, the next scene made everyone's jaws drop. Ling Han's figure was extremely slippery, moving freely under the siege of 5 corpse soldiers. If he couldn't dodge, he would block with his hand, and with a flash of golden light, the attacking corpse soldier was shaken back. How is this possible? Isn't this guy only at the 2nd layer of the flower blossom tier? How can his strength be so terrifying? Those corpse soldiers have about 14 stars battle prowess, right? Definitely 14 stars, but this guy can block them with a casual wave of his hand. This strength is too terrifying. Genius and absolute genius. He's definitely not inferior to Xinyuan Ziguang and Yao Huiyu. The face of the veteran from before twitched. In a short while, 3 super geniuses ran out and ruthlessly slapped him in the face, wishing there was a big hole in the ground for him to crawl into. He has some strength. Tian Xiaoning sneered and joined the battle. The weapon he used was a bone sword. Its shape was probably taken from the leg bone of a giant beast and then polished. There were vein-like patterns on it, definitely naturally formed. Once activated, the vein-like patterns shone and linked up one after another, releasing a shocking grand light. Ling Han seemed to see a giant ferocious beast floating on the sword's blade. That terrifying body seemed to be able to crush heaven and earth. His eyes lit up and he said, "This was refined from the leg bone of a Wuxia, right?" According to legend, the true dragon had 9 sons, but each one was different. Because they were all born from the true dragon and different demonic beasts, the offspring only inherited part of the true dragon's bloodline. The Wuxia was one of them. It looked like a fish but not a fish. Its head was like a lion, but it had a pair of horns. Its entire body was covered in dragon scales. Even if they only had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, all of the beasts in the world regarded the true dragon as their leader. From this, it could be seen just how high their status was. Possessing a trace of the true dragon's bloodline was already extremely extraordinary and difficult to find in the world. Tian Xiaoning revealed a look of surprise and said, "You actually recognize this sword." He also only knew about the legend of the Wuxia after being bestowed the sword. It was just that this Wuxia's bloodline was even thinner. Otherwise it was a dragon's descendant. How could it be so easily killed and its leg bones extracted to make a sword? Your bloodline is thin, and your vein-like patterns are heterogeneous. That's all there is to it. Ling Han made another evaluation. Tian Xiaoningbo was so angry that his nose became crooked. "You were shocked at first, but now you're saying that's all. How can I accept this?" He snorted coldly and said, "It's more than enough to kill you." He brandished the sword and slashed at Ling Han. This bone sword was extracted from the leg bone of a divine beast descendant, and then refined with various precious materials. It could be regarded as one of the best among level 6 spirit tools. With this slash, an enormous phantom of a vicious beast immediately appeared, pouncing towards Ling Han. Ling Han laughed and said, "This sword is not bad, I'll take it." The demon birth sword could not be used casually, so temporarily using this sword as a replacement was not bad. Impudent. Tian Xiaoning was furious. This brat was too arrogant, actually treating him as nothing. Ling Han used the demon fairy step and directly arrived in front of Tian Xiaoning, his fists punching out continuously. The 5 corpse soldiers actually became decorations. Amidst angry roars and strange cries, they charged back and chased after Ling Han. This time, it became a head-on confrontation between Tian Xiaoning and Ling Han. He was not afraid, however. With a swing of his sword, 9 flashes of sword chi were formed. With the support of the bone sword, each flash of sword chi transformed into a terrifying 3-meter-long waterfall, slashing towards Ling Han. Ling Han was naturally even more unafraid, and directly swung his fists to meet it. Pung 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 pung, these sword chi were instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, everyone held their heads and cried out in surprise. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that those 9 flashes of sword chi were all stimulated by the bone sword, and their sharpness was equivalent to that of a bone sword. This was also the reason why everyone pursued a good spirit tool. However, Ling Han shattered these sword chi with one punch, and his fist actually didn't suffer the slightest injury. Was that still a body of flesh and blood? Tian Xiaoning was also shocked. He originally thought that blood would splatter in the sky if Ling Han swung his fist to block it, But unexpectedly nothing happened at all. He couldn't help but doubt the bone sword in his hand. Was it really made from the bone of an ancient divine beast? No need to doubt, this is because my fist is harder, Ling Han said with a smile. He cultivated the indestructible heaven scroll, and if he really cultivated the body of diamond, his physique would definitely be even more tyrannical than a true dragon's. Although he now had the body of iron sheet, the bone sword was only made from a gloomy viper, not even the son of a divine beast, so how could it possibly injure him? To threaten his 6th-tier body of iron sheet, it had to use a 7th-tier spirit tool no matter what. As they spoke, Ling Han's fists continuously bombarded, forcing Tian Xiaoning to retreat. This was very interesting. Tian Xiaoning retreated, Ling Han chased, and behind him were 5 corpse soldiers, forcibly turning what should have been a group brawl into a one-on-one chase. Haha, this young man discovered the corpse soldiers' biggest weakness. Someone on the city wall clapped and laughed. That's right, the weakness of corpse soldiers is that their speed isn't fast enough. After all, they're just remains and can't use movement arts. But just the explosive power itself is equivalent to the 9th layer of the flower blossom tier. And there aren't many that can surpass them in speed. This young man's movement arts are truly extraordinary. Many things could actually be seen through with a little poke, but even if it was seen through, not everyone could do it. This was what it meant to be easy for a person to carry a burden, but if one had to go up himself, he might only be able to groan. Tian Xiaoning was shocked. In this way, the 5 corpse soldiers were useless, and he became the one facing Ling Han alone. However, the majority of the 1,000 corpse sex battle prowess came from corpse soldiers, and if corpse soldiers couldn't play a role, their own strength would naturally be greatly discounted. He was actually quite extraordinary, with the cultivation of the 8th layer of the flower blossom tier and battle prowess reaching 15 stars, enough to look down on his peers, but encountering a freak like Ling Han, he could only be miserable. Ancient bone patterns condensed on Ling Han's fists. Close combat was now his forte, and the power of body cultivators burst forth, not much weaker than origin power. Each punch was like a pile driver. Only body cultivators could bombard so fast. The physical strength of origin power cultivators couldn't keep up, so they could only work on chi, replacing speed with quantity. Pung 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 pung. After more than 100 punches in a row, Tian Xiaoning's bone sword instantly flew out of his hand and was caught by Ling Han. Give it back. Tian Xiaoning hurriedly called out. This was a treasure personally bestowed to him by the Lord Sect Master. Ling Han shook his head and said, in your hands this spirit tool has really fallen into disgrace. He turned around and stared at the 5 corpse soldiers that pounced at him. Chapter 570. Ling Han charged towards the 5 corpse soldiers, brandishing his bone sword as the desolate hell sword technique was already in full swing, but it was purely for defense. A circle of white light danced, and his defense was impenetrable, keeping the 5 corpse soldiers outside of the sword light. He had just seen Xinyuan Ziguang condense 22 flashes of qi. It wasn't a ray, but it had some of a ray's power, greatly enlightening him. Why couldn't he? Even if it was just a simulated ray, he might be able to push the second sword of the 3 styles of black origin, and the destructive power of that attack would become incredibly terrifying. Although the mysterious 3000 could unleash 3000 flashes of sword light at its limit, with terrifying destructive power, it was essentially a group attack move, and 10,000 techniques returned to one was truly unstoppable. Gathering 3000 strikes into one sword, what kind of terrifying destructive power was this? Ling Han treated the 5 corpse soldiers as sparring partners. As he brandished his bone sword, sword chi danced freely, but it was disorderly. He was in the midst of comprehension and had no clue yet, so he was naturally like a child brandishing a sword, completely out of order. But it didn't matter, the desolate hell sword technique was a heaven-grade technique known for its defense in the first place, and with this operation it naturally made his defense watertight. Unless he crushed Ling Han in battle prowess, it would be difficult to break through this purely defensive sword technique. Tian Xiaoning shouted in anger, emitting corpse chi from all over his body to stimulate the 5 corpse soldiers, causing their battle prowess to soar, wanting to take down Ling Han in one fell swoop. Ling Han was immersed in his own world, and the bone sword operated almost instinctively. Occasionally there would be an oversight that the corpse soldiers caught and slapped, but so what? He had a body of iron sheet, which was as hard as rare metals of the same level. The more the corpse soldiers exerted force, the more their own skeletons trembled, as if they were about to collapse. This wasn't an illusion. It was like a stone man fighting with a wooden man. Even if the stone man sat still and let the wooden man bombard him, the harder the wooden man bombarded, the easier it would be for him to collapse. However, the gap between Ling Han and the corpse soldiers was not as big as that between a rock and a piece of wood. Moreover, the power that was blasted was real. Ling Han's physique was indeed strong, but the impact of the power still made him feel a little uncomfortable. Thankfully, he would only occasionally be hit once or twice. With the circulation of the indestructible Heaven's Scroll, the boiling energy in his body immediately calmed down, and he was completely fine. Watching such a battle, everyone was speechless. You're the corpse soldier, right? How can you be so hard? And some people even thought that Ling Han's previous battle was incomparably nimble, shaking off the 5 cumbersome corpse soldiers and forcing Tian Xiaoning to only be able to fight one-on-one, but now he displayed terrifying defensive strength. This fellow was too well-rounded. His attacks were like the horns of an antelope, leaving no trace to be seen. His defense was as steady as a mountain. His heavy sword had no edge, and there was almost no flaw to be found. In a battle of the same level, who could be his match? Xianyuan Ziguang or Yao Huiyu? Ling Han didn't care about everyone's shock. He only used the 5 corpse soldiers as whetstones, sharpening his condensation of sword qi. Moreover, not far away, Xianyuan Ziguang was fighting fiercely with Zhu Tiangu, so he could refer to it at any time and apply what he learned on the spot. This was equivalent to teaching on the spot, and Ling Han also had the eye of truth. He constantly observed the way Xianyuan Ziguang combined the 22 flashes of qi, turning it into his own comprehension. How could Tian Xiaoning possibly know that Ling Han was trying to break through? He thought he was finally suppressed by the corpse soldiers, and couldn't help but howl again and again, intensifying his attacks, vowing to kill Ling Han on the spot. However, though he had the upper hand on the battlefield, he was completely unable to turn this advantage into a victory. Ling Han seemed to only have the ability to parry, yet his defense was very steady. Occasionally, he would even counterattack, which was impossible to guard against. Ling Han's eyes became brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed loudly and said, "I understand. I understand." "What do you understand?" Tian Xiaoning looked at Ling Han and felt that this opponent's brain was a bit abnormal. He only called out, "It's good that you understand. Return my sword." "All right, I'll return it to you." Ling Han swung his sword, firing out a flash of sword qi. However, this flash of sword qi was extremely thick, and it was twisting like a snake, looking extremely unstable. Tian Xiaoning was greatly shocked. The feeling this flash of sword qi gave him was too terrifying, giving him a chill that he definitely couldn't take it head-on. Pa! However, this flash of sword qi exploded on its own just as it was fired out. The shattered sword qi surged, raising a sky full of dust. Ha ha ha! A few disciples of the 1,000 Corpse sect instantly laughed loudly, but even more people revealed expressions of deep thought. This sword qi was unusual. He's condensing sword qi. Someone finally came out and cried out in shock. Right, he's condensing ray. Impossible, how can ray scatter? Moreover, this is clearly sword qi, without the slightest hint of ray's charm. I understand this guy is learning from Xianyuan Ziguang, combining sword qi, and not fusing them into ray. Hiss! This time everyone was speechless. This young man was too freakish, wasn't he? He obviously thought of imitating Xianyuan Ziguang's battle because he saw it. But the problem was, could this kind of secret art be learned in a short while? Just like how everyone had seen sword qi and saber qi, how many people could cultivate them? Comprehending them on their own and comprehending them on their own were two completely different things. Failed. Ling Han shook his head, but there was no sign of disappointment on his face. This was an attempt in the first place. Again. He slashed out again and hong, the thick sword qi was like a pillar of light. However, it was still the same. Not long after the sword qi was fired out, it collapsed on its own before displaying its might. Failed again. It's obvious. Is it that easy to grasp a secret art in such a short time? There must be a trick to using it. How can it be learned with a few glances? Even on the city wall, there were quite a few people who made sarcastic remarks. Ling Han was too freakish, making many people jealous. However, some attentive people discovered that this sword chi of Ling Han's lasted a tiny bit longer than before. It was really just a tiny bit, but it was certainly prolonged. Regarding this point, Ling Han was naturally the clearest. He revealed a smile and swung out again without being discouraged, improving on his shortcomings. 10 strikes, 20 strikes, 30 strikes, his improvement became more and more obvious, so obvious that most people discovered that the time his sword chi took to condense was getting longer and longer. Tian Xiaoning was shocked. Was he becoming Ling Han's whetstone? He roared loudly and said, "Blood bone break!" Instantly, the 5 corpse soldiers roared violently, letting out beast-like roars. Their right arms actually underwent a strange transformation, turning into a bone spear, emitting a terrifying aura. The 5 corpse soldiers brandished their bone spears at the same time, thrusting towards Ling Han. That aura seemed to be able to penetrate even the strongest defense with one strike. Break! Ling Han also shouted lightly, swinging out a resplendent sword. Chapter 571. This cloak has the effect of concealment, right? Ling Han said. Corpse 2 nodded and said, "That's right, this is a secret treasure. Within a certain distance, it can conceal divine sense and isolate vision. It's a divine item for assassination and infiltration." "Thanks for dispelling my doubts," Ling Han said with a smile. "You're welcome. You're a man about to die anyway, and I usually give a certain amount of respect to those who die in my hands," Corpse 2 said with a smile. "Since there's a Corpse 2, is there a Corpse 1? Ling Han asked again. Corpse 2 shook his head and said, "There's no Corpse 1. But there's one called Corpse Boss, who awakened a step earlier than me and developed intelligence." Ling Han's heart instantly beat wildly. Awakened a step earlier and developed intelligence, what did this mean? Could it be that this Corpse 2 wasn't born but like the rock spirit, its body existed for countless years, and then suddenly developed intelligence, giving birth to a special life? Corpse 2 cracked a smile, but it was so funny that it was very stiff, making people feel strange just by looking at it. He said, "You guessed right, I was originally a corpse. I don't know which elite I was in the last life, but my corpse didn't decompose after tens of thousands of years, and finally obtained the spirit of heaven and earth, developing intelligence anew." Ling Han couldn't help but look solemn. No wonder he felt this person was very old and very young, extremely contradictory. It turned out that a new soul was born on the old corpse, a miraculous life bestowed by the heavens. It was a combination of life and death, so it was obviously young and old. In that case, Corpse Boss is also like this. Corpse 2 nodded and said, "That's right, Corpse Boss is stronger than me because his corpse is better. However, after developing a second life, I can cultivate a new, and in the future, I won't lose to him." Damn freak. This was an old corpse coming back to life, and it was unknown how shocking his battle prowess would be. Could he use the secret technique from the last life? One had to know that the owner of this body could actually keep the corpse from decaying for tens of thousands of years, so he was definitely an extremely powerful existence when he was alive. His martial intent was definitely fused into every piece of flesh and bone. Now that the body wasn't decaying, his martial intent might even be reactivated, so how could this not be shocking? The Thousand Corpse sect really thinks highly of me, sending such a big shot to kill me, Ling Han said. The other party's strength was at least 5 stars of heaven tier, and he believed that such strength could be called an expert among experts in the Thousand Corpse sect. There were definitely not many that were stronger than him. Corpse 2 laughed loudly and said, "Who asked you to seek your own death and establish a dynasty? This is something our sect definitely can't allow." Ling Han's heart moved and he said, "Could it be that the Thousand Corpse sect also has plans to establish a nation? Haha, our sect's goal is to establish a massive corpse nation. This isn't any secret," Corpse 2 said indifferently. Ling Han seemed to have caught on to something and said, "Could it be that the Thousand Corpse sect is also?" He made a sky-splitting gesture. "Interested?" Corpse 2 grinned and said, "That's right, but it's slightly different from what you think. Splitting open the sky was to bring the entire vast lands into the realm of gods, raising the level of the vast lands as a whole, turning it into divine land." Wait, Ling Han was startled inwardly. Since there were people who cultivated netherworld arts and could break open another layer of void to enter the netherworld, then which realm would the people who cultivated netherworld arts ascend to when they split open the sky? Netherworld. The Thousand Corpse sect was also a very big dream. However, with the strength that the Thousand Corpse sect displayed so far, did they have such strength? It wasn't that Ling Han looked down on them, but the difference was really quite far. Probably, any one of the 5 great sects could sweep them clean. Otherwise, why would the Thousand Corpse sect be a coward for so many years? Corpse 2 was neither hurried nor slow, as if he wasn't here to be an assassin at all. He said unhurriedly, I know you're stalling for time, but so am I. You've been poisoned by my corpse poison, and it's impossible to expel it. It'll only become more and more serious, as I said. I'm quite respectful to the dead. Ling Han lowered his head and saw that the black wound on his waist was expanding as expected, almost turning his entire waist black. Zhu Xian'er immediately cried out in shock. Being wounded by someone from the Thousand Corpse sect, there couldn't possibly be a good ending. If he didn't die, he'd become a corpse soldier. Ling Han nodded and said, as expected of a 10,000-year-old corpse demon, my body of diamond actually can't automatically expel such corpse poison. He circulated the indestructible heaven scroll, and Wang golden light immediately flickered all over his body, making him seem like an awe-inspiring god of war. Corpse 2 put his hands behind his back, appearing indifferent and having no intention of stopping him at all. He said indifferently, you're right, I'm indeed a 10,000-year-old corpse. At least this body is, and not just 10,000 years but at least several 100,000 years. He suddenly seemed to have the interest to talk and said, corpses are like trees having corpse wheels. The corpse wheels on my body have at least 300,000. Sorry, I don't have the leisure to count them clearly. Counting age, this was probably the oldest generation in the vast lands. Even Ma Duobao, who'd slept for 100 or 200,000 years, couldn't compare. For 300,000 years, my body has always been placed in a place of extinguishing yang and extreme yin, forming a heavy corpse qi that's beyond imagination. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to give birth to a new divine sense, and could only become a corpse soldier. Ling Han's whole body was shrouded in golden light, and he said, then why do you need to rely on the Thousand Corpse sect? You can be free and unrestrained, and run amok between heaven and earth. People always have some dreams. My dream is the same as the Thousand Corpse sects, so we're obviously like-minded. Besides, Corpse 2 broke into a smile. This is a corpse of mine, and also needs corpse qi to increase cultivation. If I don't join the Thousand Corpse sect, where can I go? The golden light faded, and Ling Han shook his head and said, a 10,000-year-old corpse is powerful as expected. I can't expel such corpse poison. It wasn't that the indestructible heaven scroll wasn't powerful, but that this old corpse had been buried for over 300,000 years, and the corpse poison had expired for too long. Even a shattering void tier elite probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Moreover, Ling Han's cultivation was a bit low, and if he were at the same level as Corpse 2, then the indestructible heaven scroll would definitely have room to show off. At this time, the corpse poison had already climbed to Ling Han's chest. Corpse 2 was slightly surprised and said, your strength isn't bad, and the cultivation technique you cultivate is even better, being able to control the spread of the corpse poison so slowly. If it were another deity transformation tier elite, even 1,000 of them would have become corpse soldiers. I really can't bear to kill such a genius. Although corpse soldiers are powerful, they don't have intelligence after all, so there's a limit to how powerful they are. He appeared to be very rueful. Since you said so, how could I disappoint you? Ling Han smiled, and his figure flashed again and again, even faster than the blink of an eye. However, the corpse poison on his body completely dissipated. His skin was bright and clean like warm jade, emitting divine light and untainted by dust. Corpse 2's expression changed in shock. How was this possible? Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 572. However, this battle between Ling Han and Xinyuan Ziguang did not succeed in the end. Yin Shuiyang made a move, separating the two of them. Haha, tomorrow at noon you can bring your men out and leave this city. Bai Yuan pointed at Ling Han, Helian Xuanxue, and the others as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he left. He had suffered a great defeat, so he naturally did not have the face to stay any longer. "Little Yang, why didn't you make him stay?" An old woman appeared soundlessly. She held a walking stick in her hand, and although she looked old and clumsy, anyone who looked at her would feel as if their head was about to explode. This showed just how powerful she was. "Sister Ma, even if we join forces, can we defeat 7 Flower Blossom Tier Corps soldiers?" Yin Shuiyang countered with a question. The old woman was speechless. The higher the cultivation level of a member of the Thousand Corps sect, the more terrifying they were, because they could also control more corps soldiers. Ordinary disciples could only control 1 or 2 corps soldiers of the same level, and geniuses could easily handle them. However, an existence like Bai Yuan was able to control 7 corps soldiers. This was too shocking. Moreover, who knew what level these corps soldiers were at? Low-level Heaven Tier was fine, but mid-level Heaven Tier was a bit troublesome. High-level Heaven Tier was practically invincible, and for peak stage Heaven Tier, it was better to ask Shattering Void Tier elites to come. With the city guarding formation, Bai Yuan definitely couldn't charge in, but he didn't need to charge in either. The 4th killing formation just had to wear him down for a few more days, and Million Treasure City would become a speck of dust in history. However, weren't there still a lot of places to leave the city? Ling Han obtained 90, Hu Niu also obtained 90, Helian Sun Shui obtained 100, Xianyuan Ziguang only obtained 10, and Pang Xiangming also obtained 10, but he himself gave up. There were a total of 190 places, but Ling Han alone had control over the distribution of 180 places. Thus, a large part of the reason Yin Shuiyang stopped the battle between Ling Han and Xianyuan Ziguang was because of the allocation of these spots. Since Bai Yuan swore an oath, it should be trustworthy. The key was that staying here would only lead to death, so even if it was risky, he had to give it a try. Everyone wanted a place to go out. Ling Han thought for a while and came up with an idea: auction. He didn't have a good impression of the so-called rich and powerful families in the city, so he naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to rip them off. That night, the Spirit Treasures Pavilion held a unique auction. There was only one item to be auctioned, and that was the 180 quotas to leave the city. Ling Han did not want gold or silver. He only wanted essence crystals, and it had to be 3-star essence crystals. Of course, whoever was willing to take out 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star essence crystals to snap up the purchase, Ling Han naturally would not refuse. Every quota started from 103-star origin crystals, and after some intense competition, the cheapest quota reached 503-star origin crystals, and the most expensive one was auctioned off for 17,000. That was the last quota, and it caused a frenzied scramble. Excluding the 10% commission he gave to the Spirit Treasures Pavilion, Ling Han still received close to 200,000 3-star origin crystals, which made him beam with joy. After breaking through to the Flower Blossom tier, his cultivation speed slowed down, but with so many 3-star origin crystals, his cultivation speed could increase again. Storing all the origin crystals into the Black Tower, Ling Han was very pleased, and started drinking with Zhu Xian'er and the others in the side courtyard. After drinking, he couldn't fall asleep for a while, so he went for a walk by the lake. Helian Sun Shui naturally stuck to his side, tugging on the corner of his clothes and holding that brick in her hand, looking like she would dare to smash Ling Han if he dared to fling her. As they walked, they saw a black shadow standing by the lake, holding a wine gourd in one hand and pouring fine wine into the lake. The mellow fragrance of the wine spread, causing all the pores on Ling Han's body to relax. This was an exceptional wine, and martial artists would definitely benefit greatly if they drank it. Ling Han's face was filled with reluctance and he said, dear brother, such fine wine, wouldn't it be a pity to waste it?" That person's back was facing Ling Han, and when he heard the words, he turned around and swept a glance at Ling Han. However, when his gaze swept past Helian Sun Shui, he paused slightly, and a hint of confusion appeared in his eyes, but he immediately recovered his clarity. He laughed loudly and directly threw the wine gourd to Ling Han and said, "Then I'll treat you to a drink." Ling Han caught the wine gourd and instantly, he felt an astonishing fragrance of wine, making him feel as if he was ascending to become a celestial being. He focused his eyes and saw that the wine was golden in color like fine wine. He was a grandmaster alchemist, so how could he lack understanding of worldly treasures? He blurted out, "Purple moon Ganoderma, 1000 wind fruit, Purple Cloud Soul Essence Void Flower. This is monkey's wine. Monkey's wine was said to be a fine wine brewed by monkeys gathering all kinds of spirit fruits and medicinal ingredients. Not only was it delicious and fragrant, but it was also an excellent tonic. The monkey's wine brewed by different levels of demon monkeys also had different effects, and to be able to contain the few medicinal ingredients that Ling Han mentioned, it was definitely brewed by the most top-notch demon monkeys. Even Ling Han didn't have the chance to taste it in his previous life. It could be said that even a drop of this monkey's wine was extremely precious. Although Ling Han made a big profit tonight, taking out all of it wouldn't be enough to buy a drop. Too precious. I didn't think that a youngster like you could actually recognize the raw materials of this monkey's wine. That person was also slightly surprised. Under the illumination of the moonlight, he saw that this was a burly man with a tall and sturdy build. Standing there, he gave people the feeling of a tall mountain, as if even if the sky collapsed he could hold it up. Ling Han was startled. He actually couldn't see through this middle-aged man. But thinking about it, it was normal. This was Million Treasure City, and the appearance of a few high-level heaven-tier elites was not a rare thing. "Brother, this wine is too precious, I don't dare to drink it carelessly," Ling Han said with a smile and threw the wine gourd back. That burly man laughed loudly and said, "Since you recognize this monkey's wine, then we're fated. Please." He threw the wine gourd back to Ling Han, bold and sincere, making people feel as if they could feel his magnanimous heart. Ling Han didn't act pretentiously anymore and said, "Then thank you." He raised his head, and the wine inside the gourd instantly poured out, turning into a waterfall that flowed into his mouth. It was only a mouthful, but Ling Han felt like he was going to get drunk. This monkey's wine was both nutritious and strong, directly acting on divine sense. Even spiritual infant tier and deity transformation tier elites would easily get drunk. However, Ling Han still had a sliver of heaven tier divine sense, and under the tempering of the primal chaos source rock, it was even more tenacious, so he didn't fall down in one mouthful. However, his eyes couldn't help but become hazy. After he tasted his fill, he threw the wine gourd to that burly man and said, "Brother, please." That burly man caught the gourd, and also felt a wave of pleasure. He was much more kick-ass than Ling Han, gulping, actually drinking half of the gourd in one go. Ling Han couldn't help but grit his teeth. If he drank half of the gourd, then he'd definitely be drunk to death, going straight to see the king of hell. It couldn't be helped. This was the difference in cultivation level. The other party was definitely a high-level heaven-tier existence. "I can't get drunk." That burly man sighed, as if nothing had happened. He was pretending. Chapter 573. "Brother, something's on your mind?" Ling Han's cultivation level was clearly far lower than the others, but the other didn't reveal his identity, so he was happy to pretend he didn't know. As a former elite of the heaven tier, and an old monster from 10,000 years ago, he was naturally unwilling to address these little guys as seniors. The large man only drank to his heart's content, sorrow showing in his eyes. "Say no more, it must be hurt by love," Ling Han immediately said. "You can tell that too?" The large man turned to him. Ling Han chuckled and said, "I've been through it, how can I not tell?" "Haha, then another toast," the large man said with a laugh. With a shake of his hand, he took out a wine cup, filled it, and threw it to Ling Han. With the strength of such a great elite, he naturally wouldn't spill a single drop of wine. Ling Han didn't dare to do it again. If he did, he would definitely have to lie down, so he took a small sip. The large man didn't force him, and gulped down the wine himself, causing Ling Han's heart to ache. This was really like a cow chewing on a peony, a huge waste. Monkey wine was so precious, and the other drinking it like this was practically a waste. "Brother, if there's anything sad, just say it. You'll feel better if you say it," Ling Han advised. The large man took a deep look at Ling Han, and actually really spoke. His story was very simple. A young man fell in love with a young woman. They met at this lake for the first time and fell in love at first sight. Later, they traveled the world hand in hand, loving each other and having a sweet relationship. But perhaps the single dog's resentment was too heavy, and the young woman actually contracted an incurable disease. Even if the young man's cultivation was exceptional, he couldn't find a cure. In the end, the young woman passed away, leaving the young man alone. Every year at this time, the young man would come here to reminisce about his first encounter with the woman. Countless years passed, and the young man also became the uncle of today. Ling Han couldn't help but sympathize, and also told him about the heavenly phoenix divine maiden. Of course, he wouldn't directly say that it was something from 10,000 years ago, and slightly changed his appearance. This time, the two of them really were tortoises and mung beans. They finally met. Actually, the feelings between the two of them were completely different, but both of them had lost their loved ones, so the more they talked, the more they got along. With a bit of drunkenness, the two of them actually became sworn brothers. Second brother, I'm Feng Peyun. If anyone wants to bully you in the future, just say Big Brother's name, the large man said as he hooked his arm around Ling Han's shoulder. I'm Ling Han. Ling Han didn't give him a fake name. The feeling this burly man gave him was one of boldness and magnanimity. He wasn't the type to place too much importance on benefits. Moreover, this person was a true man of character. Sigh, Big Brother, I just can't get drunk. Feng Peyun continuously shook his head, appearing to be extremely regretful. His cultivation level was too high, and it could be said that there was no wine that could make him drunk in this world. This Big Brother was really a weirdo. This monkey's wine was found in the ancient forest because he wanted to get drunk, and he even had a great battle with 3 terrifying monkey beasts, but even so, he still wasn't drunk. Ling Han patted his chest and said, Big Brother, don't worry. I'll definitely brew the best wine in the world for you, making you drunk for 3 years. He really wasn't bragging. In his previous life, he entered too many historical sites, and aside from obtaining many cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques, he also obtained some unorthodox things such as the recipe for brewing wine. There was a kind of divine brew that had nature-defying effects, and was said to make even gods drunk, but the required materials were also ridiculously precious. Even in his previous life, he couldn't have gathered them. In this life, he had the qualifications to advance into the Shattering Void tier, so there was naturally hope of refining divine brew. Ling Han was willing to call him Big Brother because Feng Peyun was already over 400 years old, older than Ling Han's 2 lives combined, so calling him Big Brother was still appropriate. As for the 10,000 years in the soul state, the body was gone, so it obviously wouldn't age, so it couldn't be counted. Then Big Brother will be waiting for you. Feng Peyun laughed loudly. Although the 2 brothers hadn't known each other for long, their temperaments were congenial, and the more they chatted, the more congenial they became. One had to know that Ling Han had lived 2 lives, and in his previous life, he even stood at the top of the world, so how could his knowledge and experience be inferior? They talked for a long time, and in the end Ling Han fell down in a daze. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a snow-white jade neck and a beautiful chin. It turned out that his head was resting on Helian Sun Shue's thigh. As expected, it was flat-chested. Otherwise, from his angle, what he could see would be 2 mountain peaks, and it was impossible to reach her chin, let alone her neck. However, if this Hainyo recovered her memories in the future and recalled this scene, Ling Han instantly broke out in a waterfall-like cold sweat. This was the rhythm of being hunted down. This wine was really fierce. However, Ling Han immediately discovered that his cultivation actually soared by 2 small tiers. One had to know that starting from the flower blossom tier, the increase in cultivation was directly related to the comprehension of martial art, but he actually increased by 2 small tiers in the state of drunkenness. What kind of concept was this? The monkey's wine was really too awesome. Ling Han sighed. However, this was also because it was the first time he drank it, so the effect was the fiercest. If he drank it again next time, there would definitely be benefits, but it definitely wouldn't be so fierce. It should be like spiritual liquid flowing slowly. Moreover, drinking like this was really a bit unbearable. His head was about to explode. Ling Han! Helian Sun Shui called out worriedly. Hainyo, softer, softer. Ling Han hurriedly pressed down with his hand. With her calling out, his head started to buzz again. He took out the spiritual liquid from the black tower, drank a few mouthfuls to sober up, and then cupped some lake water to wash the wine. Only then did he feel slightly better and said, "Where's my big brother?" "He left," Helian Sun Shui said. Helian Sun Shui said, "However, he said he'll come later and help you resolve a predicament." Resolve a predicament? Could it be referring to the matter of Million Treasure City being trapped? However, although this big brother was fierce, it was the 4th killing formation outside. Let's go back first and talk. Ling Han looked at the sky. It was almost noon and presumably those forces that won the spots yesterday were probably going crazy with anxiety. As expected, when he arrived at the city gates, he saw many people glaring at him with extremely unfriendly expressions. Han Lin, why did you only come now? Someone berated. Ling Han's face was full of disgust and he covered his ears as he said, Are you sick? What are you yelling for? Can't you speak properly? That person was a spiritual infant tier elite, and seeing that Ling Han actually dared to speak to him like this, he couldn't help but reveal a furious expression. Alright, don't let others laugh at you, Yin Shuiyang said, pointing below the city gates. Bai Yuan already appeared. Ling Han said, The 180 people who won the spots yesterday all leave. He had the Black Tower, so he obviously didn't think about the spots. Moreover, he still wanted to get all the innocent people out of the city. The 180 people left the city gates, and their faces were all filled with the pleasant surprise of surviving a calamity. They could finally leave this damned place. Old man, you've made this place a foul atmosphere, and I don't like it at all. With a deep shout, a tall figure walked out from the city, waved at Bai Yuan and said, How Million Treasure City was originally. Restore it to how it was. Chapter 574. Ling Han was surprised. This man that was like a mountain was obviously his sworn brother, Feng Peyun, who he became sworn brothers with yesterday. Who is this, such nerve, actually daring to call a heaven-tier elite an old man? Don't know, probably an unorthodox person. Trapped in the city for too long, his brain became muddled and crazy. And reasonable. The people on the city wall discussed animatedly. Not everyone had Ling Han's judgment and could see Feng Peyun's strength. In the eyes of ordinary people, this large man was only slightly sturdy and extraordinary, and there wasn't much special about him. However, the heaven-tier elites in the open and in the dark all revealed serious expressions. They couldn't see through this man's strength. This proved one thing. His cultivation wasn't below theirs in the slightest. Bai Yuan was even more careful. With a long howl, the seven-headed coffin slid over from afar. The other party came with ill intentions, and would most likely attack, so he couldn't be careless. Normally, heaven-tier elites pretty much stood at the peak of the world, so they were obviously bold and unrestrained. However, who told the Thousand Corpse sect to be more special? Even the Shattering Void tier sect master hid his head but showed his tail, never showing his true body, so the 7 heaven-tier venerables under him were obviously cautious. At least before the Thousand Corpse sect officially stood in front of everyone, they all maintained a low profile and cautious style. Who are you? Bai Yuan shouted. Feng Peyun picked his ears and said, Is there something wrong with your hearing? I told you to remove this stupid formation, or else I'll personally dismantle it. Haha, what an arrogant tone, why don't you dismantle it for me? Bai Yuan said menacingly. This was the 4th killing formation, and although the sect master didn't obtain the complete formation, and could only unleash 50% of its power, killing low-level Shattering Void tier elites wasn't a difficult thing, and this large man actually said he wanted to dismantle it. Humph. Feng Peyun's gaze focused, and like a flash of lightning, Bai Yuan felt pain in his eyes as if his eyeballs were about to explode. So powerful. Bai Yuan was shocked, and hurriedly ordered the corpse soldiers to attack. Pung. 7 coffins opened at the same time and 7 corpse soldiers jumped out. Each of them only had their bones left, but their bones were golden, as if they were made of metal. However, there were inch-long spikes on each bone, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Just 7 sets of bones and you want to stop me? Feng Peyun was disdainful. Bai Yuan was furious. These 7 corpse soldiers had been refined with the help of the Lord Sect leader, and in terms of defense alone, they had already reached the peak of the heaven tier. Even a peak heaven tier warrior would have to spend some effort to destroy them. Moreover, the offensive power of these corpse soldiers was not weak at all. After the bone spurs had been tempered 100 times, they could easily tear through the defense of heaven-tier elites. As long as they got close, they could instantly pierce a heaven-tier elite into a bloody hole. Kill! White Eye pointed at Feng Peyun, and suddenly 7 corpse soldiers leaped out at the same time, attacking Feng Peyun. Should we help? An old woman appeared at the top of the city wall and asked Yin Shuiyang. Little Yang, I don't know this person at all. His strength is unfathomable. Let's talk about it first, Yin Shuiyang said, shaking his head. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. Another old man appeared, staring at Feng Puyun with a doubtful expression. Ling Han couldn't help but be a bit worried. These 7 corpse soldiers were all level 3 golden armored corpses, and they had been tempered to the extreme. Even if he recovered the strength of his previous life, he wouldn't dare to fight them head-on, unless it was a freak like Sword Emperor or Heavenly Phoenix Divine Maiden. Feng Puyun didn't take it to heart at all, instead taking out a wine gourd and drinking in large mouthfuls. The wine flowed down the corner of his mouth, and his beard was full of sparkling liquid, full of the vicissitudes of life. The corpse soldiers attacked, and he was instantly submerged in the golden bones. It's over, everyone said inwardly. Those were level 3 golden armored corpses, and being close to them, no matter how strong a heaven tier elite was, it would probably be hard to escape death. They really didn't think that an elite would actually die in such a useless manner. White Eye sneered. This was the result of not taking him seriously. Did they really think that the 1,000 Corpse sect was easy to bully just because they didn't come out? Wrong, everyone in the 1,000 Corpse sect raised corpses, and each person could at least fight 1 against 2. The higher the tier, the more terrifying the battle prowess. He alone could fight against 6 or 7 heaven tier elites. How shocking was that? Wang, under the attack of the 7 corpse soldiers, a purple brilliance surged, turning into a circle, and then suddenly exploding. Pong, 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 pong. The 7 corpse soldiers were actually blasted away at the same time, and at the same time the bones that were as strong as the peak stage of the heaven tier were disintegrating, turning into countless broken bones. Purple brilliance flickered, and Feng Puyun stood proudly like a supreme god. His feet stepped on the earth, his head in the sky, and the whole heaven and earth had to crawl and tremble under him. His eyes were like stars and his hair fluttered, emitting a shocking divine light like a divine chain of order that could lock and destroy everything. The supreme aura vibrated, striking the 9 heavens and shaking the 9 underworlds. He was the sole ruler. Pa 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 pa. Everyone knelt down. Only heaven tier elites could barely resist, but they still couldn't hide the anxiety and terror in their hearts, almost not even having the courage to fight. Shattering void tier. Bai Yuan's face was deathly pale, and his expression was extremely dispirited. The 7 corpse soldiers all had a sliver of his divine sense, and now that it was directly erased by Feng Puyun, he also suffered considerable injuries, and now only had 30% of his battle prowess left. However, the 1,000 corpse sect relied on corpse soldiers, and now the 7 corpse soldiers were all dregs. His 30% of battle prowess was only relative to his main body, and his true battle prowess was probably less than 1%. Everyone no longer had a shred of doubt. Only the strongest existence in this world could defeat 7 peak heaven tier corpse soldiers in 1 strike. Shattering void tier. Greetings, my lord. On top of the city walls, Yin Shuiyang and the other heaven tier elites all saluted respectfully. Shattering void tier. Even in the middle state, there were only so many, and they could be counted on one's fingers. Feng Puyun. Finally, someone revealed Feng Puyun's identity. Feng Puyun waved his hand, appearing dispirited, and said to Bai Yuan, "Don't say I'm bullying a child. Remove this great formation, and never come to Million Treasures City again." Bai Yuan similarly saluted respectfully. Regardless of whether he was an enemy or a friend, Shattering Void tier elites had too lofty a status, standing at the peak of humanity, and with another step they could become gods, gaining the admiration of the world. However, after saluting, he said, "Forgive this old man for not being able to obey Lord Feng. Taking down this city is my sect master's order, and this old man doesn't dare to disobey." "Then where's your sect master? Have him come out, and I'll beat him until he's convinced," Feng Puyun said domineeringly. This, Bai Yuan revealed a hint of annoyance. In his mind, the sect master was even more like a god, invincible in humanity, so how could he be insulted lightly? He said, "Lord Sect Master is tied up with trivial matters, and can't come see Lord Feng for a while." Chapter 575. This was a very strange person. His figure was very tall, and his face was simple and unadorned. There were actually lines on his face as if he was born with them, but this was not what was strange about it. Rather, there were actually 2 small buns growing on his head, as if a fawn was about to grow horns. the aura of the heaven tier, and it was an existence of high level or even peak level. Fourth uncle, what's there to talk about with these lowly humans? Just directly take down all of them. A youngster also walked into the palace, dressed in a multicolored battle suit, like a gorgeously dressed peacock. Hellion Xuanxue came over and lowered her voice to a single line saying, "The older one is Xin Yu Chang, and the younger one is Xin Yu Dongming. Don't provoke them, fool them away." Ling Han suddenly realized that this was the sea race. Truly arrogant, did they really think this was their territory? Thinking again, it was no wonder. Xin Yu alone had close to 30 shattering void tier elites, so what kind of accumulation and terrifying strength was this? In the eyes of the sea race, this was probably a remote and desolate place. However, Xin Yu Dongming Ling Han walked towards the peacock man. This was Hellion Xuanxue's fiancé. He heard Hellion Xuanxue say that the Hellion and Xin Yu families were discussing about joining forces to resist the Wunren royal family together. Because among the 3 great royal families of the North Sea, the Wunren were the strongest, even to the extent that they could annihilate any one of the other 2 families by themselves. Thus, the 2 families could only join forces to resist. But how could they guarantee that everyone was of one mind and not stab each other in the back? Alliance by marriage. Hellion Xuanxue was the most outstanding woman in the younger generation of the Hellion family, while Xin Yu Dongming was the most outstanding man in the Xin Yu family. Although he was still slightly inferior to Hellion Xuanxue, he wasn't much weaker. It was just that Hellion Xuanxue was too dazzling. However, after Hellion Xuanxue discovered the matter of settling accounts, she had a plan to obtain the Vial of Curses, and could only carry it out secretly. Otherwise, once the crime of murdering a royal family member was put on her head, even the royal family would be furious. Unexpectedly, she was bombarded by the large silver spider and lost all her memories, running away with Ling Han from then on. Only after a spring breeze did she recover her memories. She returned to the North Sea, but discovered that she was secretly pregnant, so she no longer had the thought of marrying Xin Yu Dongming, hiding and giving birth to a child. However, paper couldn't contain fire, and the news leaked out, so she could only flee for her life with her son. Now the sea race finally caught up. Ling Han withdrew his gaze, stood up from the throne, and walked over with large strides. He said, "I can make the decision. What advice do you have?" He wasn't afraid that the 2 from the Xin Yu family would recognize Hellion Xuanxue, because Hellion Xuanxue not only changed her appearance with the appearance alteration pill, but also cultivated his ancient art, capable of changing cultivation and aura. She was now only in the flower life tier, so no matter what, no one would associate her with the Pearl of the North Sea. Xin Yu Chang's gaze swept over, and a terrifying pressure overflowed, capable of cracking the skin of a deity transformation tier warrior. He intended to give Ling Han a show of strength, but what disappointed and surprised him was that Ling Han looked fine, not the slightest bit affected. This human was somewhat strange. But that was all. Xin Yu family's background was too deep, and even when facing the 5 great ancient sects, he could keep his back straight and even berate them from a higher position. So what did this mere deity transformation tier junior amount to? He opened his mouth and said, "This lord wants you to find someone." "Oh, who?" Ling Han said indifferently, although he already knew in his heart that it was Hellion Xuanxue. Xin Yu Chang raised his hand and threw out a painting scroll and said, "Use all your power to find the girl in the painting. If you find her, this lord will reward you, and if you can't find her, you guys can prepare for your own funerals." Fourth uncle, the environment here is pretty good. Xin Yu Dongming sat on the throne and said carelessly, "Let's stay here and wait." "All right." Xin Yu Chang pondered slightly, then nodded. Although the North region was far from the size of the North Sea, it wasn't something 2 people could find. Even if they ran all over the place, they wouldn't find anything, so it was better to wait here for news. Moreover, although he was a senior, Xin Yu Dongming's position in the clan was above his. This boy had very pure ancestral blood, but it hadn't completely recovered yet. His future accomplishments were limitless, and he received the focused nurturing of many shattering void tier elites in the clan. So as long as it wasn't too excessive, he would let Xin Yu Dongming do as he pleased. "Palace maids over there, bring over the things you're carrying." Xin Yu Dongming waved his hand at the palace maids standing solemnly on both sides. These palace maids carried all kinds of fruits in their hands. The colors were alluring, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils, making one's appetite stir. Those palace maids all walked towards Ling Han, and Ling Han's gaze gave rise to a sliver of killing intent, but after seeing Hellion Sun Shui, he forcibly suppressed his killing intent and nodded, indicating for those palace maids to do as he was told. The officials in the imperial court all felt humiliated. This was their Great Ling Empire's core of power, representing Great Ling Empire's face, and now an outsider occupied the throne and casually berated it. But what could be done? The other party was too powerful, and even Yuan Chang he couldn't bear that imposing manner. Who could rival him? Forcibly falling out would only be courting death, so the choice was naturally simple. Xinyu Dongming casually took some fruits to eat, and instantly relaxed his brows. He said, "Fourth uncle, these things are really delicious, have a taste." He tossed some fruits to Xinyu Chang. Xinyu Chang was experienced and prudent, obviously not as disregarding his image as Xinyu Dongming. However, the other party had good intentions, and if he didn't accept, it wouldn't be justifiable, so he plucked a grape and put it into his mouth. Instantly, he also revealed a look of astonishment. Too fresh, too delicious. Moreover, the grape also contained a sliver of spiritual power that could be directly absorbed. Although pitifully little, it was definitely good stuff for low-level martial artists. If the Xinyu clan could grow grapes like this in large quantities, then in 20 to 30 years, the clan's entire strength would definitely be able to increase by a level. Xinyu Dongming became more and more presumptuous. He stared at the palace maids and couldn't help but reveal a bewitching smile as he said, "I did